Hey, it's Conrad Thompson. Thanks for checking out the podcast here on YouTube. Be sure to hit the subscribe button and the notifications bell. You'll get a notice anytime we upload some new content. And when I'm not asking Bruce, hey, how big was Batista's? Well, you know. One of the things I like to do is help people save money. And if you're watching this video right now and you're in a 30-year loan, man, you're overpaying your single biggest bill and you may not even realize it. I want you to do a little experiment for me. Take your calculator out, multiply your monthly house payment by 360 payments. That's how many payments there are on a 30-year loan. That big scary number, that's your total of payments. You're looking at that number? You know you can do better. Keep more of your own money right now and go to savewithconrad.com. Or maybe you've got credit card debt. Man, it's not a matter of if I can save you money with that. Your average interest rate on a credit card is more than 20%. And by the way, all the interest you pay on those credit cards, it's not tax deductible. Whereas the mortgage interest, well, that is tax deductible. So if you owe this debt, it's up to you how to pay it back. Doesn't it make sense to get the cheapest rate possible and the greatest tax deduction possible? Find out how much money you can save right now for free at savewithconrad.com. You don't need perfect credit. Even scores in the 500s can be approved, and it's no cost out of pocket. But maybe best of all, we're licensed in more than 40 states. We can help more families than ever before. But how much can we save you? Find out right now for free with a quick quote from savewithconrad.com.
Welcome to Something to Wrestle With.
Something to Wrestle With.
Bruce Prichard.
Well, you know, that's not a rib. She booted. She booted. No, yeah, there's no box of gimmicks.
Rumor and innuendo.
I don't deal in rumor and innuendo. And was he there? I was there. I don't give a shit. I ain't scared.
I ain't scared of shit.
Fuck him.
You, Bruce.
I love you. Double cheeseburger. You take the break. You know. And then double mayo. You know, it's called chicken salad. Double onion.
You're nothing but an egg sucking dog. Throw it in your Google machine.
Goddamn, kid.
God damn it.
What the hell show you got there?
I need more. Yeah. What say you?
Pronouns, pal. And now, something to wrestle with. Con Bruce Prichard. The second most recognized athlete in the entire world today. Conrad Thompson.
What happened when? What would Vince say about that? Well, hey Vince, not sure it was a good night. Yeah. It's so big. Yeah. That's good. Bullshit. Welcome to WrestleMania. World title now. Welcome to Something to Wrestle With.
Something to wrestle with.
Something to wrestle with. Bruce Prichard. All right, so let's get into it. It's The Undertaker, arguably the greatest character the WWE ever created, and Bruce was there from the very beginning. We're going to give you 1993 and 94 today with a little bit of a preamble about what happened before then. Don't worry, we are going to have more Undertaker episodes in the future, but it's impossible, guys, for us to cram 26 years into 3 hours. It just can't happen. So instead, we're going to break it down a couple years at a time. Why did we start with 93, 94? Well, it's easy. Undertaker comes in November of 90. Bruce is out of the company by May of 91. Bruce is back in late August 92. So if we're going to go chronologically covering a full calendar year, 93 and 94 are as early as we can go. But we'll give a little bit of backstory. But before we get there, I guess we should talk about The Undertaker's last match. And we saw that at WrestleMania 33. Bruce, you weren't there at the event, but you were in town, and I know you watched it on the WWE Network. What did you think of Taker's last match?
I thought it was apropos, and I cried like a bitch. It was a nice ending of a chapter, if you ask me. But I don't think it's over.
What do you mean you don't think it's over? You think he's going to wrestle again?
Eventually, yes, I do.
Well, that's a hot take that nobody's talking about. The rumor and innuendo is that he's going to have major hip replacement surgery. Are you saying that's not going to keep him from coming back?
I'm saying short of being wheeled down to the ring in a wheelchair, that we've not seen the last of The Undertaker in the ring. Now, he would argue with me on that and say, no, that's it. But you never say never in this business, and The Undertaker in that character will live on forever, and I think that he could still go out and have a match. May not be what it was 25 years ago, but by God, he'll go out and the people will be behind him just as much as they ever were.
Well, he certainly deserves it, and we're going to talk about all things Undertaker today. We're going to go ahead and, I guess, try to start at the beginning. He was born on March 24th, 1965. He's a 52-year-old man now.
It's a young man.
Absolutely. Mark Calloway was the birth name, of course, and from right there in your old stomping grounds, Houston, Texas. He starts wrestling in 1984 for World Class. He makes his debut there as Texas Red. He runs through a few gimmicks early in his career. He bounces around Memphis. He's managed by Dutch Mantel. He has some matches with Kerry Von Erich. He wins some gold in Memphis and then eventually moves on to WCW. While he's in Memphis, he is wrestling as the Punisher or the Master of Pain. He finds his way to WCW in 1989, and he gets his first big break there when Sid Vicious is injured and Dan Spivey is looking for a tag team partner to be his new Skyscraper tag team partner. And Mean Mark Callis gets the nod. I think he starts as Calloway there, but then later changes his name to Mean Mark Callis. And he has his maybe biggest victory in WCW when he beats Flying Brian Pillman at Clash of the Champions 11. He uses a heart punch as a finisher at this time. And he gets yet another manager, which I find interesting considering what happened at WrestleMania 30. The manager is Paul E. Dangerously. So, in a weird way, The Undertaker was one of the original Paul Heyman guys.
Oh, Happy Heyman, the jovial Jew. Oh,
We can't say the name Paul Heyman on this show without you breaking out a fun impression for us, though. Hypothetically, if Paul E. Dangerously at the time was going to champion his man, Mean Mark Callis, in a creative meeting, that he should go over Flying Brian Pillman and what would probably be considered an upset since Pillman was pretty over at that point. What might that sound like?
If I may have another volley, sir, allow me to explain to you why this big red-headed monster needs to take out the flying one with a heart punch. He will destroy him, sir. And Pillman is down in 5 seconds, never to return because everyone knows he has a heart condition.
I love that. Thank you for that. His next big shot is for the U.S. title against Lex Luger at the Great American.
I will one day get him booked, and I will deliver a defeat to him at the hands of my, I don't know what the fuck he called. What was he called, Brock?
The Beast Incarnate?
No, his client, or what the hell?
He's an advocate for.
I will be the advocate for the man that will finally defeat him in an event they will hail as Mania of Wrestling. Sir, you may continue. If you would like the event to go 10 seconds, I don't have a problem with that either.
Here's what's crazy. When he's managing him here, that match we're referencing at WrestleMania 30 is 25 years later. That's absurd.
A little bit.
His biggest match that we talked about in our previous episode, which if you really want to hear about the debut of The Undertaker, we encourage you to go check out Survivor Series 1990. It's available in the archives, and it's notable for two things. Well, a lot of things, but the two biggest ones being The Undertaker's debut when he was Kane the Undertaker. And what else is notable about Survivor Series 1990, Bruce?
Cowboy Cooker.
I was hoping you'd do that. Anyway, you guys kind of discover him at this Great American Bash 1990. He is challenging for the United States Championship. The champ at the time, of course, is the Total Package Lex Luger, and that winds up being his last major appearance. He slowly fades away and then signs with the WWF. Now, there's various different reports about how that happens. Let's touch on it again here. Do you remember it that Mark was released from his contract by WCW, or that he waited his contract out so he could sign with Vince?
He waited his contract out. His contract was coming up for renewal, and I got a phone call one day from
Paul Heyman, sir, if I may. Are you aware of the young man named Mean Mark Callis?
And I was a big fan of Mark's, going back to 1987 and seeing him in WCW or USWA, whatever the hell it was. And I was very, very aware of him. I was a big fan of him, and I said, yeah, definitely interested. And so then began the pursuit to get Mean Mark into the WWF.
So let's talk about it. He debuts on November 19th, 1993 in Rochester, New York, defeating a gentleman named Jim McPherson. What are your favorite matches with Jim McPherson, Bruce?
I have no idea who the hell Jim McPherson is. Sorry.
The next night, he defeats Dusty Rhodes in Syracuse, New York, and he's also interviewed by Brother Love, and that airs on the Wrestling Challenge episode from December 23rd, 1990. So if you'd like to see his first ever interview that he did for television with the WWF, you could go check that out. Wrestling Challenge, December 23rd, 1990. But then he makes his television debut that we're all familiar with on Survivor Series 1990, and that is November 22nd. So he actually debuted with the company a couple of days ahead of time. And when he makes his debut, of course, on Survivor Series, he's the mystery partner for the $1 Million Man's team, and has one hell of a debut. Again, that whole episode is available in the archives, 1990 Survivor Series. Catch everybody up, though, again, Bruce, as to why you would want to debut a character like this at a house show rather than a pay-per-view ahead of time.
Just to get his sea legs under him, and he had never worked in our ring before. Our ring was bigger than the WCW rings. It was much less forgiving. It also had ropes versus cables, and just didn't want the very first time for him to step into a WWF ring to be on pay-per-view.
So Paul Bearer is introduced as the Undertaker's new manager on the Brother Love show, and this aired on Superstars on February 16th, 1991. So if you'd like to see Paul Bearer in his debut for The Undertaker, it's February 16th, 1991 on Superstars. But a lot of people may not realize that Percy Pringle was actually, once upon a time, working with Mark Calloway in a prior life. Catch everybody up, Bruce.
Well, Percy Pringle was actually Mean Mark, or the Punisher, whatever the hell name he was using at that time. He was actually his first manager in Dallas for his very first match. And I want to say that one of Mark's first matches was against Bruiser Brody. And Brody was actually very kind to him and helped him out quite a bit, and didn't just go out and beat the shit out of him for that match. But it was ironic that his first manager would end up really being his last manager.
So let's run through it. 1991 highlights. Of course, we know WrestleMania 7 was against Jimmy Snuka. WrestleMania 7, once again, we've already covered in our archives if you'd like to hear more about that. But we also saw him feud with the Ultimate Warrior, and we saw a series of body bag matches, which is probably the first time a body bag had been in the WWF, wouldn't you imagine?
In the ring itself, or just in general?
Well, that sounds like a good story. Let's start with in general.
No, I think that was the first time. Well, let's stick with that. Yeah. You know, the whole idea behind the body bag was it was so much easier than trying to get a casket every night and having to deal with caskets. So the body bag was something Paul Bearer and the ring crew, they could buy a bunch of body bags, and Paul could get a discount on them because he was actually a mortician. And so we got a ton of body bags, carried them around on the ring truck.
I know we're not going to explore it in great detail, but we have to cover the Ultimate Warrior on the funeral parlor, where they...
I was there for that.
Well, I know you were there, but I'm saying we promised 93, 94, but I at least want to touch on it. I'm sure we'll come back and we'll cover it in great detail at some other time, but catch me up. This is one of my favorite memories. of the funeral parlor because, well, I'll let you take it from here.
Well, the whole idea was simply to bury the Ultimate Warrior, and
Not the way you buried him on our show in the archives, but a different type of burial.
a real burial. But on TV, let's put it that way. Well, no, I did that too. But it was a way to get the whole Ultimate Warrior and Undertaker angle started, to have the Undertaker place him in a casket and seal the casket airtight so that no air could get in. I always loved that, because if you have ever buried someone or, had to deal with funeral arrangements and things like that, really the air tightness comes in the sarcophagus gimmick, the concrete gimmick that goes on top of the casket itself. But nonetheless, Vince had this thing about, I want to seal the casket. I want to hear the air come out of that casket. So when you turn the light, you hear the air, and it's his last breath. But the idea was simply to bury the Ultimate Warrior, put him in there, and we had the casket all made up, all nicey nice, with the Ultimate Warrior's face on the casket, special for him, and we wanted Warrior to claw at that and claw at the insides of it, so that when they finally did get the casket open, that it looked like Warrior was just clawing for his life to finally get out of that casket. But the hindsight being 2020, there's a picture out there somewhere on Twitter and what have you of Vince in the casket.
Yep.
That day. And we took Road Warrior Hawk with us to the funeral parlor because we had to buy a casket. Now, there was a law that you could not sell caskets. So if you just wanted to buy a casket to have in your home or for a talking point or whatever, you couldn't just go buy a casket.
Who the fuck's buying a casket for a talking point?
Well, I don't know. There's a lot of weird people in this world. I'm not going to mention Jim Cornette's name, but
Wait. What would Jim Cornette shopping for a casket sound like?
Goddamn. You're going to bury me in the motherfucker. I'm not going to live in there forever. Goddamn, what the fuck? No, I don't know.
I need double pillows, double satin.
The funniest thing about this weekend that we'll talk about in a little bit was Jim Cornette doing Jim Cornette.
That sounds kinky. So let's get back to Vince and a casket.
We get back to the casket. You couldn't just go buy a casket. It is illegal. So we had to use Paul Bearer's mortician license and pull some strings to get people to actually sell us a casket. So we took Road Warrior Hawk with us because he was about the same size as Ultimate Warrior to measure to see if he fit the casket.
Why didn't Ultimate Warrior go casket shopping?
Are you serious with that question?
Well, why did Hawk have to go? Why couldn't Warrior go?
He was probably busy eating chicken breasts and working out or something. Who knows? Chicken breasts and dry pasta. I don't know. He couldn't be inconvenienced. I don't really know. But we took Hawk because he was there. And he was the same size. And if it fit him, then we knew it would fit Warrior. So we went. And for those of you who have not yet been in a casket is simply the most. For those of
you who have not yet. Who the fuck listening has been in a casket? You're into some weird shit, dude. You know what?
I bet you there's some people out there that have tried out a casket before.
I don't buy that.
I'm just saying. But we all got in the casket that's kind of like I don't know. I got a picture right up there on my wall of me in a casket with Erwin R. Shyster. But it's the most uncomfortable friggin' thing in the world. Because obviously the person going in it is dead. They don't necessarily have to be comfortable. But you look at them, they look like the most comfortable things in the world when people are laying there right before you bury them. Do they not?
Hypothetically, if The Undertaker had tagged with IRS, would they have called the tag team Death and Taxes?
You laugh. That was an idea at one point.
Are you serious?
You're over there playing ha-ha and shit, and that was actually kicked around at one point. So everybody laid in it, and they're metal. So we had to figure out how to make it so that we wouldn't kill Warrior when we put him in the casket, because it's just metal beams and screws and shit sticking out that are pretty damn uncomfortable. So we get it. We got to gimmick the bottom of it and put padding in there and all this other shit. But everybody had to take pictures laying in the casket. And there, like I said, there's a famous one of Vince out there. And it's me and Jack Lanza, Pat Patterson, and a few other people standing around it. So we got everything set up. But what they got Warrior in it and said, okay, they're going to turn this lock. And when they turn the lock, the only way to get out of it at that point is we have to pry it open. So we gimmicked the lock so that we could get him out. But the best part of all was once they put a Warrior in there and the agents come out, if you go back and watch the tape, Jack Lanza has a sledgehammer. And they beat the living fuck out of that casket before they finally get him out, because Warrior wasn't the most popular guy in the world. And truth be told, if it were real life and people had to run out there to go save him from a casket or from a fire, you know, people might bring a couple cups of water and throw it on him, but very few are going to be carrying buckets. So they took their time, and Lanza had an extra bit of fun just slamming the sledgehammer into the side of the casket, because he's in this metal casket and you hear the BAM and just kind of ricocheting in his head. But it was hilarious. And Terry Garvin, there's a great shot of Terry Garvin with a drill. I've got a drill, but it wasn't plugged in. It was like the fucking Keystone Cops, them coming out to rescue the Warrior. But that was kind of the backstory on Ultimate Warrior being buried on the funeral parlor. It entertained us more than anybody else.
Well, it was entertaining to us, and then they kind of censor this, I think, and they show the Ultimate Warrior going into like convulsions and spitting shit up, and it was crazy. Hypothetically, when they're producing that scene of the medical people working on the Ultimate Warrior, what might that have sounded like if Vince was directing?
All right, pal. Now this is serious when you get back here. We'll have the medical crew all around. And guys, this is very solemn because we don't know exactly what condition Warrior's in. And when they start to bring you back, and you've got to be coughing and spewing and just and gasping for that last breath. Just imagine. This is your very last breath, but you've got one more in ya. And guys, everybody just be chaotic around here. I don't fucking know. Something like that. But yeah, it was, he just wanted chaos. We needed chaos.
Whose idea was the whole body bag gimmick?
I want to say it was Paul Bearer's. Because it was easy and it had never been done before, and it was something that could be done. This is the other thing people forget a lot. It was something that could be done with everybody.
Yeah.
So like when guys have these great finishes and they do this spectacular finish that they can only do on a guy that's 120 pounds and 5 foot nothing. All of a sudden you get in the ring with Braun Strowman and you can't do it. The body bag we could do with everybody.
Talk to me about the Ultimate Warrior. I want to talk a little bit more about this because I know some of that happened before you left. Ultimate Warrior working with the Undertaker. Have you spoken to Taker about what it was like working with Warrior? Did Warrior get along with Taker? Obviously, at that time, Taker was still very new to the company and probably wanting to just kind of get along in his new position. The Warrior was the top guy, but we don't ever hear any stories really of them working together. Do you have anything you could share with us?
You know, Taker just wanted to get along, and Taker was happy to be in a top spot, and it was a top spot working with Ultimate Warrior. It was a big angle. It was a big deal. Taker simply was happy to be there, I guess, and he just wanted to do whatever he needed to do to get along and make it work. But I think you would be hard pressed to find anybody that ever said they really enjoyed working with Warrior. He was stiff, he was sloppy, but Taker was a double tough son of a bitch, especially back in those days.
How appropriate that we're burying the guy when we're covering a topic based on a character named The Undertaker. After the body bag matches with the Ultimate Warrior, he feuds with Sid Justice. And Sid wins a lot of these, mostly on the house show loops, though. But I did find this interesting in my research. On September 12th, 91, in Maine, Hot Rod is substituting for Sid Justice, and he beat The Undertaker in a body bag match. I found that interesting.
Why's that?
I don't know. I just did. The idea that Piper beat The Undertaker in a body bag match, just, huh?
Well, the philosophy behind that, substitution, wanting to leave the crowd happy.
He goes on to work a series of matches in the house shows with Hacksaw Jim Duggan, but he gets his big break, and this is a show that we'll probably never cover because Bruce wasn't there, but the 1991 Survivor Series, he actually beats Hulk Hogan for the championship, and we've talked about this a little bit in the past. There was a considerable amount of heat on The Undertaker right after because Hogan may or may not have suggested that the Ultimate Warrior dropped him on his head. Now, if you go back and you watch the videotape, Taker could not have protected him anymore. He takes a tombstone onto the chair that was slid into the ring by the Nature Boy Ric Flair. But ultimately, Hogan's head is 8 or 12 inches away from the mat, so he took care of him. Kind of tell everybody how that affected the Ultimate Warrior and his relationship with Hulk Hogan moving forward.
It didn't affect the Ultimate Warrior at all, but it did affect the Undertaker. I think that he was, that night, and he was upset because he didn't know, what had happened. He didn't know if he had hurt him or not, and I don't think that anybody really knew at that point. However, in later years, didn't set well with him, and he was unhappy over the fact once he got to see the tape and saw that, hey man, I took good care of you, that it continued on, that there was a perception that he didn't. So again, I think if you were to poll, same thing, like I said, with Ultimate Warrior, if you were to ask guys who said that he wasn't stiff and was a good worker, you wouldn't find a lot of people. If you were to ask people on the other side of that, if Undertaker was stiff or sloppy or, hurt anybody, you'd find very few people that would ever come up and say otherwise.
Take your pills, you old fuck.
They're in the other house.
Oh, see, last week, if you saw on Twitter, Bruce bragged that he not only had a pool and a hot tub, but he also had a lake in his backyard. Well, now, since the show has blown up so damn much and we're doing live shows now, he's actually saying, oh, they're in the other house. Must be his summer home.
You know what I mean? I'm in my goddamn garage office.
You gotta get hot about it. Don't get hot about it.
I'm about half hot.
Yeah. Okay. You make fun of me saying Ultimate Warrior and you're over there fucking doing your Daffy Duck routine. So after this, they booked Tuesday night in Texas. Again, Bruce was not there for this.
I was Tuesday night in Texas.
Okay. Fucking take it from here. Tell us all about it.
There?
Great. Let's hear all about it.
Was it in Austin or was it in San Antonio? I don't know.
You were there.
I was there.
Mm-hmm.
I was backstage. Vince was telling me how much everybody hated me. And Taker dropped the title back to Hulk Hogan.
Anything else?
I thought we were talking about 92, 93.
Well, I was trying to lay a little background.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry, I interrupt now. You're going to be mad.
No, fine. There you go. You wanted your story about Tuesday night in Texas? Bruce told it. 1992. Let's get into it. He has a series of matches with Sid Justice. And then on a January 28th edition of Superstars, we see the funeral parlor segment where Jake Roberts attacks The Undertaker when The Undertaker has his arm locked in a casket. Paul Bearer gets the DDT, and The Undertaker starts to give chase to Jake, dragging the casket I've always been curious about this funeral parlor set because obviously this talk show format has been a big deal in the company going all the way back to Roddy Piper. And of course, we know there was the Barber Shop and the Snake Pit and Piper's Pit, of course, the Brother Love Show. Who was in charge of designing these sets?
At that time, it was probably a guy named Dr. Paint, who designed a lot of stuff backstage and designed some of those sets. But that was Richie Posner was a little bit before that and after that, but Dr. Paint was the guy that we traveled with.
So would Dr. Paint get all of the future caskets too, now that you guys had the Paul Bearer hookup, or would Paul Bearer continue to do that?
We had to use Paul's license, but yes, he would.
Of course, that segment on the funeral parlor sets up the WrestleMania VIII match with Jake Roberts and The Undertaker. Then The Undertaker has a feud with the Berserker and a match with Kamala at SummerSlam 92, which is pretty famous for his entrance there. And then Bruce comes back. So September of 1992, he goes into a series of matches for the WWF Championship, this time against Ric Flair, and he wins most of them by disqualification. So I'm curious, Bruce, there is an evolution of the character here where he's dead and all the announcers and children are scared of him, and now he's a babyface. Who decides, hey man, I think this guy could be a babyface?
You know, it's funny, back in 1990, we went to the gym one day. It was myself, Vince, and The Undertaker. And I was playing AC/DC, Hell's Bells, and I was explaining to Vince that I wanted to do a video. I said, God, we've got to get the rights to this song and do a video for The Undertaker. He looked at me and said, God damn, pal, that'll make him a babyface. I've got plenty of years as a nasty heel before I make that turn, and what a babyface he'll make. And we all kind of chuckled, thinking, how the fuck do you make this big ugly bastard a babyface?
Right.
But then as time went on and you started listening to the crowd, boy, they loved him. They just, it did not take long for the audience to turn Undertaker babyface.
So this is during a time in late 92 here where the WWF is in a little bit of a transition. The Undertaker during this time is working a series of matches with Papa Shango, Nailz, Razor Ramon, guys like that. But the Ultimate Warrior experiment, the rose was off the bloom, so to speak. He had the alleged incident at SummerSlam 91, where he's difficult about money and is ultimately let go. He comes back, but then he has a steroid issue in November of 92. That throws Survivor Series 92 into a little bit of a tailspin. And ultimately, they talk Mr. Perfect into coming back out of retirement to step in. In hindsight, do you think The Undertaker wasn't ready to be in that main event spot yet? Who was not buying into The Undertaker being a suitable headliner for Survivor Series 92?
I don't know if he wasn't ready to step into that spot, but I think Vince just had a different vision in his head and thought that if Perfect were to come back and Perfect were to come back as a babyface at that time, that it just would have fit the situation better. That's pretty much it. It was just a feel and what he had in his head, he being Vince.
All right, so before we wrap up 1992, I don't know when we'll talk about this again, so let's just throw it out here. It's directly from the Wrestling Observer newsletter. The $150,000, how do you say Nailz' last name? Wachholz?
Wachholz.
Okay. Was allegedly trying to extort from McMahon at the time of the incident that was talked about by a Titan PR firm was, according to one WWF source, money he wanted to be paid in advance for putting The Undertaker over every night at the house shows. The SummerSlam payoff he was unhappy about was reportedly $8,000. Do you remember hearing that the beef that he had with the company was over A, a SummerSlam payoff being $8,000, or B, him wanting to be paid in advance for losing to The Undertaker?
I've never heard anything about him wanting to be paid in advance for The Undertaker. His beef, to my knowledge, he had two beefs. One was his SummerSlam payoff, and the other one was a
Vince McMahon
drug
touched his
test.
pecker. Oh, wasn't that?
And that's what had him all upset, was a result of a drug test that he was complaining about, and that got him all fired up. And then the payoff situation was the other one. I've never heard anything about $150,000 to put Undertaker over. That's crazy.
Well, all right. There's rumor and innuendo out there that Nailz accused McMahon of sexual assault or whatever the case may be. Give me something.
Well, they had a big argument. Earl Hebner witnessed the thing through the door because it was heated and it was loud.
Wait,
So there was
wait, stop. Earl Hebner witnessed it through the door. It was heated and loud.
Yeah.
I asked if there was a sex incident, and you said Earl watched.
You like the way that I phrase all that. See, I saved
really
that for the payoff. That no, there was no sexual harassment or touching of any way, shape, or form. It was a heated argument with Nailz doing a lot of yelling and screaming, and then lunged at Vince, choking him, kind of tumbling Vince's ass over tea kettle in his chair.
Allegedly, doesn't Nailz start screaming when people start to come in the room? He touched my dick or something like that.
I have no idea. I wasn't there for it, so I don't know. But I don't know.
The way I hear
Sarge
it is,
Sarge and Arnie Skolin were the first two in there.
the way I hear it, when people start coming in the room, he starts screaming and pointing. He touched my dick. He touched my dick.
Oh my God.
Which is just only in wrestling.
Only in wrestling, folks. Oh, God damn, only in the WWF.
Who knows when we'll talk about Nailz again. Okay. 1993 is right around the corner. But first, let's talk about the Wrestling Observer Newsletter's awards issue. He got an honorable mention for Best Babyface. Number
Who's
5.
he, pal? Goddamn pronouns, pal.
Well, we're talking about The Undertaker, sir. Try paying attention. He got an honorable mention in Most Overrated. I found that interesting. But then he gets Best Gimmick, number 1. I found that kind of interesting because it feels like in hindsight, a lot of people would have been negative on this gimmick, but it seems as if the fans, even back then, the smart marks, were super into it. He starts 93, working house shows, mainly with Yokozuna and Papa Shango. He's going over Papa Shango in most of early January, around the loop. They're drawing decent enough crowds, I guess, for 93, 4,800 folks in St. Louis, 1,900 in Des Moines, 6,300 in Philadelphia, 5,800 in Boston. He has a segment on Wrestling Challenge in January 4th, where he takes on Razor Ramon. Razor walks out after sustaining a chokeslam and is ultimately counted out. This seems like a little bit of an odd pairing because Razor was one of your guys you were trying to get over in a big way in early 93. But he's facing The Undertaker. Doesn't that seem like an odd pairing for a wrestling challenge to you?
No, it was probably just an opportunity to get both guys on in a starring position, but obviously there was no finish in it. So in that regard, all's good. No harm, no foul. No harm, no foul, no finish.
There you go. He does another Superstars taping the very next day, this time in San Antonio, Texas. Here he defeats Yokozuna by DQ when Yoko repeatedly hits Taker with the salt bucket. And this is after Taker sat up from Yoko's belly-to-belly suplex. After the match, Taker seemingly avoids the bonsai drop and takes Yoko down with a flying clothesline and a choke slam. That match is actually on a couple of VHSs, Bashed in the USA and Undertaker, his gravest matches. catch me up on the sit-up. There's been lots of rumor and innuendo about how that came to be, what the inspiration for that was. A lot of people are freestyling, oh, it's from the movie Jason. What is the sit-up from? Do you remember there being a conversation about the genesis of that?
Stole it from Michael Myers in Halloween.
There you go. I like it.
I loved Halloween, and Mark did the sit-up, and I actually had suggested the sit-up originally. He did the sit-up and the head. It was his deal for the head snap, and it was born. But he would take a lot of people's, suggestions. I loved walking the ropes. One of the things going back, if you go back and you watch when Undertaker first debuted, I would write down every single match. And with the exception of the finish, he didn't do the same match twice on TV. A lot of guys at the time, they had their TV match. They were going to get their spots in. They were going to go out and have their match, and that was their match no matter who their opponent was. With Undertaker, we would always add a couple things and subtract a couple things in every match on TV so that he would be different. We always did the rope walk. We always did the tombstone, but those were the only two signatures that we tried to keep in on every match. Everything else was different. So subliminally, I think people like that, and I think that's another reason why Undertaker was so popular, because he was different. You didn't get the same thing every time you saw him.
Yeah, no doubt. And I think that's one of the things that resonated with everybody. Let's rapid fire some 1993 now. The Undertaker headlines the very first episode of Monday Night Raw on January 11th, 1993, in a victory over Damien Demento. So we're going to talk about the very first episode of Monday Night Raw and the creation of Raw on a future episode, I'm sure. But two things. One, why do you guys decide he's the headliner for the first show? And two, got any good Damien Demento stories?
Damien's crazier than batshit, man. Damien Demento was a guy that was on the independents at the time in the Northeast with this crazy look. Great body, crazy look. I like the gimmick. So we reached out to him, wanted to bring him in. We thought that we could actually do something with him. Monday Night Raw, the first show, it was Demento's debut, as a matter of fact. So thought, okay, let's see what he's got. Put him in there with the Undertaker, but it was kind of like Saba Simba. Once all the gimmick and all the shit came off and the bell rang, there just wasn't a whole lot of anything special there. So we just thought, to be different, Undertaker was the Undertaker, and he was a great attraction, so that was a good main event to put him up against a unique character for his first time ever.
All right, so the next major event in 1993 is the Royal Rumble. This one takes place in Sacramento on January 24th. It draws a 1.2 buy rate. This makes Titan share about $2.85 million. And with the exception of Tuesday in Texas in 91, it's the lowest buy rate of any Titan pay-per-view in history. A drop of 10 to 15% from the previous low, which was the 92 Survivor Series, which also had a higher price tag. So it's a double whammy in that it's cheaper and less people are watching it. Meltzer wrote in the February 1st edition of The Observer, unannounced, uninvited, not involved in the match, comes out the nearly 8 feet tall and growing by the day, formerly known as Elegante, with a new beard, wearing what appeared to be an Ultimate Warrior old underwear, skin-colored body tights with muscles drawn on them, that the tailor accidentally made a few sizes too big. He got in the ring and did the stare down with Undertaker. The stare down wasn't bad, but then he threw the first punch. It reminded me of a show at the Meadowlands a few years back when Elegante and Sid Vicious were on opposite sides in a six-man, and everyone wanted to see them lock up. Once they locked up and Elegante threw the first blow, nobody wanted to see either of them ever again. Well, he threw the first blow, and that hurt it live. Giant Gonzalez will draw a lot of money, but the amount of money he'll draw is directly proportional to the lack of actual body contact anyone sees. Anyway, he destroyed The Undertaker and threw him over in 30 minutes and 52 seconds. An Undertaker laid on the apron dead until a few minutes later when the ghost of Percy Pringle showed up with the urn and he limped out of the ring. So you guys are already kind of angling for WrestleMania IX with Giant Gonzalez by Rumble 93. Do you guys know as soon as you sign Giant Gonzalez, goddamn, pal, let's put him with Taker? Is that always the plan? Like even signing him, hey, here's what we're going to start him with? Or how does Taker draw the short straw here?
The idea in signing Giant Gonzalez was obviously for the attraction of having a damn near 8-foot giant. The idea of put him with Undertaker was it was a big man, it was a natural attraction, and we figured that Undertaker would be able to get a match out of him. Unfortunately, that's one feat that Undertaker just wasn't capable of doing.
Yeah.
I can't believe that I actually half-ass agree with Meltzer on his description of that. But fuck him anyway.
Roll Tide. We'll get there, talk about Meltzer a little later. So you guys start angling there on February 13th, 1993. It's the first WrestleMania IX report where it's announced Undertaker is going to face Giant Gonzalez. On the house shows, he's beating Razor Ramon by countout. He's beating Bam Bam Bigelow. He's pinning IRS with the tombstone. There's our death and taxes gimmick. And then on the February 2nd edition, we get a comment from Dave Meltzer. It says, can you believe Titan now has 4 face managers? Paul Bearer, Sherry Martel, Jimmy Hart, and Slick, and only 2 heels, Mr. Fuji and Harvey Whippleman. And look at the 2 heels. They sure either need a new manager or to turn one of the old ones, since Sherry and Hart just turned, and Slick's character won't be turned, and Undertaker probably can't be turned. I don't think we'll see the latter. Little did we know, The Undertaker was always going to be able to flip-flop for the rest of his career. But it's interesting to me to bring this up here because there were, at this time, 6 managers. How many managers are there in the WWE now?
There is an advocate, sir. I am not a manager.
Isn't that crazy?
There you go. I've always been a big fan of managers, and I think that they enhance the right talent, and I think that there are some talent that may be limited with their verbal skills that could be main event top guys if they only had the right mouthpiece.
They take a European tour in February of 93, hitting England and Germany. Most of the cards look identical. The Undertaker spends a lot of time working with Papa Shango. In real life, Papa Shango and The Undertaker are pretty good buds. Do I have that right?
They're best of friends. Yes, they are. From way back.
I don't know how that comes about. Can you kind of catch everybody up?
Well, they both started down in Dallas, and they trained together. They shared a lot of common interests as far as motorcycles and gentlemen's establishments. So they just kind of hit it off, and were good friends from day one.
Okay, I guess we'll move along there. I don't guess you have any good Papa Shango Undertaker strip club stories you could share right now, do you?
Wow. I don't know that there's really any I can share, even at this point, but we had some good times back in the day. Undertaker was quite the connoisseur, and there was a time, man, he knew exactly where to go, and everybody knew him, and you could walk in and be escorted right back to a VIP section of the bar, and nobody would mess with you. And we had a lot of fun back in the day.
Let me ask this. What does The Undertaker refer to those establishments as? Strip clubs, shoe show, ballet?
The bar.
So,
yeah, for us, it was just the bar.
So when Undertaker says, let's go to the bar, he's not talking about happy hour down at the Applebee's.
Well, nowadays he probably is. So back in the day, we knew where we were going.
So let's get into some fun stuff here. I guess before we do, we should mention he actually beat Ric Flair in Germany in February of '93, which has got to be a feather in the cap for the Undertaker at that time. But there is a little bit of a talent swap that happens in early '93, February, I believe, and it's with the WWF and USWA in Memphis. How does that come about from your best of your recollection?
Jerry Jarrett was up at WWF as a consultant, and he was working with us. And Jerry obviously was the promoter for the USWA there in Memphis and Nashville and that area. So we were using Jerry Lawler. We'd brought Jerry Lawler in to be a color commentator. Lawler, being the brains in the operation, had natural friction with Vince. And they had just a natural, immediate connection, and they immediately had friction and were very good on air. But Lawler, always the businessman, wasn't afraid to ask and threw out, hey, first it started with Vince and some different guys, but Memphis was someplace that we were going to utilize as a training ground to be able to send young talent there to learn how to work. And then it became, when they needed some help on some of their shows, where we would send talent down to help them draw a house. But Lawler just asked. And when you ask the boss and you're sitting in a audio booth, sure, pal, Bruce, get some talent down to Memphis. It's just one of those things.
It's one of those deals where I just like when you say that. So I'm sure we'll cover that USWA talent exchange a great deal in the future, but we'll cover it some more on this episode too. But first, hypothetically speaking, who would have ever guessed that when we first mentioned him on the steroid trial, when I said, hey, I don't know when we'll ever talk about him again, that Jerry Jarrett would be this over with the show and this popular on our show?
This is the most Jerry Jarrett's ever been over in his life, by God.
Well, as you know, several episodes back, I challenged everybody to go to Google, and I want you to do it right now, Bruce. And I want you to type in your Google machine, Jerry Jarrett. It's going to give you a pop-up, or a drop-down, rather, and it's going to give you 3 suggestions, or at least it does on my end. What's number 1 on your end, Bruce?
People, go to google.com, and then when the little box comes up there,
they know
and you
how
type
Google
in
works.
Jerry Jarrett, you get Jerry Jarrett,
And what's second?
And then you get Jerry Jarrett chicken salad recipe.
Let's get back to February 1993 on the Superstars tapings. We start to see Gonzalez saying he is going to bury the Undertaker tonight. And then on the house shows, we see the strongest advances in quite a while, per the Wrestling Observer newsletter. American crowds were slightly below average in most cities, and advances for this coming weekend on the West Coast are weak as well. However, word we get is the Undertaker Yokozuna matches that start on the 19th have the strongest advances of any house show feud in about 10 months. We briefly talked about this on our 1994 Royal Rumble episode, but I'm curious, when did you guys know that he was going to be a big draw as a headliner?
Probably right about then, but it still hadn't been tested yet. So to throw him out there and to get that kind of a response was absolutely tremendous, because we had developed that attraction that we were looking for. So it was able to, have somebody else up there that you could put in the main event spot and draw.
Let's talk about February 25th. It happens in Memphis, Tennessee. It's the WWF USWA card. It draws 3,500 folks, which is pretty good. Here's the card. Typhoon defeats Skinner. Virgil defeats Terry Taylor. Crush defeats Papa Shango. The Undertaker defeats Yokozuna by disqualification. The Steiner brothers defeat the Beverly brothers. Kamala defeats Kim Chi. And then in the main event, Jerry Lawler defeats Jeff Gaylord, who was substituting for, do you recall?
No clue.
The WWF Intercontinental Champion, Shawn Michaels. Do you remember why Shawn wouldn't have showed up to this?
Absolutely no clue whatsoever. But that was more just that was a WWF card putting Lawler on it as.
No shit. Am I right? They say it's a joint, but it's Lawler. I guess if they call it USWA, they can justify an announcer being in the main event.
There you go.
String of wrestler deaths. This is unfortunate, but it happens in February and March of 1993. Andre the Giant passed away on February 8th, 1993. How much time do you think The Undertaker would have been able to spend with Andre the Giant? They would have passed each other, right? Just briefly. I mean, they were both at WrestleMania 7.
Yeah, but it was very brief, and Andre wasn't really fond of big guys, and Taker kind of knew that and paid his respects and
just stayed out of the way. What do you think Andre would have to say about what the Undertaker's been able to accomplish?
Good for him.
Was that the Undertaker or hashtag Kamala's penis right there?
Andre, I'm a giant.
Kerry Von Erich passed away on February 18th, and Dino Bravo on March 10th. So one of these by natural causes, the other two, not so much. In March, we start to see a series of house shows here, all of them with Yokozuna, and drawing to different, way different crowds. Here's an example. They're in Ontario and draw 2,200 folks. They're in South Carolina and draw 7,800. In Quebec, 4,800. In Miami, 1,850. St. Louis, 3,600. Toledo and Columbus, both 1,900. Denver, only 3,600. Do you want to talk about the stronghold? How about Pittsburgh, 9,000. Philadelphia, 8,700. Lots of, disparate ticket sales there. Let's talk about USWA a little bit more here. March 16th, they draw 4,500 folks to Louisville. And here, The Undertaker defeats Giant Gonzalez via countout. Meltzer wrote, the USWA drew what was reported to me as its biggest crowd in several years on March 16th in Louisville, of a near sellout to see Undertaker versus Giant Gonzalez. So even though we all kind of poke fun now at Giant Gonzalez, people were intrigued to see him with The Undertaker. So you guys were on to something at WrestleMania.
Well, it was the attraction. It's like the three-headed man at the circus. It was the Giant and the Phenom, the Undertaker. I think people wanted to see what was going to happen, but it was strictly an attraction-driven deal, man. It wasn't, hey, you're going to see a great match. It was kind of like, you're going to see these two guys in the ring.
I found this interesting. March 19th, so just a couple of weeks prior to WrestleMania IX, Undertaker worked double duty in New York, and he had a match with Yokozuna that finished by disqualification after about 4 minutes. There's a lot of interference here from Giant and Harvey. And then in the main event, I suppose, Undertaker defeats Giant Gonzalez by DQ after about 8 minutes when the Giant uses the urn as a weapon. And afterwards, Undertaker's put onto a stretcher before being attacked again by the Giant, but eventually sits up and the Giant clears from the ring. Meltzer wrote of this that Pat Patterson was at the show and was watching intently the Undertaker-Gonzalez match. Do you think he was assigned by Vince to go to this to say, God damn, pal, figure out how to make chicken salad?
No, we were probably just in the area and just wanted to make those shows and see them. And from time to time, Pat and I would go out on house shows. A lot of times we would go unannounced and just show up to watch the house shows to get a feel of what people are buying and what they aren't buying. When you watch a show from backstage and people know that you're there, you may get one show versus if you just show up and see the show as an audience member. But there were also shows that we just went out because we wanted to see certain matches and we wanted to see certain things live.
So, of course, we've covered WrestleMania IX in great detail. It's available in the archives now. Very quickly, it was April 4th, Caesar's Palace. It was outdoors. Undertaker gets the win by DQ. It's notable. It was his only win by disqualification. They used chloroform in the finish. Not the best match ever. Meltzer gave it a 1.25 stars. Meltzer makes note in this WrestleMania recap that Gonzalez can and will be a short-term draw if he's handled correctly, just based on his size. And he says, quote, "The problem is that he can't work. The Undertaker matches thus far have been terrible, although give the WWF credit for getting the two in the ring for test runs before WrestleMania, because maybe they'll at least be able to practice their way into a watchable match. If they had gone out there live on pay-per-view for the first time ever, it could have been really ugly." And he also wrote, I found this interesting, that Gonzalez is a diabetic and has terrible knees. How much of a topic of conversation was that in the back amongst the office of the boys?
Well, unfortunately, a lot, because there was an issue with him bleeding. He couldn't bleed either. That there was some kind of issue with that. And yeah, he had also low blood sugar too. Some kind of weird deal he had to eat. He had a lot of medical issues for a giant. So we were aware of all of them. His knees, that's what cut his basketball career short. So add on all of that, on top of being a giant, having the giant disease, you know the name of that. And his lifespan was one that they didn't expect him to live very long.
Well, it wound up winning the worst feud of the year in the Observer for 1993, and it won as a runner-up for the worst match, Undertaker versus Giant Gonzalez. But WWF still goes with it coming out of WrestleMania IX, and he starts to work the house show loops in a big way. Or at least that was the plan, because he wound up being replaced by Yokozuna. He missed a lot of dates on the European tour. You guys were all over here, England, Scotland, Belgium, Italy, and he's replaced by Yokozuna. Do you remember what happened here, why he had to be replaced?
I just think it was health issues taking their toll on him, and he couldn't travel for long periods of time. Being in WCW, they didn't travel him nearly the schedule that they had in the WWF, and he just didn't hold up well on the road.
From the Wrestling Observer newsletter, April 26th edition, Dave writes, "Gonzalez did the first clean jobs of his career for The Undertaker on the European tours this past week. When do you guys make the decision, hey, we know he's a giant, we know he's never lost, oh well, we got to move on, we're going to beat him"?
When the bell rang.
Oh, God, thank you for that. Okay, let's get going. We're in May again. This time we're doing house shows against Gonzalez. Most of these are won by disqualification. They do a Superstars taping where The Undertaker defeats Bam Bam Bigelow with a chokeslam after Tatanka prevented Bigelow from leaving ringside. But most of the time, he's still working with Gonzalez. This is from the Observer in June. Quote, "Vince McMahon resigned as president of Titan Sports approximately 2 weeks ago in a major news item that has been largely kept hush-hush. McMahon, who is both president and CEO of the largest wrestling company in the U.S., apparently had company control transferred to wife Linda McMahon a few weeks ago, either on or before May 14th. Vince remains CEO of Titan Sports and will remain as a television personality. Titan has not publicly released this information in press release fashion, although several sources within the organization have admitted that it was true and that the public relations department has confirmed the story. Aside from the obvious speculation regarding this somehow being tied to the ongoing federal investigation, no other details or significance is known. However, from the outside, there doesn't seem to be any significant change in operation of the company, and many employees of the company weren't even aware of the switch in the company presidency as of press time. I only bring this up because I don't know when we'll talk about it again. What's the rationale here behind the scenes?
That Vince took the title of CEO and gave Linda the title of president. Prior to that, Vince was the president,
No,
Linda was vice president.
I just said that, but why? Is it strategy?
Because we had not previously had a CEO, and oh God, it was during Lisa Wolf times, which we will bring up her again at some point. Lisa Wolf was the HR person at the time, and Lisa had a background with the NFL for a short period of time, and she was horrible. But she was all about perception, and she was very big on titles, and she felt that Vince needed to be a CEO. Vince, you need a CEO. And you need to be more than a president. You need to be the CEO. So all they did was, there was no change in anything other than semantics. Vince became the CEO. Linda became the president. Before that time, we had never had a CEO. That's all it was semantics.
So you don't think there was any sort of strategy here of, hey, we're going to get sued, or hey, I'm going to jail? None of that. This is just Lisa Wolf wanted him to have a different title.
Yeah, I mean, how would that affect anything anyway? He was still CEO. He was still the top officer of the company. Linda was still second in command. So, but prior to that, he had been president. She had been vice president. Now he was CEO. She was president. It was simply semantics and changes of titles. New titles, same jobs.
On the June 8th.
And then when Vince became chairman, when Vince wanted someone else to be CEO, he became chairman. So it was just, he's still the boss. He was still in charge of everything and still there and still the man.
In June, the Observer reports that the WWF negotiated a deal with a concert promotions company in Japan to run shows in Japan on its own. Prior to this, most shows had been co-promoted, or at least that's the way I understood it. But at this point, this concert promotions company has an affiliation with a local promoter who's doing work with the WWF in London. So now they're starting to do market research on the Japanese wrestling market, and it's believed that Hogan won't work for the WWF in Japan because it would mess with his deal with New Japan. So Undertaker and Bam Bam Bigelow would then become the biggest names, because at that point, Bret Hart, Shawn Michaels, and Lex Luger didn't really mean a lot in Japan. And they also believed it would be difficult to sell tickets without a Japanese babyface on top. So they need a mean, nasty heel on top. Do you remember these conversations about running shows on your own, and that The Undertaker would probably need to be the guy to headline?
There was a lot of speculation as to who would be the guy to headline, because it was, it's interesting. The Japanese will tell you that you can't run Japan without a Japanese babyface. The experts, media experts, will tell you that you can't run Japan without a Japanese babyface. However, the biggest events that WWE ran in Japan were the ones that they did on their own, without the traditional Japanese babyface and working with a Japanese office. They presented that perception to people so that you would have to use one of the offices in Japan to promote your shows, and so that they would make money off of it. But the same argument was made when we started going to Germany and when we started going to the UK. You got to use local talent. You have to use a top guy from here if you want to draw. The international audience, they want that American import. And that's what they want. They have the Japanese there all the time. And that's what they were telling us, that essentially we needed to present our product, the same product that we present in the United States, the same product that is exported to them. When we would go there, before, we would traditionally do that. We would give them a Japanese babyface and work with a Japanese company, and it would do okay. But it was a bunch of shit. Different people with different opinions on what works and what doesn't work. But yeah, we had a lot of different people giving their opinions on how to promote internationally.
So the first appearance of The Undertaker in Memphis on a USWA show, and a strictly USWA show, is on June 7th. It draws 1,750 folks. for about a $10,000 gate, which is roughly double the weekly average. And Undertaker goes to a double DQ, challenging Southern champion Brian Christopher in the main event. I only kept this in my notes because, motherfucker, I know you've got a Brian Christopher story.
Yeah, another one I can't tell. Brian Christopher and Undertaker. God, can you imagine that? Think about that. And Brian Christopher was a top guy in Memphis at the time. And he's all of about 5'3", and Undertaker being 6'7". It was when Vince finally met Brian Christopher, looked at all of us like going, wait a minute. We put him in the ring on top with the Undertaker? God damn, pal. Yeah. We did some crazy things to appease people back then, but
No. That's not what I want to hear. Brian Christopher was a crazy motherfucker, and don't you sit here and deny it. Let's hear it. Good
I'm not
God.
going to deny it. He's a fucking lunatic, and there's a reason why Brian Christopher, never made it beyond Memphis, Tennessee, and could sustain it in a big company because he just has a lot of bad habits, and he's not the most dependable son of a bitch in the world.
I'm not wanting you to shit on the guy. Just tell us a funny story.
You mean like the time that he got caught with the CD of cocaine in Vancouver or someplace, and his excuse was, well, I thought we had done it all or something like that. I don't know. It was really some crazy, stupid excuse like that. It couldn't have been.
Well, why not, pal?
Why couldn't it have been? Because we had already done it all. I was like, what the hell? But
what is a CD
I tell you
of cocaine? I guess I'm
it was in a CD disc.
Oh wow!
And they found drugs in a CD disc. And he said, no, it couldn't have been because it was somewhere else or something like that. And it was one of those crazy, stupid excuses like, well, of course, no, there wasn't any full containers of alcohol. We drank them all. It was like when Kid Rock landed in Vancouver and they brought all the dogs on and they said, where are the drugs? They said, we just took them all. There is no more pot. We smoked it all. So that was kind of Brian's excuse when he got popped on the border, is to, no, it can't be true. We did it all. But I tell you what, back in that time, Brian Christopher was being heralded as one of the top independent talent out there that had not been, picked up by either company. And he was a hell of a talent back in the day.
Absolutely. Yeah, I was always entertained by him as a fan. I was not anti him at all. I just know that he had a reputation for, he likes to party. So I don't have a problem with that. I just wanted to hear a fun story. You gave us one. Let's get on with it. Let's talk about the time that Dave Meltzer went to a house show, and he wrote about it in the Observer. They were at the Oakland Coliseum on June 25th. About 4,000 folks were there, $44,000 house. Kids' tickets were discounted to $3 a ticket. He says, crowd was a lot more lively than any show in about a year, and it was much better than a usual house show, although 2 of the matches were worse than horrible. Undertaker beat Giant Gonzalez by DQ in 5 minutes and 36 seconds, and this is the worst match I've seen in many years. Undertaker was knocked out by the worst chair shot in history. None of this was Undertaker's fault either. I don't think it was possible for Gonzalez to actually get worse. -4 stars. When did you guys realize, time to future endeavor, Mr. Gonzalez?
Well, Vince hates to give up, and Vince likes a challenge. So the worst thing you can do if you feel that something isn't working and that somebody may not have it and Vince feels otherwise is to let him know that. Because by God, come hell or high water, he's going to prove you wrong. And it doesn't matter how long it takes. It doesn't matter how much money it costs. It doesn't matter at whose expense it is expended upon. He's going to prove you wrong. And I feel that maybe some of us, counted the Giant out early on, and he was determined to make it work until finally just couldn't make it work anymore. Just was, and I want to say it was probably the Undertaker coming to him and saying, I've done all I can do. I can't stew no more.
So in the August 9th edition of The Observer, Dave writes, major roster cuts will be made over the next few weeks. The WWF will be cutting back to one house show per night, with the final night of double shots being August 15th. Among the names who will either be cut, leaving, or receiving few dates and staying under contract, but mostly working indies, are Damian Demento, Terry Taylor, Bob Backlund, Tito Santana, Mr. Fuji, Kamala, Giant Gonzalez, Virgil, Blake Beverly, Doink the Clown 2, which is Steve Kern, Papa Shango, Ted DiBiase, and Jim Duggan. That's a lot of famous names right there. What was your relationship like with Terry Taylor at this point?
Not really. I didn't really have one other than, we worked together. That was about it.
What time is it? Cock-a-doodle-doo time. So for most of the house shows after SummerSlam, they start advertising that it's going to be Undertaker Yokozuna, and the plan for SummerSlam is a rest in peace match with Giant Gonzalez, which is kind of fun because it's the Undertaker's gimmick, and kind of fun because the end is near for Giant Gonzalez. We've kind of, beat him up a little bit here, but compare him to the Ultimate Warrior, because we started this show off by you really crapping all over the Ultimate Warrior, and it feels like we've done that a lot now for the Giant Gonzalez. If you had to pick who was a better worker, the Ultimate Warrior or Giant Gonzalez?
Oh my God, I'm actually going to say Warrior may be a better worker than somebody. I'd have to give the nod to the Warrior because he drew a lot more money and at least looked better in the ring. So Ultimate Warrior would get the nod.
Leading up to SummerSlam 93, Undertaker missed a bunch of the shows, except for Anaheim, where he was limited in what he could do. Are you ready for this? Because of an injury from playing softball. Not sure if it was a bad leg injury or broken ribs, as we've heard both. In San Francisco and Stockton, Undertaker was at the building and did a walk-in during the Randy Savage, Giant Gonzalez horrendous matches, but didn't make any contact. Now, I had to do a double take here, because usually in wrestling, when you hear about a guy getting jacked up during softball, it's about Sid. But here, it's Undertaker. What happened?
I think he got hit with a ball. I don't really remember. But I think the booking committee hit him with the ball.
Okay.
I don't remember, folks. I really and truly don't.
SummerSlam was voted the worst match, of course, was Undertaker Gonzalez. And they show the match in 8 minutes and 4 seconds. Meltzer writes, I'm not sure what a rest in peace match even is after seeing this, other than a moniker for a match that was sure to die the minute the bell rang. Undertaker was limited by an injury. Gonzalez is limited because he's the worst wrestler ever and getting worse by the day. The only thing positive is Gonzalez gave Undertaker better chair shots than he did at the house shows. After 5 minutes, Paul Bearer showed up. Remember, he'd been suspended since the last Angle ran, injuring him, with a black wreath, and clotheslined Harvey Whippleman and got the urn. Bearer picked up the urn to give the Undertaker his magical powers back. I can't believe I'm writing this. And after 5 clotheslines, followed by a clothesline off the top rope, after the match, Gonzalez gave Whippleman a chokeslam, so he's turning face. Most feel the reason is Gonzalez had committed to Hogan. If Hogan were to get something started as Hogan's top heel foe, boy, would those matches be something to look forward to. And this muddies the water for it, with Gonzalez turning on a pay-per-view. -1 star. What do you remember about this SummerSlam 1993 match? Is this better or worse than WrestleMania IX?
How long was the match again?
8 minutes.
And 4 seconds?
Yep.
It's about 8 minutes and 1 second too long. It was, yeah. It was a rest in peace match. The symbolism behind it was whoever lost would rest in peace and go bye-bye. It wasn't good. It was, unfortunately, a case where every time that, bless his little heart, Giant Gonzalez worked, it just got worse and worse. So Vince thought maybe if we do something with him as a babyface, he can smile and children will want to get their pictures taken next to the 8-foot giant, and we can have a nice picture-taking attraction or something in the lobby.
Lex Luger returned on the September 27th television tapings in New Haven, and he got the third biggest reaction behind Undertaker and Razor Ramon. So Luger, despite being pushed as the tippy-top guy, was still not getting the reactions people wanted.
Okay.
So they start setting records, which is a surprise to me, given the time. But we know that this Undertaker Yokozuna match has been proven to be successful. Well, they keep doing it, and in San Jose, they break a record for the all-time gate that was set just 5 weeks earlier by AAA, and they do this in the brand-new 20,000-seat San Jose arena, and the crowds continue to increase, and people are digging it. On top is Yokozuna and Undertaker. They go 8 minutes and 53 seconds. Meltzer gives it 2.5 stars. So while it's not a 5-star match, it is putting butts in seats, pal. The B shows, even with Undertaker and Yokozuna on top, later in the month, are only doing 800 to 1,500. So it goes back to what we talked about a minute ago. There's pockets of the country where business is hotter than hell, and then other pockets, they just can't give damn tickets away. SummerSlam, though, or Survivor Series, rather, in the Boston Gardens, did draw a legit sellout of 15,509 folks. And the gate is around $180,000. Supposedly, the show sells out in about an hour when tickets were first put on sale. Do you remember Survivor Series 93 being a huge financial success for you guys?
It was good, and it was, I do remember the sellout because it was the first one like that in a long time, so it felt good. But as you just pointed out, there were pockets of the country, and particularly in the Northeast, where we were still red hot and we were drawing better than what traditionally was not the stronghold. In the Midwest, we just were dying. And
Florida, I saw, died, but California was doing well. The Northeast was doing well. One of the things I wanted to ask you about this Survivor Series, and I hadn't seen this a lot in my research since we've been doing this show, but Meltzer wrote, the show sold out in about an hour when tickets were first put on sale. Here it is. Although the building had actually been more than half sold out before the box office even opened by pre-sale mail orders. Tell everybody about this concept, because that doesn't exist anymore. But a pre-sale mail order, what would that have looked like back in 1993?
We would have gone to the pocket of fans that had obviously purchased tickets before in that area and let them know, especially in the not just the tri-state area, because Massachusetts is over further east, but we would go to people in that area and that had purchased tickets before through Ticketmaster, and we would send out blasts to them in the mail. Okay, there's snail mail with the mailman delivering things to their home, offering them tickets for the live event. We also had addresses from folks from the cable companies who had purchased pay-per-views before in the area, and give them the first opportunity to buy tickets and be ahead of the public on sale date.
I'm just fascinated by that because, you know, now we have pre-sale codes and stuff like that and everything's online, but through the mail, man, that's old school. I'm curious, and no one cares about this but me, but when you guys would pre-sale tickets like that, did they have to fill out the credit card information and mail it back, or were they taking checks at the box office?
No, they were taking checks at the box office. And
amazing.
I'm sure they did credit cards and stuff too, but probably most of it was checks and things of that nature back in those days. Nowadays, all I have to do is put a tweet, put something on the tweet. And
yeah, there you go. It's off tweet. Survivor Series is Lex Luger and the Steiners with Undertaker defeating Ludwig Borga, Yokozuna, Jacques Rougeau, and Crush. 27 minutes and 59 seconds. Borga pins Rick in 5 minutes to win the first fall. The finish was supposed to be Borga rolling through a crossbody off the top rope. What it was so messed up that it couldn't even be described, according to Dave Meltzer. Savage comes out and Crush jumps on him after, and then he gets counted out for a second fall after 6.5 minutes. Luger pins Jacques with a forearm in 2 minutes, and during this fall, Vince McMahon made the comment that Borga may be the wrestler of the 90s. Meltzer writes, God help us for the next 7 years. Yokozuna pins Scott in 2 minutes and 53 seconds with a leg drop. And he writes, the most heated part of the match came when the Undertaker finally tagged in 3 minutes into the fifth fall. Yokozuna kept doing moves and Undertaker would sit up. Undertaker even sat up after a bonsai. Both men were then counted out at 6 minutes and 29 seconds. This left Luger and Borga, and then Luger pinned Borga after a forearm in 4 minutes and 36 seconds. Not bad, but hardly a memorable pay-per-view main event. It is kind of weird to think about this selling out so quickly, and that shit is the main event. What do you remember about that match?
Well, the most heat in that match was not Undertaker tagging in. The most heat was the week before when Vince asked Undertaker to put the American flag inside of his overcoat.
I got to hear that story.
You know, you had the All-Americans and Lex Luger's team and Undertaker being on it. You had the Steiners over there, and then you had Undertaker, and Vince says, oh, damn, pal. When you get out there and Luger introduces you as one of the All-Americans, and you just open up the coat, and there's the red, white, and blue. And Taker's looking at him like, are you fucking ribbing me? Not a rib, pal. No. but Taker really did look at him like, are you fucking ribbing me? You want to dress me up in red, white, and blue now? Just the lining of your coat. It'll be great. So they had a coat made for him. They took his coat and they lined it with the stars and stripes. And it was like an old colonial flag. And Taker came out and he did it for the interview and he did it for the match. And the next day or whatever the next tapings were, Vince comes to him and says, hey, you know, we want to do something with the jacket. And Taker says, well, yeah, about that. I said, what do you mean? I says, well, my dog kind of ate the lining of the jacket. What do you mean? Yeah, my dog got a hold of the jacket. Craziest thing too, he only ate the lining. And it never made the light of day after that. So
my goodness.
That was the most heat. But it was at the time, man, Luger was All-American. Borga, we had high hopes for Ludwig Borga. He was the real deal. He was a friggin' Nazi, too, which we didn't know until kind of midway into his reign there. He had a swastika tattoo and a SS tattoo that he would cover up. And one day, I forget where the hell we were. I was sitting there looking and go, is that an SS tattoo? And sure enough, it was. So Vince politely asked him to cover all that shit and never let it see the light of day.
Well, I mean, that's a fair request.
Yeah. Good God. Can you imagine? I mean, and you know, obviously it was enough that he hit it all the time. But this one time he was in shorts and I saw it on his leg. I was like, what the hell? But yeah, he was a shooting Nazi. He's a shoot Nazi.
That's not something I expected for us to talk about today.
Never know when we're going to talk about him again.
No, you don't. The annual Thanksgiving weekend show of Madison Square Garden drew a huge house, 12,700 folks, 220,000 at the gate. You want to guess what was in the main event?
Yoko Taker?
In a casket match, baby. I mean, let's play the hits. On December 20th edition of the Wrestling Observer, Dave writes that Titans Television leading up to the Royal Rumble has come to this. The 3 undercard matches will be Undertaker versus Yokozuna in a casket match, and it's being billed as Undertaker's only title shot, which I thought was interesting. And we've covered the rest of kind of that episode. If you'd like to hear it, it's the Royal Rumble 1994. It is available in the archives. There's lots of the sky is falling stuff in the end of the 1993 edition of the Observers, both on the WCW side and the WWF side. How bad do you think business really was at that time? Was it a topic of conversation? Because you guys are just a few years removed from being white hot, and now here, not so much.
It was a tough few years. It was, there were moments where we just didn't know. But at the same time, having weathered that storm through, anybody that's been in the business for a while, you would go through these cycles, and Vince always hated that too. God damn, I don't want to hear about cycles. But the business goes through cycles of popularity, and it goes through cycles of being red hot, and then it cools off a little bit. Well, we hadn't just cooled off. I mean, we were cold. And we were fighting for everything that we had, and it was a battle every single day. Just not really sure if we were going to be there next year. And Vince was taking money out of his personal accounts and floating the company. Taking $6 million in and putting $6 million into the company of his own money to keep it going. So there were some tough times. There were moments where we didn't know, but at the same time, if you've been in the business any length of time, you knew it was going to come back around.
Let me ask this. When he's doing these cash infusions as an owner, is there ever any consideration of, let's take on a partner and an investor?
There probably was, but I don't think that his pride ever would have allowed him to truly take on an equal partner.
Yeah.
So, and he had the money, so he was going to fund it himself. He was rolling the dice, and he was going to continue. He was going to, put it this way, Vince was going to lose everything he had before he was going to go out and ask for anybody else's.
There you go. Well, it starts to look kind of bleak when the buy rate comes in for Survivor Series, which I thought was interesting. It's worth mentioning that the ratings for the Survivor Series special, like leading into it, was up like 20%. So that's a good indicator. So you start to think, okay, hey, we're turning things around. Then the buy rate comes in, and it falls 41%. So Survivor Series 92 to 93 falls off a cliff, 41%. People have to be hitting the panic button at that point. Am I wrong?
Not really, believe it or not. It was a building process. There was, at that point, there were questions, okay, because they were thinking of Luger. That was the plan going up into SummerSlam, man. Go with Luger. Then we didn't go with Luger. So now it's, where do we go from here? We got a heel champion, a monster champion. He's doing good business, but he was doing good business with Undertaker. But Vince wasn't ready to make that move with Undertaker either. So he was still looking for that traditional babyface, the guy everybody can get around and rally behind. So the jury was still out, I guess is the best way to put it, and business was tough.
So let's do the end of the year Observer Awards. Best gimmick, number 1, Undertaker. Worst feud of the year, number 1, Undertaker Gonzalez. Worst match of the year, number 2, is Undertaker Gonzalez at SummerSlam. The honorable mention is Undertaker Gonzalez at WrestleMania. Most overrated, Undertaker got an honorable mention. He's number 4th on the most charismatic list. He is an honorable mention for both best babyface and most unimproved. Do you remember anybody besides Mauro Ranallo talking about Wrestling Observer ratings in the locker room?
No.
Let's talk about the Underfaker. Now, this kind of comes about, correct me if I have this right, through essentially a partnership with the USWA. And one of the knocks against the WWF for so long was that they refused to recognize other promotions and that they even existed. And then wrestlers would get essentially a complete reset once they made it to New York in the big time. And their history was kind of just swept under the rug. The partnership with the USWA started to put a crack in the foundation as far as this point of view from fans, especially in Memphis. So while the USWA wasn't mentioned on WWF television, their wrestlers played a major role in Memphis for the USWA. And through this, of course, we know benefiting Jerry Lawler is the primary thing for any USWA or Memphis angle. And he debuted, as we've mentioned, on December of 1992 as an announcer for the WWF. And the first crossover that we mentioned earlier was at the Louisville Gardens in 1992. And we see more of this in 94. But one of the first things that caught my eye in doing my research here, and this is rumor and innuendo, was that when the Pyramid first opened in Memphis, you guys were running a show there. It was August of 92, and there's a fellow in the second row throwing out challenges to the wrestlers, including Bret Hart. And that challenger was USWA star Jeff Jarrett. Do you remember hearing about this?
Well, yeah, we put him there.
Okay, that's what I wanted to hear. So even back in that segment of 92, that was always the plan. But when was the plan going to be for Jarrett in 92 to be involved on the WWF side? Was it always just to build for Memphis, or was there ever a vision?
No, the stuff we did in Memphis was strictly for Memphis. And when we went there, that was for WWE, and we would help them out by rubbing their guys up against our guys at our shows. That was it.
And the goal was, let's use them as like a training ground of sorts. So when you needed to send somebody down there for some polish, you could?
Actually, we had sent a couple guys down there to train. Colin Scotts was one of them, who was a Australian rugby player. He may have been, there may have been someone else, but he was the first one that we sent down there to train in Memphis. And we just looked at it. Hey, you guys say you can train wrestlers? Okay, here you go. Make him a star. But it didn't work out because they trained him the Memphis wrestling stuff, and that wasn't what Vince was looking for. But the stuff that we did in Memphis, that was strictly only in Memphis. And then in Louisville, those were just strictly market-specific things.
I mention this because we've gotten lots of questions about it. It's the first time you see Mr. McMahon, the heel version, the heel persona of Vince McMahon, the television character. This is on YouTube if you'd like to see it. September of 1993, I believe, is when you start to see some of these heel promos on USWA television. It's worth going out of your way to see. And The Undertaker is a guy they leaned on to draw houses down there. So we'll kind of put a bow on USWA for a little bit. Obviously, 93, 94, man, it's a rough period for the WWF, and The Undertaker's bearing the brunt of that with some really bad matches. That terrible match with Yokozuna at the Rumble in 94, those two horrible Gonzalez matches.
I thought the match at the Royal Rumble was great.
Yeah, it wasn't. Either way, he survives it. And I can't find anything on it necessarily officially, but I want to freestyle for you about 1994 as we get started. I believe 94 is when we first started to see the formation of the Bone Street Crew. His kind of group of guys that Taker hung out with and he traveled with, and they started to get the BSK tattoos. And this is around the same time that you start to see the seeds of the clique coming together. Do I have that right, that would have been 94 when the BSK are first being put together?
I'd go back to whenever Papa came in and Taker and Papa were traveling together, and then the Godwins and guys like that, Savio. Those are all the guys that hung around and hung out.
And it seems like Yokozuna was a big part of that too. You didn't mention him.
Yes. He was.
Was there ever any consideration to making that BSK clique of friends an on-screen thing, or was it always something Vince dismissed?
No, that was just something that was a backstage deal. That was just something amongst the guys.
But why never a consideration for making it online, out in front on TV?
Well, there was never a consideration to make the clique anything on TV either until many, many, many years later. But it was just something that was backstage that he didn't feel was, plus the participants, he didn't see how Undertaker and Savio Vega in front of the camera, how that was going to work, or the different guys that were all part of it. How do you explain that the hog farmers and Undertaker are part of a crew?
Well, you turn them evil and call it the Ministry of Darkness, and then they sacrifice people and put them on a cross.
Well, no, that was Midian.
January 24th in the Observer, it's reported that New Japan was negotiating to make The Undertaker a semi-regular character. Do you remember those conversations? And at that point, since business was kind of down, do you remember Vince being open to kind of lightening the load from an overhead standpoint?
No, and they might have been talking about it, but it never got serious enough with us to anything more than talking stages. Those guys, whenever you hear those rumors of the Japanese stuff, that's always indicative of somebody over in Japan wanting to get things out, and they usually go to the fake news wrestling media people and put those things out. That's my new term now, fake news. Dave Silva, that's a shout out to you. Much love, buddy. He's our fake news guy.
Have you been eating?
Why do the guys named Dave all do fake news?
Have you been eating pineapple?
My homie, Dave Silva, vato. We had so much fun with Dave Silva. We're going to talk about that later on, man.
So Titan Sports holds a press conference on January 27th in Tokyo with Sato and J.J. Dillon officially announcing the Japanese dates that had already been reported. It was a 4-city tour they were calling Japan Mania, with each individual show being named a town, like Osaka Mania, Yokohama Mania. There weren't any lineups announced or ticket prices or days the tickets went on sale, or the arenas or anything of substance other than, hey, we're coming. And
Tokyo Mania.
Meltzer writes,
Nippon Mania.
Only The Undertaker has a significant following in Japan, but even that is limited to hardcore fans. And overall, he's not among the top 10 most popular foreign workers, according to a recently released shoot poll, which I don't even know what a shoot poll is. I'm reading from the Observer.
And who did the poll?
You're probably Wade Keller. So let's run through the Royal Rumble 1994. Actually, we're not going to. It's available in the archives now, but you will hear about the worst match and what won the worst match, according to the Wrestling Observer newsletter. It was The Undertaker versus Yokozuna. I've always been curious here. In kayfabe, when 30 motherfuckers run out of the back as heels and double team and triple team and 10-man team and 20-man team and just gangbang the shit out of The Undertaker here, why did no baby faces come make the save?
He's a dead man, motherfucker. He has no friends.
Well, he died that night. You guys murdered him and sent him to heaven. Yes, that's real. It happened. It's on our Royal Rumble 1994 episode, available in the archives. Now, behind the scenes, of course, the deal is he's been hurt, and he wants to take some time off to heal a little bit, and he's going to have a baby on the way. So he asked for some time off to spend with the baby. Vince had no problem granting that. Would that be fair to say?
Sure.
So he's taking some time off, and the next time we see anything about The Undertaker is in the May 30th edition of The Observer. And Smoky Mountain Wrestling, it's written, Brian Lee has changed his hair color and started growing a small beard to get ready for his evil Undertaker role. Brian Lee was backstage preparing for his Undertaker evil twin role. Based on television, it appears he'll be managed by Ted DiBiase. So we're tuning up for the Underfaker here, and he debuts at television tapings on May 24th in Canton, Ohio, and then the following day he's in Erie, Pennsylvania. He does have Ted DiBiase as a heel manager, and he's wrestling as The Undertaker. Meltzer writes, Lee's been made up to look like The Undertaker with his hair dyed reddish and grown long and stringy and wearing makeup, even practicing copying Undertaker's walk. Based on reports we got from the shows, there were definitely some fans, but they were in the minority, who believed that Lee was the original Undertaker. There were loud BS chants in at least one of the cities, which will have to be dubbed over before this airs. Supposedly, most of the fans realize once the match starts, this isn't the original Undertaker. And when he does interviews, it gives it away to all those that were there live. But even so, even with DiBiase, he received a lot more cheers than boos just because of the entrance music. However, we're told on interviews they're going to dub Mark Calloway's voice onto the track, so it creates confusion among the fans. So he will have Calloway's voice on the interviews. When the match is there, supposedly the angle will be something to the effect of the heel announcer will claim it's the real Undertaker, and the face announcer won't be sure. Lee's hair is in front of his face during the entire match, but at the finish, he lifts his hair up for a brief minute with the idea being, if you weren't sure, now you're sure. Naturally, this will lead to The Undertaker confronting him to an Undertaker versus Undertaker match, most likely at SummerSlam. We're told the long-term deal is for Lee to turn on DiBiase and the two Undertakers be together. So there's some rumor and innuendo for you from the Wrestling Observer newsletter, but what say you?
God, I don't even know where to start. The funny thing is that because somebody wrote it down, that it is forever believed as fact. Well, first of all, with Undertaker being out for a while, the discussion becomes, how do we bring Undertaker back? What do we do? Who is the opponent? Who's the right guy for the Undertaker to come back? Now, the natural thing is to do something with Yokozuna, but weren't necessarily really ready for that just yet. And the discussion was, who do we have ready for the Undertaker? And somebody might have made a comment along the lines of, well, it would be nice if we had another Undertaker, type character to face the Undertaker. And Brian Lee and Undertaker were good friends. And I'd recently been around Brian, and people had mistaken Brian for the Undertaker when we were out, because they both had the same hair, they had the same beard. And I started laughing. I said, what if we had the Undertaker? What do you mean? So what if we make another Undertaker? And I got pictures. I had Brian send pictures in and all this stuff, and call Taker. I said, what do you think about this? The idea being that you announce that the Undertaker is returning, and the announcement is made by the guy who originally, financed the Undertaker coming into the WWE, the $1 Million Man, Ted DiBiase.
Right.
And by God, I'm bringing him back. I've got the Undertaker, and I've bought him. He's bought and paid for. So without the comparison of Mark Calloway standing next to Brian Lee, a lot of people thought that Brian Lee was the Undertaker. So we had a tattoo expert come in, and we had tattoos put on Brian Lee's arm, the exact same tattoos as the Undertaker. As a matter of fact, Jerry Lawler sat at the makeup station with Brian Lee and drew and put color in the tattoos, because we didn't think that the tattoo artists that had put on the temporary tattoos, that they looked good enough. And Lawler sat there and said, I can fix that. And Lawler sat there with a pen and made the tattoos on Brian Lee's arms.
Wow.
And it was, you talk about a great, Jerry Lawler is a magnificent artist, but Lawler did a lot of that work. So the idea was you bring back the Undertaker, and Brian Lee never cut a fucking promo, Dave Meltzer. The voice dub was always the Undertaker in the live houses everywhere. Brian never opened his mouth and cut promos. That was always an Undertaker dub. And, that's why I get so upset when I hear that name come out of your mouth, because he gets it from somebody who was there, who sends him a report, and all of a sudden it's fact. But we thought, well, shit. If we could hide it enough, we even talked about doing the matches in like a purple hue so that you could disguise them even more.
Wow.
So that you never really knew. And that when DiBiase came out, man, it was so disguised. You thought, shit, I'm looking at the Undertaker. There was even thought at times about having the Undertaker play the Underfaker. You know what I mean? So you're really confused now. You got Mark Calloway out there who is playing the, yeah. So the problem was that in between our times, Taker had gotten more tattoos, the real Taker. So it's like, shit, we've already debuted this other guy. He's got the one arm, and people hadn't seen the other tattoos.
Nobody thought to call Undertaker and say, don't get any more tattoos.
You know, when Taker got his first tattoo, I told him, dude, you probably just ruined your career right there. Why would you do that? Don't get any, whatever you do, don't get any more tattoos. That was my advice to him in Binghamton, New York. I'll never forget it till he listened to me. But the idea was a few weeks for the Undertaker to be out there.
Hang on, let's circle back. Why did you think he would end his career if he got a tattoo?
Well, because it was a tattoo of himself with the skull and crossbones and everything, and I thought, you know, now you can't do anything else. If this Undertaker thing doesn't work out for you, kid, you're now branded with this fucking tattoo. What are you thinking, you big dumb red-headed son of a bitch? Yeah. Needless to say, he didn't take my advice. And I think, you know what? I'm going to go out on a limb here. I think it's worked out all right for him.
It worked out okay. So
I think it worked out okay.
The plan was to spend a few weeks with Undertaker.
The plan was to spend a few weeks with the Undertaker. And like I said, we even talked about switching them out and actually having the real Undertaker be the Undertaker a few times to really fuck people up. We didn't do that. We just had Brian Lee out there the whole time. But the idea was never to have them fucking be a team and do all that other bullshit after turning babyface on Ted DiBiase. That's just somebody saying it. But here's what Meltzer can say after we didn't do that. They changed plans.
Yeah.
No, that was never the plan. But as we got into it, as always, we had Brian Lee come to the studio and get in the ring and work with Undertaker to get his mannerisms down pat as close as we could. And until, for those who know, they knew. For those who didn't, they just weren't sure. And without Undertaker there to compare, I don't think as many people as Dave Meltzer would like to believe were not fooled, if I'm saying that right.
Well, here's the
I think
deal.
More people were fooled than not.
A couple years prior to this, you know, people were saying, oh, that's not the real Ultimate Warrior. He's dead. This
Correct.
is the second one. So, you know,
Right.
It is what it is.
So it is what it is in reverse. But as we got into it and we did the whole build up to find the Undertaker, we brought Paul Bearer back. That was the first time that we wanted to say, hey, that's not the real Undertaker.
Right.
And then the search was on to find the real Undertaker. And this was probably some of this was my absolute greatest experience ever with a celebrity from outside of the wrestling world to come into our world. And that was working with Leslie Nielsen.
Yeah.
Find the Undertaker.
I was going to get there, but let's just talk about
for it.
Go ahead.
No, you go with where you're going and we'll get to it when you're ready.
I want to talk about the decision for it to be Brian Lee. There's lots of rumor and innuendo that he is somehow loosely related to the Undertaker. Just set that record straight.
No, I don't think so at all.
Okay. What was your experience like working with Brian Lee? Obviously, Brian Lee had been a big deal for Jim Cornette and Smoky Mountain. He did a really good job for Paul Heyman and ECW. But here, he's getting his big break. But we don't hear a lot about the Bulldozer or Primetime Brian Lee. Do you have any good Brian Lee stories you can share with us here?
I've got a really good one, but I won't share it. I can't share it. My brother would kill me.
Oh, just change some names. Change some names.
No, it's bad. But Brian was, he was a big strapping bastard, and he used to like to take. No, I can't do it.
Oh man, maybe I'll talk you into it at a live show one day.
Maybe.
Let's talk about the character and how he got it down. In my head, like I've heard the story, allegedly, you guys sent some videotape to Kane and Rick Bogner when they were going to portray the fake Razor and the fake Diesel. Do you just ask Brian Lee to study a bunch of tape you send him, and then he just starts to practice at his house?
No, and we didn't send. I mean, obviously, yes, we sent tapes to him, but we brought Rick Bogner and Glenn Jacobs in to the studio and had them go over it and over it and over it with Savio Vega and forget who the hell else we had come in there and just help them get that down. But with Brian Lee, we did the same thing, and we brought Brian up to the studio in Stamford with Undertaker, and had in the ring painstakingly going over the mannerisms of the Undertaker.
Is Vince involved in that part or not so much?
He was involved with a little bit of it, but mainly that was Undertaker and I that did most of that.
Do you guys set him up with a seamstress, or does he just try to alter some of Taker's old gear, or how does that work?
Most of that was Taker's old gear that was modified. They were about the same size. Brian was probably about 3 inches shorter.
And he had to put some gimmicks in his boots.
He already had gimmicks in his boots.
Before we get on to talking about some business, let's talk about this from the Observer in that same issue. Jerry Jarrett has moved back from Stamford, Connecticut to Hendersonville, Tennessee. While he hasn't officially severed ties with the WWF, he is no longer part of the creative team. There are reports Jerry Jarrett is going to start a company that would lease jobbers to the major companies so the jobbers would work for him and would save the company some liabilities when it comes to the legal hornet's nest that will be wide open if the Chuck Austin decision isn't reversed. Do you remember Jerry's departure here and the way the word gets spread through the office? And had you heard about this jobber company concept?
Well, the enhancement deal was something that we had discussed with several people. We ended up doing it with Killer Kowalski. But Jerry left because he was lonely and homesick and didn't contribute a whole lot. You know.
Okay. Domino's Pizza buys a major corporate sponsorship for SummerSlam. It's going to be titled Domino's Delivers WWF SummerSlam. That's at least the advertising campaign, which will be included for all the advertising for the show. The company would heavily plug Domino's throughout television in both July and August, and they would constantly be talking about ordering pizza. They had SummerSlam on the box tops for all pizzas delivered in both July and August, and the advertised main event on the box top that was released even back in June was Undertaker versus Undertaker. Supposedly, allegedly, Domino's pays $250,000 for this sponsorship opportunity. Does that sound about right to you?
Yeah, probably so.
Brian Lee's television debut as Ted DiBiase's Undertaker took place on the WWF Superstar syndicated show over the weekend in an interview segment where the original Undertaker, Mark Calloway, was dubbed over Lee's voice in studio to make television viewers believe it was the real McCoy. The makeup artists and those in television deserve a real praise for this one because aside from the small percentage of fans who know better, I doubt anyone else would even suspect this is a different person playing the part. Lee looked a lot more like The Undertaker than Jim Hellwig looked like the Ultimate Warrior when he came back, while the interview on a Heartbreak Hotel segment done live was a giveaway with Lee's voice. The problem was cleared up by the time the show aired. It isn't known when Calloway will return to confront Lee playing the role. The King of the Ring pay-per-view seems too rushed, and the angle has to be pretty well on television by early July since the pizza boxes advertising the match will already be public by then. I would assume it's at the upcoming television tapings. At the next set of tapings, they do an Evil Undertaker squash win with Bear coming out and trying to hug the Evil. And at this point, they're still trying to get over who is the original. Evil was about to hug Bear when DiBiase waved money at him, and he stopped. King of the Ring 94, we'll get there at some point in the future. But what everybody was talking about mostly wasn't the pay-per-view, and the Undertaker wasn't on it. But they were talking about the idea that the new slogan that Monsoon and Savage were pushing was the new generation WWF. And this is because Hulk Hogan had just signed with WCW. So let's briefly take a break here for a minute and talk about what impact that may have had on business at the time. I'm sure we'll come back to Hulk Hogan 94 and this signing and all of this, but was the new generation WWF campaign already in the works, or when the rumors start to float that Hogan's about to sign, do you guys start to counter program right away?
No, that was something that was in the works going back even to WrestleMania, where Vince just wanted new. What do they do whenever they're promoting something like a cereal? It's new, more vitamins, more minerals. We'll have the new generation. So that was the thought process behind it.
They did a Superstars taping on June 21st in Pennsylvania. And on the taping, Paul Bearer did an interview saying he's been in contact lately with The Undertaker. On the Raw episode that aired on June 27th, Gorilla Monsoon accidentally refers to Bryan Lee as the new Undertaker. And apparently there were already mentions on television of the pizza boxes. Even though the fans aren't supposed to know at this point that there are two of them. How does this happen?
He was a new Undertaker. We had already started Paul Bearer coming out questioning that fact.
But I'm saying at this point,
Monsoon being Monsoon and being a babyface announcer wants to be the first one to tell you it's a new Undertaker.
I get you on that. I guess what I'm saying is they're delivering pizzas by this point with both Undertakers on there advertising SummerSlam, and you haven't even seen the real Undertaker return to confront the new Undertaker on TV. But if you ordered a fucking Works pizza or a Meatza, then you knew the main event.
Yeah.
No problem with that?
What it was. No. He figured that would be minuscule in comparison to the overall scope of things.
Well, they wanted the $250,000.
Damn right.
Okay. King's Court happens on the August 2nd edition of a Superstars taping. And here we have Ted DiBiase and Paul Bearer out, and DiBiase calls his Undertaker out, who then starts choking Paul Bearer. The lights go out, and then they flicker back on. Bearer's outside the ring, and Mark Calloway is inside the ring for the first time since January. And he squashes Kwang. So I knew you'd correct that. I know you like that. Then Luger wrestles the evil Undertaker, who sits up after Luger's moves, but finally, when Luger caught him in the torture rack, Bam Bam Bigelow had to interfere for the DQ. The good Undertaker does a walkout, and the two Undertakers do a stare down before the evil one backs out and leaves. And then, of course, the Undertaker we all know and love squashes Bigelow with a choke slam in just 1 minute and 3 seconds. The next week in The Observer, or 2 weeks later, we see Dave Wright. The headline angle, Undertaker versus Undertaker, has gotten so cold that the reports we've gotten are that it will be pronounced dead after the first and only match. From what we can understand and what seemingly seems to be confirmed by hints dropped by Vince McMahon on the live Sunday call-in show on the USA Network, which was a major disaster, by the way, are that this angle, talked about 2 months ago as being the resurrection of big box office for the company, is officially being dropped. McMahon said, almost matter-of-factly, that it would be the one and only meeting of the two Undertakers, and after that show, there would be only one. Whether it was the Leslie Nielsen skits, which I thought were entertaining, but I couldn't see it adding any sales, were falling flat, or simply the idea of copying the most over and unique character of the 90s only dilutes the impact of the original, it's pretty well acknowledged that this idea was born dead. From what we've been told, the decision was made to remove Bryan Lee from house show bookings for September, and he would return sometime very soon under a new name with a new look and as a new character. So let's talk about how that comes about, because as a kid, every kid I know was into this, Undertaker versus Undertaker. And Undertaker versus Yokozuna had been drawing awesome. Why did this not rub Vince the right way?
I don't think he was totally convinced with Bryan's work being that convincing in the ring doing Undertaker. So the thought of, and just for the record, he says that there was never any plans to do more than one. So it's not like, oh my God, he killed it. It was always the plan to do a one-off. This was Undertaker's return. It was a way to bring him back and have one match, one attraction, one time.
Well, but Goldberg was brought back for one match, one attraction, one time at Survivor Series, and that went well. So because it went well, they stretched it out. Why didn't
But it would be different if we were bringing Mark Calloway back as the Undertaker. It was, the whole idea was simply for Undertaker to re-enter and to have a dragon to slay him, and then be on to the next thing. It was simply an attraction, and that's all it ever was meant to be. It was never meant to be anything more beyond SummerSlam.
What type of deal would you guys have negotiated with Bryan Lee here? Would it have just been, we're going to bring you in for 3 months? Or
yeah, and if you work out well, then we might have something for you on down the road in a different gimmick, but we'd have to change your look and do something else with you down the road.
Meanwhile, over at WCW, the August 24th Clash of the Champions is Hulk Hogan versus Ric Flair, and it's the highest rated television special on TBS in all of 1994. It gets a 4.5 rating for the first hour, a 7.7 rating for the second hour, and it's the highest rated pro wrestling show on cable since the 1990 Mountain Madness Clash of the Champions, which drew a 5.0. And probably the second most widely viewed pro wrestling match ever, behind Ric Flair and Lex Luger and Sting and Black Scorpion, also in 90. So WCW's business takes a real shot in the arm with this Hogan signing. Meanwhile, SummerSlam is on August 29th, and it's the first ever event at the United Center in Chicago, which Bruce just said was too fucking expensive for the WWF on our WrestleMania 13 episode, if you remember. But the WWF ran the first ever event there and drew a sellout crowd of 23,000 folks. Dave argues that there were reports that it was heavily papered and all over the radio the day of the show, saying that there were free tickets available at different shops. Meltzer does a poll, and everyone agrees the worst match on SummerSlam is Undertaker versus Undertaker. He writes, the WWF's lack of talent depth showed itself once again at SummerSlam, a well-produced show with a phenomenal title match, followed by possibly the worst main event in pay-per-view history. What'd you think of that?
Fuck Dave Meltzer. And first of all, going back to your comment about the United Center, we did run the United Center, and the WrestleMania we were talking about took place after this event.
Correct.
We had run it, and it was way too expensive. We didn't like it, and we liked Rosemont for the ambiance and everything else, and it was a cheaper building to run. But as far, there's a lot of things, and it's real easy to sit behind your computer or your typewriter and judge when you've never taken a bump, you've never been in the ring, and you've never put your own balls on the line to promote something or actually produce something other than, like I said, sit behind your computer screen and sit there and critique and bitch and moan about somebody like Meltzer and these fake news people do. So fuck him and his goddamn opinion, because what they don't know is what did take place behind the scenes, and what they don't know is what we did have planned and what we didn't get to have come across, because the match, like I said, it was designed to be a one-off. It was designed to be a gimmick match. It was designed to simply bring Undertaker back and have him slay a dragon. The match, because Bret Hart and Owen Hart had a cage match earlier in the show that went 20 minutes heavy. So all of a sudden you have a match at the very end of the night with Undertaker and a guy who is nervous as shit, who in his mind is auditioning for a job in Brian Lee, who has their match now condensed into roughly about 10 or 12 minutes, whatever the hell it was. So much of it was the entrance. So much of it was the pantomime. So much of it was the build that we didn't have time to tell because of things going longer earlier in the show. So, again, it sounds like I'm making excuses, and I am, because that's what happened, and shit happens. So it wasn't great. It wasn't the match of the year. It didn't do 4 stars or 6 stars in the fucking Tokyo Dome. I don't give a fuck. It was an attraction. It was meant to be an attraction. It was meant to be a way to bring Undertaker back and have him slay a dragon on top at a pay-per-view. And didn't accomplish that, didn't deliver, but there were extenuating circumstances that made that happen.
How hot was Undertaker at Brett when he walks through the back and knows that he went 20 minutes long and just slaughtered?
Pretty fucking hot. He was hot.
What's that sound like? Don't do an impression. Just tell me.
No, he was fucking hot. No, you know what? Nobody was there for the confrontation because no one wanted to be there. But Taker did go and speak to Brett. Just let him know, hey, he wasn't happy with it. I mean, well, I don't know. It wasn't heated. Taker's not that kind of a guy. But he did have a conversation with him that night. And no one was there. So no one was witness. Only people that know what happened in that is Undertaker and Brett.
Meltzer would write, what seemed like a cute idea materialized into watering down the drawing power of the company's top attraction. Another cute idea, like using Leslie Nielsen of the Naked Gun movies, and at this show, his sidekick George Kennedy, in search of the Undertaker, flopped just as bad, as the two were hampered by an incredibly vapid script. As if someone came up with the bones of an idea, but nobody had any of the meat, they did the idea anyway. When it was over, the show, even though it had a few great angles and one excellent match, came off due to the last impression as a lackluster major event. I'm of the opinion that if the Undertaker match had been put on in the third slot on the card, its impact at the end would have been minimal, and fans leaving with a cage match would have left on a much brighter note, and a thumbs-up ratio would have been far better. My only guess is that the Undertaker wouldn't bomb like it did, obviously, and they like to end shows with a babyface conquering all, and the cage match ended with the face getting destroyed at the end. But that mindset ended up leaving a show on a flat note rather than a high note. The natural comparison to the Clash a few days earlier, where the Clash had much more excitement and much more meaning. Ultimately, of course, the Undertaker won after 9 minutes and 10 seconds. Undertaker Mark Calloway won against Undertaker Bradley.
Well, Meltzer could take his thumb and shove it up his ass.
In the match, they do a 7-minute ring entrance with Paul Bearer coming out alone, and then the coffin that Calloway was buried in at the Royal Rumble was wheeled out by some hooded men. And inside the casket was
Druids, pal, Druids.
Who played the Druids here? Just
fuck if I know, just guys.
It was me, Austin. However, that's what I was hoping you'd go for. However, in the casket was a giant urn, and when Bear opened the urn, we got a nice thunder and lightning show. Finally, Calloway showed up. The special effects was good, but it was done the minute the bell rang. One guy in the ultra slow motion has limitations. 2 guys doing it kills the match. It didn't help that Lee seemed lost in the ring, and that the two didn't look enough alike, and the size difference was noticeable. It was as if everyone knew the ending once Calloway showed up. No heat at all. Even McMahon had to acknowledge it, trying to get over the crowd was stunned into silence because there was no tension in the air. So it was just dull silence, not stunned silence. Lee used a chokeslam and a tombstone, but Calloway sat up both times. Calloway reversed the second tombstone, then delivered 2 more across Lee's arms and pinned him. He then rolled him into the casket, thereby killing the gimmick. Word we get is Lee will return with a new look as a biker character with no acknowledgement of this prior role. Leslie Nielsen and George Kennedy ended the show with a skit as weak as the match. -1 star. So, your thoughts on the match, the build-up, and Leslie Nielsen and George Kennedy, which I know you really enjoyed.
The match was horrible. But the match, had its limitations, and they had to chop a whole lot of it out that they had. The match was one of those that had to be laid out and tell a long story, and much longer than what it lasted going out there. And Brian probably was lost because what they had planned and what they had worked out prior to that, they were ad-libbing, and they were just trying to get through it and not have a finish take place as they were off the air. So we had to get the damn thing done. We didn't have a network at that time. We couldn't go over. We had to get done by 10:55 at night. So, yeah, it sucked. It wasn't great. But I'll stand by it. Hey, it was my story. If you don't like it, great. You didn't like it. It's not everybody's cup of tea. It was a story to bring the Undertaker back and to have an Undertaker versus Undertaker, the feeling being that the greatest foe of the Undertaker would be himself, looking at himself in the mirror and having to face the old evil Undertaker. Execution probably could have been better, but then again, that's Monday morning quarterbacking and hindsight being 2020. We had fun with it. We did what we wanted to do, and like I said, it was always intended to be a one-off and a way to bring Undertaker back. The Leslie Nielsen involvement, I thought that those skits leading up to it were some of the best stuff we'd ever done. They were clever. They were well done. They were well written, well produced by David Sahadi, and people to this day still talk about it. And Leslie Nielsen was an absolute pro in every sense of the word, from him being early on set and working with us to him going to the all-nude bar in Bridgeport, Connecticut, where all they wore were knee pads, and just being an all-around great guy. And to tell you what a great guy he was, George Kennedy, who's one of his best friends, we had no deal with George Kennedy. But Leslie Nielsen asked us to use George Kennedy that day because George was in a bad way at that point in his life. And he said, just use him, make him feel loved. He goes, I'd like to have him be a part of this. And Leslie Nielsen offered to pay George out of his pay. And Vince, of course, wouldn't do that. Vince paid George, and all was well. But I just was always impressed by that. And Leslie Nielsen's my favorite celebrity I ever worked with.
Wow, that's quite a statement right there.
Yep. He was great. But it was what it was, and it could have been better, but a lot of things could have been better. And shit happens sometimes. I'm not going to take away from Brett and Owen's match, because that match was great too. It was excellent. It was just too long for we went over what it was allotted.
So let's talk about the fall of 1994 and where we go from here. Meltzer writes a piece in September being very critical of the talent and the way that they had been booked, writing something like, no matter how strong the storyline may be, does anyone really buy Jim Neidhart as the lead heel in the promotion? Saying that there's not anything wrong that The Undertaker, Bret Hart, Shawn Michaels, Owen Hart, Diesel, or Razor had done, but that there didn't seem to be enough star depth in the show.
When was Jim Neidhart the lead heel?
I think he was joking that there was a situation where you guys couldn't bring back anything from the past and freshen it up.
Okay.
Anyway, let's talk about Survivor Series. You guys start building for it. It's going to take place in San Antonio. The plan was for it to be Bret Hart defending his title against Bob Backlund in a little bit of a new generation versus old generation showdown for the title. Undertaker and Yokozuna in a casket match. The first time Hart and Backlund work out, though, it's a house show in Utica, New York, and it's September 26th. And Meltzer reports that it flopped, and apparently so bad that the company lost all the confidence in their promotional ability to try to sell the show. The next day, they do a series of television tapings in Poughkeepsie, and during a Yokozuna squash, they play the Undertaker's music. Yoko freaks out and runs away, trips and falls. So this feels identical as it did a year prior, where they built up this Undertaker casket match for the Royal Rumble. So we start the year with this Undertaker Royal Rumble casket match against Yokozuna, and we're going to finish it at Survivor Series. Same opponent, same match. They're still doing lots of stuff with the USWA. Undertaker versus Sid Vicious draws really, really well on October 17th. It's their second biggest show of the year. They also come back and do it again with Sid Vicious Undertaker on November 4th. This time it draws a little less, but it's still the third largest crowd of the year. I guess you got
USWA, right?
Yeah, for USWA. I guess
what was that crowd?
3,100 and 2,500.
Okay, yeah.
So gates of 16,000 and 14,000. But that's big money for them at the time. And as anybody listening knows, they were paying the guys $50 if they were in the main event. So they do a series of television tapings in Bethlehem in November, where Luger and The Undertaker seem to be pushed as the top baby faces. They're the only guys who get the big entrances and pyro and so forth. And then Undertaker and IRS start to feud, Death and Taxes, where The Undertaker has IRS come to the ring with two guys dressed in Grim Reaper outfits. Somehow the feud is over that even when you die, you can't escape paying your taxes. Please tell me this is real.
That's real.
This is amazing that I freestyled that, and then boom, there it is.
Well, yeah. I got again. I'll post the picture when this post of the vignettes that we shot with IRS in the cemetery, and we shot them during the day. Now, normally when we shoot Undertaker vignettes, we would shoot those all at night in a smoky cemetery, and usually I would try and pick a day where it was extremely either flesh freezing winds, which we shot vignettes in flesh freezing winds, or pouring rain, one of the two. We would always have to have inclement weather if we were shooting Undertaker vignettes in a cemetery. But with IRS, we shot them in the middle of the day, and we had a hole dug, and we had the casket propped up on the dirt on the side of it. As we're shooting vignettes, a car pulls up. They stop. They get out of the car, and I'm thinking somebody needs to go over and intercept these people so they don't walk into my shot. And the funeral director, who was out there watching the shoot, he runs over and he comes over to me just, nervous as can be. I said, what's wrong? He says, it's their plot.
Oh, my God.
This woman had purchased side-by-side plots for her and her husband, and she was bringing him over to surprise him and show him their final resting place. And when they pull up, there's a freshly dug hole and a casket and all these camera equipment. And the guy gets out and he goes, wow. And he says, I guess she knew something I didn't know. But as we're shooting, people that had purchased the plot came up to see it. But those were fun. That was some good shit. The only two things you can count on are death and taxes.
I love it. After Survivor Series, it's announced that they're still going to be running A and B house show loops here, and the A-team shows are going to be Bob Backlund versus Bret Hart, Undertaker versus IRS, and Shawn Michaels and Diesel versus the Head Shrinkers. I can only imagine what was on the B shows. Survivor Series, here we go. Third place for the best match, Undertaker versus Yokozuna, happened on November 23rd, San Antonio. It drew an evenly mixed set of responses. Yes, sir.
And by the way, no, it wasn't a desperation. Oh, my God, there was a bad match at a house show. The plan was always to do the return. Yoko got rid of Taker. We planned on having Taker come back, Taker versus Taker, then go to Yoko. It was not a knee-jerk reaction.
All right.
Well, your bitch boy said it was a knee-jerk reaction to a Bret Backlund match.
I don't think he said that exactly. So Meltzer says that the overall reaction to the show was just kind of average. What did you think about Survivor Series 1994?
I thought it was a good show. I thought that it delivered, and again, we were still in a rebuilding process with Brett and Luger and everybody, so it it served its purpose. We got to the next point.
Of course, the decision here is made to do a Diesel turn and then have Backlund become champion, even though he's just going to be transitional champion. You guys just wanted to get the belt off of Brett so you could get it to Diesel without hurting Brett in the process, right?
Correct. Well, plus Vince had fallen in love with Kevin Nash at that point.
God, what a baby face. Look at that big bastard.
So yeah, rather than have him drop it to have Brett drop it to him, babyface, he wanted to get that heel transition.
So the Undertaker gets the win against Yokozuna in the casket match after about 15 minutes. This time he has Chuck Norris guard the aisle to keep the heels away from interfering. Remember Royal Rumble 94? And according to Meltzer, he thought it was the second biggest pop or the biggest pop in the show so far. They do the cool thunder and lightning entrance for the Undertaker here, which is a cool special effect. At one point, the Undertaker decks Jim Cornette. He kicks out of the casket, just refusing to let it close. Eventually, Bundy and Bigelow come down and distract Chuck Norris so IRS can run in from the other side and put the Undertaker in a sleeper. They roll him into the casket, and eventually Yokozuna recovers from a flying clothesline and goes to close the casket, but Undertaker instead grabs him by the throat. Double J runs down and takes what Meltzer calls a weak-looking kick from Chuck Norris and sells it huge.
Motherfucker, that's Chuck Norris giving a sidekick. Any other mortal human being would not survive.
Jarrett ran away. Undertaker hits another flying clothesline, the DDT, the tombstone, and then breaks Fuji's flag and puts it over Yokozuna in the casket. 2.5 stars, according to Dave Meltzer. What did you think of this match, and how did you think it compared to the Royal Rumble casket match?
I thought both were good. I thought this one was good. I thought the whole show was good overall. Accomplished what we wanted to accomplish.
Eventually, Meltzer would write, 1994 would be a year where The Undertaker would die, be resurrected, but when he came back, his drawing power would be nearly dead.
Yeah, he'd never be, you know what, he'd probably never be able to draw another motherfucking penny after that because Nostra fucking Meltzer fucking says he can't draw now. So, you know, folks, go ahead and put that in your pipe and smoke it.
Here's something fun.
You haven't got me this fucking hot in a long time. You haven't quoted all your misquotes in a long time, so fuck him.
Let me make you happy for a minute.
Make me happy.
It was reported at the end of 1994 in the Observer that Ico Pro was sold and is no longer a part of the Titan structure. I don't know when we'll talk about Ico Pro again. Give me some good Ico Pro stories.
Dr. Squat. Fred Hatfield.
God, you know, I got there after Ico Pro. I got back from my hiatus after Ico Pro and all that shit had started. The one good thing of Ico Pro was the Ico Pro protein bars. They were kind of like a bit of honey. They weren't bad, but the rest of that stuff was worse than god awful. Have you ever? I don't like licorice. I don't like black licorice.
I hate licorice. And if you like licorice, unsubscribe from this fucking show right now. I don't even want you as a listener.
Yeah, and the Ico Pro drops that you put under your tongue, the best way I could describe them it would be that they tasted like bad black licorice. But I can't think of anything that tastes worse than black licorice other than the Ico Pro drops.
Wait. I just want you to say the candy one more time. What can't you stand? What type of candy?
Black licorice. What the fuck are you laughing at? How do you say it, hillbilly boy?
I just love the way you say it. It's my new favorite word for you to pronounce. What is it again?
You tell me, what word do you want me to pronounce?
The word after black.
How do you say it?
I don't say it. I call them shits Twizzlers.
Okay, but what is a Twizzler?
Red.
Red what?
I don't know. I'm a hillbilly boy.
It's licorice. How the fuck do you pronounce it?
Do you ever have some Twizzlers when you go to the theater?
It's the theater.
I love when you say that too. Makes me very happy. Okay, let's get out of here. Let's talk about the Wrestling Observer one more time.
Oh, God damn. Are we about done?
Yeah, we are. We're wrapping up. 1994 End of the Year Awards. Best Babyface. Number 5
Undertaker.
for The Undertaker. Most Improved,
Number
Most
1 in my heart.
Charismatic, and Most Overrated were all honorable mentions. Most Disgusting Promotional Tactic was number 4 for The Undertaker Death and Resurrection. The worst match, number 2, was Undertaker versus Undertaker. An honorable mention was Undertaker versus Yokozuna at the Royal Rumble. The worst feud of the year, hands down, Undertaker versus Yokozuna. Best gimmick, number 1, The Undertaker. Again, the worst gimmick.
Hang on. Let's look at that. Okay, in all your reports, we already talked about how Undertaker versus Yokozuna was one of the best drawing things we had. But yet this dipshit talks about it being worst feud.
Yeah.
So obviously he has no finger on the pulse of what the real fan wants. That's all I got to say about that. John Paul Shellnut would say, that's all I got to say about that.
I feel like we should put out a quick word here. We mentioned him earlier. Brian Lee, when they said he'd be repackaged as a biker, he was. That was 1994. He comes back in 1997 as Chains, as a member of the DOA, the Cycles of Apocalypse. Another quick little factoid about The Undertaker's title win. When he first won it, his very first title win against Hulk Hogan, I believe this made The Undertaker the youngest WWF World Champion in history until Yokozuna broke his record. That's at least the way I remember it. Is that the way you remember it?
I think so. What was he, 24?
I don't know.
Yeah, he would have been 24, 25.
I know you've got a fun story to tell about traveling with The Undertaker, and I want to get to that, but I do want to go ahead and just mention briefly that the reason we're doing this, of course, is The Undertaker is obviously a Hall of Famer and just had his last match, what many think is his last match at WrestleMania. And the Big Show said The Undertaker, at least in his opinion, is the greatest professional wrestler of all time. And a lot of people may discount this because it's not some famous historian, and maybe Big Show has a unique perspective because he's a big man. But so many big men have come and gone in the sport. But with the exception of Andre, none have had the longevity of The Undertaker. And I found that to be pretty interesting from his perspective. And I also want to share this with you. In an interview that Vince McMahon did with Muscle and Fitness in the February 2015 issue, he was asked, do you have a favorite superstar? And you would think he might dance around a bit before answering and giving some sort of canned response, but instead he says that would be Undertaker because of his loyalty, his longevity, and his extraordinary commitment to his character. We have lots of fun creating fun. Superstars try to crack each other up from time to time, and we've all tried to get The Undertaker to break character, and we can't do it. He is such a professional and an extraordinary human being behind the character. He's committed to his craft and has worked through injuries. I don't know that you can get a nicer quote from Vince McMahon about your work as a professional. Do you have anything?
And I agree with every word he said. Because there is Undertaker, people ask me, who's your favorite? My favorite is Undertaker. And that's professionally and personally. Dear friend of mine, and just an extraordinary athlete, extraordinary performer, and deserves every single thing that he's ever gotten in this business.
I know you've told the story before, but I want you to share it again quickly. When you were first traveling with Mark on the road, when you were managing him as Brother Love, I believe you told this on the 1990 Survivor Series show, but let's do it again here. Share the story when you guys leave the building, you're lost, maybe you're in Chattanooga, I forget. You pull over for directions, and maybe a not-so-great neighborhood. Take it from there.
Well, we had left the building very quickly, and Undertaker was wearing the makeup that made his eyes look really dark, and I was wearing my Brother Love makeup, and we just darted out. We put wet washcloths on our face and quickly washed our faces and jumped in the car as quickly as we could, going from Chattanooga driving to Atlanta, Georgia. And we wanted to get there before the bar closed. So we're hauling ass, and all of a sudden we find ourselves in a somewhat unsavory neighborhood. Lost. Can't find the highway. So we pull over kind of into a gas station, and there are a group of guys standing outside, and we pull up, and Undertaker has the seat set way back because it's like a Ford Taurus. And he's 6'7", so he has to have the seat leaned way back just so he can fit in the damn thing, and he's driving. And I roll the window down. There's my bright red, peach face going, "Hey, buddy, can you get us to the highway? We're trying to get to the highway to Atlanta," whatever the hell it was. And this guy comes walking up to us, sauntering up very slowly, grabbing his private parts and saying, "Well, hey, looky here." And he actually did say, "Looky here. Maybe y'all can help me out some, and y'all can maybe," and he starts like he's going to hold us up or just wants money or something. When out of nowhere, Undertaker, Mark Calloway, does a sit-up. And by the way, he's still wearing his trench coat. He's got a black T-shirt on, but he's still wearing his trench coat. And he does a sit-up in the car and snaps his head and looks at the guy. And now he's got the pale face. He's got the dark purple eyes and all this shit. And this guy takes one look at him. His eyes got big as saucers and started backpedaling, so much so he trips on himself and says, "All right, well, look here. This is what y'all need to do. Y'all need to go right down here, 2 blocks, take a right. You're going to take the very first left, and that's going to put you right on the highway. Y'all need to get the hell out of here." And he couldn't get away from us fast enough. But that was one of my favorite stories of just being with Taker the first time, and he saw him, and oh, I'm sorry, and I left out the best part. He goes, "Man, he looked like that dude looked like he just killed somebody." And he did.
Real quick, WrestleMania 10. I've always been fascinated by the idea that one of the biggest characters in the company isn't here. I know he had asked for some time off. Was there ever any consideration for trying to call him at the last minute and getting him involved in WrestleMania 10?
We would have liked to have had him involved, but no, there wasn't.
Real briefly, tell everybody how Paul Bearer came into the WWF. I know we covered it on the 1990 Survivor Series, but I know a lot of people will want it here as well.
I had been managing Undertaker. I was given the opportunity I also worked behind the scenes. And Vince came to me and said, "I'm going to give you a choice. You can either work in front of the camera and be Undertaker's manager full time," because the package of the Undertaker and the house shows, it wasn't the same without a manager. And if I did that, I would have to give up my job behind the scenes producing television. I chose producing television, and we were looking for someone to manage Undertaker and take my place, and Percy Pringle had inquired about working. So they brought Percy up just for a general interview in general to say, "Hey, what would you like to do?" And they said, "What have you done in the past?" Percy said, "Well, I'm a licensed mortician," and everybody popped because, oh my God, we're looking for somebody for the Undertaker. And Paul Bearer was born, and Road Warrior Hawk is the one that gave him his name. What about Paul Bearer?
And the decision was made to drop Kane from his name. How did that come about?
Just because Vince liked the Undertaker. He didn't like the name Kane at that time. He just liked simply the Undertaker.
And the whole storyline of how Kane came about will be on the poll coming up in September of this year. Will be upon, believe it or not, the 20th anniversary of the debut of the Kane character. Real quick, I know we talked about it, but let's touch on it one more time. Who was doing like sketches of the character, and who would have helped come up with the initial drawings for what we became to know the Undertaker's outfit?
It was the art department, Debbie Bonanzio and her crew. I don't know the one person who actually did it. They had a whole department down there to do it, entire 3rd floor.
And Jim Johnston did the music, correct?
Correct.
Anything else you can think of we need to mention on the Undertaker before we kind of put a bow on 93, 94, the early years of the dead man?
God, there's so many things, and I'm sure we will cover it. You know, like you said, over the next 12 years, we've got enough Undertaker stories to last us a while. So I think it's enough for this run.
Well, we appreciate you checking it out. We're looking forward to being back here with you next week at noon. Follow us on Twitter. He is at Bruce Prichard. I am at Hey, it's Conrad. And we will be back next week right here on Something to Wrestle With.
Say my name.
Bruce Prichard.
Welcome to Something to Wrestle With. Bruce Prichard. Well, you know.
That's not a rib.
She pooted.
Is that a rib?
No, yeah, but
There's no box of gimmicks.
Rumor and innuendo.
I don't deal in rumor and innuendo. Was he there? I was there.
Say something about
I don't give a shit. I ain't scared of shit.
I ain't scared of shit.
Fuck him.
Cue Bruce.
I love you. Take double cheeseburger. You take the bread. Double cheese. Well, you know. And then double mayo. You know, it's called chicken salad. Double onion, motherfucker. You're nothing but an egg-sucking dog.
Throw it in your Google machine.
Goddamn, kid. Goddamn it. What the hell show you got there? I need more. Ooh, yeah.
What say you?
Pronouns, pal.
And now, something to wrestle with. Con Bruce Prichard.
The second most recognizable athlete in the entire world today.
Conrad Thompson.
What happened when? What would Vince say about that?
Well, hey, Vince, to the my sure arms look good tonight. Yeah. You're so big. Yeah. That's cool.
Bullshit.
Welcome to Wrestle.
Hello, this is Paul Bromwell welcoming you to Something to Wrestle. Bruce Prichard. And don't worry, I won't be recording the whole show this week. Conrad is enjoying vacation. As you may have heard at the end of last week's episode, he is away this week. And we thought we'd bring you the best of Undertaker from 95 through 1997. This episode originally aired almost 200 episodes ago. And we wanted to continue with the Undertaker theme. Obviously, last week, Bruce and Conrad talked Undertaker 1998. When Conrad returns, they're going Undertaker 99. So we're going to stick with that theme. So without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to Conrad Thompson.
All right, Bruce, it's time for what everybody's really here for. What happened when? The Undertaker ran roughshod over the World Wrestling Federation from 1995 to 1997. And I got to say, I've been looking forward to covering this because I feel like it's the most interesting 3 years a guy can have. I mean, these years cannot be any different. And heading into 95, it could be argued that The Undertaker is sort of floundering a little bit. To close out 94, he defeated Yokozuna in a casket match at Survivor Series, but then he's working the house show loop with the IRS. Why did you guys put these two together?
Well, there's only two things that are really for sure in this world: death and taxes.
Oh gosh.
But that was it. That was Vince's whole pitch, and he felt that those are the only two things that you would really count on. So put those two guys together, and death is always going to win out.
You guys were promoting autograph sessions with The Undertaker and Paul Bearer during this time, and he was a babyface. But I've always found it interesting that he would do, and in my notes I found January 15th, 1995, he was at Hofstra University on Long Island at 11 a.m., and they charged $5 to get in, and then autographs were $10. What was the Undertaker's protocol for interacting with fans when we're still sort of deeper into kayfabe territory in January of 95?
You know, he pretty much stayed in character back in those days. And when you would have like younger kids that would come up and they would be so damn scared of the Undertaker looking at him, you know, he would let him in a little bit and crack a smile and let him know that it was okay. But as only Undertaker could, still in character.
It was in a lot of the dirt sheets at the time that Vince McMahon was trying to get a lot of the roster to make an appearance on the Baywatch program, which was syndicated. And I think a lot of people sort of poke fun at in hindsight, but maybe they don't really understand how big of a show that was worldwide. You know, they were big domestically, but internationally, It was a dynamite program with unbelievable numbers, and it made Hasselhoff a millionaire many, many, many times over. But ultimately, the dirt sheets would say that Baywatch turned you guys down and instead wound up doing a deal with WCW. How do you remember that going down?
Well, Baywatch actually approached us in the beginning for our talent to be on the show. And I think eventually what kind of turned them off and said, okay, you know, maybe we won't, was Vince liked to control everything. And Vince didn't put a lot of demands, but yeah, he put a lot of demands on them that, okay, we want script approval. We want to be portrayed this way. We don't want to do this. We'll do that. And at the end of the day, you're dealing with the number one syndicated program in the world. And at the time, Baywatch could do the dictating. And we were in a position where we felt that if you're going to use our talent, that we have to have final approval, and just kind of broke down at that point.
Undertaker is working Tatanka and going over on all the house shows as we lead to Royal Rumble 95, which goes down on January 22nd in Tampa, Florida. About 10,000 folks are there to see the Undertaker take on IRS. Ultimately, Meltzer would only give the match a star and a quarter when Undertaker wins after a chokeslam. But during the match, Ted DiBiase had a couple of cloaked druids come down and start interfering in the match. What do you remember about this druid association with the Undertaker? Whose idea was that? Who pitches it? Who are these two druids? What can you smarten us up about?
I don't remember who the hell the druids were. They're probably just a couple of extras from Florida, but the idea for the druids, everything with Druid and the Undertaker, was this vision that Vince always had, that if there was anybody that was going to be associated with the Undertaker, that they would be this dark, mysterious, you know, being. They couldn't really have identities. And DiBiase, being the heel, well, shit, he found heel druids to come down and steal the Undertaker's urn, because you think if they're a druid, then they got to be friends with the Undertaker because they're dark and they're mysterious.
After the match, King Kong Bundy comes down and IRS manages to steal the urn from Paul Bearer. So now that the Undertaker has seemingly lost the magic of the urn, he's susceptible, and Bundy leaves him laying after an elbow drop and a knee drop and a splash. And this sort of sets up King Kong Bundy versus the Undertaker at WrestleMania 11. And I know Bundy was a big star back in the mid 80s. I mean, he headlined at WrestleMania 2 against Hulk Hogan. But at this point, who booked this shit?
Well, I'll be in the guilty party here as well. You know, I was always a big fan of King Kong Bundy, and it's going all the way back to the time that Bundy was in the Mid-South and stuff. Bundy was a hell of a talent in his day, and he had a hell of a run. Unfortunately, at this time, I think Chris's day had kind of passed him by. Vince was also, you know, somewhat of a fan of Bundy. We were looking for big guys for Undertaker to work with. So the idea, unfortunately, sight unseen, before Bundy had come back and worked a few matches, we took it at face value and thought, well, we got King Kong Bundy coming back in. He can slide right in on top and work with Undertaker, and you've got a program, you know, ready-made, two big monsters going after each other. Didn't exactly work out.
The next night on Raw, IRS was carrying the Undertaker's urn, and Vince was on commentary saying that he repossessed it the night before at the Royal Rumble. And after the show was over, Undertaker beat Bundy in what Meltzer called an awful 2 minutes. When did you guys sort of recognize that, man, these matches are not what we hoped they would be?
We chalked up the first few outings with them to is ring rust. You know, it's just like, okay, Bundy's got to get back in the ring. They've got to feel each other out. And, you know, maybe it'll be better on down the line. And it just never got any better. The Undertaker, and then we'll get to it here in a minute when we start talking about WrestleMania, but it was one of those programs that Undertaker never forgave us for.
Meltzer reported on the NAPTI convention that happened in Vegas at the end of January, and here's what he wrote. Titan flew bigwigs like McMahon, Diesel, Undertaker, and Jim Ross in from Florida on the red eye after the Raw taping Monday night, and they were in Vegas on Tuesday afternoon. According to those who were there, when Diesel was walking around, he did turn heads because he was in costume and his size, but nobody knew who he was. WCW had much larger crowds to their Turner booth with both Hogan and Savage, who everyone knew. Bischoff gave a speech where he talked about WCW as being where the stars are now and knocked the WWF, saying that their mid-card cast-offs like Diesel are now world champions in the WWF. Some WCW officials were openly talking about smoking Titan at the convention. There were no lines for autographs of Diesel, Undertaker, or McMahon, but there were huge lines for Savage and long lines for Hogan. By Thursday afternoon, when the foot traffic was down, Ross and Shane McMahon were in the Titan booth with the Bushwhackers and Mr. Fuji looking like Maytag repairmen, while the crowds flocked around the booth where the Blade Warriors did skating exhibitions just a few feet away. WWF is still far and away number one in the United States, but they certainly don't look like it in a venue that used to be one of the feature attractions for them. What do you remember about this NAPD convention and Hogan and Savage sort of decimating you guys here? Because this is something that Turner would have taken a big interest in since he was more of a television company as opposed to a wrestling company, right?
Well, I don't know that they decimated us. Definitely, without a doubt, Hulk had a crowd. He's Hulk Hogan and made his name in the WWF. So he better have a damn line. He better have a crowd. They were capitalizing off of the stars that we made. So yeah, they definitely drew and they had big crowds. We had good crowds as well. It was a different time. This was a deal that, you know, and I'm hesitant about even sharing this story because I've never shared the story before, and I only share it because Vince had shared it publicly a little while ago. On our way to Nappy, and it was myself and Vince and Pat Patterson, and we were flying in. We had done TV, and we were going in, and Vince posed a question. It's like, what if I walked right into Turner's booth and Hogan attacked me? What if we got into a fight and the whole damn thing got destroyed? And what if we recorded the whole damn thing? And I'm like, well, that's a big what if. I don't know that Hogan would attack Vince. I don't know that, there's a lot of what ifs there. And in Vince's mind, Vince was thinking of stunting and trying to take a lot of the luster away from Hogan, of basically barging in to their booth and creating a ruckus that would have everybody reporting about, Vince McMahon and Hulk Hogan getting into an altercation at Nappy. And best to my knowledge, I'm the only person that he confided in. And I had no idea what Vince was going to do. And I remember we went out and we had drinks, and then it was a group of us, and Jim Ross was there, and Pat was there, and there were quite a few people there. And I remember Vince and I going off and walking off by ourselves. And I said, man, are you really going to do something? I just need to know. I just, I have to know what the hell to do if something happens. And, crazy thoughts go through your head because Vince can be a wild man at times, and you never know what the hell he's going to do. And I remember him just saying, we'll see. We'll see what happens. And I'm thinking to myself, you can't, we'll see. You're either going to do something or you're not. And I remember going to Nappy and finding out, when Hulk was going to appear and when he was going to be there, if we were even going to be at the convention at that time. And, right up until the moment, he was like, no, I don't want to see him. And that was it. But the shit that goes through your mind and the things that we'll go in and we'll destroy their booth. We'll get in a big fight and everybody will have to cover it. Those what if moments that you kind of sit there and scratch your head and think, man, what if something like that had happened? What if, he had gone into the booth and shit just broke down completely? it's just crazy, crazy thoughts. But that was all that weighed on my mind forever, just thinking about what could have happened, what could have been.
So did you have any follow-up conversation with him about why he decided not to do it?
I was thankful that he didn't. Now, keep in mind too, I also had a handheld camera, a camcorder, like one of those palm gimmicks.
Yeah.
I had that at the ready. I was going to shoot whatever was going to happen. If there was going to be something happen, if Vince was going to go in and say hello to Hulk, or Hulk was going to come out, I was going to get it on video. I had it. I had a camera, and I was ready, as Pedro Morales used to say, for any kind of action. Deep down, I was so relieved that nothing happened that I just left it alone. And no shit, probably, and it would have been about 10 years ago, because I was obviously still there, Vince brought it up in front of a group of people. And I was like, wow, I had been sworn to secrecy for all those years. And then, it all came out. And it was a big weight off my shoulders even then to think. It just was one of those crazy people that are around him a lot that he would confide in. He'll throw crazy things out there sometimes. I think sometimes it was just a test to see what I would say. Yeah, that's a great idea, Vince. Let's go in and do it. And then think, he's a goof. Or not. I just kind of listened and went, what do you want me to do?
I mean, it would have gotten headlines everywhere had Hulk Hogan and Vince McMahon gotten a fight, and it would have been the most genius thing ever for Vince to pretend as if Hogan had struck him or something, and Vince just starts selling. It's not like everybody's filming it at that time. And if you got the right angle, you could make it look like whatever, right?
Well, yeah. And I'm the only one that would have had a camera, at that time. So whatever footage would have gotten out, unless there happened to be other news media or people in the booth at the time, whatever would have got out would have been our footage. So definitely could have controlled the narrative and could have done whatever we wanted. But boy, that's just a relief of going, oh shit. Thank God it didn't happen.
It does go to speak to
the build up to it is absolutely nerve wracking.
It does speak to the desperate state that Vince McMahon felt he and his company were in for him to even have to consider suggesting something like that, does it not?
Well, I think, it was, I don't know if it was desperation as much as it was hurt and anger. You know what I mean? That he was at that point where it's like Hogan did what Hogan said he would never do. Hogan said, I'll never work against you and all that other stuff. But Hulk made a business decision, what was right for him and his family. And Vince took it personal, and he was pissed. And it's just, to me, it goes to show you what, somebody who gets pissed off enough, what goes through their mind and what they're willing to possibly think of and do.
Help me understand right here, though. Hogan said, I'll never work against you. When do you remember that conversation being had?
Well, I think that was something that was just kind of in between Vince and Hulk, that Hulk always assured Vince, no matter what, I'd never go against you.
It's,
but again, you have to understand when he said that, I'm sure it was during a time early on where there was no place else to go.
Right.
Where's he going to go? What's he going to do? Now the game's changed. Ted Turner's bought in. Ted Turner's spending big money. Now there is another place to go. It's easy to say that, and there's no place to go. But now all of a sudden, the game changed. Now there's some place to go, and there's somebody willing to pay him the kind of money he was making. So shit, why not?
I found an interesting note here in the Observer. Gary Plummer of the 49ers was a guest on a radio show in early February. And he said that Vince McMahon offered him $30,000 to wear a WWF hat and say he was going to WrestleMania on camera, but he turned the deal down, but he didn't say why. And of course we're referencing in the Super Bowl celebration, the old, I'm going to Disneyland or I'm going to Disney World, which was a campaign that was very, very popular once upon a time and really became a staple. And I guess Ken Norton Jr. accepted the deal instead. Who came up with this idea of Vince sort of leveraging the monumental coverage of the Super Bowl and turning it into an opportunity to pay a guy to plug his stuff?
Well, we were going into WrestleMania 11 where we had LT, and LT had retired the year before, and so it was kind of a football theme, and we were looking to capitalize around everything that we could football oriented going into that. And it was something that Disneyland always did. You know, that was their commercial, man. Hey, Ken Norton, you just won the Super Bowl. What are you going to do now? I'm going to go to Disneyland. Well, fuck that. Say I'm going to go to WrestleMania. So we were already putting feelers out for people that could be in the corner of LT at WrestleMania. So it was it was a package deal. And I don't think it was anywhere near $30,000, but it was probably a decent chunk of change for guys to do it. We had our cameras there. We had our people there that network our own handheld cameramen. We had them that they knew exactly who to go to. They had the hat. They had everything. Hey, do it. And there were probably, I think there were 2 or 3 of them that did it. But I know Ken did it for sure.
In early February, Shawn Michaels, who had been doing some commentary on Raw, announced that he was giving up his duties, and next week he would be back and reveal who his new bodyguard was going to be. And that got Meltzer sort of guessing that maybe this was an opportunity for Ventura to come in. He says, the timing of Ventura headed in seems right, since if it came any sooner, he'd be violating the WCW deal he made, which paid him right around $5,000 per week, which expires near March 1st. He's just been sitting at home in the meantime. Now, of course, we should remind you that Jesse Ventura had won an $809,000 judgment for mostly royalties on videotapes where he did the announcing, and he says he wasn't compensated. But instead of coming in, like David suggested, Ventura goes and files another lawsuit, this time asking for $254,000 in interest that had been accrued since he had won the award. When do you remember Ventura being a conversation about suing for the royalties, maybe being brought back, suing for the interest? What was the relationship like during this time with Vince, Jesse, and the WWF?
Not good. And Meltzer has it wrong, but Jesse's deal with WCW was coming up. Jesse, through his agents and attorneys, had reached out to us and said, hey, Jesse's deal is coming up. Are you guys interested in bringing him back in as a color commentator? Vince asked, floated that out there, but ultimately it was Vince who was like, no, I'm not bringing Jesse back after the lawsuit and everything. And Vince wasn't interested, but then that's when Jesse went back in and filed for the interest and everything else. But Jesse had sent feelers out. That part's true. We didn't go the other way. He sent it out. We talked about it. And Vince ultimately made the decision that he wasn't interested in bringing Jesse back.
Did Vince pay the $809,000?
I know we lost. I don't know who the hell paid it, but I think Jesse got the money or got a good chunk of it.
But probably a big portion from Coliseum and a portion from WWF, right?
I honestly, I really and truly don't know. I don't know how that was, but I'm pretty sure Jesse got all of his money or damn near a huge percentage of it because they didn't overturn it.
On the March 6th edition of Raw, they show a video clip of Paul Bearer and Mr. Fuji, who are in a police interrogation room, and the cop is accusing him of doing something to Yokozuna. And the camera pulls back with Paul saying he hadn't done anything wrong. And they showed that he was wearing a blonde wig and women's clothes. The Undertaker's gong sounds, the lights go off. And when they come back on, Mr. Fuji is now wearing the wig and the ladies' clothes. And they come back from this bit and Vince is smiling and laughing, hamming it up. Who booked this shit?
That was part of our promotion just for WrestleMania overall. And it was just kind of goofy. We did it with a lot of people. Oh, me, I didn't do anything wrong. But it was just kind of goofy bits that we put everybody in.
He starts working. Goofy. Undertaker's working with Bam Bam Bigelow on all the house show loops at this time, but I don't think they ever really had a big angle. that seems like a natural fit. Why was Bundy the guy and not Bam Bam?
Well, because we were going with Bam Bam and Lawrence Taylor at the time. So, Bam Bam was on his way, kind of last heel run with LT at WrestleMania. And then after that, the plan was to turn Bam Bam babyface. So timing wise, it just really never worked out. And frankly, before we saw Bundy and before he got in the ring, we realized there's no chemistry there. We kind of had high hopes for that angle sight unseen. And that's where we were going.
The Steve McMichael angle that happened with the World Wrestling Federation aired on March 19th. And Meltzer wrote, it was much better live because McMichael, who was a Burt Prentice lookalike, came off so arrogant and obnoxious during the color commentary that it largely turned Kama into the babyface. I think a lot of fans have probably forgot about this because several months later, we would see McMichael show up on Nitro as one of the permanent commentators and then a horseman, and he was off to the races. But you guys had him first. What are your memories of doing stuff with Steve McMichael?
Well, Steve was one of the guys along Ken Norton and Spielman and some other guys that had come in and were going to be a part of LT's entourage to combat Bam Bam Bigelow and Ted DiBiase and their, the $1 million entourage over on that side. So we had brought in some guys and we had McMichael there. And man, I remember it like it was yesterday because when McMichael and Kama hooked up, and McMichael took Kama down, there was a thud that we called it the money thud. But McMichael was a natural when he got out there. There was no hesitation. He's a natural cocky heel. And the physicality was there, and it was real, and you felt it. Chances are, had it been, another time probably in the business, Vince would have signed him on the spot. And we began talking to him that night because it was out of all those guys, with the exclusion of LT, out of all the guys that we brought in that were going to be available, McMichael was going to be available. And we thought, man, he had it. He had charisma. He had an attitude. He had some swagger to him, and he wasn't afraid to get physical.
Let's get to WrestleMania 11. It's April 2nd, Hartford, Connecticut, almost 15,000 fans there. It's a sellout. We've got $750,000 at the gate. So it's a big show. And unfortunately, the Undertaker has to work with King Kong Bundy. They go 6.5 minutes, and Meltzer is not a fan. He gave it half a star. Of course, we know about the streak. We know the Undertaker won the match. I'm sure you guys probably just had to be glad to have this one behind you, right?
Well, oh God, you add into that, we had a special guest referee who was this American League baseball umpire. And for whatever reason, and I think he was a friend of J.J. Dillon's or something, or JR's or somebody, but he was there and he had a very high opinion of himself. So much so that when they're going through the match and everything, and why we put him in an Undertaker match, God only knows why. I have absolutely no idea why. Can't tell you the decision-making process on that one. But if I could do it all over again, that's something I would definitely change because it sucked. And this guy starts telling Undertaker, okay, in the middle of the match, when I tell you to break, you don't break, and I'm going to bump you with my chest. And Undertaker looks at him and says, no, you're not. He says, well, no, that's my gimmick. I'm an umpire. I'm going to bump you with my chest. And Taker came to us and says, hey, this is what this guy wants to do. He goes, I'm telling you, if the guy bumps me, I'm going to kill him. And I think cooler heads prevailed, and the guy tried to bump him, and Taker just kind of shoved him out of the way. But I think it would be kind to say that it was a poor match.
Of course, there's DiBiase involvement. He's calling in Kama. Of course, behind the scenes, Kama and Undertaker had been friends for a long time. But here they're feuding, and ultimately Kama winds up leaving with the urn and vows to melt it down and turn it into a medallion to wear around his neck. I guess this is as good a time as any to go ahead and ask about BSK, because we wrestling fans have heard a lot about the Click and BSK, and we always hear a lot more about the Click than BSK. But according to the rumor and innuendo, Charles Wright, aka Godfather, Papa Shango, he was a big part of this Undertaker entourage. What can you tell us about BSK?
The Bone Street crew, man. It was, they like to play bones in the dressing room, dominoes. And that was a group of guys. They hung out together, and that's what they did. And that's, as far as I know, that's how the name came up. But it was a group of guys that just hung out together and did everything together, and was kind of for lack of a better term, wasn't a gang, but yeah, they were a gang.
He's not on Raw the next night. He's working a dark match instead, but he does start working some dates for Jim Cornette's Smoky Mountain. And I find this kind of fun because where else would you get this? The Undertaker teams with Tracy Smothers and Bullet Bob Armstrong to defeat the Gangstas and D'Lo Brown. Pretty interesting here. Of course, the Gangstas, New Jack and Mustafa, go on to make a name for themselves in ECW. And of course, D'Lo would go on to the WWF to be a big star there with Nation of Domination and have a great run. But that's a collection of guys you couldn't see anywhere but Smoky Mountain, right?
And be on top in Smoky Mountain as well. So, but all great talent in their own right and in their own day.
It's kind of fun too, because that same show had Al Snow, teaming with Unabomb, who would go on to be Kane, working with the Rock and Roll Express in a coal miner's glove match. That old school Smoky Mountain is good stuff. Back in the WWF, the Undertaker is working with Bam Bam Bigelow, Sid, and Kama for the house show loop. And towards the end of April, here's a fun note. Meltzer would put in the April 24th Observer, Michael Hayes debuted on Superstars as Doc Hendricks with a haircut, shave, and being much better dressed. Well, that's directly from the Observer. It made me laugh out loud. What can you tell us about Doot 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 coming to the WWF?
Michael Hayes called me basically every 6 weeks or 2 months. Hey, boy, y'all got anything? I'm in best shape of my life. Ready to come in. Y'all got anything? And every time somebody would call, I'd either put it in I'd put it on my list, and once a week or so, we would talk about new talent, or, do we need to get rid of any talent every week? Talk about, well, so-and-so called, Michael Hayes called. No. The answer was always no. I would just get out. Michael, no. And finally, we were in need of a new color guy, and it probably helped, Jim Ross being there as well. But to me, one of the best teams doing play-by-play in color in the history of the business was Jim Ross and Michael Hayes in the old Mid-South, or in UWF. Man, they had chemistry. They were just great together. And I thought Michael Hayes was one of the best color guys I'd ever heard. You pair Michael Hayes with that Southern, Atlanta, eyeball, with the New York, Connecticut, Vince McMahon. I thought it was a natural. And so when we started looking for somebody, I stayed on it, and I was like, Vince, Michael Hayes can do this. I don't want a free bird. I said, well, don't have him be a free bird. Just let him be Michael Hayes. And Vince just had in his mind that Michael Hayes was a free bird, that he gave him a shot a long time ago. They blew the chance, and he wasn't interested in giving him another chance at this time. So the answer was just no. Timing me and everything. We were in need of somebody. I said, can I just bring him in for a audition? Let's just try him out, please. And he needs to try out with you. So Vince was like, I hate that look. I don't want that look on my TV. So we changed the look. He's got hair. You cut the hair and everything. I got to cut that hair. So Michael comes in and finally says, okay, hey, here's the deal. You're coming in. This is an audition. So you got to be open-minded. You've got to come in and you've got to just listen. But at the same time, when comes time to go, I need you to be Michael P.S. Hayes. And you're going to be working with Vince. And for it to work, you got to go after him. So you can fuck with his hair. You can fuck with his, with his tie. You got to be Michael P.S. Hayes. You got to be that heel commentator. And so Michael, I will never forget it. I was in the shipping office at the production studio when Michael arrived because I wanted to meet him at the door. And he gets out of the limo, and he's got hair down to the middle of his back. He's got a full beard and mustache, and he's dressed like only Michael can dress. And he gets out, and he's got a bag in each hand, and he's walking, and his hair is flying everywhere, and he's got a chip on his shoulder. And I grab him, and I said, hey, okay, we're going to go back there. I said, here's the deal. If he likes you, and we're going to do something with you, he's going to want to cut your hair. How much? I said, I don't know, dude. And I said, but if you're not open to that, let's not waste each other's time. And Michael, I kind of prepared him for that ahead of time. And he went down. He was great. Vince liked him. Michael can be a charming son of a bitch. And it was on. So he looks at Michael and says, you got to cut that hair. He's like, all right. I get home, I got a girl does it. He goes, we've got someone here. So I had a hairstylist that was on standby. I was so freaking confident in Michael just knocking it out of the park that had a hairstylist upstairs in the makeup room ready to cut his hair. And Vince stood there while he got his hair cut. No, a little more. Come on. Let's get, I don't want to see all that. And then said, how attached are you to that beard? Shaved the beard, left the mustache, and then we started with the names. He didn't want to call him Michael Hayes, and we went on to, what do you like, pal? Well, I like music. I like to sing. I like that. We start kicking names around, and Doc Severinsen was the leader of the band for the Johnny Carson show. So, how about Doc? And so we get Doc, we get the first name, and then Hendrix was Jimi Hendrix, and Doc Hendrix was born. Dave.
Such a good story. It also comes out around this time that Missy Hyatt was trying to reach out to get a job as an announcer, and she had briefly been brought in right before you got there in March of '87. She taped a couple of skits that were supposed to be called Missy's Manor, and she did one more after you're with the company in late April '87. Allegedly, according to the rumor and innuendo, Vince just wasn't feeling it and offered her a job as a featurette. She feels like that's beneath her, so she opts to go ahead and leave and goes back to the UWF. What do you remember about Missy's stint in '87, and then maybe her trying to get back in here in '95?
Well, the stint in '87, yeah, it didn't really work. I was there for a couple of the, I guess, auditions or tryouts that they tried in front of the audience with her. And, Missy was a beautiful girl, and Vince just had high aspirations for her, but he just didn't feel it. There wasn't a whole lot of chemistry. She was still young. In addition to that, her and Eddie Gilbert were engaged, and Eddie had taken over the booking job for UWF. She wanted to be with Eddie. She didn't want to be away from Eddie at the time, and I think when Vince brought up the featurette idea that she could go back and she could work and she could be with her fiance, and that kind of just took care of all of that in one fell swoop.
So no consideration for her coming in here?
No, actually, the time that she was looking to come in was WrestleMania X, when we had the Bill Clinton look-alike.
Right.
We were going to do something with her singing Happy Birthday, Mr. President. And then Vince felt that go and again, that's something that was with Kennedy. But Vince felt going too far with the Clinton look-alike and going too far with it. He was something he just didn't want to do at the time. But I don't remember Missy wanting to come in at all during this time. The year before, yes, definitely. And that was the whole Marilyn Monroe pitch to have her do that at WrestleMania 10. That never happened.
Dave also reported in that same Observer that Paul Levesque's first vignettes appeared over the weekend syndicated shows. He wrote, not only is he doing a Steve Regal gimmick, but he's doing 100% copy using the name Hunter Helmsley, I believe. This is the first time I can remember WWF ever using a current WCW gimmick on one of its wrestlers. Now, for everybody who's not familiar, Bruce, who did Paul Levesque go on to become?
Mr. Stephanie McMahon, Triple H.
So what'd you think of his gimmick here? I'm sure we're going to cover Hunter in long form, but Dave is sort of asserting that it's 100% ripoff of William Regal's WCW character. Your retort?
Not at all. It was an aristocrat from Greenwich, Connecticut. Vince wanted, if anything, it was more along the lines of still keeping with his WCW gimmick of Jean-Paul Levesque, but making it, instead of being French, making it a Connecticut aristocrat type thing.
That same weekend, by the way, is when the Body Donna skit started. If you'd like to hear more about those, you can check out our Sunny archives. We also hear in this week's Observer that Johnny Ace was contacted by Jim Ross about coming in. Allegedly, Ross was trying to make a play to get Steve Williams in as well. What do you remember about Johnny Ace potentially coming in as a wrestler in 1995?
I don't remember Johnny being seriously considered. Dr. Death was always considered. Doc was one of those talents that was kind of always sought after, and especially by JR, because they were friends, and JR really, loved Dr. Death, Steve Williams. So he was always pushing for Doc to come in. And this was kind of at a time that Doc was at a peak for all Japan. So he was doing really well in Japan. He was making rumblings and noise, but he was also making more money in Japan working part-time than he probably would have been making coming in full-time for us.
There's a rumor going around the dirt sheets at this time that, and this even made its way to London tabloids, that Duchess Fergie, was offered $50,000 to crown the winner of the King of the Ring, but she turned it down. Did you guys really make this offer?
Absolutely.
How do you go about doing that?
Well, you go on the phone book and you find her phone number and call them. We went through the royal hierarchy and got to her because she was the black sheep of the family, and everything that she did was in the tabloids and got publicity. So yeah, man, we reached out and tried to get her to come and be a part of the show.
I'm fascinated by this era because Vince is trying any little thing that he can here. You see that with football, with the Super Bowl, and now here's another one.
I'll give you the analogy, okay, because you bring that up, and this was something that I found in life. I think for a lot of people, myself included, one thing that Lisa Wolf said to me that kind of half-ass made sense, but at the same time didn't. Was she was looking at the Lawrence Taylor thing and the Fergie thing and all this shit. She goes, Vince just needs a hit so bad. It's been a long time since he's had that hit. And for people who have been on top of the heap, when you're in that slump, it makes sense because you're looking for a hit. You just want a hit, just one, and then that'll get you out of that slump and move on to bigger and better things.
Here's another swing and a miss. There's reports that you guys tried to get Kato Kalin to come in and do a skit for the In Your House pay-per-view promotions, but ultimately the WWF couldn't pull the deal together. What do you remember about you guys reaching out to Kato Kalin, who I guess we should remind everybody was maybe the world's most famous house guest at that time? He was shacking up with OJ when OJ's ex-wife and a waiter were murdered. Most people believe that OJ did that, and Kato was camped out in the pool house as OJ's house guest. Is there any truth to this rumor? You guys tried to book Kato Kalin for an In Your House?
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, we sure as hell did. And we went as far as to have crews out there to shoot stuff with him and he was basically a flake and just kind of flaked out. And then Vince was like, I'm not doing business with this guy. It was things like, okay, we're going to shoot at 1 o'clock, and he wouldn't show up. And then it was like, oh, we had the dates mixed up. So, okay, well, let's reschedule another date. And it was always something. So, yeah, we cut bait on that one.
I find it interesting that on the May 29th Raw, The Undertaker makes his return after a long absence from TV for a knee injury. Do you remember the knee injury?
It was, it was a tweak, and he needed time off. I don't think he did surgery at this time, but it was a tweak that he just took some time off and got out of the ring for a little while.
The reason I mention this Raw is The Undertaker returns and he beats Jeff Jarrett in a King of the Ring qualifying match and qualifies for the tournament for the first time in his career. And Raw sets a 3.9 rating, which at the time is an all-time high for the show up to that point. So even though Vince may be desperate for a hit, The Undertaker coming back after being off TV for a little while, that popped a number. Was The Undertaker always the guy you could count on and sort of look to get you a good segment?
Yeah, it was. And any time that you had somebody like that, yes, it was. And that's why we didn't have Undertaker on TV every week, because when he was on TV, it meant something.
Well, and it meant something when the AP ran a story on Bob Holly, and they listed his real name there, which is Robert Howard. But they said that Howard had signed a wrestling contract and then a separate contract with Vince McMahon as the driver for the WWF racing team. And then McMahon had put up $200,000 to get this racing team off the ground. Is this yet another example of Vince trying to sort of reach out and find any little thing he can?
Well, my name is Thurman Sparky Plug. Thurman Plug. My friends call me Sparky. You can call me STP. Yeah, those were a lot of fun though. Bob Holly was somebody that we brought in, and Bob was a legit race car driver. He didn't do bad in the smaller circuits, kind of in the southern circuits down there. I don't know what that NASCAR division is, but it's kind of under the Bush series. And we thought, okay, NASCAR was catching on. If we had a car and we had a driver that actually wrestled, that would be a kind of a win-win. So we sponsored a race team and put Bob out there. It was, instead of sponsoring someone else and another racer, which would cost probably a whole hell of a lot more, you sponsor your own and you make your own. And that was the attempt there.
This gets us to the King of the Ring 1995, going down on June 25th from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. You guys drew about 15,000 folks here for roughly $300,000. It does a 0.65 buy rate, which represents about a $1.6 million company gross. So it's not terrible, but it's not what it can be in just a couple of years, of course. Here's a little bit of an upset. Meltzer gives it a negative half a star, but Mabel pins The Undertaker in 10 minutes and 44 seconds. Dave wrote, "It was the first pinfall loss I can recall The Undertaker taking since challenging Hogan for the world title back in 91. Because of the draw in the previous match, the winner of this match would go to the finals. The match was terrible. Undertaker had the early advantage until Mo distracted him, allowing Mabel to use a belly to belly. And then I think everybody remembers this long, lengthy camel clutch and chin lock. It was really a slow period in the match. There's of course a ref bump, a choke slam. There's a run in with Kama again, where he kicks The Undertaker in the face, and then Mabel gives him a leg drop. And now the revived ref counts the pin. After the match, of course, Kama slaps The Undertaker in the face, which wakes him up, and then Kama runs away. So the match is sort of set up to advance the Undertaker Kama storyline, but beating The Undertaker in a pinfall is a big deal here, because you're probably 3.5, almost 4 years since his last loss on TV.
Yeah, probably so. But it was an attempt to really get Mabel over, and this was the big Mabel push. And Vince saw big things in Mabel, figuratively and literally. So, what bigger thing to do than beat The Undertaker? And by God, it was going to push Mabel to the moon, and it was a way to kind of offshoot Undertaker and Kama and put a little more gasoline on that fire as well.
Well, and of course we know what's going to happen here. Mabel goes on to win the King of the Ring and then gets a main event against Diesel at SummerSlam. Why did Vince see money in Mabel? Just because he's such a big guy, or what was it about Mabel that made Vince think he's the guy?
Big, mean, nasty looking bastard that he thought would be a real threat to you. You got big guys like Undertaker, and you got a big guy like Diesel, who's your champion, that people believe he's a real threat. And when they see him beat the Undertaker, then they believe, oh shit, he beat the Undertaker, he can sure as hell beat Diesel. And that was the thinking behind it. That was the vision, just to have this big, mean, nasty heel.
So chat me up about Mabel pinning the Undertaker. The Undertaker hadn't lost a lot at this point in his career, but we never got the perception that he was maybe a prima donna about wins and losses. Did he have any sort of issue with putting Mabel over?
No, he saw it as a way to, get him to the next level, and felt that by beating him, that's going to help. So Taker's always been a company guy in that way, as far as doing what's right for business. And at the time, that is what we felt was right for business.
Does Vince sit down with him and say, goddamn pal, it's time we actually try to do something with Mabel. Gonna need you to do him a favor tonight.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Ahead of time, he's going to lay out the plans. He's going to go, yeah, here's what we're doing with you. Here's what we're doing with Mabel. Now, this is why we need this. And it made sense.
Sort of interesting because, this is a weird time in wrestling, but on June 26th, the Undertaker works a shot in Memphis for the USWA, and he teams with Bill Dundee to take on Doug Gilbert and Jim Harris in a body bag match. On that same card, Vader is on the show, and Vader at this time is working for WCW. Was there ever any concern about sending talent to do a show for Lawler like this, but he's got WCW talent on the show? It feels like something Vince would never allow, but somehow it happened.
Yeah, Vince didn't like it. And sometimes, these things were done and he wasn't always told the whole story until after the fact. So it's easier to ask forgiveness than permission. And this is probably one of those instances, because I don't see Vince ever doing that.
There's lots of talk in the Observer about the TV deal. Let's pick up what Dave said here. My feeling is it's all talk. Titan's contract with USA expires at the end of December. And the story that's been reported in many places is that the current deal for 3 shows is that USA pays Titan $12,000 a week, and Titan gets to keep 2 minutes of advertising time, either to sell on its own or to use to promote its 3 cable shows. Titan wants that increased to 5 minutes of advertising and is using the E network as negotiating leverage. Monday Night Raw is on a phenomenal ratings run, with it often being the highest rated regular weekly show on cable. Ratings of the other 2 shows, while nowhere near that level, are competitive for their time slot. However, E only reaches about 28 million homes as opposed to the 65 million for USA. So there's really no leverage there at all. With syndication dwindling, Titan simply can't afford that kind of loss in exposure, so it isn't going to happen. Lots of meat on the bone here, especially with all that we've heard in the last 3 or 4 years or months about television rights. Do you remember the number being 12,000 a week for the USA deal?
It actually might have been that, because at the time when those deals were made, they were made for, prepackaged shows. You had Prime Time, which was a cheap show that was footage from everywhere else. You had All American, and they were just, it was only 2 shows I remember, was All American and Raw at the time, but they were all, or Prime Time at the time. Now it was Raw, but they were prepackaged shows. When we started to do Raw, we didn't renegotiate the deal at that time because we wanted to get the ratings going and see what was going to take place, and then we can take it from there. And remember, as I stated in the Monday Night Raw show, man, Raw was a cost-cutting measure. That was originally done to save money. And in typical Vince McMahon fashion, he spent more to make Raw the best that it could be. So you're really talking apples and pomegranates from a package show with all pre-taped footage to now a live show and a live production and an arena-oriented show. It was completely different deal now. And Vince had always been able to have his own advertising. We had our own sales team in New York headed by Jim Rothschild, and they would sell their own advertising for the shows. So if they weren't going to up it, he felt that he could go in and, with the ratings that Raw was doing, give him more time and enable him to sell more advertising, therefore make more money. It still wasn't at the point that it got to in just a year from now, with WCW entering the fray and the competitiveness of it, because USA was pretty damn complacent. Here they are, they're getting these top-rated shows, and they got it for a deal. Because we could have easily gone backwards and said, okay, we'll give you guys a prepackaged show. But Vince didn't want to go backwards. He felt that what we were presenting was the right way to go with the live event and the arena-oriented shows. So just keep moving forward in that direction. They'll come around. But we were using every network in the world, including TBS and TNT. We were using them as well to go back and say, hey, you guys interested in putting us on your network? Why not?
It's pretty interesting, especially when you hear the number that 12,000 was the number, and what the TV rights are this year. Lots of people have speculation about what the next TV deal is going to be, but some folks are saying it's going to be 200, 300, 400 million. Some of that I don't necessarily know is possible, but hey, stranger things have happened, I suppose. But you look back here and it's 600,000. It's unbelievable the way this company has been able to grow. One of the things that I found in my research here that seemed kind of funny, the WWF is starting its own newsletter being put together by Vince Russo, who did a terrible newsletter of his own 3 years back, which lasted all of a few issues. Actually, WWF could put out a very profitable newsletter if they did it correctly, but their ability to give up the BS is virtually impossible within the industry, and that's their biggest handicap. That's all directly from the Observer. I never saw the Russo newsletters. Did you see those, and how close did this come to nearly happening, that you guys created your own quote unquote dirt sheet newsletter?
I never saw the Russo newsletters either, so I can't comment on them, but there was talk at one time of putting out his own newsletter and just putting out his own narrative, because it was all bullshit that was being put out anyway. So what did it matter?
Well, one of the things you guys may have reported on there is another piece that Meltzer ran, that the St. Louis Post-Dispatch, the local newspaper, reported in its TV sports column that one of the reasons the WWF special was pulled from the NBC network was due to pressure from the NBA's commissioner, David Stern. According to the story, Stern took issue with any promotion for a pro wrestling show during any NBA playoff game, or that wrestling was scheduled to follow the game. So do you remember there being some sort of situation where Stern didn't want the NBA associated with the WWF, and therefore that cost you guys some time on NBC?
I think that was more the higher ups at NBC that felt that with legitimate sports, how can you put legitimate sport and then plug legitimate sport? And plug wrestling within a legitimate sport. I don't know. I'm giving you my opinion on that. And the feeling was it was more the higher ups in NBC that didn't want wrestling on their network, that it was below them.
Meltzer would report the new blimp that you guys were working on cost $250,000, and that you guys plan to send the blimp to different cities ahead of time whenever you were going to run a live event. Whose idea was the blimp, Bruce?
Bob Collins, one of the greatest promoters of all time. Bob Collins was the vice president of promotion in the company, and Bob came from Ringling Brothers, Barnum and Bailey, and had done quite a bit with Ice Capades and different things of that nature. But Bob was one of the last of the great old-time promoters that actually understood promotion. So this deal came up with the blimp to be able to lease this blimp for, I think it was maybe 3 months or something like that. And I don't think it was $250,000, but we did this blimp, and branded it with the WWF logo, that awful new generation logo that we had. And it would have, I think it was a 2-man crew. And then we had Manny Garcia, who was like the host in the live events, who would also ride up there, and they would go to baseball games and they would go to all the live events ahead of time promoting, WWF is coming to town and different things like that. I loved the blimp. I thought it was a genius idea, and people were talking about it.
Well, people were talking about Refrigerator Perry and Steve McMichael becoming a tag team in the August 7th Observer. Dave wrote, there was consideration given to making them a tag team, figuring it would get notoriety and press, but they weren't going to work against Owen and Yokozuna at SummerSlam. The idea is possibly to debut them against the Heavenly Bodies, since the Bodies aren't booked and all four could go to the gym and put together a passable match since the Bodies are such good workers. Of course, the talks broke down though. Perry allegedly wanted a guaranteed contract, and the WWF wasn't willing to bend on that, particularly for someone who hadn't been able to be a proven draw for them and had a weight problem his entire career. With the thinking being, I'm sure, if he couldn't maintain his weight for $1 million, why would he do it for 200,000? Allegedly, McMichael was a little more flexible. He was willing to do all the shows where Perry just wanted to do the big shows and pay-per-views, but WCW got their shit together a little faster. So they wound up landing McMichael faster than the WWF. That's Dave's version. What do you remember about Refrigerator Perry and Steve McMichael maybe coming in together as professional wrestlers?
Well, you remember when I mentioned Lisa Wolf? Lisa Wolf, had come from an NFL background where she had done whatever HR in the NFL for a short stint. So she would use her contacts, and she thought after the Lawrence Taylor thing, well, Vince, if we only get NFL stars, that'll make a difference, thinking that that's what Vince wanted to do. So there was, yes, we were definitely interested in Steve McMichael without a shadow of a doubt. Perry was fishing out there and just looking for, in my opinion, he was looking for easy money. We wanted someone that was actually going to be on the roster full time and not just do a one-off. And both of them had a much higher opinion of themselves than we did. So they were looking for a lot more money than we were willing to part with, especially for guys that had to be trained and that we would have to invest in to get them in the ring to even be passable. We weren't looking for a one-off. We'd already done the one-off with Perry at WrestleMania II. And I don't know that many people were impressed with him at that time and his work ethic and willingness to do what needed to be done. And he didn't have a really great reputation. So there was talk of William Perry, but there was serious consideration to Steve McMichael.
I feel like I should mention this Kama angle with Undertaker is still going on. And during Kama's matches on TV, Undertaker fans would bring wreaths to ringside and sit in the crowd. And of course the camera would pan to them. Bruce, were these plants, were you guys passing out the wreaths before the taping started?
We would usually find fans in the crowd. We would have people go out and talk to different people, and we would give them the stuff to dress up in and then supply them with everything and just shoot them a few times during the night. And they got merchandise and all kinds of different good stuff.
Meltzer would report that The Undertaker would pin his future brother Unabomb at the SMW show, the Smoky Mountain Wrestling Show on August 4th in Knoxville. He would also write, Isaac Yankem looked a lot better on the road this week than at the pay-per-view. After seeing his match with Undertaker on the Smoky Mountain show, it's almost amazing that he and Unabomb are the same person. The body changed totally in 3 weeks and he lost all of his aggressiveness. And the Undertaker match, in no way did he look not ready for the big time. What do you think of the early reports of Isaac Yankem? I'm sure we're going to cover this another time long form, but since we're talking about the Undertaker, this is as good a time as any.
Well, initially I think that the Isaac Yankem gimmick was something that just was like just tying a ball and chain around his waist and sending him out there. It wasn't good, but once we had this idea for the Unabomb deal and the Kane idea and all that stuff, and Glenn came back, we did have a different person. And the time that was spent in Smoky Mountain Wrestling, I think, is what was the change. It was a change in attitude, and it was a change in everything about what he did in the ring. He had a completely different style and was able to adapt better, and all of a sudden we had somebody that was marketable, in my opinion.
Around this same time, I found this interesting, that Shawn Michaels would defend his Intercontinental title against Buddy Landell. And we haven't talked a lot about Buddy Landell, but he was a staple for Smoky Mountain Wrestling. Why didn't Buddy Landell get more of an opportunity in the WWF?
Well, baby, Buddy Landell was his own worst enemy. That's right, baby. That's right. I said it. Buddy was allergic to success. Anytime that Buddy got a little bit of success, he would always just fail. I don't know how else to say it. But every time Buddy got right to that, the next step is going to be the peak and you're going to be the guy, he would fall. And then he found a way to blame everybody else. Buddy had the charisma. He had a look. There was something about him that pissed people off. And he cut great promos as well. So of everybody that did, that nature boy gimmick, and everybody's going to be compared to Ric Flair and they're all going to be compared to Buddy Rogers, they didn't compare Buddy to them. They were pissed off at him, and in a good heat kind of way. And just Buddy would get so close to the mountaintop and just roll downhill every time. So I just think he was snake bit and he was allergic to success.
SummerSlam 95 was not, though. Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, August 27th. It sells out. Over 18,000 fans are there at the Pittsburgh Civic Arena. And The Undertaker finally gets his win over Kama in 16 minutes and 26 seconds. It's a casket match, and The Undertaker gets a huge pop. You guys rigged up a camera inside the casket that I think you guys called the coffin cam. And it's a big deal. It's presented like a big deal, but it is a long match. And The Undertaker's selling here, and you're waiting for the sit-up, which is a big part of the match, of course, during this era. Finally, The Undertaker uses a chokeslam and a tombstone and rolls Kama into the casket. Undertaker earns 2 stars from Dave Meltzer for his performance here. What'd you think of this match and the payoff for the Kama feud?
Well, actually, I thought that the match was better than 2 stars. They busted their ass. See, and again, I look at the matches in a completely different light. You have to look at the characters involved, and not every single match can be a cruiserweight car crash match or a Dean Malenko hold fest. You have to have variety, and you have to have different style matches. And I thought that this was 2 big guys that had a good story, and they told a good story in the match. It's funny, you're talking about the sit-ups and everything. Sometimes early on, there was 1 sit-up in the match, and that was it. I think, we got to the point where we relied on that a lot for a spot when it just got overdone sometimes. But I thought that the match was good, actually, for those 2 big guys.
Let's talk about something that I even forgot happened. It's ESPN, and you guys doing some work for them to promote SportsCenter's new season. So there's a series of promos done with Mr. Fuji, Shawn Michaels, Diesel, Undertaker, Paul Bearer, Yokozuna, even King Kong Bundy. And the gist is we're trying to bribe ESPN for more pro wrestling coverage. And ESPN is pushing that they'd never cover something like pro wrestling. But they did allow Diesel and Shawn Michaels to co-host Baseball Tonight, the night before SummerSlam. And of course, we know years later, Coachman would be responsible for getting this relationship going again. But back here in 95, how did this deal get put together?
Dick Glover, who was one of the vice presidents of Titan Sports, WWF, back in the day, had moved on to ESPN in Bristol, Connecticut. And Dick was a good friend of ours. The idea, came up. It was a way to promote us and to promote SportsCenter and get our guys on ESPN. So it worked, and it was great exposure for us at the time. And it was kind of a tongue-in-cheek look at professional wrestling on ESPN, where people felt, a lot of viewers felt, doesn't belong. You don't do pro wrestling on ESPN. And it was a cute promotion that got a shitload of play. And it got a lot of play, frankly, outside of ESPN as well.
Just so I'm clear, did you say Dick Glover?
Dick Glover.
So I got the dick part, but you're saying Lover.
Glover with a G.
So
Glover.
Did you know a Dick Lover?
I knew Dick very well.
How you got in the wrestling business,
Dick,
right?
Dick Glover is the head of Funny or Die and all that stuff. He's a bigwig out in Hollywood now.
No, I mean, we've established that that's Mr. Glover, but did you know a Dick Glover?
Knew Dick Glover very well.
Yeah, I thought you would. September 4th, 1995, Raw was preempted, and that was the night that WCW debuted Nitro on TNT. I think we've talked about this a little bit in passing before, but did you and Vince watch that show together? What are your memories of the first Nitro?
I was in Hong Kong. Didn't watch it. Saw it later on tape, but I was in Hong Kong when the first Nitro aired. And that was the night that I was awakened by a phone call, the middle of the morning, I guess it was for me, whatever the hell time it was, with Pat Patterson proclaiming, Lex Luger, he was on the Nitro. Fuck him. He's their problem now. Brucey, you were right. Fuck him. I love it. He's gone. So, yeah, I didn't see it for another couple weeks when I got home.
Meltzer Board report, the new Raw opening taped on the roof of Titan Towers on September 7th between 7 and 10:15 p.m. reportedly cost $200,000 for 4 minutes of footage. There were major stories both Friday and Saturday in the Stamford paper regarding the taping on A1. Many people living in the area called police complaining about the searchlights and helicopters. The Federal Aviation Administration also received complaints. A second day story had the police saying the event was perfectly legal and the Titan had filled out all the necessary paperwork for everything it did. Darien, Titan's complex is near the border of Stamford and Darien. Police Chief Hy McManus, seems like a rib, said the event attracted a lot of attention, but it was not a serious police problem. And a few weeks later, Meltzer would report that the $200,000 claim was incorrect and the shoot actually cost less than $100,000. This feels like something you would have helped put together, Bruce.
I helped put it together. I helped put together the concept and I helped get all the talent and everything arranged, but I was in Hong Kong when it actually took place and it was shot. So there was never a time I was so thankful that it was scheduled because it was a huge undertaking. Everything that you saw in that open was shot in a matter of hours that night. So they did the helicopter stuff. They did all the searchlights and all the music and the fans going crazy and the Barry Dudinsky wig off and in the slot bucket. All of that stuff. Hollywood couldn't have shot 15 seconds of that in a day. And we did the whole shoot in a matter of like 6 or 7 hours.
Well, let's talk about Tatanka. Meltzer would report around this time that his suspension turned into a firing. Allegedly, there was an incident in December of 94 at a hotel in Anaheim, California that involved Tatanka and a woman who was threatening a lawsuit. Do you remember what Tatanka's issue was in this alleged hotel situation with this lady?
You know, I remember the accusations and just being a lot of questions. And at that time, Vince didn't want to deal with it and go straighten your stuff out, get it straight, get it fixed and deal with it. And once it's all done and you're cleared, then we'll be happy to bring you back. But at the time, I think it was just not dealing with this and it's your problem. If you screwed up, go deal with it and take care of it.
We're not talking about it, but we're talking about the ladies accusing Tatanka of rape, right?
Probably. I honestly do not remember the charges. I remember it was a bunch of shit with him and it was go get your stuff straight.
I mean, it has to be assault or rape. I mean, she's not reporting him for jaywalking, right?
Yeah. I don't know. I don't remember.
In Your House 3 goes down, but Undertaker is not on the card, but he does work a dark match. Was one of the strategies around this time, because it happened a lot in this era. You don't put the Undertaker on pay-per-view to sort of overexpose him. You make him a special attraction for those inside the building.
Absolutely. And with the In Your Houses were only two hours long, and we didn't want to have Undertaker available on pay-per-view either every month. So it was a little bit different philosophy at that time, how we were programming the In Your Houses. So we would use him in a dark match to draw the house, but not necessarily on the pay-per-view itself.
Let's talk about what's coming up next for Raw, because on September 25th, on the heels of you guys doing or being off, preempted, when Nitro is live, you guys come back on September 25th and you're live here, I guess, trying to go head to head live. And the Undertaker is taking on the freshly turned heel British Bulldog. Was there some concern in the office that if they're live, we've got to be too? Do you remember that being the case?
We would have preferred to be live every week, but the problem was we had bookings and the cost of the damn thing. We had already had our television tapings booked in advance to shoot 2 at a time, and we would go in every other week, and it was a cost factor. But there were some times where weeks would not make sense, so you'd end up doing 2 weeks in a row where you were live. But at the time, for the most part, we were doing every 2 weeks and taping one, doing one live. In a perfect world, we would have loved to have done everything live, but the problem with that is at the time it was only a 1 hour show. So the feasibility and the cost of doing just a 1 hour show every week just didn't make a whole lot of sense.
Sort of an interesting story here in the Observer. And I wasn't paying that close of attention at the time to the WWF, but he writes, on Raw, they ran a poll about OJ's guilt or innocence, promising the proceeds to abused children's foundations, which ended up a major embarrassment. And WWF hastily sent out apology letters to people from those foundations, saying that the idea came up at the last minute and admitted in their haste they made a major mistake and took a bunch of heat for it. Do you remember you guys running a poll about whether or not OJ was innocent for charity?
Oh my God. Yeah. And I think it was for battered women or something like that. I don't really remember what the hell the charity was. Bad idea. Horrible idea. And one, mistake that, unfortunately made. But it was with good intentions, I guess you could say, but just poor taste all the way around. Yeah, no defending that one.
On the October 9th Raw, The Undertaker would team with Shawn Michaels and Diesel to take on Owen Hart, Yokozuna, and the British Bulldog. Bulldog would pin Diesel to win the match, and then King Mabel comes out and attacks Undertaker. Both Yokozuna and Mabel would do leg drops on the Undertaker's face, and this leads to Taker being out of action for a few weeks because of what's described as a broken orbital bone. And when he comes back, he's wearing a mask. What do you remember about this injury, Bruce?
Well, it happened in the match, and it was Mabel who caught him. I want to say that Mabel caught him with a fist right in the eye. And Taker, felt it, but he kept going. It wasn't like when, what's his name? Spanky, Brian Kendrick, broke his orbital bone not long ago. Man, it shattered and it broke and it puffed all up. With Undertaker's, it swelled up a little bit, hurt like hell, but no one really knew the severity of the accident. Taker was pissed because it did hurt like hell. And later on, the swelling wouldn't go down, and it kept getting worse and worse and worse. So much so that, just breathing was a chore.
Let me mention this, Bruce.
It was giving him these incredible headaches.
In the Observer, Dave wrote, apparently this occurred when Mabel went to throw a clothesline, but Undertaker wasn't close enough to him, and his fist cracked the Undertaker in the eye. Not realizing the severity of the injury, Undertaker not only finished his match, but worked his scheduled matches against Isaac Yankem the next 3 dates before the pain became unbearable and he went and had it examined. Normally, when you hear of a guy crushing his orbital bone, that's the end of the fucking match and that's it. And this dude is still working dates. And when we say 3, let's remember that's probably not the same weekend. That's probably a weekend between, and he's still doing it before he goes to the doctor. This is a different era and a different type of cat, is it not?
Yeah. And we didn't have doctors on the scene like they do now. And he's toughing it out thinking, oh no, I'll be all right. I got a shiner, it'll go down. It'll be all right. But there was a period there where it felt like he was just literally every breath was this incredible pain in his head and in his eye, that it got to the point where I got to go get this thing checked out because it's not subsiding and the pain's not going away. It's getting worse. And he's still going out working and taking bumps. So it was not a good time. And at the time, Mabel didn't have a great reputation. He had, quote, hurt Diesel, and he was getting that reputation for being sloppy in the ring and hurting guys.
I need you to explain what you mean when you said, quote, hurt Diesel.
Well, because he did a sit out that he had done on everyone, up until that point. No one had ever been hurt before, and Diesel came back and was out for 6 months. And the reason I say that was it was from Razor Ramon, who in the back after the show did the air quotes, "Oh, your champion's hurt again." And it was just funny because he was saying, man, he goes, I don't get hurt. You can't hurt me. Make me the champion, man. I'll never get hurt. It was just kind of a little inside thing that was funny, but now it's like people are taking notice because he's hurt Diesel. He's hurt Undertaker. I want to say that he hurt Brett at one point in one of the matches, and guys are getting pissed. So not a good time for Mabel. His push was now being questioned because when you start hurting top guys, it's can't happen.
Were there
continually
any heated words between Mabel and Undertaker here?
Yeah, Taker wasn't happy, and Taker told him in no uncertain terms that he wasn't happy, especially after the fact. And once Taker had to have surgery and with this damn eye and shit, and he was out of action. So you talk to guys, and Mark's one of those people. It's hard to piss him off, but when he gets pissed off, look out. So he told Mabel in no uncertain terms, man, you need to get your shit together or I'm not working with you.
Is there like a grudge moving forward with this? Does Mabel do anything to try to make things better with Undertaker or anybody else?
Yeah, he was more cautious, and I don't know if it really helped him a whole lot because, again, now you're shy and you're gun shy. You've injured, the 2 biggest top guys in the company in a short span of time. People are leery of working with you. They don't want to work with you. So now you're sugarcoating everything you do. And one of the reasons that you brought up there is because you're a big bastard and you need to look like you're hurting people without hurting people. And now doesn't look as good because you're trying not to hurt people, and it looks like it. So it wasn't good on any front.
One of the things I think we take for granted as wrestling fans is when a guy goes home hurt like this, it usually significantly affects his income, does it not?
Sure, because you're not out on the house shows and you're not able to go out and make the kind of money that you would have made. And Vince would still pay guys that were on shows and if they were out injuries, but they wouldn't make as much as if they were there.
Does he feel like Mabel, that he needs to kick some money Undertaker's way, or is that not something that's ever even considered?
I don't know that's ever even been considered. Look, I don't think Mabel was malicious in anything that he did.
Right.
It was an accident, and it happens. It's a physical sport, and shit happens sometimes. But when it happens a lot, then you got to think, okay, man, is he just sloppy and is he not any good, or what's going on here? Is he trying to hurt people? Which I don't think he was in any way, shape, or form. I think it was a series of unfortunate accidents that happened in succession, close succession to each other.
In the October 30th edition of The Observer, Meltzer would write, Undertaker had surgery about 2 weeks back to repair his broken orbital bone. His eye had to be moved a 1/4 inch in the surgery with an implant put under the bone to push it back into its correct place, which should tell you about the kind of pain he must have been in. Because of the eye being out of place from the break, when he breathed, little bits of air were coming out of his eye area. What a crazy, crazy injury. Also in the Observer around this time is that Bill Watts had quit the World Wrestling Federation on October 13th in what Meltzer described an apparent disagreement with Vince McMahon over what being in charge constituted. What can you tell us about Bill Watts' very brief tenure in the World Wrestling Federation during this time?
Bill was brought in to help us and to help Vince with the wrestling operations. And he wanted someone kind of to oversee JJ, myself, and Pat. And Pat was leaving at the time. So he was more looking to replace Pat, but he also saw an opportunity for someone to be between him and JJ. Brought Bill Watts in, who, had run companies before. And the reason that Bill was brought in, you go back to the King of the Ring, I believe it was, when we had a Hall of Fame dinner. And Bill was there, and Bill came to the show, and Bill wrote up a report back to Vince, talking about the taping and the pay-per-view and everything. And Bill made some suggestions, and Vince was like, hey, why don't you come on in and help us? And Pat's working his way out. So I would like someone in there, wrestling wise, working with Bruce and working with JJ, and kind of be that intermediary with Vince. Well, Watts took it as, he was being brought in to run the company, and Vince as much as said that in a lot of respects, that Bill would run the wrestling operations side of the company. As was true then, as was true before that, and as is true now. Vince is going to run everything. Vince is going to run it. So no matter who is, quote, in charge, if Vince is alive and Vince is there, Vince is going to run it. And that was something that Bill just took issue with and could not adapt to. So he was there for a short while, and I actually thought, Bill coming in, and during the time that he was there, man, it was nice to have somebody else to be throwing in ideas and somebody else to go talk to him, but Bill wanted to be the man. Bill wanted to be the one in charge and calling all of the shots without input from Vince. And Vince wasn't ready to give that up. So he quit.
Let's get to Survivor Series 95. It goes down on November 19th, Landover, Maryland. Draws about 14,000 folks, but only 8,000 or so actually paid to be there. The Undertaker is tagging with Fatu and Henry Godwin and Savio Vega to beat Jerry Lawler, Hunter Hearst Helmsley, King Mabel, and Isaac Yankem. This feels like a match right out of the box of gimmicks. Ultimately, it gets a 1.5 stars. The Undertaker is tagged in very last and cleans house, man. He gets a huge pop and then hits a tombstone on Lawler for a pin about 12 minutes in. And then we're racing to the finish. A tombstone on Yankem, a choke slam on Helmsley. And this leaves Mabel to face all 4 faces. He hits a belly to belly and a leg drop on Undertaker, who then sets up, and that sends Mabel scurrying, who's counted out. And after the match, Undertaker gives Mo a choke slam. Meltzer would write, not much for wrestling, but the booking was good. And this is also when we see the debut of a pretty cool looking mask. Where did the mask come from? Whose idea was it? How was it put together? And obviously this match was booked to not have any sort of impact on Undertaker, but feature him. Am I correct?
Absolutely. It was, we're testing the waters here to see how much he can do, but his face was kind of reconstructed. He had a plate in his sinuses and underneath his eye. And that surgery was all that area was still pretty damn delicate. So to protect that, to make sure that if he accidentally got hit or took a bump, I don't know, taking a bump, I don't know how that's going to help you, but it was to protect him from being hit in any way. The mask was actually like a titanium mask, similar to what Beefcake wore when Beefcake came back after the parasailing accident.
Right.
So it's the same thing to just kind of protect his face. And then we had one of the people that made masks out in Hollywood kind of do all that shit to make it Undertakerish. So I thought it looked pretty damn cool. I thought it added to it.
No, it did look cool. I totally agree. The next night on Raw, Undertaker is supposed to wrestle Kama, but Kama comes out on crutches, so Mo subs. Undertaker wins the match and then gets the necklace back from Kama and gives it to Paul Bearer, but that brings Mabel and Yokozuna out, and Mabel steals the necklace from Bearer, and so now Mabel's sporting the necklace. They do a dark match that night where Undertaker challenges Bret for the world title. Bret had just won it the night before, and in the match, the Undertaker breaks the sharpshooter and then has Hart up for the tombstone when all of a sudden Diesel interferes and attacks Bret. So did you guys know already at Survivor Series here that we're building towards Diesel and Undertaker at WrestleMania?
Yes.
Okay.
Also during this time, and this was a fun time, frankly, is convoluted and fucked up as it could be sometimes. It was a fun time because the guys were interchangeable. Bret could work with anybody, Undertaker and Diesel, and you throw Shawn in that. It was a fun time because Diesel was really coming into his own, man, here at this point. And it was the shit with, Vince telling him turn around and flip him off. And it was just a fun kind of turning point for the company at the time.
Let's also talk about Undertaker Bret. Was that already the plan for Royal Rumble?
Yeah, the whole thing was just to try and segue everybody into WrestleMania, and it just kind of made sense at the time because you had Undertaker. It was a free-for-all. You couldn't pick them, and that's what I liked about that era. It was up in the air, and you're getting to the point to finally get to your Undertaker-Diesel match, which was going to be at WrestleMania, and we were kind of unsure. Obviously at this point in time, we didn't really know that Diesel was leaving. But I just thought it was a good time. But yes, we did know that we were going with Undertaker and Bret.
On the December 4th version of Raw, we see a character named Brother Love do a show here. And he has a guest named King Mabel, and Vince talks over Brother Love's introduction, but eventually this Brother Love character asks about Sir Mo's whereabouts, and Mabel yells at him and promises to bury the Undertaker In Your House. He doesn't like being questioned, but he has a surprise for Brother Love, and a hooded man pushed the casket to the ring as the Undertaker's music plays. Of course, it turns out to be Mo under the hood, and the casket is covered in graffiti. Why was Brother Love brought back here?
To put words in Mabel's mouth, pretty much. And it was, let's do Brother Love. Really? Why? God damn. So Mabel doesn't have to talk. Pretty much the reason.
Fun stuff. Meltzer would report in the 18th issue of The Observer on December 18th. I should clarify. McMahon was also at the wedding of Richard Glover, which we just said a minute ago was an ESPN exec who was a former Titan VP. And he talked about Bruce Prichard being the key force in booking, that Brother Love would be getting a huge push, and they were going to introduce a hot looking girl as Sister Love. And there was some speculation it would be ECW's Beulah McGillicuddy, if only because Sister Love was described as being someone who had posed for Penthouse. Can you confirm or deny any memory of this? There was a consideration for a Sister Love?
There was consideration for Beulah at the time. Yes. There's definitely consideration for Beulah at the time. And, man, beautiful girl. And she was somebody that had that nice, wholesome kind of look. that we were interested in, but there was no brother love getting a huge push in any way, shape, or form. But there was talk of bringing Beulah in and seeing whether or not she was available.
Why does Beulah get Vince McMahon's attention, maybe rather than a Tommy Dreamer or somebody else?
Okay. Beulah, Tommy Dreamer. Which one would you rather have around all the time?
Well, you can have them both around if you visit their house, I hear.
Well, I'm just saying that, no, Beulah was someone that kind of stood out there in ECW. And at the time, I remember Lisa Wolf coming in and wanting to bring in, this was her thing because she had heard of ECW. So why aren't we bringing in Francine? I hear a lot about this Francine. She couldn't pick Francine out of a lineup, but she wanted Francine because someone had told her that name.
That's what I don't get, though, I guess, is if you guys are looking to pull talent from ECW, why are you looking at the women rather than the guys?
Because Vince wanted a hot girl.
And Beulah,
we were looking for a girl at that time for something, and she was hot. And Beulah, I believe at this time, man, she was one of the hottest acts there that everybody was talking about.
I'm not arguing. Beulah was over like Rover.
Yeah.
Would her pornographic background have impeded her from getting an opportunity here through Vince or Lisa Wolf? Either one?
No, because it was out in the open.
So if you've got hidden porn, that's an issue.
If you got hidden porn, that can be a problem. There's a big difference between when somebody says, "Hey, have you ever done nude pictures? Have you ever done anything that's going to come out to embarrass the company?" And they say no, and then they debut with the company, and 2 weeks later, there's all this stuff that they did. You can prepare for it if you know.
Real question. If somebody says, yes, I did a video, does somebody whip out a notebook, sheet of paper and say, okay, what's the name of the video and where is it available? Like, do you guys review it before?
No.
So
I did. I mean, I did, but
so you had Beulah's tape.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd seen everything that she had done, and it was like, okay, as long as we know about it, I don't care. The whole thing is not knowing, and it's the same thing, that happened with China at TNA when I asked her, I said, did you do a, we obviously we knew about the stuff that she had done with X-Pac and those tapes that were out, but there was rumor and innuendo that she had done another one, and she flat out denied it.
So here's my question, I guess. You said, not knowing is the issue and you don't necessarily review the stuff. Hypothetically, would there have been an issue if, they did a video where a guy dressed up like Mean Gene Okerlund's wearing it out?
I don't understand what you're saying.
Well, China did a video where they dressed up a guy like Mean Gene
I know.
Okerlund.
That was the video I'd heard about that I asked her about in TNA. She said no.
But my question is, if she'd have said, "Oh yeah,"
then we could have been prepared for it.
I had these guys dressed up like John Cena and Hunter and Vince and Mean Gene, and they all
yes, I did that.
Took me to Pound Town.
At least you're prepared for it and you're ready for it when it comes out.
But my question is, does that change it?
No.
Okay, so what they do in the video doesn't matter. Double anal, good to go.
Well, hey, it is what it is. Can't change it.
I hope that's not a shirt. Let's go to In Your House. It's December 17th from Hershey, PA. I did not mean to say Hershey after that. Meltzer said,
yeah, you did. You did. You know that you looked ahead and you saw Hershey and you immediately went there.
Oh God. One bad match after another, Meltzer would write. He gave the match with Undertaker and King Mabel in a casket match that went 6 minutes and 11 seconds. A star and a half. He says it wasn't anywhere near as bad as their previous pay-per-view match. And he's having a lot of fun with this Undertaker character in his newsletter. He chokeslammed Mo and put him in the casket as well. Grabbed the necklace, which was the remnants of the urn, to give back to him his magical powers in 1996 and shut the lid. How silly was this? The necklace is my urn and now I have my magical powers back stuff.
Who said he had magical powers with the necklace?
Dave Meltzer.
The urn was melted down for jewelry for Kama that later Mo stole, and then he had the damn power of the urn, and Undertaker just wanted his property back so that he could then melt that necklace back into an urn. Why doesn't that make sense?
I'd like to just state clearly here, this was not Vince Russo, this was Bruce Prichard.
100%.
The next night on Raw, Razor Ramon defends the Intercontinental title against Yokozuna, and during the match, Undertaker comes out of a casket at ringside and Yoko runs away. Why was this done if you guys are trying to set up a match with Bret at Royal Rumble?
Stopgap just to keep Undertaker out there and remind everybody with Yoko. Just nothing more than a stunt.
All right, so let's put a bow on 1995.
Thank God.
How do you feel like this was a bit of a redemption year for the Undertaker? It feels like, he's back in some of the bigger programs and we know what's coming, but how would you classify this as a year for the Undertaker?
Brutal. In one word, fucking brutal. But there was light around the corner.
There was Royal Rumble. It takes place in front of a sellout 9,600 fans, January 21st in Fresno, California. We know the main event, Undertaker, Bret Hart, world title. They go 28 minutes and 31 seconds and Undertaker gets the win by DQ because of course Diesel is going to be there. Before the match, Diesel is leaving the Rumble and he meets the Undertaker in the aisle and he shoves Paul Bearer, which causes the two to square off and officials pull them apart, but it sort of gives away the finish, I guess. What'd you think of the match here? There's a lot of booing at the end, but it was a really good match. But it's not exactly what the fans wanted because they're really wanting Undertaker to go over. They're booing Bret. Diesel grabs the ref, throws him out of the ring. The ref calls for a DQ. 2 3/4 stars in the Observer, but a clean finish would have made a big difference, don't you think?
No, because you needed to get to Diesel and Undertaker, and I thought that the match was great, really did. I thought that those guys were tremendous. It was meant to kind of divide the crowd there a little bit, and no matter what, first of all, you've got Hart, who's the champion, so they want to see a title change.
Right.
You've got the Undertaker. They're both strong baby faces, but Bret worked like a heel. Bret was easy to boo.
Right.
But the son of a bitch is so damn good. I thought that they set everything up beautifully. The match was made to get to Undertaker and Diesel. That's what it was for. And it was to tell that story. So I thought that the finish was good to get to where we wanted to go.
Let's get to the February 5th edition of Raw. Undertaker's working with Bret Hart for the world title in a Royal Rumble rematch, and Diesel is doing commentary. Of course, Diesel ends up attacking Bret from behind and then power bombing the Undertaker. You guys had a pretty strong lineup that night. Not only this match, but we also saw Diesel and Shawn take on Bulldog and Yokozuna. But Nitro winds up getting the win, a 2.9 to Raw's 2.7. When the rating like that comes down, do you guys start to panic a little bit, given that you sort of pulled out all the big guns for this one?
No, it's not panic. The thing is you're in February, and those were big February sweeps during that time. So you hate to lose during sweeps, but the number was good enough that USA's happy with it. And so it's not panic time at all. I don't think we ever panicked. We just kind of said, okay, shit, we got to keep going to get better.
Let's get to the February 18th in your house. Undertaker's not on the card, but after the pay-per-view, he defeated Goldust by countout. But the real thing that everybody remembers from this is during the Bret Hart Diesel match for the title inside a cage, the Undertaker comes up from underneath the ring and pulls Diesel down under the ring, which allows Bret to escape the cage and retain the title. And Kevin Nash tells a story where in the planning of this match, Bret was refusing to take the power bomb because he felt it made him look like Diesel was going to beat him. And Undertaker famously said something along the lines of, "Motherfucker, this isn't about you. This is to help make our match mean more at WrestleMania." Any memories of that meeting?
Well, I wasn't in the meeting, but I definitely remember the outcome of it and that story being repeated a lot. And there was a lot of frustration with Bret because it was, at the time, it was all about Bret. And that wasn't the story here. No different than the Royal Rumble match. That match, I'm sorry, it was, we were getting to Brett and Shawn, and we were getting to Diesel and Undertaker. This match here at this time is, we wanted to tell the story that Diesel had him beat. That was the friggin' story. And Undertaker snatched that victory from him. This also was one of the, which I wish we had done, was one of the greatest ideas I ever heard Kevin Nash have, was when Undertaker pulled him through the ring and the smoke comes out, that when Diesel finally reappeared, his hair was completely gray, or at least have like a gray streak, a white streak running through his hair. And he pitched that, and Vince thought that would make it all a cartoon. And I remember almost stomping my feet like a little child, going, no, it would be great. What a visual, you know? He gets pulled down in the ring, and all this smoke and all this shit comes up. And when he comes up, his eyes are big as saucers, and he's got a white streak. His hair turned white at whatever the hell he saw down there. Obviously, we didn't do it, but I thought that would have been awesome.
When did you guys know that Diesel was out of here?
Right about here, I think. Obviously we knew Razor was going, and there was that whole Green Bay incident where Diesel said, I'll have the meeting with the boys. And when Vince said, okay, let's have a meeting with the boys and you declare you're here, and he backtracked, that's when we unofficially knew, without him coming out and saying it. But it was kind of in this time frame in February. It was obviously before WrestleMania. Yeah.
Man,
so you're kind of planning for your way out.
Let's talk about Madison Square Garden, because you guys ran there on March 17th, and you ran with Undertaker and Brett beating Shawn and Diesel by DQ, and Diesel would turn on Shawn, hitting him with a chair, and that set up a post WrestleMania angle between them. And Meltzer would note in the Observer, this is the first sellout at MSG for a non-pay-per-view event. Quote, so many years nobody can remember the last one, along with setting an all-time house show gate. Do you remember this particular house show?
I sure as hell do, man. It was a big one, and it was an electric feel. We were setting up the cage match for Shawn and Diesel next month. That was the whole curtain call deal. But it was an electric night. It was one of those magical moments in the Garden, because it was pre-WrestleMania when everything is, at that fever pitch. So everything you're doing is going to WrestleMania. And in particular here, we're using that momentum to take us to that next Garden show with Shawn and Diesel. It was an electric night, and it's one of those magical moments that you remember, because it was the first sellout in a long time, and going into that, having all this shit going on was good stuff.
Let's get to WrestleMania 12. It goes down on March 31st, 1996 in Anaheim. 15,885 folks are there, 12,909 of which paid $737,400. The Undertaker pins Diesel in 16 minutes and 46 seconds with a tombstone. Meltzer gave it 2.25 stars. It's pretty well known at this point Diesel's finishing up and leaving for WCW. What did you think of the match?
I actually thought that, we didn't know. Frankly, we didn't know if Diesel was going to try anything cute, but I think that the respect for Undertaker, that he went out and he did business the right way. I thought that the match was good. And this is the frustrating part, because during all this time, you look at Kevin Nash and that Diesel character, man, it progressively, in my opinion, just kept getting better and better. And he was at his peak at this point in time, and at WrestleMania, and then putting him in there with the Undertaker, it was just great shit. And the frustration was what could have been after WrestleMania with Taker and Diesel had he stayed. And that, I guess, is the frustration from our point of view, trying to create and trying to write something for the future. When you build that, you go, God damn, that was good. And then you don't get to capitalize anymore on it.
Right. And it's an interesting time in the WWF, because the next night, Mankind's coming in. So you've got Kevin Nash leaving, and Mick Foley's coming in as the Mankind character. He debuts on Raw the night after WrestleMania, and he beats Bob Holly. Later in the night, we see the Undertaker wrestling Justin Hawk Bradshaw, who go on to be JBL, and Mankind comes out and interferes and attacks the Undertaker and leaves him laying. So Justin Hawk Bradshaw loses by DQ because of this. It's a fun way to debut Mankind, and I'm sure we're going to talk about it at some point in the future. But when did you guys know that Mankind in his first feud was going to be with the Undertaker?
Well, you bring a guy in on top, they're going to be a top guy. And we didn't have anything for Undertaker after the Diesel whole angle and program. So we're needing something for him. They matched up well size-wise and thought, all right, Mick, you know, you're going to sink or swim. And you put him out there with the Undertaker, and he made it count. So it was a gamble, but we had a lot of confidence. Both JR and myself just were like, God, you know, Vince, give him a chance. He's different. He's unique. He was set up to, you know, sink or swim, and that son of a bitch swam for miles with it. And Undertaker loved working with him because he was just there on everything.
You guys do a tour of Germany for the rest of April after this, and Undertaker is working with Diesel throughout. Is this sort of bittersweet for Kevin Nash? Because WCW was not working European tours like this. And I know the guys really hate doing the European tours, but knowing this is probably your last one, is this something that Kevin Nash sort of lives it up on?
You know, probably so. It is bittersweet because it's the last time he's going to be with, you know, Shawn or Triple H and the Kid for a while. So yeah, he's kind of down about it, but at the same time, business was good there, and go out and have fun on the way out.
In Your House, Good Friends, Better Enemies goes down on April 28th in Omaha, and you guys set a gate record for a wrestling show in Omaha here, drawing 120 grand and change. Undertaker is not on the main pay-per-view, but he is working a dark match, and this time he's working with Mankind, I believe, for the very first time. You guys have them do a rematch the next night on Raw, also a dark match. What's the feeling out process for a big act like this? You want to do it? Is there like a hard and fast rule of thumb? You want to do it X number of times, not on TV before you feature it?
If you can, without a doubt. You can let guys get used to each other, get comfortable with each other. But for them, they had chemistry right off the top, and they were able to, you know, gel right away, and it was as if they'd been dancing forever.
On the May 6th edition of Raw, we would see the Undertaker make his return. Here he would wrestle Owen Hart, and Goldust is doing commentary for this match. And during the match, he gets up from the desk and starts to fondle Paul Bearer, which caused Paul to run away. Undertaker gets the win with a tombstone, and it's the second biggest rating in Raw history at this point, doing a 4.1 rating. So this feels like a little bit of a pattern. If you want to pop a number, take Undertaker off TV for a while, and when he comes back, put him in the main event, and you're going to draw a number, right?
Well, yeah, he definitely drew numbers. That's why we kept him off TV. So, you know, again, if you do it every single week, they become accustomed to it. And it's that double-edged sword. So you wait, then they wait for him, you know, to come on, and you do a number. But he was definitely a ratings draw. Still is today.
What did it sound like when Paul Bearer was being fondled by Goldust?
Oh, yes. Lower. Not that low.
On the May 13th Raw, McMahon interviews Undertaker and Bearer, who comes out with a casket with Goldust's name on it. Says this is going to be for their casket match on the pay-per-view. Of course, Goldust comes out, and we've talked a lot about this on our Goldust episode, but me and you just saw that Goldust casket after all these years. That's got to be kind of weird to see a prop like that you haven't seen in, 22 years?
It's been a while, but, you know, it had a lot of history. The Goldust caskets, we actually had a few of them, and some of them had his logo on it and different things like that. But that was good stuff, because that's when we started customizing. You know, it was just it was fun, neat stuff.
On the May 20th edition of Raw, JR interviewed Paul Bearer, who had a casket, and said the Undertaker was in it. Mankind came out and tried to do something to the casket while Goldust kept trying to make out with Bearer. Eventually the casket is overturned and beaten with a pole. And this takes us to In Your House 8, Beware of Dog, which we've covered in long form in our archives over at somethingtowrestle.com. This is the famous pay-per-view where the lights went out. We've got a full story about this match and the rematch that we encourage you to check out at somethingtowrestle.com. Through the rest of June, Undertaker and Mankind are in house shows. And then it's reported in the Observer, and I don't know when we'll talk about this again. On June 24th, it comes out that the WWF has started doing HIV testing. How does this come about? What do you remember about you guys testing for HIV seemingly for the first time?
I want to say that the whole HIV thing came up from Oregon. The Oregon State Athletic Commission started mandating that for wrestling and boxing that they had to have HIV testing. So when they did it, we had to comply, and we started adding that to, everything else that we had to do for license applications in the state of Oregon. And I'm pretty sure that's when this started, that we did the HIV testing.
Yeah. It's a weird time in the country too, because around this same time is when there started to be a big push nationally, for people to get tested, and they were wearing ribbons on TV, and there was a real world character that introduced HIV and AIDS to my generation. And it all happened around this same era. Let's go to King of the Ring 1996. Of course, we've also covered this show in our archive, somethingtowrestle.com. Mankind's going to beat the Undertaker here in 18 minutes and 21 seconds with the mandible claw. This is one of my favorite feuds that the Undertaker ever had. Meltzer liked this match too. He gave it 3.25 stars. Any issue with Undertaker doing the job here?
Absolutely not, because he enjoyed working with Mankind, and it was a new opponent for him. And with Mankind, he saw the future, and he saw, man, I can get a long program with this character. And you can't have a long program if you go out and beat the guy the first time.
Mick wrote of this match, I think this match was actually a corner turner for the Federation, as it applied liberal use of chairs and outside the ring brawling that actually enhanced a rivalry instead of blowing it off. The match also featured amusing guest commentary of Owen Hart. Do you agree with Mick's assessment of the match, Bruce?
Absolutely. And it was a time that Vince was allowing a lot more leeway, because Vince didn't like all of that stuff, but he trusted Undertaker, and Undertaker trusted Mick, and Mick had proven that, man, he was different. He was unique, and he was able to get his stuff over. So it was, that's a great way to phrase it the way he did.
The next night on Raw, Undertaker's taking on Steve Austin in the first of what would be many matches over the coming years. And this is sort of an interesting time, because the night before, Austin won King of the Ring. Goldust comes out and does commentary. And when the Undertaker goes for a tombstone, Goldust throws glitter in his eyes for the DQ. And it's a big night for Austin, man. He just did the Austin 316 promo the night before, and now he's working on top with the Undertaker. Pretty big deal for Steve Austin, don't you think?
Yeah, we thought we had ourselves a hell of a heel on our hands. And some bitch had people with Austin 316 signs all over the place. But our intent at the time was to have this red hot heel in Stone Cold Steve Austin.
Apparently,
the audience wasn't going to have it.
Apparently, the WWF learned their lesson from that NAPTY deal we talked about before, because in July, or in the July 8th Observer here, Meltzer would report the WWF sent Mero and Sable, Undertaker and Paul Bearer, and Shawn Michaels and Sonny to the New York licensing fair, and had a full-blown media packet with complimentary videotapes and lots of space. WCW, by comparison, had a small bit of space as part of the Turner booth and had a one-page piece of paper to hand out. Randy Savage and Glacier were there. When people asked who Glacier was, the TV execs had no idea and just said, he's one of our biggest and most popular stars. Needless to say, the WWF made the better impression, and Sonny was around the place in her cowgirl outfits, and the execs were following her into the booth, doing the old school trade show routine of, hey, let's get a hot girl in hot pants and get her to drag them in. If you've listened to our Sonny episode, that's probably funny for multiple reasons. Do you remember these sort of licensing fairs and how important they were to the company's revenue?
Well, I do. And even going back to Nappy, they didn't blow us away. They were a part of a Turner booth. The Turner booth was one of the largest at Nappy, and they had a huge booth. And WCW and Hulk Hogan was a very, very small part of it. It was the only thing they had. We had a booth that was just WWF. So you're comparing again, it's not a fair comparison because yes, we did have people in it. They're representing WCW for a couple of hours a day. We were representing WWF all day long, every day. And same thing here. They're part of a TBS exhibit and they're a small part of it. And we had our own booth. We had our own representation. They were being part of a package for the Turner programming folks, and we were selling ourselves. So the Turner people, at times, and like at Nappy, man, they had Hulk Hogan. You weren't going to get a bigger star than Hulk Hogan. So they didn't have that here. They had Randy Savage, but they didn't know any better.
Let's get to In Your House 9, International Incident, July 21st, Vancouver, British Columbia. Undertaker beats Goldust by DQ in 12 minutes and 7 seconds. And this happens because when the Undertaker is about to tombstone, all of a sudden, as he goes for the pin, Mankind comes from out from under the ring and puts the mandible claw on him. This gets a DQ, and then he drags Undertaker under the ring. Smoke comes out from under the ring, and the fans start to chant rest in peace. Eventually, the Undertaker pops up from the other side, chases Mankind to the back, and they set up the Boiler Room Brawl match because they're fighting backstage. It got 2 stars. Anything else you'd like to touch on since we've kind of covered this on the Goldust show?
Yeah, I think we covered it all, but it was the birth of the ominous Boiler Room. The dark and ominous Boiler Room.
Let's talk about where business was year over year for just a minute. The WWF in 95 was averaging 3,275 in paid attendance for their live shows. By the same period in 96, they're averaging 5,486. The gates went from $44,658 to $80,502. Now, here's what's interesting. So a lot more people are coming out to see the product. They're paying a lot more money, but the cable rating actually goes from a 2.13 to a 2.03. And the buy rate goes from a 0.95 to a 0.79. So your average pay-per-view revenue is actually down from 2.66 to 2.19. What does it say about the business, Bruce, when almost twice as many people are paying almost twice as much live? But when it comes to TV, they're down. And when it comes to pay-per-view, it's down.
Well, I'll say this about the house shows at the time. We were delivering house shows that were excellent. The guys were working top to bottom hard. We had competition. WCW breathing down our neck. And the guys were fighting. The guys were fighting hard. And the just word of mouth in a lot of respects was getting out that the house shows were worth going to, and it was something special. I can't explain the damn the pay-per-view numbers because business was good, and we're sitting there going, okay. When I say business was good, the house show business was good, and people were coming out, and to get people to get in their car, take the family down, and make that investment, you got to go, goddamn, why aren't they buying the damn pay-per-view? I think that it was a big part of there was too much pay-per-view. We were doing monthly. WCW was doing monthly, and our in-your-house formula was less than, the 5 big ones. So they didn't feel that they had to get it every month. You know what I mean?
Right.
It was cheaper. It was 2 hours. It wasn't as good as, I'll wait for the big one, was kind of the mentality.
Well, the big one was SummerSlam, August 18th, 1996, Cleveland, Ohio. They were doing 14,926 folks paying $413,000, which is a state for all of Ohio. And Mankind beats The Undertaker in 26 minutes and 20 seconds of the Boiler Room match. I was a big fan of this match. I especially loved the turn of Paul Bearer at the end. We covered it in long form in our archives. I realize I've said that a lot, but 96 was a hot year for the company, and it's won a lot of polls. So find our SummerSlam 1996 episode if you'd like to hear more about how the whole Boiler Room match came to be and what Bruce thought of it. It's at somethingtowrestle.com, or of course, youtube.com/somethingtowrestle. Mick wrote of this match, though, the match was either a classic or a disaster, depending on whom you talk to. There's really no middle ground. I believe the former, and in many ways, the Boiler Room Brawl felt like it was an unloved child whose goodness only I could see. I remember Michael Hayes pumping me up before I stepped into the room by saying, "Cactus, this is the match that you'll be showing your grandchildren," and saying, "This is what Grandpa used to do." Vince liked the match so much, he decided not to do commentary over it, even though, as usual, I'd visualized much of the match with Vince and JR in mind. One journalist described it as being a Hollywood fight scene, except way too long. I think that needs to be rethought a little. A 3-minute Hollywood fight scene can take weeks to rehearse and film. We did ours in one take with one camera. We haven't really covered Mick's take on the match before, Bruce. What do you think of Mick's recollection of this?
It's a great analogy, especially the Hollywood analogy, because Hollywood couldn't have done it. Yeah, you said it would take them weeks to do it, and they couldn't have done it the way that we did. It was a walkthrough, and then kind of laying things out and taking a cameraman and saying, "Okay, here's what we're looking for," and praying that they get it right and that they capture it. So it was kudos to the talent for laying it out, and for the camera work and the direction that was given to actually capture what we captured on tape, to give it. Hindsight's 2020. I think that commentary definitely would have helped it, but that's hindsight. When we were watching it, you're watching it kind of in a vacuum, and you're looking at it going, "Oh my God, this is great. This is fabulous. This is incredible." You're not thinking, you're not putting yourself at home watching the match on television. The other thing that we completely, I think, kind of shit the bed on is we weren't really thinking about the audience, the live audience. We did think about it. So, okay, well, we'll put the screens up and have them watch it. But it took a lot of air out of the room by doing it that way. And that's shit that you learn after you do it. I love the match. I thought it was great, and it told a tremendous story. But yeah, it would have been helped by commentary, and would have been helped. It definitely would have helped if we would have had a big Titantron too, and a better kind of sound system and shit, and actually had commentary on the damn thing. I think would have helped it tremendously. But it was good shit.
The next night on Raw, Paul Bearer and Mankind do an interview with Bearer saying he's been carrying Undertaker, and now Undertaker has passed away. So the music plays, the lights go out, the Druids bring out a limp Undertaker to ringside and deposit him on the floor. Then his music plays. He sits up and raises his arms, and Bearer and Mankind run away. On August 24th, you guys ran a show at Exhibition Stadium in Toronto. It's the 10-year anniversary of when you ran the big event in the same stadium in 1986. And back then in 86, it was Hogan and Orndorff for the world title on top, and they drew more than 60,000 fans. Here you draw 21,000 fans, paying 436,000 Canadian. Undertaker would beat Mankind in a casket on that show. And because it's such a big house show, I wanted to ask, what do you remember of this? How did this come together? Whose idea was it? And were you pleased with the gate?
Yeah, I think everybody was pleased with the gate. It was just another opportunity to do this as part of whatever the fair was at the Exhibition Stadium there in Toronto. And Carl DeMarco brought it to us and wanted to run something different than the Sky Dome that we had normally run. And then later on, I guess it was the Molson Center. But an opportunity to just do a show. And it was viewed as a house show for us. But everything that was done in Canada, especially during this time with Carl DeMarco, he tried to make a big deal out of. Rightfully so. He was a promoter and tried to do shit. But I was pleased with it. Yeah.
Meltzer puts in his newsletter around this time that Mark Henry's coming in for what he believes is a 10-year contract at $250,000 a year on a downside guarantee. And that's big money for somebody starting, and it's guaranteed money. Do you remember there being any sort of heat on Mark for coming in with such a big contract?
Well, he didn't have that big of a contract, and Meltzer's numbers, as usual, were incorrect. So there was rumor. Everybody was talking, oh, Vince signed this guy to a 10-year deal for all this money, and that just wasn't true. So, but, when Meltzer would report it, got a shitload of heat on Mark and got a shitload of heat on everybody, because when you compare it, and say, well, wait a minute, I've been busting my ass all these years, and this guy comes in and hasn't had one wrestling match and is making all this money. So, that rumor and innuendo definitely hurt Mark big time, because people believed it, and it, just simply wasn't true.
Meltzer reported in the September 16th edition of The Observer that Undertaker missed the house shows due to a staph infection in his arm. He cut the arm during the Boiler Room match, which we covered, SummerSlam 96. But apparently this cut gets infected working some shots over Labor Day weekend for Carlos Colon in Puerto Rico. He winds up hospitalized and pumped full of IV fluids to try to kill the infection, but he wasn't well enough to make the shots. So with him off the tour, they bring in Mark Henry and, of all people, Cowboy Bill Watts to work angles with Mankind. What do you remember about this Undertaker staph infection? We need the Cowboy routine.
Oh my God. Well, first of all, the damn thing, he heard it in the Boiler Room Brawl, and that's where it got infected. And when they stitched it up with a baseball stitch. It was so tight that there was no way for it to breathe, and the damn thing just festered. And it was in Puerto Rico where Undertaker bent his elbow for the first time, and the stitches and everything burst. And as legend has it, the pus and all the goo just went all the way across the locker room, and this horrendous smell came from his elbow, and they did their best to gauze it all up and try and wrap it all up so that he could work. And then when he got back, the fever kicked in, and all that other good shit that comes along with staph infection. And had he not, gone in right when he did, the consequences could have been a whole hell of a lot worse. So he was in a bad way, had to go into the hospital for several days and get intravenous injections of antibiotics and fluids and everything. So you asked about Bill Watts. I'll give you a long story, but it was looking at Tulsa, and JR thought, well, hell, oh, damn, Cowboy's right there, and you need a substitution. Well, damn, Cowboy would step in and do something with Mankind. He didn't have to do a whole lot. And Cowboy Bill Watts was a big name in Tulsa. So Vince, picked up the phone. Hey, Bill, how you doing, pal? How'd you like to kick Mankind's ass? Anytime that Bill would have an opportunity to look good in his hometown, he's going to jump at it. So it was a fun deal. Get people talking a little bit and get some local talk and local press.
Well, I want to talk about something else that happened in September that I don't think we've ever really talked about before. Shane McMahon was married on September 14th. How do you remember this affecting the company? What was Vince like? What was Linda like? What do you remember about Shane McMahon's wedding? And I want to ask at the same time, because I know just based on that date that JJ Dillon was walking out on the company around this same time. Let's first talk about the McMahon wedding, and then let's talk about JJ choosing this to be the time he takes a hike from Vince McMahon.
Well, the wedding, I mean, it didn't affect the company really at all. A lot of us were invited. We all went to the wedding. It was a hell of a wedding and an unbelievable reception at the Pierre Hotel. But it didn't affect the company really at all. It was half the company guys were in South Africa. We had a tour going on there at the time, and JJ, I think, quit that Wednesday, walked in and resigned and gave a letter to Vince and had resigned. So the timing wasn't great for Vince to deal with that, but that's what happened.
That's it.
Yeah, that's all I'm going to go into, because the rest of it is a bunch of personal shit that I'm not going to get into. If JJ wants to talk about it, let JJ talk about it, but I'm not going to comment on it.
You feeling okay?
Yeah.
What can you tell us about Shane's wedding? Of course, we know that he married, if this is even possible, someone with as much or maybe more money at the time.
Well, he married Marissa Mazzola, who's just like movie star looking, beautiful young lady, and they had been, dating for some time. It was, it was a wedding. It was a beautiful, it was a formal affair. That was just one of those magnificent storybook weddings that was really crazy. I remember them doing the Hava Nagila thing, which I don't think was there. There wasn't anybody Jewish there, but it was where they have the mother of the bride up on a chair,
right,
and they parade her around, and they drop Joe Mazzola, who was the mother of the bride. But it was a wild, crazy, just great fun wedding, man. It was a wedding McMahon style, as I like to say. But I spent most of my time with Fred Blassie there, and we just had a good time with he and his wife.
Freestyle, how much you think a McMahon wedding costs here?
Oh my God. I couldn't even imagine. Seriously, I couldn't even imagine. The Pierre Hotel, I remember Pat talking about how the Pierre Hotel was like the most exclusive, expensive hotel in all of Manhattan and all this other. I mean, it was extravagant. It was completely the opposite of the New Yorker, where we stayed for Monday Night Raw. Okay. So if you can imagine New York elegance, that's what it was. I mean, it was
like
the
Plaza
pure
Hotel.
class.
Yeah. Well, let's talk a little bit about what you clearly don't want to talk about, because he's written about it a lot. And he being J.J. Dillon, he says that Vince McMahon put him as head of talent relations, and it happened at a time when the company was under a lot of scrutiny for the steroid era. And he had to sort of shepherd things along during that era when maybe there were some questionable decisions made, and he was concerned about that. Now, he never names any particular instance, and we're not going to do that now. And besides, if we would, the statute of limitations is way gone. But either way, he was uncomfortable with this, but he did it anyway. He's got a special needs son, and he had a younger wife and a daughter with her, and they had bought a house based on their current income and a loan from Vince McMahon. They had previously just been renting, but they decided to buy, and they commit. Now they have this big mortgage, and not too long after Vince helps make arrangements, meaning gets his banker on the line, pulls some strings, and then Vince actually loans him a chunk of money to help buy this house and agrees to let, him just pay it back, payroll deducted. And he is paying interest on the money, but it's still a very nice gesture from Vince. Not too long after this happens, the company has to cut some costs because of the expenses of the lawsuit for steroids and just revenue being down. So allegedly all the wrestling people take a pay cut, but some of the office people do not. But if you're what Vince perceives as a wrestling person, you take a substantial cut. JJ always took issue with this, according to his book, because he felt like a 5% cut across the board would have handled everything. But instead, the wrestling people take the massive cut and the office people are sort of not affected. Lord Alfred Hayes takes great issue and just walks out and decides to quit, and he's out of here. But JJ can't do that. He's got to find a way to make it work, but he's barely scraping by before the cut. So after, there's just no hope. So he tries to sell his house. He puts his house up for sale, but doesn't want anyone to know that it's for sale because he doesn't want anyone to think that he's leaving. When he finally does sell and close on the sale of that house, he goes and tenders his resignation. And he knew this was coming. So slowly but surely he had been cleaning things out of his office for weeks leading up to the closing of the house. Once the house is gone, he sits down with Vince and quits. And I'm sure Vince thought he could maybe talk to him, but immediately JJ goes and turns in all of his stuff and leaves the building. And he's out of there. Allegedly, there was a call that happens over the weekend where they offered JJ a huge sum of money. And they do this because they don't want him to sort of ruin the wedding. And Vince even asks, are you doing this to ruin my son's wedding and draw attention with the New York press or whatever Vince was concerned about? JJ insists that's not the case. So after getting a huge severance offer, he finds out later the severance offer has been reneged because he's been, quote unquote, meeting with WCW. And JJ would say, I just took my family to Disney World and we happened to run into Scott Hall and his family at one of the rides. I wasn't there in a formal meeting at all. And things did not end well with JJ and Vince. Can you poke holes in anything that I've just laid out that's really a Cliff Notes version of JJ's story?
Well, I don't know what conversations Vince and JJ had. I do know that as wrestling people, we all took massive cuts. JJ Dillon wasn't the only one that took a massive cut. I took a massive cut. We all did. If we were on the wrestling side, yes, we took massive cuts, and it was tough, without a doubt. Would a 5% cut across the board been better? Sure, it would have been. Absolutely. But there were other things that happened between Vince and JJ, and that's between Vince and JJ. But I think that a lot of that was due to Lisa Wolf, and I think that a lot of that was due to her getting in between Vince and JJ, where Vince and JJ no longer had a relationship, that everything went through Lisa, and that hurt JJ. So anything, and again, I don't want to comment on their shit because I wasn't there for it. And I don't know what transpired between the two of them. I don't know what transpired with any severance packages or anything like that. That's getting into he said, she said shit. And for me to comment on it would be total speculation, and it's not fair to anybody involved. So I'll let JJ comment on his version of what things are. And if Vince wants to comment on his shit, he can comment on his shit. For me to do so as a third party coming in like Dave Meltzer and trying to say, well, here's what happened based on bullshit that he's heard from different sources. So I'm not going to do that. But the fact that, yeah, we all took massive pay cuts.
JJ wrote in his book that there was a lady in the office who potentially had a crush on him and tried to put him in uncomfortable situations where it could be conceived that they were having some sort of, or it could be perceived rather, bad choice words there, that they were having some sort of relationship. Are you referring to Lisa Wolf as being that person in the office, perhaps?
I don't know if she was ever coming on to him, but she was definitely the one that was in between him and Vince. She got in between all of us and Vince. She wanted to be the only person that reported to Vince, and she tried to insulate Vince from everyone else in the company. And it was, it was a bad situation. And it wasn't just JJ, it was all of us.
I'm a nerd for this type of stuff, so I've always wanted to ask this, and we've never talked about it off air, but I've heard so many stories about Lisa Wolf from the different books, from Kevin Nash's shoot interviews, from you. Do you think Lisa Wolf would be a topic worthy of a show on its own?
Whew, that would be a horribly negative show. I think she was bad for the company. I think she was bad for business. And I never thought that her intentions were pure. And here's the thing that always astonished me, and maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm just naive and I'm stupid, but one of the things that she used to say was that really talented people and the most successful people only stay at a job a year and a half to 2 years most, that the best people move around. Well, I was raised that, you were kind of judging how long you stayed somewhere. And that if you could hold a job and you could advance in that job, then that was the trick. Like the old wrestlers used to say, if it wasn't the guy who was on top, it was the guy that could buy the house and stay in a territory for a long period of time. And that was her MO. And she liked to bring in people Hollywood producers and Hollywood directors that had, quote, credentials, but couldn't last 2 days with the work that we had at the studio, that weren't able to hang in that environment. But because they came from Hollywood, oh my God, this guy worked with Martin Scorsese. Who the fuck cares? Can you go produce? Can you go? I mean, what ideas do you have? it just, for her, it was a horrible period in the company. She was brought in as an HR specialist, and I thought that she did more damage than she did good. I felt that a lot of her hires were some of the people that were some of the biggest detriments to the company in the history of the company. And, you know, it just was it was not, I mean, that was a bad, you talk about dark times, you talk about like negative, like dark shit. She told me one time about taking a call from my wife, and I said, "Don't ever tell me what to do with my personal life ever again." And there were those of us, I was one of them, and I tried to toe the company line and go through her, and I got to the point to where the advice she was giving me and the input she was giving me was killing me. You would have to rehearse a meeting with her before you could go in and talk to Vince, and she had to be present. And I called Vince one day and I said, "Vince, I can't do this anymore." He said, "You can't do what anymore?" I said, "I can't rehearse meetings with you." He said, "What are you talking about?" I said, "Before I'm allowed to go in and speak to you, I have to talk to her first and tell her everything I'm going to say. And if I go off of that, I'm chastised after the fact." I said, "I can't do it anymore. Either I can deal directly with you." We were in the limo after this. I said, "Man, I can't do it. I gotta go. Thank you. I gotta go." And he told me, he goes, "You don't have to deal with her anymore." And we all had, I was fortunate in that I had that opportunity to get with him, and he would take my call, but not everybody did, and she made it very difficult for people. So yeah, that would be just a negative, horrible, dark topic.
Well,
and she tried to get involved with the boys, and she tried to get involved with talent hiring, and she didn't have a clue.
Well, we want to hear from you. If you want to hear a show, maybe a bonus show about Lisa Wolf, go ahead and tweet us at Bruce Prichard. Hey, it's Conrad. If you're interested, we'll try to find a way to put it together for you. Let's get going here though. In Your House Mind Games, one of my very favorite pay-per-views of all time, September 22nd, Philadelphia. It draws 15,000 folks, 11,000 of which are 11,969 paid an all-time record for an In Your House live gate, $210,290. Of course, everybody remembers the ECW stint, but that's available in the archives as well. Something to wrestle.com. What? Undertaker gets a win over Goldust here in a final curtain match. 10 minutes and 23 seconds. Meltzer would write, the heat spot was Goldust throwing Goldust in the Undertaker's eyes, so he sold for a few minutes. Then he made the big comeback and won with a tombstone, star and a half. Of course, he would make another appearance later in the night during the Shawn Michaels Mankind title match. After the match had already ended in DQ, Mankind sat up a la Undertaker and went to put Michaels in the casket. But when they opened the lid, the Undertaker gets out of the casket and he chased Mankind to the back. This is probably one of the best matches Shawn Michaels and Mankind ever had, separately or together. Certainly underrated. I can't wait for us to cover it sometime, but it feels like a pay-per-view that's really just designed, at least from the Undertaker's involvement, rather, to continue this feud with Mankind, right?
It was, but it was also to showcase Mankind with somebody else. And I thought that it accomplished that because it showed that Mankind can work with any and everybody and not just the big monster and make it great. Now he had Shawn to work with, so, that makes it a little bit easier, but, man, it was fan-fucking-tastic.
The next night on Raw, Taker beat Mankind in about 4 minutes in the last match of the night before the show goes off the air. They're back at MSG on the 29th, and we see Taker and Michaels beat Mankind and Goldust. And on the October 7th Raw, we see Undertaker digging a grave for Mankind in preparation for their Buried Alive match. Did you shoot this vignette? What can you tell us about these Undertaker digging skits?
Shot them all, and it was some of the most fun that I ever had. Just be able to go out and work in the cemeteries, and we actually shot the Undertaker stuff and Mankind stuff all kind of at the same time and everything, and it was so that you had the same hole. But this is where one of my favorite lines was having Mick take a bump into the hole that was dug, and when he gets in there, he like looks around and looks up at Paul, and I had the camera up there and just look up at Paul and go, "Uncle Paul, it's too short for the Undertaker," because they were, going out, and it was like Undertaker's digging a grave and Mankind's digging a grave, and he goes to Undertaker's grave and realizes that's where Undertaker's going to be buried, but then it's like, it's too short for the Undertaker. I had a blast. I loved going into the cemeteries and shooting until 5 o'clock in the morning, and just it was an ambiance. It was good stuff. That's also the shot where we learned that if you have wasps in a wasp nest nearby, do not shoot it with pepper spray. Bad idea.
Meltzer wasn't sold on Livewire as a bad idea. In the middle of the month, he wrote about it in the Observer. He says, conceptually, Livewire is a great idea for a show with fan interaction, but they've got the wrong people doing it and the wrong ideas. Some of our younger listeners may not remember what Livewire was. Explain what the concept was, how it came together, who was putting it together, what you liked, what you didn't like.
Livewire was an attempt to kind of there was this thing that was brand new, which was called the internet, and people could actually get on a keyboard thing at their own house, and they could interact with people all over the world. So it was part that. We also used where people could phone in, and it was a way to interact with the audience live on a Saturday morning. It was supposed to be geared originally when it was Mania and kind of a kid show, and then it developed where Vince wanted more interactive with the audience and people asking questions live, because he always felt, anything can happen when it's live. Todd Pettengill was good doing live because Todd did radio, and he felt that Todd kind of steering the ship there is what needed to be done. We tried a lot of incarnations, but I think that the time zone, I want to say it was 10 o'clock in the morning on Saturday morning on USA, and everything else, it just didn't work. I don't know that our audience was that into, at the time, being interactive. It was all a new thing, and it was a little bit ahead of its time.
Ahead of its time too is In Your House Buried Alive. It goes on October 20th in Indianapolis. It sets a record there. Well, I guess it's the largest since the 92 WrestleMania, for a gate of 135,000 and change. 8,200 of those folks paid. The total attendance is around 9,600. Undertaker gets the win over Mankind in 18 minutes and 25 seconds in the Buried Alive match. And they had built a dirt mound cemetery behind the ringside seats on the arena floor. And although the ending was goofy, the match itself was a really good effort by both. Mankind took lots of crazy bumps into the guardrail, over the guardrail, onto the floor, and onto the steps. That's all directly from the Observer. Meltzer really liked it. He gave it 3 3/4 stars. He says that Undertaker got out and chokeslams Mankind into the grave for the victory and started burying him with dirt. And as the ref tried to stop the Undertaker from throwing dirt on him, he twice threw the ref off the cemetery mound. Finally, Terry Gordy showed up under a mask with a shovel and hit Undertaker with a shovel, pulled Mankind out of the grave, and put Undertaker in the grave. Several heels began burying the Undertaker until the thunder and lightning in the arena and the carry finish. Now, the carry finish is where you see the glove pop up right in front of the tombstone. It's the Undertaker's glove. Sort of an interesting concept, pretty hokey, pretty silly, but pretty damn fun, at least for me. What can you tell us about this Buried Alive match that we've never really talked about before?
Well, what the hell do you do? You talk about burying people alive. You have a casket match, but we never actually buried someone alive. So we said, well, why not? Let's actually bury someone alive. That came in one of those what if conversations. So we started, playing with it, and we constructed the set in the studio, looked at it, and it worked, and it was pretty damn cool looking. But to me, it was the perfect capper for an end to the Mankind Undertaker program at that time. The whole thing with Terry Gordy was something that, looking for another opponent for the Undertaker after the fact, Michael Hayes had suggested Terry. We were looking for just somebody, and he suggested Terry. Terry had fallen on hard times, but Vince didn't want Terry Gordy. So he came up with the Executioner, putting him under a hood and be the Executioner and the guy to actually hit the lethal blow on Undertaker to get him into the hole. But is that Kerry that did the hand through the deal?
I don't know.
That was my gimmick, the whole hand through the thing that I'd come up with, but I thought I got it from the Living Dead or something like that.
So
that really bad B movie.
Let's talk about the fucking tombstone. The tombstone looks pretty legit.
It was legit.
Where do you guys get the tombstone?
From a tombstone maker. Tombstones R Us.
Thank you. I was hoping you were going to do it. It didn't sound like you got it right away, but then you brought it right home where I needed it.
No, it was excellent. And we did that. I think we did that for a couple of them. And then the fear of that damn thing, because it weighs a ton. The fear of that damn thing coming down on somebody just got to be too much. And we kind of ixnayed that and started doing gimmick tombstones that weren't real, actual granite fucking tombstones that weigh 8,000 pounds.
What was Undertaker and Mankind's reaction to hearing they're actually going to work a buried alive match with a real grave?
What the fuck y'all been smoking? But they loved it. I mean, they liked it because it was something different. And it will, at the time you're thinking this is a one-off. How in the hell are you ever going to do another buried alive match? But, and that's truthfully, that's what we were thinking too. We're thinking, man, this is a one-time deal. We'll never bring this back. But once you kind of got into it, it made sense. I think you can make anything make sense, but we got in there to where it's like, hey, yeah, this makes sense. It's the logical culmination of the feud.
Let's talk a little bit about the actual setup for the match itself. Does somebody sit down and draw this up? How does this come to be? I mean, who had the original concept? Who made the original drawings? How many incarnations of it were there? How did you get air to the Undertaker? How did the arm pop up at the end? Show us how the sausage is made.
No, that'd be giving away the magic trick. But the Richie Posner, Magic Man, we always talk about. Richie Posner is the one who came up with it, drew it up, had it built. And it's just a whole contraption built of friggin' dirt. And, I'm not going to tell you how the trick was done, but literally, they were buried alive. They were completely buried. They were safe in there, but they were 100% buried. And we got oxygen to them. And the hand gimmick, that was actually Undertaker's hand coming through at the end underneath it. So it's you get them to a safe place and everybody's good. But it was a rebar.
Mm-hmm.
Am I saying that right?
Yep.
Like it's a rebar mound, but basically packed with dirt. No different than when you would build a pool. And that's how it was built. But once, everything was right, everybody was completely safe.
You're not allowed to take
scary.
You're not allowed to bow out twice like this on the JJ stuff. And now here, I mean,
yeah, well, I'm not going to give away the magic trick. I told you they had oxygen in there. They were safe, but they were actually buried because you had to shoot. You had to shoot it so they were actually buried. so that you could see they were actually really and truly buried.
Don't forget, kids, next week on Keeping Kayfabe with Brother Love,
There you
we're
go.
covering No Way Out 1998, where we're going to find out, Kane was Undertaker's real brother.
Guys back in the old days kept kayfabe, kind of like the Crusher.
It's kind of funny, Bruce. I know this is not something we plan to talk about, but earlier this week, somebody posted a incredible promo in black and white from the Crusher on Facebook, and I texted it to Rick, and he couldn't wait to call me and tell me how that dude was the man when he was a kid, and all the great Crusher memories. And we're hoping to honor that a little bit, boys and girls. So go donate, give all you can. thecrusher.org. Let's talk
Crusher.
Let's get back to Terry Gordy for a minute here, because I've always been curious how this deal comes together. According to the legend, he had an incident with drugs and he overdosed on a plane, and he was never quite the same mentally ever since. And I never met him, but he's a great friend, a great friend of ours, Michael P.S. Hayes. And it feels like something that Hayes would have tried to get him a gig for. But as you said, they didn't want Terry Gordy. How does the executioner become the gimmick?
It was something to go along with the Buried Alive and the Undertaker theme. So you got an Undertaker. He thought the executioner was something that would fit the Undertaker and an opponent for the Undertaker. But Michael had come to us and suggested Terry, and Terry had been, he had this incident on the plane, and he wasn't the Terry Gordy of old. However, I think there was a soft spot, especially in my heart and definitely Michael's, for the Terry Gordy of old, and really wanting to do whatever we could to see if there was anything left that we could, help him out and use Terry and put him in this spot, and knew that Undertaker would be able to get anything out of him if there was something to get out of him. But Michael actually sat in on the meeting with me and Vince with Terry, and explained to him that, hey, this could be your last shot. And unfortunately, it was, but it was an attempt to do something. There was a spot available, and he was a big guy, and back in his day, was one of the greatest that ever laced up a pair of boots.
Let's get to Survivor Series, November 16th, 1996. Can't wait to cover this MSG show someday long form. We drew the second largest North American gate here for $529,522. 16,266 fans are paying there. And as part of the weekend, we have the WWE's Hall of Fame, or I guess that's the WWF at the time. And it's an induction ceremony the night prior to the event. And it happens at the Marriott Marquis Hotel, very near Times Square, maybe in Times Square. And the word is, that most enjoyed the ceremony, particularly when Shane McMahon gave a speech about his grandfather, but they were charging fans $125 a head, which a lot of fans thought was pretty pricey. But this is before it became an arena show, and it was more like a banquet, right?
It was exactly a banquet with horrible dried chicken and cold potatoes and a couple of green beans. But it was presented that way, to come and have dinner with the stars. And we had the different talent sitting at different tables throughout the Hall of Fame. So they were sitting with talent. Each table had somebody sitting with them. So it was a unique experience as well.
In the match, Undertaker would pin Mankind at Survivor Series. So they go 14 minutes and 52 seconds after a tombstone. But what's most notable about the match is that Paul Bearer is in a cage above the ring, and the Undertaker comes down from the ceiling with a totally new look. He looks like a bat, I guess. He has wings on, and he's got a new haircut as well. And Meltzer says this was a way to debut a new Undertaker who does more wrestling. He writes, this match made psychological sense, but was nowhere close to the level of some of the matches the previous two had. All in all, he gave it 2.25 stars. And, of course, the executioner nailed Undertaker from behind. And that's sort of how we get the finish here. What do you remember about this match? The re-debut, if that's the right word, of the Undertaker, since, you fucking murdered him and buried him literally and figuratively the week or the month prior. Now he's back here coming down from the ceiling. We've seen the Undertaker be sent to heaven at Royal Rumble, and I guess he was sent to hell at Buried Alive. So somehow he makes a full cycle like evaporation, and he comes down from heaven. Talk me through this.
He descends from the heavens and from the skies above. It was symbolic. Last time we saw him, he was underground, and now he descends from the heavens to come back and return. I used to call it his pirate phase because I thought his outfit looked kind of like a Johnny Depp swashbuckling pirate a little bit. I hated the outfit. I just, it was something new, and he had pulled his hair back and had the teardrop little tattoo underneath his eye. And I guess maybe I was attached to the old Undertaker gimmick. I always liked the Undertaker of old. I liked the original Undertaker. And sometimes the new attempts to freshen him up, if you will, I guess I didn't always embrace, but I didn't really care for it. I thought the match was fine, but again, it was just another match in the series.
Well, I mean, you say series, but this feels like the blow off. Is this not supposed to be the blow off of the Mankind feud?
Well, really, the damn, the Buried Alive match was supposed to be the blow off, and then, we'll get another one. But it was a way to bring him back and just kind of introduce this new look and another version of The Undertaker. So it was, as time went on, they had a shitload more.
The next night on Raw during the Austin Mankind match, the Executioner would interfere and attack Austin. Undertaker makes the save for Austin, but Austin turns around and attacks the Undertaker. And when the Undertaker's about to make his comeback, Austin walks off. The rest of November sees Taker beat Vader, Goldust, and Mankind on house shows. And you guys go to Dubai in early December. And that gets us to the December In Your House, which is December 15th in West Palm Beach, Florida. It draws a sellout of 5,700 fans. And we see the Undertaker work with the Executioner in an Armageddon rules match, which is basically the same rules as a 70s NWA Texas death match, in that falls don't count, and the match continues until one man can't answer the bell. These guys do everything, including the Undertaker making a comeback and throwing Mankind through the window of the house setup for the In Your House set. And then he throws him back out the front door. They brawl all through backstage, and they actually wind up with the Executioner taking a bump into a pond, which was just outside of the building, which as a kid really tickled me. They come back in, and now he's soaking wet, and he's working with a soaked Executioner for a tombstone, and gets the win. 11 minutes and 8 seconds into the match, Executioner does not answer the 10 count. The match got 2.5 stars. What did you think of the match? Probably not Gordy's best effort ever, but an interesting visual nonetheless.
Well, there's a lot of smoke and mirrors, and we had to do a lot of smoke and mirrors to kind of hide that Bam Bam wasn't the Bam Bam of old. And we just needed to kind of be through with it and move on. So that's the reason that a lot of it went backstage, had Mankind involved, and used a lot of set pieces, a lot of gimmick stuff with the pond. It was smoke and mirrors. Let's get through it and let's move on without hurting anybody and just say next.
We didn't see Gordy as the Executioner much long after this. Was it already known before the bell rang here? He's on his way out.
Unfortunately, yeah, it just wasn't working out, and it wasn't for the long haul.
I don't think and maybe everybody listening has wanted me to ask this for a few minutes now. Does your chair need WD-40, or does your asshole have a horn in it?
My asshole has a horn in it.
Okay. That's what I was hoping for. After the match, we see Undertaker start working a series of matches on the house show loops, teaming with Shawn Michaels against Vader and Mankind. But then in the actual tapings themselves, we would see him just going over enhancement talent. And one of them is for Superstars, where Taker beat the Goon. And after the match, Cornette starts yelling about the Undertaker, and then the lights go out. And then when they come back on, Undertaker's behind Cornette, and he gives him a tombstone and puts him in a body bag. And as Cornette is being carried out in the body bag, the agents keep dropping him accidentally, on purpose, I'm sure. And everyone's laughing about it. And supposedly Cornette did not like being in this body bag and felt like you were taking forever to let him out. And he was motherfucking you through the bag. What do you remember about this? What did this sound like?
I didn't have shit to do with getting him out of the bag. So fuck that motherfucker. Motherfucker, goddamn, let me out. No, Corny was claustrophobic, did not like being put in the body bag at all. Which is probably why Vince chose to put him in the body bag. But yeah, he was motherfucking everybody that he could on the way out, just trying to get out of that thing. I'll kill you motherfuckers. Out of the goddamn bag. When I get out of here, I'm killing everybody inside.
That's a fun taping too, because on that show, Mike Awesome got a tryout. He lost to Aldo Montoya. On December 30th, they do a Raw taping from Albany. And it's, again, another big money show. It's the best crowd in Albany since 92. And it's the first $100,000 house for a Monday Night Raw taping ever. And in this promo, we see Brett starting to attack Shawn Michaels a little bit on the stick. In early January of 97, Taker worked a few house shows against Sid for the title, and Sid won them all by countout. He's also working house shows leading up to the Royal Rumble with Vader. Of course, Vader is winning those. And in the January 6th edition of The Observer, it's reported that Mankind, Goldust, and The Undertaker had filmed a sports-related comedy show as a part of a pilot with the folks who did Second City TV. The gimmick was that there were three wrestlers in their three wrestling persona sitting at a bar discussing highbrow topics like philosophy. Any memories of this shoot or how this came to be or why Vince would allow The Undertaker to participate in something like this?
Well, it was pitched, and I think he just wanted to see it and see if it would work, but we had final approval on it, and it didn't work. But frankly, I liked the concept, and I thought it would have been something that could have been cool with the right people in place. But the problem with it was, and what nobody liked about it was you had all these guys that are adversarial with Mankind, Goldust, and Undertaker. But it just didn't work, and it was terrible. Absolutely terrible, but good concept. I do like the concept.
Next up, Royal Rumble 1997, one of our best shows ever. I know I've been saying this is in the archives a lot today, and I'm sorry for that, but this Royal Rumble 1997 episode, if you haven't heard it, is really the genesis of a lot of our jokes and ongoing gags on the show. It's one of our better shows, in my opinion, because we go long form on the business side of things too. So if you're into wrestling nerddom and you'd like to maybe learn about some of these inside jokes that Bruce and I do every episode, Royal Rumble 1997 would be a good one for you to check out at somethingtowrestle.com or youtube.com/somethingtowrestle. On that show, Vader would pin The Undertaker in 13 minutes and 19 seconds. Meltzer only gave it a star and a quarter. Probably a disappointing match because it had been argued to be a dream match for a long time when Vader was the top guy for WCW and Undertaker was the top big man for the WWF. But ultimately the match was what it was. Of course, in the actual Royal Rumble match itself, we have a little bit of controversy because Austin was thrown out, but the referees didn't see it. And then he returns and manages to win the damn thing. So that sets up what will be the Final Four pay-per-view in February in Chattanooga, with the concept being whoever wins that gets a world title shot at WrestleMania. Of course, along the way, things are going to change, and we're going to cover that. One of the things I found interesting in my research this week is that they do a Superstars taping, and The Undertaker is working with Mark Marrow, and they go to a double countout. But The Undertaker winds up choke slamming both Mark Marrow and Sable. Of course, the choke slam on Sable doesn't air on TV, but how does that even happen? That doesn't seem like something we would see from him here.
Vince wanted to gauge it, and we knew it wouldn't air on TV, and he did it for the house because he wanted to hear the pop and or lack thereof, but he just wanted to gauge it. And it was It was ginger at best, as Undertaker didn't want to hurt Sable in any way. So, he really took care of her on it. But sometimes he'll do that just to hear, listen to the crowd. Try this and see what the reaction of the crowd is.
Huge crowd reaction in the Sky Dome in Toronto on February 3rd. You guys are running Raw there. It was a big deal for you to run Raw at the fucking Sky Dome. And here you have Undertaker and Ahmed Johnson teaming up to take on Farouk and Mankind in a no DQ match that goes 10.5 minutes. Undertaker and Ahmed get the win. And there's lots of interference because Vader's out there too. 2 3/4 stars is what Meltzer thought, but I'm curious from you to hear about this Toronto Sky Dome event for a Raw. How does that come to be?
Carl DeMarco was the promoter and president of Canada, but I don't think that there was a good arena at the time. And Sky Dome, and at this time, there were a lot of the stadiums that were, football season they're packed, baseball season they're packed, but the rest of the year they're sitting empty. And there's nothing to do with them. So during this time, the stadiums were trying to figure out ways to reconfigure the stadium to have arena shows so that they could rent it out. And, for example, the Houston Astrodome would rent out the Astrodome, and then later on the Reliance Stadium, which it is now, and they would curtain it off and cordon it off. They could hold 2, sometimes 3 events in one dome. And that was with the Sky Dome, where we had it set up probably for 20,000 people. But the way that they would cordon it off is it looked great on TV. And if you sold more tickets, you just move the wall. Just move the wall back a little bit more and sell more tickets. So it could be scalable to as big as you wanted if you're the only event there. And it was a way for the domes and those bigger arenas to be able to stay occupied throughout the year when their football team isn't in season and they're not renting it out.
Let's talk a little bit about the first Shotgun Saturday Night. Shotgun Saturday Night, February 8th, happens where Helmsley retains the Intercontinental title by beating The Undertaker by countout. But after the match is one of my favorite moments in Shotgun Saturday Night history. The Undertaker tombstones Hunter on an escalator. What do you remember about this? Was there ever any concern? I know this sounds silly, but with what we've seen happen, like in YouTube videos and stuff, was there any concern that Hunter's hair was going to get caught in the fucking escalator here?
Vince would have loved that because he always wanted to shave his head anyway. I wasn't there. Now, here's a funny story. We went and we looked at Penn Station for a site survey. And we're looking around and we're thinking, okay, where are we going to put the ring? What do we have? And Vince is just kind of staring at they had the escalators that came down. And he's sitting there staring, and he's like, I could tell, the wheels are spinning. I'm like, what? He goes, got to use these escalators for an entrance or something. And so we're thinking, okay, well, shit, Undertaker, it's perfect. Just let him come down the escalator and we can, hit lights. And is there a way, because of it being Penn Station, you can't turn the lights out, but is there a way that we can highlight it and make a cool entrance? So I'm sitting there watching at home like everybody else, and Vince, he got his entrance and everything, but then they did the deal at the end, and Vince got his double escalator spot, so he must have been extremely happy. But I watched it like everybody else and laughed my ass off. But it was, for me, the crazy thing is I just wanted a break. Give me a Saturday night off. And I took a Saturday night off, and instead of doing something with it, I'm sitting at home watching Shotgun Saturday Night. So go figure. Might as well have been there.
February 13th, Raw Thursday. I guess it's called Thursday Raw Thursday. Let's just ask this. What did you guys call it Thursday Raw Thursday?
Well, so it wouldn't be confused with Monday Night Raw. God.
Well, why not Thursday Night Raw?
It's Thursday Raw Thursday. That way it's Thursday. It's not Raw Monday.
some marketing expert or guru or branding genius, somebody said, oh, you got to put Thursday in there twice.
Probably. But it was to reinforce Thursday.
Of course. No, yeah. That's what I mean.
No, and I'm sure that it was somebody going, oh, I've got it. Thursday, Raw Thursday.
Yeah. For Thursday, Raw Thursday. So that's the night Shawn lost his smile. Lowell, Massachusetts. It's announced that now the 4-way match in just a couple of days, because it's a Thursday. So just a few days from now, you thought it was for the number 1 contender. Nope. Now it's for the world title. I'm sure we're going to cover that another time. But let's get to the actual pay-per-view. Chattanooga, 6,300 fans showing up to pay $76,000. And it's the final 4. Bret Hart wins the world title in 24 minutes and 5 seconds. It was a phenomenal match. One I really enjoyed. It got 4.25 stars in the Observer. Vader is bleeding like a stuck pig. One of the more underrated sleeper pay-per-views of the year, and just continues a great string of pay-per-views for the WWF here in 97. What'd you think of this final 4 matchup in Chattanooga?
Excellent. And the other thing that it did was boost Vader's stock big time here as well, because man, he had his working boots on. Everybody did. And this, like I said before, this was kind of a time that we had a lot of great workers that you could interchange, and you didn't have to worry about the quality of the match. Guys could go, and the quality was top notch every time. But this sleeper is an understatement. I don't think anybody expected this pay-per-view, but this match in particular, to be as good as it was.
Up next, we've got something kind of interesting. It's the February 24th edition of Raw, and we would see The Undertaker beat Farouk by DQ here when the Nation interfered. But this is also a notable Raw because it's when ECW invades Raw when they're back at the Manhattan Center. Why were you guys running the Manhattan Center here in February of 97? I know why you ran it, while they ran it a few weeks ago, but why here in February of 97 was the decision made to go back there?
Nostalgia, same thing. It was just nostalgia. And, the one thing I remember about this in particular was the way that all of the ECW guys showed up, and they showed up as a group, as Vince would say. They looked like a team. God, they looked good. They were all wearing ECW warm-ups. Really nice ECW warm-ups, Adidas that Taz had got made for him with the ECW logo on them. All the guys came in as a group. They walked through the dressing room pretty much as a group, said hello to everybody, introduced themselves. And I just remember Vince sitting back and watching and going, impressive, really impressive. God damn it, they look like a team. They look professional. I like it.
Well, there you go. A rare compliment. Around this time,
then the bell rang.
You guys even ran a house show here in Huntsville, and it was pretty common at the time for Taker to be in the main event against Farouk in a cage match. Through mid-March, that's pretty much what you guys were doing. Somewhere in the Observer in the month of March, Meltzer wrote that Yokozuna had a liposuction surgery scheduled, but he hadn't done it yet because he had lost 200 pounds already on his own. And 100 pounds of that, according to Meltzer, was from an amazing loss of fluid retention. I can't imagine there being 100 pounds of fluid, but apparently that was the case. And they're hopeful that after he has lipo, he could return to the ring at a much more manageable weight in the fall. And this is after he showed up just way out of shape in November of 96. What do you remember about this alleged 100-pound loss of water weight?
Well, there was I don't know if it was 100 pounds, but he did have a huge loss when he went on a diet. And part of that diet is the first thing that they do is you start drinking a shitload of water, and they probably gave him some water pills as well. But man, the first thing that goes is going to be that water weight. So there's a lot of water weight in a 600-pound man. That when you first start on a diet and something like that, it's going to go. But there was no lipo scheduled for Yokozuna. It's funny because like Yoko, Vader, big guys, me, different people, it's, you think, okay, when lipo comes out, it's, oh, hey man, I'll just go have all the fat sucked out of me and it'll be fine. Well, that's not really the case with lipo. And for a guy Yoko's size, there would have been all that skin. That would have been major surgery. That wasn't a solution to the problem. The problem was, he had to change his habits, and he had to eat less food. He had to exercise more, and he had to just adopt a healthy lifestyle. So I don't know where, other than, Yoko might have said one time, I'll just get lipo and suck everything out. There was never any serious consideration to liposuction. There sure as hell wasn't anything scheduled. So I don't know where that comes from, other than people just talking and gossiping and shit like that, because that's not a real solution. And that was something we were trying to do with both Yoko and Vader at Duke University, and get them on their weight loss program, which had been successful for really obese people that we had found had worked. And Yoko didn't want to do it. But it was, he probably lost a lot of weight when he first started to try and diet and change his habits. That's going to happen.
On March 10th, you guys have the 200th edition of Raw, and the show opens with Sid saying he's not going to team with the Undertaker, and that brings Undertaker out. He says he's the one who has the most to lose, because if something happens to Sid, it would be Undertaker who is out of the title shot. And if something happens to Undertaker, Sid keeps the title. Vader and Mankind attack, and in the brawl, Vader hits Undertaker, who turns around and thought it was Sid. We're building to Undertaker Sid at WrestleMania 13. We've talked about it a lot before. Most of us believe that Brett and Shawn was the plan for the main event world title match at WrestleMania 13. What were some other matches that Vince maybe discussed before settling on Taker Sid for the main event at Mania?
Oh God, Brett was involved in that, and it just was, it was kind of a hodgepodge when Shawn's out and you're trying to figure out, okay, what the hell? Everything is considered, but Vince settled on, first of all, he had an infatuation with Sid. He liked Sid, and he felt that Sid was an incredible draw and an animal that had, which he did. He had great charisma. But Vince also wasn't confident leaving the championship on Sid, so he was looking to make a change and just wanted to settle down with Undertaker a little bit at that time. That's what the decision came down to. He kind of wanted to settle down. We didn't actually settle down, but that was the original intent.
The main event of Raw that week is Vader and Mankind taking on Sid and Undertaker. And the show goes about 10 minutes too long. This match itself is only 10 minutes and 33 seconds. Mankind's working with a very bad back injury, but he's still bumping all over the place. Meltzer says Sid was huge and awful. Match was real bad, but he did right. Undertaker did an amazing running plancha outside the ring, making him the largest man probably in the history of wrestling to ever try such a dive. Sid attacked Taker and powerbombed him, and Vader pinned Taker. Taker cleaned house on Vader after the match, and the bout did tell its story, and the dive was great, but overall a bad match. When did you guys first see or know or hear of the Undertaker doing this plancha spot?
Well, the Undertaker had recently seen some flying cows, and he said, I can replicate that. Because that's what he actually called it, was the flying cow. I think when Kane did it to him, and he said it was like looking up and seeing a flying cow coming at you. It's something he wanted to try, and he had a big bastard out there to catch him. So why not? And he was always willing to, to try new shit. And he didn't want to be considered that grounded big man, working style. So he always tried to throw in some new stuff, but after a while it got to be known as the flying cow.
This takes us to March 17th in Syracuse, New York. If you haven't watched this Raw in a long time or ever, throw it in your WWE network. It's March 17th, 1997. This is the main event where we've got Bret Hart and Sid working for the world title inside of a cage match. And of course, we know what happens. There's a big schmoz, Undertaker, Austin, chairs, outside interference. And after the match, where Sid won, of course, this is where Bret pushed Vince down in the ring, goes on a cussing spree. We've put this match over and this segment over a lot every time we cover it, but it's worth mentioning again, some great shit here. Is it not, Bruce?
Yeah, it was. This was also, Bret was a babyface, but it was that edge that Bret had to him of being pissed off and being frustrated that everybody could feel. And it also just kind of crossed over to where people kind of went, whiny bitch. But it was true. It was emotional, and it came across, and you could feel it just so much because it was real, and he was frustrated, and you felt it on screen.
Let's get to the Slammy Awards, which is on the 21st, and it's the night before WrestleMania. Undertaker wins the Slammy Award for Best Tattoo. He also wins Best Entrance and Star of the highest magnitude. But the Best Tattoo Award was presented by Adam and George. And when Undertaker gets on stage, George pisses himself. We've had a lot of questions about these guys, Bruce. Who were Adam and George?
Adam Panucci and George Germanakos, two guys from the studio. Adam Panucci has become a producer extraordinaire, and he's the one that comes up with a lot of the great videos that you now see on the WWE network. And George, I believe, works in the international department, doing stuff with the international, still with the company.
Let's talk about WrestleMania 13. Of course, we've covered this long form, said that a lot today. YouTube.com/something to wrestle. You know what I mean? WrestleMania 13, Roll Tide. Check it out. If you want it, it's in the archives. Undertaker pins Sid to become the World Wrestling Federation Heavyweight Champion in 21 minutes and 19 seconds. Of course, this is Undertaker's second run, having beat Hulk Hogan years prior at Survivor Series. But this is really the first time he was the guy, or so it would seem. The match is not great and only gets a star and a quarter, and it really pales in comparison to Austin and Bret Hart, who stole the show and arguably had the best match in WWF history. And we maybe have touched on this before, but why not talk about it again? There's a long-standing rumor out there that Sid shit his pants during the match. Do you remember this?
I've heard the rumor, and like you said, we covered it in long form, but I did not inspect Sid's poo-poo pants after the match, so I don't know if shit actually Sid himself or not. If Sid actually shit himself or not.
You know what? That might actually be a good shirt, that shit Sid himself. Hypothetically, when Undertaker picks him up for the tombstone, wins the belt, comes back through the curtain, does he tell you that he thought the match was shitty?
No, he said it was a shitty finish.
Yeah. I mean, he probably thought Sid was the shits, right?
Well,
March 31st, Raw in Peoria draws 55,000 folks. And this is the deal where the Undertaker Paul Bearer angle goes down, where Bearer is begging for the Undertaker to take him back. And Undertaker says he owes Bearer a lot, and he gave him the WWF belt. And of course, Bearer turns around and smirks, showing the cameras it was all just a ploy. But then the Undertaker punches Bearer a few times until Mankind comes from under the ring and throws a fucking fireball at Undertaker. Sid winds up making the save, and that follows with an interview. But it's the first time that a fireball had been used in wrestling, at least in the WWF, in a long time, maybe ever. Is this the first time it was on WWF TV, you think?
I think it was definitely the first time, yeah. Gotta throw a fireball, motherfucker. It's mysterious.
Is that Cornette's idea?
Yeah, I think it was Corny's idea.
How does he pitch it?
Yeah. God damn, when he gets in there, I mean, what else would you do? You gotta burn a dead man. That's when he threw fire. You go back to the territory days. That was something the Sheik did. It was something great Mephisto did. Lawler did it. Lawler was a big fire thrower in Memphis. Why Lawler did it, I'll never know. But, it was just a heat-getting heel move.
Sports Illustrated ran a story in the scorecard section on May 31st that ran a piece with a photo of the Undertaker with the governor of New Jersey, Christine Whitman. when Whitman signed a bill eliminating the $100,000 tax on televised wrestling matches in conjunction with wrestling no longer being regulated by the Athletic Commission. And the story claimed pro wrestling wasn't holding events in New Jersey, which, as anyone who followed the business really knows, that wasn't the case. But the WWF didn't do any TV tapings or pay-per-views because of this tax, and they promised that the Continental Airlines Arena would get SummerSlam as a favor for the tax being rescinded. The story claimed the WWF had to concede what they were doing wasn't sport in order to get out of the tax, but the WWF had already done that years ago. They also claimed, quote, pro wrestling had long tried to insult everyone's intelligence by claiming that matches were genuine contests and that the practitioners were true athletes. So sort of a weird story here in Sports Illustrated at the time. What do you remember about the Undertaker appearing with the governor to celebrate this and sort of broker the deal for SummerSlam in the process?
Well, the whole idea was it was the death of the Athletic Commission in New Jersey. So that was why Undertaker was there, to signify the death of this damn bill. Plus he was the champion, and it always amazes me when the sports journalists and legit sports or the news go, oh my God, wrestling's entertainment. It's choreographed. I'm like, give me a break. And they always forget, one of the first people on a national level that went and got the state athletic commission abolished long time ago. Do you know who the first person was?
No.
Vern Gagne.
Wow.
So Mr. Wrestling is legit. Mr. Wrestling is real, and Olympic medalist and all this good stuff. Vern went to the Nevada Athletic Commission and got them to deregulate wrestling, say, hey, it's a work. And of course, Vince gets chastised. Oh my God, how can you say? Man, they were taking 5% of the gate, trying to say this is an actual athletic competition. It never was, and it was ludicrous that they came in and took that and had referees and had rules and all this. It's entertainment. They don't do that to plays, and they don't do that to movies. So it was crazy.
Yeah. And it was crazy on April 11th when the Undertaker and Vader were on a talk show in Kuwait, and shit got out of hand when Vader grabbed the host. And we covered this in long form from Vader's perspective on our Vader episode at youtube.com/something to wrestle. But I do want to ask, what was the Undertaker's version of what happened that day in Kuwait?
Disbelief. They had talked about it beforehand, and Undertaker had told Leon, he says, if they come with that question, just let me handle it. And don't say anything, just let me handle it. Because Leon would get all worked up. And again, he had his answer, he had everything down, and Leon just blew it and decided he was going to handle it, and it turned into a friggin' international incident. But I think Taker was in shock because they had talked about it before they ever went on the air. Just let me handle it. If they go with that question, they go with that line of questioning, I'll take it. And Leon jumped in and went after it. He was in shock, not happy.
Is Undertaker the guy who calls and gives you guys the heads up that Vader's in jail?
No, he never got to jail, but we talked all about that in the Vader episode when Jerry called us.
All right. In Your House, Taker's Revenge. That goes down on April 20th. It's in Rochester, New York. It sells out about 5 days ahead of time. And for the world title on top, The Undertaker pins Mankind in 17 minutes and 26 seconds. It's a main event for Mankind, and I think it's only the second one that he's done, main eventing against Shawn Michaels in September of the prior year. So it's a big deal for him too, to be in the main event. The match itself gets 3 3/4 stars, and there's flash paper, there's throw and fire again. There's lots of gimmicks in this match, bumps through announcers tables. It feels like they're pulling out all the stops here. What do you remember about the fireball to Paul Bearer's face, the finish, the table bump? Lots of craziness here.
The lighter that wouldn't light. And you would have thought that we would have learned our lesson then, but it was, I guess it was Mick trying to go and throw fire, and it didn't work. And finally Taker just had to improvise and change it up on the fly. But all the hard work, all the way till the very end, to burn Paul Bearer was the finish, and it was a debacle because the damn lighter didn't work. And the best thing of all, you learn later on that those lighters don't work and they go out easily. So then we went to Zippo lighters, and Zippo lighters, one of the funniest things, and again, learned this doing live TV, was we had Rob Van Dam tied up in a boiler room with Kane, and Kane is taking a flame in front of Rob's face, and I've got the shot of Rob's face, and the flame is supposed to be going in front of him. And so I've got Rob all tied up, and I said, okay, let me just walk through it one time and for the camera. And so Kane is doing the fire, and Rob just blows the flame out. I'm like, what the fuck? He goes, well, why wouldn't I do that? It was like, do not apply logic to an illogical situation. You're tied up in a fucking boiler room with a goddamn maniac that's going to set you on fire. Just work with me here, man. We're making movies. We're not, don't apply logic. And it was just so goddamn funny. All these years later, I'll just never forget Rob's face as I'm doing it. And the thing, he just, it was logical, but it fucked up my shot. So, yeah, you learn things as you go on, and then you learn how to get stuff that won't blow out. So, fire, children, and animals, they're tough to work with.
The next night on Raw, Undertaker beat Helmsley by DQ in 15 minutes and 16 seconds. It got 1 star, and Meltzer would say not good either as a wrestling match, but particularly since it was a long match. Mankind comes out with a blowtorch for the DQ. What do you remember about a blowtorch on Raw?
Do you know why you use a blowtorch?
Just can't blow it out and it will light.
Blow the motherfucker out.
Yeah. It's amazing.
Oh, goddamn.
The next week, April 28th, we're in Omaha. We see the Undertaker beat Bulldog by DQ and Owen interferes. We know what we're building towards here. In May, Taker would be defending the title on house shows against Mankind and Vader. And then later in the show, of course, every time they're on Raw, there's some sort of angle with Owen and Neidhart and Bulldog. There's always something going on with this Canadian outfit. And we're building towards the summer pay-per-view. But first, we've got the May 11th Cold Day in Hell pay-per-view that goes down from Richmond, Virginia. It does a large gate, 116,000, which is the largest wrestling crowd ever in the city. They did another 55,000 in merchandise sales. I think a lot of people sort of gloss over this, but this is one of, I guess it's the first pay-per-view match between Steve Austin and Undertaker. Undertaker gets the win after 20 minutes and 6 seconds. He retains the belt, and the Hart Foundation is ringside. They've taken up 5 seats here, allegedly buying them from scalpers. Meltzer thought the match was okay. He gave it 3 stars. The match is ultimately restarted though, because Brian Pillman had hopped the guardrail and the bell rang, which caused some confusion. Once they get going, Undertaker takes it right home for the tombstone, but Austin reverses it. Undertaker reverses it again. Boom, we're out of here. And then afterwards, of course, the Hart Foundation all attack Undertaker. 3 stars, kind of a convoluted thing, lots of stuff going on, but a peek into history of what was to come when these two guys would be on another level just a year later, right?
Yeah, definitely. And I think that the jury was still out on Steve because he was just had so much momentum and is moving along. And you feel it when he's out there with the top guys. Steve was absolutely on fire, and he had that touch. So everything he touched was turned into gold, and it was a good time because things were on the upswing.
The next night is when they start to tease a surprise, and Mankind is here with Paul Bearer, and Bearer has his face all wrapped up, and they do an interview with Bearer saying he's going to reveal something Undertaker doesn't want known unless Undertaker agrees to come back with him. They started to set up an angle between Undertaker and Farouk for the world title. And they're trying to make a little bit of a racial deal where Farouk is saying that there's never been a black WWF champion, and there's only been token Intercontinental and United States champions, specifically mentioning Ahmed Johnson and Bobo Brazil. Later in the show, of course, Taker would beat Savio, and after the match, the NOD would attack him and Farouk beat him with a belt. Meltzer says that Taker's knee was in really bad shape at this time. Do you remember a knee injury sort of hampering his title run?
He always had a nagging knee injury, and yes, during this time he did, and it was pretty. It was hurting him at the time, but it was also good that he was working with Farouk because he took good care of him during that time.
Later in that show, Undertaker does an interview saying that the Paul Bearer secret is best left unsaid. And this is in May, I want to remind you. And we know that Kane is going to debut in October, but that's a full 5 months later. How far in advance did you guys already have this Kane character in mind? And was this the plan all along?
Right after WrestleMania, when we were looking for opponents for the Undertaker and thinking, okay, we didn't have anybody. So you had to create someone, and you had to create a new opponent for the Undertaker. And so it was early on that, pitched this whole crazy idea about the long lost brother that he thought was dead.
So the next week, the Undertaker is doing an interview complaining about Farouk playing the race card, when all of a sudden Paul Bearer appears on screen and says he's going to reveal the secret unless Undertaker will let him manage him. And Undertaker begs to have one more week. And this sort of drags it out for another week. The next week in Evansville, Paul Bearer appears with a much lighter hair color. Meltzer would say he was supposed to get it bleached blonde, but after taking all the black stuff out after 6 years, he was told if he were to bleach it this soon, that a lot of the hair would actually break off. It would be too much damage to the hair. So he comes out with a more natural color instead. The Undertaker comes out and says, people have to forgive me, and hinted that he's going to kill, like murder, Paul right there. And he starts choking him. And then all of a sudden he realizes he can't do it. So he bows down, and this means Bear's going to manage him. And the secret is something to the effect of there were 3 graves, and one of was for his mom, one was for his dad, and I guess the other was for him, or at least that's what we're led to believe. Meltzer sort of has fun with all this and writes, apparently Papa Shango did some kind of voodoo to raise Undertaker from the dead, which will be the story to explain his return, as Shango is said to have signed a 4-year contract and will get a mega push. Shango has been working as the manager of a strip club in Las Vegas for several years. Brian Lee was also considered for this role as a wrestler, not to manage a strip club in Las Vegas. This is sort of fun here that Meltzer is just sort of trying to put 2 and 2 together, because when he says there's 3 graves and 2 are for the parents, I think Meltzer jumped to the conclusion that the third one was Undertaker and Shango would be the explanation. Of course, that's not what went down. Do you have a retort for this Observer report?
Well, he does what he always does. He just assumes and tries to, put 2 and 2 together and guess. And then when it doesn't happen, he says plans changed. But no, that was never, we were always bringing Kama back and doing the deal with him, not as Papa Shango. Vince never wanted to bring Papa Shango back at that time.
He wanted to do just the Nation of Domination deal, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right, let's talk about the June 2nd edition of Raw. It draws a sellout in Huntington, West Virginia, and the show opens with The Undertaker trying to do an interview to make sure everyone understands he's still a good guy. Paul Bearer comes out and makes a comment about how he rules the world. So he brings out Sid, who then challenges Undertaker to a match later in the show. And Taker's involved in sort of 2 angles here, because he's also out brawling with the Nation of Domination during the Farouk Ahmed Johnson match. Is there a concern that maybe we're overusing him if we know he's got a bad knee and we're doing stuff with Farouk and the Nation and we're doing stuff with Sid? We've got all these promos. Or is he just, he's going to get the job done no matter what he's got going on?
Well, no, we were doing that to mask all of that stuff by doing the promos and getting him involved in things where he doesn't have to work a match. So he was being protected, and, he was involved in a lot of stuff, but he was being protected in everything that he had to do with the brawls and all the other Gaga. Surrounded with Gaga.
Gaga was going down King of the Ring in 97. It's June 8th. And we've got 9,300 fans here paying $202,000. They also did 74 grand in merchandise business when they saw The Undertaker beat Farouk to retain the world title after 13 minutes and 43 seconds. Meltzer would write that the NOD had lost a lot of steam since they had been overexposed, in his opinion. Overall, he wasn't that big of a fan of the match, but he didn't hate it. He gave it 2.25 stars. What'd you think of the match?
It wasn't, I don't think it was an all-time classic, but it was solid. And it was what you would expect from Undertaker and Farouk. It's not going to be a classic match. It's going to be a brawl, and it's going to be what you'd expect from those two guys. So for me, it delivered in the role that it was in. It was just kind of a stopgap to get to where we needed to go.
And we're telling a story here because at one point outside the ring, the Nation of Domination began arguing, and they're arguing with each other, of course. And Farouk is distracted by this. So that allows the Undertaker to come from behind and tombstone him for the pin. After the match, the Undertaker chokeslams both Savio and Crush, and Paul Bearer tells him to pick up and chokeslam Farouk again. He acts like he doesn't want to do it, but Bearer continues to order him to do it. So he does it 4 times before Ahmed Johnson comes out, and the two go nose to nose, and Undertaker went to chokeslam Johnson, but Johnson ducks out of the way and hits the Pearl River plunge and walks out. Doesn't feel like this is really a program for the main event and the top guy for the world title, but this is what we're doing. Raw the next night. Go ahead.
Well, no, it was at that time, it was actually to try and move Ahmed into that spot.
Right.
But didn't work out that way.
This is sort of interesting. I don't know why this is in the Observer, but it made the Observer. And I've always wanted to ask you about it because when I first saw it, it made me laugh out loud. Have you heard the line about John Tesh's contract demand for his concerts?
Absolutely. We used to do shit like that too. Yes. And in his rider for his contract, it was an LJN wrestling figure had to be in his dressing room.
Isn't that crazy?
I loved it.
So the concept is to make sure promoters are reading every line of his contract. He's not a wrestling fan, but he wants a wrestling figure in his dressing room every time. I think we should demand that for our live shows.
I like it, but no, we need to come up with something better than that.
Okay. We need to put some thought into that. June 16th, we are in Lake Placid, New York for Raw, and Meltzer would write that Farouk and his partner, Charles Wright, now being billed as Kama Mustafa, get a win over Undertaker and Ahmed Johnson in 6 minutes and 9 seconds of a bad match. Meltzer would say that Kama showed up really out of shape, and he says, quote, obviously they've totally dropped the idea of using him as Papa Shango. Any response here?
Oh yeah, we changed. Yeah. We were going to do the whole Papa Shango idea, and then we changed our minds. Yeah. Plans changed.
Pretty amazing. So we're going to set up a world title match here against Ahmed Johnson. And that's the original plan for Canadian Stampede. And it's even announced on TV, but of course we know Ahmed blows out his knee in a brawl fighting with one of the Harris brothers at an early angle on the June 23rd Raw from Detroit. So he's scheduled for the main event where he's going to team with Farouk against Undertaker and Vader. But instead, D'Lo Brown has to sub in the match. So all of a sudden, Ahmed Johnson goes from the world title to the injured reserve. Pretty typical for his run here, right? It feels like at times if Ahmed had, if he didn't have bad luck, he'd have no luck at all.
Yeah, he was very injury prone, especially during this time. And we were trying to scramble that night because you're live and slide D'Lo into that spot. You do what you can, but God, every single time, Ahmed got in that position where, okay, here comes the push and we're going to go, something would happen.
June 30th, that Raw was built completely around Paul Bearer's secret and the Undertaker's response. Bearer had claimed that he was an apprentice funeral director for the Undertaker's father 20 years ago, and that one day Undertaker and his brother Kane were playing with chemicals and smoking cigarettes behind the house, and he left for college. And when he came back, the entire funeral home was burned to the ground, and the Undertaker's parents were both killed, and he called the Undertaker a murderer several times. Undertaker claimed that his father caught him with the chemicals and he got in trouble, but he left to do chores. And when he came home, he saw the house burning down and said it was his brother who did it, but he blamed himself because he was the older brother. He claimed in the middle of the night, Paul Bearer took him to see the charred remains of his parents before the funeral. And then as Vader and Rockabilly were in the ring, that's a hell of a sentence. Undertaker attacks Vader, and then Bear called him a murderer again.
Murderer! You're a murderer!
He threatened to kill Bear unless he told the truth, and Bear insisted it was the truth because Kane had told him, and then he said that Kane was alive. Let me give you what Meltzer says here. Actually, there are lots of storyline stuff from the past that could be taken to make Mankind Undertaker's brother, always searching for Mommy, Uncle Paul, similar supernatural powers and hatred of the Undertaker, using the fire as a gimmick, wanting to burn Undertaker. Only problem is, in the interviews revealing him as Mick Foley from Long Island, well, that kills that one. Few remember this, but originally when the Undertaker debuted in the WWF, his ring name was Kane the Undertaker, but Kane was quickly dropped, so now it's become his brother's name. It came off like a really badly acted high school play. So that's Meltzer's take, and this is a lot of convoluted backstory bullshit, but it's your favorite story ever, is it not?
Yeah, it is. And it's not convoluted. It makes all kinds of sense in the world because Undertaker thought for years that he had killed his parents and his brother and thought that his brother had been dead all this time. And Paul Bearer was actually taking care of his brother in a burn unit in a hospital. And Undertaker didn't even know he was alive. And Paul Bearer had been filling his brother full of all kinds of tales about the Undertaker, how Undertaker knew he was alive, but didn't want to be associated with a disfigured mutant like Kane. And it was Mick Foley all along, but then we changed it because Meltzer put it in his dirt sheet.
Oh, that's the best. That's
fucking goof.
That's the highlight of the show. It's amazing to me that, cause let's give credit where credit's due. All this bullshit's your bullshit, right?
It is my bullshit. Yes. 100%.
And you love it. And it's your favorite story ever. And I gotta say, when you rattle all that off, it feels like you missed your calling, man. You could have written soap operas.
I did write a soap opera for fucking 30 years. So yeah,
it's amazing. Let's go to the Canadian Stampede pay-per-view. We did a full show available in the archives, youtube.com/something to wrestle. It goes down on July 6th in Calgary, Alberta, Canada, and it draws a paid attendance of $229,000. We see Undertaker beat Vader in 12 minutes and 39 seconds to retain the belt. 3.25 stars is what goes down there. We talked about this match in both our Vader and Calgary Stampede episodes. Anything you want to mention here?
God, I think we've covered it everywhere. One of the best damn pay-per-views and ambiance and just everything that you would want in a pay-per-view. It was all there.
For whatever reason, Taker's not on Raw the next night in Edmonton, and in mid-July, he's beating Vader in casket matches around the loop. And they're doing big business everywhere, including the largest gates for Raw tapings in Worcester, and they're drawing sellout shows in San Antonio. But it's officially announced around this time that The Undertaker is going to be defending the world title against Bret Hart for SummerSlam. And it was announced if Bret doesn't defeat The Undertaker for that title, he can never wrestle in the United States again. What do you remember about putting that match together? Obviously The Undertaker needed to be a big part of it, considering he's the world champion. He had just done the deal with the governor of New Jersey. Lots of reasons why Undertaker's on top here. Why is Bret the guy?
Because we need to get the title off of Undertaker for Kane.
There you go.
And just, looking at all the options and figured, Bret's a good option and kind of move into the Shawn thing. Cause Shawn was coming back also during that time. We knew that he was healthy again and he was going to come back. It was a natural pickup where we left off with him and Bret. And, you got to get there. So just go.
It's always funny to me when you see a stip like, if he doesn't beat The Undertaker for the title, he can never wrestle in the United States again. And a lot of people would hear that and sort of outsmart themselves, I think. And they would say, oh, that's a dead giveaway that, he's definitely winning. But if he's a heel, then he's going to fucking not obey stipulations and he's going to find a way to worm his way back in a loophole. And that makes him an even bigger heel, right?
And the other thing is, I think a lot of people didn't think that we would, have him beat Undertaker and that Undertaker would lose the title. He was a strong champion. And that comes into play, I think, a lot of times. But we were also doing the U.S.-Canada thing. So I think people outsmart themselves, say, oh, well, they'll just do a Canadian deal with him, and that's how they'll use Bret. So there's a lot of, bullshit that you can argue in both ways, but those people who think they know are always going to think they know anyway.
Sid had been in a car wreck earlier that year and had some injuries from that some people questioned because it was Sid, but allegedly he had dropped a lot of weight because he hadn't been able to weight train and he didn't quite look like Sid. And at one of these Raws, he actually collapses backstage and claims it's due to his back problems. They rush him to the hospital, and his match with Vader is surely off of SummerSlam, which bumps the Goldust Brian Pillman show from the free-for-all to the main card. Do you remember seeing or hearing about Sid collapsing?
I remember, hearing about it, and obviously went to the hospital and everything, but I didn't see it. And I don't really remember anything much about it other than him leaving the show and having to go to the hospital, and he was in bad shape. But, I don't doubt that Sid was in a car accident. He was hurt, and he wasn't the normal Sid that you had seen prior to that.
Since we talked about the comparison from 95 to 96, as far as business goes, let's talk about it from 96 to 97. Paid attendance in 96 was averaging 5486. It's up to 5615 in 97. The gates are up about 10% too, going from $80,505 to $88,951. But the ratings, they're way down. They were 2.13 in 95, down to 2.03 in 96, and down to 1.6 in 97. And the buy rates are down too. In 95, they got a 0.95. In 96, they're down to a 0.79. In 97, they're at a 0.60. And your average pay-per-view revenue also continues to fall. In 95, they're doing 2.66. In 97, they're doing 1.6. So there's been lots of questions about why Vince would go to somebody and ask to renegotiate a contract. Well, there's your answer. Business is way, way down where it really matters on pay-per-view. Ratings are down. Pay-per-views are down. But the houses are actually up 10%. It's a fascinating business with all these different revenue streams. On the July 21st edition of Raw, they're doing big business again. And here Shawn Michaels announces that he is going to be the referee for Undertaker versus Bret, and was told if he showed any partiality to Undertaker, he'd never be allowed to wrestle in the United States again. Your main event is a 6-man here. We've got Bret Owen and Davey Boy taking on the Undertaker, Steve Austin, and Dude Love in a pole match, a flag on a pole match to be exact. It goes 18 minutes and 27 seconds. And the finish came when Brian Pillman came out from under the ring and knocked down the Undertaker as he tried to climb the pole to get the American flag. So on the opposite side, Bret had a chance to grab the Canadian flag for the win. And after the show goes off, they do another dark match, this time with Undertaker beating Vader in a casket match. And these Raws during this period, where some are in Canada, some are in the United States, these are the hottest crowds ever, are they not?
It was great because they were polar opposites as well. And we had enough Canadian talent that it really made a difference. And that Canadian audience was so into it. And the U.S. audience, we didn't write it that way at first. It just happened. And that's really the best kind of stories that you can have, is when the audience kind of takes you on a ride and creates something out of what you're presenting to them. Then you've got another layer to that story. And yeah, it was red hot.
Something weird happened on that same edition of Raw where they did the flag on a pole match. They had obviously gotten some sort of heads up from USA that it was okay to go long. And you guys go like 10 minutes long, and JR says that they're going to stay with the main event until a conclusion all night if they had to. But then as JR is saying that, USA runs a crawl across the bottom of the screen that says La Femme Nikita is going to start in 10 minutes. And then it says La Femme Nikita is going to start in 5 minutes. And then right on time, they go to the finish and get out of there. I know that wrestling, whatever. Does Vince have any sort of comment about this where you're saying, hey, it's over in 5 minutes?
Well, it's a concession that you have to give up. If USA is going to give you an extra 10 minutes, they want to tell their audience that's normally tuning in at that time that, hey, the show that's here at this regularly scheduled time is going to start in X amount of minutes. So, you got to bite the bullet and you make concessions. So to get that extra 10 minutes, okay, you want to run a crawl underneath there, run a crawl underneath there.
We see a feature on the July 28th edition of Raw, where it's setting up the match with Undertaker and Bret at SummerSlam. And Bret says the Undertaker wasn't like Sid or Diesel, and that he's a guy who actually has mobility. And then we see Patriot score an upset pin on Bret in the main event, and the Undertaker comes out, but we don't really know what happens because the show goes off the air. Of course, off the air, they do a triple threat match, and that's pretty common in 97. You guys were running a lot of those. And that takes us to SummerSlam 97, August 3rd, East Rutherford, New Jersey. It draws 20,213 folks. It is a big money deal. $523,000 with a whopping $202,000 in merchandise sales. I would say running a pay-per-view in New Jersey was a good experiment. Wouldn't you, Bruce?
Yeah. New Jersey, New York, good markets for us at the time, and definitely paid off.
Bret regains the WWF World title in 28 minutes and 9 seconds. An unbelievable match. I was a big fan of this. Thought they did a great job. Meltzer gave it 3 stars. Of course, you know the finish. Bret and Shawn start to get into it. There's a tease that somebody's going to use a chair. Eventually, Bret spits right in Shawn's face, and Shawn swings for the damn fences at Bret. But of course, he ducks and nails the Undertaker. But Michaels has to count the pin because if he's not fair, he can't wrestle in the United States. A clever way to get the belt off the Undertaker without making him look weak. Continuing this Bret and Shawn storyline. Really well done. Is this a Pat Patterson finish, or whose idea was this?
You know what? I think this may have been a culmination of Jim Cornette and a few others, and that came up with this. But it was something that, we had talked about for a while, trying to get back to Shawn and Bret. And in the meantime, you're going to get to Shawn and Taker to get to Kane. So you got a lot of masters to serve in here to get where you eventually want to get to WrestleMania again, all over. So it was a lot of masters to serve here.
There's been a lot of talk over the years that Undertaker had sort of an on again, off again relationship with Shawn Michaels, the Click, the BSK, the WrestleMania 14 rumor and innuendo. But we've also heard that the Undertaker maybe had a problem with the way Bret wanted to handle that finish with Diesel in the cage. What was Bret and Undertaker's relationship like here by the summer of 97?
Bret and Undertaker, again, people are going to have differences and they're going to have disagreements over things.
Right.
And that was a one-time disagreement. But I think Undertaker and Bret were always good. They were always friends. And they were always professional. And I know that personally, Mark likes Bret a lot, and I believe vice versa. They had a mutual respect and they had a friendship, but sometimes friends argue. You ever argue with your friends, Conrad?
All the time.
Okay. Well, there you go.
Even today, right?
Get out. Who did you argue with today?
Well, not the same person you're arguing with, I'm sure. August 11th. What?
Nothing.
August 11th in Biloxi, at the end of the show, Undertaker comes out and bears on the video wall saying that Kane is coming. And the next week, on August 18th in Atlantic City, New Jersey, Undertaker and Mankind are teaming up to take on Hunter Hearst Helmsley and Shawn Michaels. Rick Rude comes down and is about to hit the Undertaker with a chair, but Undertaker turns around, so Rude drops the chair, and instead, Michaels cleans Undertaker's clock with a chair for a DQ. And Taker does a major blade job on himself. And it's not the most hidden blade job ever, but he's bleeding a gusher here. And this is a chair shot from hell, 2 now that Shawn has delivered to him. What do you remember about this chair shot?
Every time that you see something like that and those little snuggo chair shots, the one thing I'm always thinking about is, holy shit, what a receipt is coming. And that's the first thing that comes into my mind, because you think, okay, I'm going to give you that one, but you got one coming. And that's just always the first thing that would go through my mind. It was, God, they were nasty. And you look at it now, like we always talk about, man, with the concussions and all this shit and the head trauma, God, thank God we don't see that stuff now.
No doubt. August 29th on Raw, Undertaker's doing an interview about Shawn Michaels, and we're all over the place as we head towards September 7th in Louisville, Kentucky for In Your House Ground Zero. It's the Louisville Gardens, and we're only doing 82,000 at the gate, but another 44,000 in merchandise. Undertaker goes to a no contest with Shawn Michaels in 16 minutes and 3 seconds, but the whole deal goes closer to 23 minutes because they have a 5-minute pre-match brawl and then a few minute post-match brawl. Lots of ref bumps and some silliness. But at one point you do see something that I don't think a lot of people expected to see again. And that's another Undertaker plancha. The match itself gets 3 3/4 stars. What did you think of this match and the spot that even Meltzer says the dive would have made Psychosis or Great Sasuke proud?
Yeah, man. I think it was Undertaker's attempt to show everybody that he could go and that he wasn't, going to be that plotting guy that some people viewed him as. And he always wanted to do something new and make every match different. So I applauded it, man. It's crazy to see a big bastard like that move the way that he does. He's agile as shit.
The next night, Undertaker does an interview and Shawn Michaels appears on the video wall. They're hyping their rematch. The following week on the 14th in Indiana, Meltzer would write, "The freedom of expression era is now over as the WWF is confiscating signs left and right, particularly those pro WCW. They were also asking nicely fans who wore WCW merchandise to instead wear a free Austin 316 shirt." What did you think of this decision that the company was making to confiscate signs and replace those WCW shirts with WWF ones?
You know what? I hated it because I think if people paid money to come to the show, that they should be able, if they bring a sign, as long as it's not obscene and it's not blocking people's view, put your sign up. It's America, freedom of expression if they buy a shirt. But I think a lot of people did that to get the free shirts too.
That's a good idea, actually. You didn't get free shirts, but you did get a free call, the shirt over at brucepritchard.com. We should also mention that, it feels like we're doing this every week. The next week on Raw, Undertaker and Shawn Michaels are doing video screen promos. But in the Observer around this time, this is what I wanted to get to. Meltzer would write, Kane's debut, which was originally scheduled for the September 7th pay-per-view, has been moved back to October 5th. There's also talk of programming the Interrogator with the Undertaker. Now, of course, the Interrogator is going to go on to be Kurgan. The first Kane versus Undertaker match won't be for a long time, as they're going to slowly build the feud where Undertaker won't wrestle him until forced into it, basically. Do you remember that being the case, that you guys were originally sort of targeting a September debut, but maybe Kane wasn't ready, the outfit wasn't ready, or what changed that, or was that all just fake Meltzer bullshit?
That's fake Meltzer bullshit. And we always planned on having the first time they wrestled at WrestleMania.
But I'm saying the debut was always supposed to be October and never September.
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay. Something I've wanted to talk about for a while now. Meltzer reports in the September 22nd Observer. Probably the biggest news of the past week revolved around Shawn Michaels' behavior at the Raw taping on September 9th in Indiana. Neither Vince McMahon nor Undertaker were at the taping, and Michaels did an interview where he came out in tight biker shorts with a sock or socks stuffed in his crotch for whatever reason, and proceeded to make very lewd gyrations, like acting as if he was humping Jim Ross, swearing during his interview, and called out the Undertaker, who was on tape on the video wall. Everything was able to be edited off the show, and if you didn't know about the incident, you wouldn't know, as the interview was heavily edited. Since Undertaker wasn't there, but since he was on a tape on the wall, people thought he was there. When Michaels kept insulting him, calling him a big chicken shit, and begging him to come out and calling him more names, and he didn't come out, it made the Undertaker look bad in the city, not to mention it being totally unprofessional. Whether Michaels was doing it in another attempt to get fired so he could go to WCW, or he had other ideas up his sleeve, it's definitely brought a lot more negativity on him in a lot of circles. We've talked about this incident before, but let's go over it again. What do you remember about the incident? What was Undertaker's reaction? What was Vince's reaction? Were you there? What did JR think? Chat me up.
I was there. I was definitely there, and I was at Gorilla, and I didn't see that he had stuck a sock or whatever he did in his shorts. I usually don't try and inspect people's crotches before they go out, but it wasn't as it was laid out to him, and felt that Shawn was taking a lot of liberties, and it was unprofessional. Vince was pissed when he saw it, and livid, called Shawn and went over it. But the funny thing about that is probably 3-4 weeks later, or maybe even a couple weeks later, Vince would go back to that and point out that night and go, God damn, what he's doing right there, that's attitude. That's attitude. We need more people with attitude. And was praising it. So he would flip-flop on it, but overall, the impression was that it was unprofessional and just not cool. And I think, Shawn knew it was taped and knew that we would edit it and was going out and seeing how much he could get away with. And Vince wasn't there to reprimand him that night, so he was running roughshod.
On September 20th in 1997, you guys did a pay-per-view called One Night Only in Birmingham, England. And on the show was a really good match. It's The Undertaker and Bret Hart for the world title. They go about 28 minutes and Bret gets the win by DQ. Pretty fun match here that not a lot of people have seen, but I do believe it's on the network. Were you at this show?
Yes, sir.
This is where you talk about it? You gonna give me anything?
Well, no, without a doubt. It was an excellent match, and it was something that we had done for the United Kingdom when Sky Sports was starting their pay-per-view division. We wanted to go over and see just how much we could do only for the UK. And we knew that we could then take that footage and DVDs or CDs, whatever the hell they were at that time that was big. I don't think video cassettes were a thing anymore at that point. But that we could then utilize that footage back over with a release worldwide. But it was an experiment to see how we would do for UK only. And then we decided, what the hell are we doing? If we're going to spend all this money to come over here and do TV and do all of this, why in the hell aren't we doing, if you're going to do a pay-per-view, do a pay-per-view and do it worldwide. So it's an experiment.
This takes us to the famous Raw, September 22nd from Madison Square Garden. It's where Austin stuns Vince for the first time. We see the debut of Cactus Jack, and behind the scenes is where Vince tells Bret, can't afford you, pal. Undertaker does an interview here though, and Shawn Michaels comes out on the ramp and cuts a promo. And later Michaels does an interview and calls out the Undertaker, almost spoofing what he did the prior week, saying he knows he's here this week. And Undertaker comes out, Helmsley runs out, and the two destroy Taker with a chair with the help of Rick Rude. Finally, when he gets up, everybody scatters. And later in the show, we see the Undertaker come out during a Bret Hart match with Goldust, and Undertaker cleans house with Shawn Michaels, Hunter, Rude, Chyna. They're all leaving, and Taker choke slams both Shawn Michaels and Bret Hart at the same time as the show goes off the air. The following week, we're in Albany, New York, and Undertaker's working with Helmsley for a DQ here. Lots of interference. Vader, Patriot, Bret, Bulldog. Lots of weird stuff here as we head towards Bad Blood on October 5th in St. Louis. We've covered this show in long form, youtube.com/something to wrestle. You know the deal, but in the match, it's a 5-star classic, one of the best matches in wrestling history. If you haven't seen that Hell in a Cell, you owe it to yourself to go check it out. It's Bad Blood, 1997, the very first Hell in a Cell, but maybe your favorite part is not the actual match, but the Gaga, when we finally see the debut of Kane. And I know we've covered it before, but can we get your Vince McMahon for the Kane introduction?
It's gotta be, it's Kane. It's gotta be Kane. It's Kane.
Of course, the gimmick is Glenn Jacobs, according to Meltzer. This is Glenn Jacobs on stilts, actually lifts in his boots to make him appear to be 6'10". He is wearing lifts. He comes in, rips the cage door off. There's supposed to be the big fire spot. He's trying to find the hard camera. The mask moves. He eventually just decides, okay, I'll drop him here. Tombstones Undertaker, drags Shawn's hand over the top. Boom. Shawn wins the world. Shawn doesn't win the world title, but he wins the main event in this Hell in a Cell, and he's bleeding like a stuck pig. When he comes back through the curtain, this seems like an all around home run for everybody involved. Is it not?
Yes. Definitely is. I know we joke about top 5 matches, but this is definitely in the top 5 matches of Undertaker matches.
No doubt. October 10th in Sumo Hall. This is something that's on the internet. I can't tell you where, cause they'll take it down, but let me just say, throw it in your Google machine. It's in Tokyo, and Undertaker pins Jinsei Shinzaki, who for this match wore his old WWF gear and worked as Hakushi. Of course, the Undertaker gets the win in 12 minutes and 8 seconds, and then puts him in a coffin after he finishes him with a tombstone. So since they had Shinzaki come to the U.S., he was Hakushi over here. So he's Hakushi there. And the gimmick is they dug up Hakushi from the grave, since Hakushi had been buried since he left the WWF. So Hakushi came to the ring in a casket, and when they opened it, it was as if Hakushi was raised from the dead. And then the bell rang to start the match, and he's like got dirt on him and everything, right, Bruce?
It was awesome. Yeah. He was filthy. Like they dug him up out of the dirt and they dumped him in the ring, and he laid lifeless in the ring. Like, as Pat Patterson would say, like a douchebag. And then when the bell rang, he came to life, and it was, the dead man versus the dead man.
And he had an interesting manager that night. Did he not?
The Undertaker?
Yep.
Greatest manager of all time, Bruce Love. That's what I think one of the magazines put it as, or one of the newspapers. Didn't call me Brother Love, didn't call me Bruce Prichard, it was Bruce Love.
So smarten me up. Why do you sort of step in here as a manager for the Undertaker here? You haven't managed the Undertaker since he debuted, and you were Brother Love, but here you're not in gimmick. You're just Bruce Prichard, but you're managing the Undertaker. What's up with that?
I wanted to go to the ring in Sumo Hall and manage the Undertaker. It's that simple. We were there, and I'm in Japan. We're in Sumo Hall. It's cool as shit. And I had never worked in Japan. So Taker's like, well, shit, just come on out and manage me. Just come to the ring with me. And people knew me, as Bruce Prichard, the WWF executive. But so I went out, representing Undertaker. And it made sense to them. But really, I did it just because I wanted to go. I wanted to work in front of a Japanese crowd. I wanted to feel it. I wanted to be out there.
On October 20th, Undertaker does an interview saying he would never wrestle his brother Kane. And this feels very familiar to the Bret Owen feud in '94. What would Vince say about that?
God damn, brothers don't fight.
On November 3rd, they're doing a Raw that sells out and sets a record for the city in Hershey, Pennsylvania. But Taker is not on the show, but he is working in a dark match. Let's fast forward. We see Toronto and Detroit on November 7th and 8th. I'm going to mention this one because the Detroit match has Bret's last match before the Survivor Series, and it's Taker, Austin, and Mankind beating Bret, Bulldog, and Neidhart. Of course, Survivor Series 97 goes down on Montreal 9th. Undertaker was not on the card that night. Why is that?
Because it was logical for him to work with Kane, and after the whole Hell in a Cell match, there wasn't a logical match for him to have. So we were waiting till TV, and again, didn't want the same guys to be on the pay-per-view each and every month. You try to juggle it. You try to give a little time in between, let people breathe a little bit, especially with an attraction like Taker.
The next night on Raw in Ottawa, Taker and Kama wrestled to a no contest. And Meltzer says in the newsletter that Taker pinned Shawn to alleviate internal pressure because of all the controversy about Shawn not doing jobs. And he's referencing a tag match at Madison Square Garden where it's Austin and Taker beating Shawn Michaels and Triple H. And normally it would be Triple H who takes the fall there, but instead here, Shawn Michaels is the person who loses the pin. After the match, Austin used the stunner on Chyna, and fans bombard the ring with debris, a combination of the heat because of how well DX was doing, and maybe debris from fans who were mad about the Bret Hart situation. Do you remember this Madison Square Garden house show?
Sure. Definitely. And the reason that you beat Shawn Michaels in that instant is, here you've got a guy who's the champion. You're in a tag match. If you're going to beat somebody, why not beat the champion if you can? You're going to beat the guy that means more. That's the reason that he had to beat Shawn Michaels. And it also gives Taker a win back from, the whole Shawn stuff with the Hell in a Cell and everything else.
Hunter is losing.
Leave him happy.
Hunter's losing casket matches all around the loop to Undertaker here. And we're going to get to In Your House DX. It goes down on December 7th. We've covered this one before on our Jeff Jarrett episode, but Jeff Jarrett would beat the Undertaker by DQ in 6 minutes and 56 seconds. Meltzer did not like it, gave it a dud rating. And obviously the situation here is Kane is out and he's showing up with Uncle Paul, and Jarrett tells Kane to destroy Taker. So Kane chokeslams Jarrett, which means Jarrett wins by DQ. We've talked about this briefly on the Jarrett episode. We're just advancing the storyline here though for Kane, are we not?
Yeah. And it was during the time that is Kane and Taker together, or do they hate each other? Which one is it? And you wanted to create doubt. So that was the story that we're trying to tell here as well. Not only Taker doesn't want to fight his brother, but maybe his brother doesn't want to fight him now that they've seen each other face to face.
Undertaker's not on Raw the next night, but he does work against the Sultan before they go live. And then in a dark match after the show, tagging with LOD, and Austin, and they would beat the Nation of Domination. So they're trying to make the live crowds happy, but keep him off TV when they can. Taker starts winning casket matches against The Rock in mid-December. So that tells you what they're seeing in The Rock already here. But he is maybe suffering from some blood pressure incidents, and we haven't really talked about this much, but I know we've touched on it briefly. Did the Undertaker struggle with blood pressure, or was it only here in 97 where some athletic commissions limited him?
I've only heard about that. Here's probably one night that some athletic commission said, hey, your blood pressure's high. I've never heard about him having any blood pressure issues at all.
On the December 15th Raw, Undertaker does an interview and Kane comes out and slaps him a few times, and Undertaker wouldn't hit him back. So Kane walks off, and we're advancing the show here. A week later, as we're winding up 1997 here, on December 22nd, the Undertaker would wrestle The Rock. Taker hit Rock with a tombstone. The lights go out. Here comes Bear and Kane. And Bear is trying to talk Taker into fighting Kane, but Taker will not fight Kane, even when Kane backs him down into the corner. Taker considers firing off a shot, but does not. And that's the closest he's come to hitting him. Lots of shots right after Christmas. I guess this has always been something you guys tried to do. The day after Christmas, you guys work a double shot, one in Chicago and one in Milwaukee. And as we start to finish the year on December 29th, we're at Nassau Coliseum. And again, we're doing a sellout and setting an all-time record for the gate for any Raw taping ever, $271,388. And the Disciples of Apocalypse, Flash Funk, Scott Taylor, and the Headbangers were all in the ring to destroy Kane when the Undertaker makes the save, fighting side by side with Kane until they clear the ring and have another stare down, and the Undertaker walks away. And there's noticeable boos here, but this is telling a great story that he doesn't want to fight him and he won't fight him back, but he's not going to let anybody else beat him up. Great writing here.
I liked it. Yeah. It just, people think you're going to go one direction and you take them somewhere else. And just when they think it's going to explode, it doesn't. And it's that roller coaster ride where you never know what the hell's around the next corner. And that's what we were trying to do to this, and also lengthen it so that we could get to WrestleMania.
Before we get into some live show announcements and some questions for the Undertaker, Bruce, where would you rate this 95, 96, 97 run overall for the Undertaker's career?
Well, 95, not so good, but 96 and 97, that was a lot of fun. And for me, I'm partial to 97, 98 with all the Kane stuff and the storyline and just getting deep into that character. So, it was some damn good years. A lot of fun for the Undertaker, and it was growth time for that character, giving him a lot more dimension and seeing him do a lot more shit in his matches.
Bruce, you ready to get to some questions about the Undertaker?
Go for it.
Rapid fire here. Sean Crow wants to know, Who decided for him to stop using the body bag at the end of the matches?
When he turned babyface, that was a heel move.
Josh Scott wants to know, who was the bigger boss backstage, Andre or Undertaker?
Andre's boss.
I like it. John Marsh wants to know, how did Taker do all those tombstone pile drivers, especially on people like Vader, without killing his kneecaps?
Very carefully. He's a strong son of a bitch.
I'm not mad at it.
He being Taker.
Here's another one. This is a good one. Joe wants to know, after Bear turned on Undertaker, was there any thought to bringing back Brother Love as his manager?
Yes.
Really?
And it would have been a different Brother Love, and there was actually thought of bringing Bruce in with auburn hair.
Did you just refer to yourself as Bruce?
Yeah.
Okay. Barry wants to know,
You know.
what was Undertaker's first thought when he found out he would get a brother? Was he excited to have a brother?
He was, at first, he was a little worried because anytime that anybody gives their name to somebody else, there's always a fear of, okay, what kind of guy is he? Is he going to, is this a good marriage or not? But he got to know Glenn, and that feeling went away.
Martin wants to know, any stories of Taker and Vince getting into an argument or funny stories between the two?
Not an argument, but one night in New York after a dinner, governor's something dinner in Manhattan, they got into a little wrestling match down on Times Square, which was a lot of fun.
Vince wants to know,
who's going to break that one up? Not me, not it.
Vince wants to know why Glenn Jacobs was someone else considered to portray Undertaker's brother.
Glenn was thought of because we were thinking about hiding the face, and it was all kind of circumstance, and it was coincidence that Glenn was doing the Unabomber thing. We were looking for something for Glenn to do. He had the size, and it was a perfect storm. Everything added up, and he got the nod.
Jamie wants to know, how did Undertaker and Bearer feel about splitting up after 6 years together?
Very sad. They were both sad. That was a tough one to break up, but sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do.
Tom wants to know, why did the Undertaker switch from gray to purple gloves?
A new look, just changing it up, give him a splash of color.
Jay wants to know, why did Undertaker stop doing his sit-up gimmick all through the matches like he did in 91 to 94?
He still did it.
I think he means not as much.
Oh, well, because it was too much. The less you do it, the more it means.
Andrew wants to know, at what point did Undertaker become the locker room leader, and was he vocal in his leadership, or is it more based on his seniority and respect amongst his peers?
Well, it was based on his respect amongst the guys in the locker room, and I would say mid-90s.
Corey wants to know, was there anyone who didn't like or respect the Undertaker in the locker room or office?
No.
Lawrence wants to know, was there any heat between the Bone Street crew and the Clique, with the Undertaker being the leader of both the locker room and the BSK? Did any of the Clique feel like Taker himself was a politicker?
No, I don't think that they ever had any problems.
Great question here from Gilbert. Made me laugh when I read it. What's up with the teardrop? What's Taker so sad about?
I hated it. It was like a biker thing. I don't know what the hell it was, but it was supposed to like symbolize.
You killed a guy.
When he went away in death or whatever it was.
Yeah.
And buried. And I just hated it.
Prisoners know. Eric wants to know, why was there just one Diesel versus Taker match? And why not do the cage match in April and then the casket match in May of 96 to give them a longer, proper feud?
Didn't want to invest in it. We had the one match at WrestleMania, and if Diesel's not going to be there, didn't want to invest anymore.
James wants to know, any stories during this era about Wrestler Court with Taker as judge?
I'm sure there's a lot. I didn't go to a whole lot of wrestlers' court, so nothing, really that I remember, but it was always best to bring a bottle of Jack for the judge.
Dave wants to know, was there any one specific incident that made people go, don't fuck with that dude?
Did there really need to be an incident? Would you want to fuck with him?
Well, I think the question is more of how did he get to become the godfather, so to speak, in the locker room?
I just think by being that steady guy that was always there. And, I don't know anybody would ever want to test him.
Thomas wants to know, what were the Undertaker's thoughts on the curtain call?
Not happy about it. Didn't like it. I don't know any of the old timers that were happy about the curtain call. Or
Daniel wants to know, do you remember any notable time when the Undertaker fought a creative decision with you or Vince and just put his foot down, not wanting to do something?
There were probably some WrestleMania opponents but it wasn't like he put his foot down, but you would go through the roster and go, okay, we're coming to WrestleMania. And if we didn't have a specific story, start throwing names at him and like, nope. Maybe. Yeah. What about this guy? But he was never adamant. If Vince would go to him and say, here's what I'd like to do, he would listen, he would give his input, and then he would do what Vince wanted to do. But he was never one to say, I'm not working with that guy, I'm not doing that. He would go, okay, what do you need out of it? He would, if he had concerns, he'd give you his concerns, but never adamant. No, I'm not working with him. Never.
Kyle wants to know, don't know if this has been asked before, but was the plan always to have him be undefeated at Mania? And if not, when did that come about?
It just happened. And you know what? I think it was Michael Hayes who picked up on the streak. I don't even think we had given it that much. We really didn't. It just was a happy coincidence. And Michael one night was sitting there going, well, Undertaker's never lost at WrestleMania. Like, well, that's pretty cool. So let's capitalize on that and build on it. But it was not planned from day one. Undertaker will never lose at WrestleMania. Shit just happens sometimes.
Jack wants to know, what was Vince's thoughts on Undertaker's tattoos? I've heard rumors that the talent need permission to get tattoos, or was this a case of Undertaker having enough stroke to just do what he wants?
Well, before and the reason that the office needs to know if you're getting tattoos or any changes is because for like action figures or posters or stuff, marketing material that they already have sent out. And if they've got a new action figure coming out and you look one way and you change your look completely, then that kind of blows the action figure at the time. But when Taker came in, I'll never forget his first tattoo. I told him he had ruined himself and just killed, goddamn, you're not going to have a future doing that kind of shit. Don't be marking yourself up like that. So you tell me who was right there.
Tom wants to know, did Bruce ever hang with the BSK? Any wild drinking stories?
Undertaker and I hung quite a bit. And as far as the whole BSK guy, all those guys together from time to time, if we were all out together, enjoyed having a drink with the Godfather, loved Savio Vega and Henry Godwin and those guys. Can't say that they ever all went out as a group and I was part of the group, but I have had many enjoyable evenings with the Undertaker and drank some serious alcohol with him throughout the days.
Jeremy Marks wants to know, since there are a lot of characters created to feud primarily with the Undertaker, were there any nixed characters we haven't heard of, and how close were they to seeing the light of day?
One I had was Amish Roadkill, to bring him in as just an old school ass kicker, is a one-off for the Undertaker. That never saw the light of day. That's the only one off the top of my head that I can remember. I'm sure there's more, but that was one that you look back and go, ew.
Rob wants to know, any wrestlers ever have any hesitation about taking the tombstone? Was Taker that trusted as a safe worker?
Yes, he was. And the very first tombstone that he gave was to Coco Ware, and Coco did complain, and Coco felt that he had dropped him on his head. But that's the only one that I ever remember. And Taker had a reputation that even when Vince outlawed the pile driver, that there were times he would allow Taker to do the tombstone. I completely trusted him.
Carl wants to know, and this is our last one, how did Undertaker feel about being video motion captured for the WrestleMania and In Your House video games? There's some famous pictures that leaked out years ago about this. What did Undertaker think about the motion capture deal? Was this something he was for? Was there ever any concern that this footage might get out when you guys were trying to sort of keep it hush hush?
No, I mean, it's just another day at the office. You got to do it you want to be in the video game. So it's ends to a means. No, there was never, I don't know how he felt about it. He was happy to be in the games.
Back in those days, in the In Your House and WrestleMania video game era, how significant was the money for one of the performers? Because this is when they had limited rosters. So it feels like if you were a WWF fan, you were going to buy the game, but maybe instead of chopping it up 60 ways, it's like 8 dudes.
Technology wasn't what it is today either. So they could only do so much, and it was expensive to do all that, do that motion capture. And the more characters was the more cost of the game. So that was just something to do with the games and being able to keep costs down. And if we could have had everybody on the game and have the options that they have today, yeah, that would have been great.
I'm not asking that. I'm asking how big of a potential windfall was it if you were one of those chosen guys?
Well, it's great.
Hey, it's Conrad Thompson, and you're listening to Something to Wrestle with Bruce Prichard. Bruce, what's going on, man? How are you?
Just another day in paradise.
Well, I'm glad to hear it. Anything exciting or eventful happen in your life besides nearly shitting your pants?
What do you mean nearly?
Well,
you think I can't accomplish something?
No, I know you can.
You think I'm not capable? You think I could just come nearly to it?
You know what? It's my apologies. I stand corrected. You've told me many times there's people who do and people who try, and you do shit your pants.
There's three kinds of people. There's people who try, the people who give their best shot. And those people do whatever it takes.
And you do whatever it takes to shit your pants on a regular basis.
No, I try not to.
Well, let's give it a shot. We're talking about Undertaker 98, 99 today. I took a peek at the notes, and I'm going to be honest as we head into this. There's a lot to cover. I don't see any chance we finish 98 and 99. We'll give it a shot though and make the most of our time with Bruce today before he gets called away or nature gives him a call.
Yeah, I got no guarantees on that.
Well, it's going to be a shitty episode of Something to Wrestle. Buckle up, boys and girls. We're 6 weeks removed.
Do you know if you go to type in that in your little emoji thing, if you type in SHIT,
yep,
the poop emoji doesn't come up. But if you type in POO, then the shit emoji comes up.
I got you.
What's up with that?
Well, I mean, I don't think you're supposed to call it shit.
Why not?
I just don't think you're supposed to.
Oh, poo-poo?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Apple wants you to call it that, is what I'm saying. I think they would prefer you.
What's Apple matter?
Well, because you're typing it on Apple phone, right?
I don't know.
Okay.
I got on my blue phone here, this one.
Let's talk about what you do know. You know that as we start in 1998, we're 6 weeks removed from the Montreal Screwjob. The last pay-per-view of 1997, Undertaker's opponent was Jeff Jarrett. He's 32 years old at the beginning of the year, but he's dealt with a number of injuries in his career. He's been on TV since 89, and it's crazy to think, time's sort of a funny thing. As we start 1998, The Undertaker is Ricochet's age. And you go back and you see old interviews with Bret Hart, and he talked about how before he left the World Wrestling Federation, Taker was pretty openly talking to him about, hey man, I probably only got a couple years left doing this. And of course we know, fast forward 20 years, he's still at it. Did you think back in early 98, well, we probably only got Taker another year or two?
Absolutely not.
You knew he loved it too much and he'd find a way?
Yeah, I always go back, and this has been a recurring story with guys like Taker, even Shawn, Austin, for that matter, that I always used to give the analogy of Bruiser and the Crusher. They were, good Lord, probably 60 years old and still in the ring, Just people wanted to see their entrance. People wanted to beat the shit out of somebody, and they didn't take any bumps. And people were happy to see him. I said, man, you know, you'll be 75 years old. I said, as long as we can wheel you out on stage to raise your hands up, bring the lights up, people are going to be happy. And I still maintain that today.
Well, one of the things I want to pick your brain on is how the Undertaker's booked, and we'll call it January of '98. You know, on the heels of this really nice feud with Shawn Michaels that I guess you could go back to SummerSlam when Shawn accidentally cost the Undertaker the championship when he was the special guest referee, and Bret Hart walked away as champion. They worked together in September. They worked together in October. Of course, in November, the whole screw job thing happened. December, it feels like it's sort of a lame duck deal, and Undertaker's working with Jeff Jarrett. But by January, we're back.
Well, I doesn't get any more lame duck than that.
Yeah, but we're back in business with Shawn Michaels.
Jeff knows I love him.
Of course. But at the same time, in October is where we saw the debut of Kane. How difficult is it to sort of have, I mean, this is a casket match at Royal Rumble 98. Famously, it's where Shawn's going to hurt his back, but still Undertaker, you know, is finally getting another rematch, this time for the world title against the guy who cost him the world title back at SummerSlam. But underneath it all, we know this is not really where we're going. We're trying to get to Kane. Talk me through that process. Is it challenging to have one of your top stars really involved in two top storylines at the exact same time?
Actually, it's ideal because you just got more toys to play with. And looking at Kane and Shawn, I mean, is from an opponent's point of view,
couldn't be more different.
You had Shawn that was ongoing, and that was a good deal. We had to finish that up before you could just move on to Kane and have that singular focus. So we still had to wrap up Shawn and Undertaker and let people salivate for the first time that you're actually going to see Undertaker and Kane.
Did you always know that the plan was going to be Taker versus Kane, or did you at least flirt with the idea that maybe they would come together? I ask because I remember Paul Bearer being on Raw saying something like he couldn't find Kane, and it's almost implied that maybe Kane and Undertaker have mended fences and they're going to come together as a team. Of course, we know that doesn't happen. Was that ever even discussed as far as you know?
At this point?
Yes.
No, not even remotely.
The match at Royal Rumble we were teasing a minute ago. It's a casket match. Shawn gets the win. 20 minutes, 37 seconds. It's that backdrop over the top rope where he cracked his lower back on the casket that really put him on the shelf. But eventually there's some shenanigans. Undertaker tombstones Michaels from the apron into the casket. And at that point, China knocks down the referee. Los Boricuas and the New Age Outlaws hit the ring, and they all start attacking the Undertaker. Kane's music plays. He cleans house. It's quite the spectacle. But I guess we should mention that when Kane starts whacking away at this thing with the axe and then sets the damn thing on fire, this is a scary thing to look at. And I know there's magic involved and you get weird about telling us about the magic, but I'm sure you've got a great story about setting this damn casket on fire at Royal Rumble 98.
Yeah, I got some stories you can't even tell on that one. But, you know, you realize that you find things out as you go along, and you may have in your mind, you envision things and you think of movies and how, you know, shit looks so effortless in movies. In fact, you put some fucking gasoline on the damn thing and throw a match. Some bitch gonna go up in flames and it's gonna stay like 8-foot fucking flames forever. Well, in real life, that doesn't happen.
Right.
So you first, the uneducated would throw gasoline or whatever, some kind of accelerant, lighter fluid or what have you, and look at it and go, well, fuck, that was unspectacular. Is that even a word, unspectacular? I'm asking an English major over here.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm just a hillbilly from Alabama.
There you go.
Oh, hell. I was just a damn redneck from Texas.
Hurtful.
Hence why I said whatever I said, that word that I don't know if it is actually a word. And you look at it, oh, hell, man. And then you realize, well, fire needs oxygen to breathe.
Right.
And if you're just pouring it on a flat surface, it's not going to burn. Not going to burn for any length of time anyway. And you're not going to get big flames because you're only looking at whatever that lighter fluid or whatever accelerant it is. And that's where we learned, okay, that's why we had to take the axe to it, to give it some air, give it some oxygen so the fire could breathe, so you can make big fire.
Big fire.
And big fire. I like big fire. You don't want fucking small fire.
No.
You want big fire.
Yep.
Okay. And so that's, as you're playing with this thing, it's like, okay, son of a bitch, man, we need some oxygen in this bad boy and make it burn, make it look great. And then you have to deal with the next thing, which is the most important thing, is the safety. The safety not only of your performers, but also of the audience, because you're in an enclosed area. So it was a little tricky, but we kind of got it figured out, and that's what rehearsals are for sometimes. And here's the other pro tip: if you're gonna try to recreate that, it's best to try and create it and or recreate it in the same environment in which you actually want to do it. Because if you do it outside, it looks one way.
Yeah.
You do it indoors, it could look completely different.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that was through a lot of trial and error to get to what we got to. But I thought it looked pretty fucking eerie and pretty good.
On the heels of this, now that the Undertaker's been burned alive, he's going to take some time off, and I believe not only to heal some injuries, but he's got a sick parent. I think it was his dad. How important was it to grant the dead man this time off? I mean, he's like one of your most loyal soldiers, and if he needs a little time off, we figure a way to make it happen. Is that why we wanted this spectacular fire?
Well, it was also a way to keep Kane and Undertaker apart prior to WrestleMania. You add into all of that the other issues that were going on, and his dad was not feeling well at the time, and Taker was looking to spend some time and help his dad out during this time, help his mom out with his dad. So it was an optimum time, and it gave you good reason. You know what? Go heal up a little bit. Go take care of your business that you need to take care of, and when the time's right, we'll bring you back at WrestleMania, and people will be happy to see the dead man again.
Well, he does take some time off, but when he returns at Raw, he comes back with the infamous promo where his coffin gets rolled out, lightning hits it, and he appears to challenge Kane for WrestleMania. And that program literally lasted forever. But I do think in hindsight, it probably gets glossed over in this particular era, simply because of Mike Tyson's involvement in the whole Shawn Michaels, Steve Austin thing. Obviously Tyson was mainstream pop culture, et cetera, et cetera. But when it comes to the legacy, what do you think is more important? The trio of Michaels, Austin, and Tyson, or Undertaker, Kane?
Well, at that time, it would probably be, the whole Austin and Tyson, and that was the anointment of Stone Cold Steve Austin, and that took precedent. But at the same time, when you look at attractions and you look at, holy shit, Undertaker Kane was just as important.
Chat me up about the first WrestleMania match. I mean, this thing's been built forever and ever and ever. Is there any concern that, man, these guys haven't really touched each other? I mean, I know they've worked together in Smoky Mountain, and I think they worked together when he was the evil dentist, but this is a different deal. Is there a concern that, hey, we know we've got them hooked, but what if the match is the shits?
I don't think there was that concern. I think that when you looked at it, Glenn was accomplished. Taker obviously was, but having Glenn in there with Undertaker, I think that kind of alleviated any concern. And the story was what the story was. So it was something that had been built, and back in those days, hell, that's not a long time to build and wait for a match. It's, you had the time to actually build to matches like that. It wasn't, an instant gratification society in which we live now.
Let's talk about the match itself. Pete Rose comes out. He's heavily booed. He turns himself even more of a heel, talking about the whole Buckner deal. Kane comes out, tombstones him, gets a huge pop, and then, of course, Pete Rose is stretchered out. It is a famous WrestleMania moment, but the fans are cheering because, well, Pete's the real heel here, but we're supposed to hate Kane too. Help me understand why that made sense. Do you sacrifice sort of the storyline in order to get the cheap pop with the celebrity?
I don't think it's sacrificing any storyline at all. It's Kane coming out and, tombstoning a big celebrity in Pete Rose. And Pete Rose was a huge celebrity, especially at that time. It's just, it's a pop, but I don't think it's, oh my God, he's a heel, so a heel can't do anything to a heel. I don't look at it that way. It was a star moment.
What can you tell me about the match itself? Do you think it delivered? I mean, you've got Undertaker doing the top, the dive over the top and crashing through
Flying
the table.
cow.
Yeah. Flying cow. Sorry. Multiple tombstones. And a lot of people felt like, it was good, but maybe too long, maybe didn't live up to the hype. And then afterwards, Bear's going to attack Undertaker. And then Kane sort of gets his heat back. Kane hits Undertaker with a chair and tombstones him on the chair. And I don't know, as a fan, I felt like, well, they did it, but maybe it wasn't exactly what I was hoping for. Were you pleased with it?
No. And when I say no, it was fine.
Yeah.
It was fine, but I don't know that it was like the end all be all. It was also, I think, in everybody's mind, it was the first confrontation. So it's the first one. So you're going to have more. So you're thinking, okay, you don't want to give them everything that you can. I felt that we gave them a little bit too much. And again, this is all hindsight being 2020. When you look at it, you go, maybe we gave them too much and didn't need to, which might have contributed to the feeling of maybe the match was a little bit long, but it was, in this particular situation, I truly believe then and now that that story was the match. The story was the attraction, and not necessarily the matches themselves.
So let's talk a little bit about the rumor and innuendo surrounding WrestleMania 14, because when people think of 14, sure, they think of the Pete Rose thing, but they also think about the underground legendary story that Undertaker, being the locker room leader, was allegedly concerned that Shawn Michaels might not get the match in the ring or might not do business or whatever. And as the famous story goes, Undertaker shows up to Gorilla and he's wrapping his fists as Shawn Michaels is getting ready to go wrestle Steve Austin that night in the main event. What's real? What's rumor and innuendo?
Yeah, that happened. I mean, it was that took place. Taker was there, kind of like Taker is. If he's not in the last match, he's usually sitting there at Gorilla anyway, watching the last match. But I think there was quite a bit of emphasis at this point because Shawn had not been the most cooperative person during that day, and wasn't the most popular guy in the locker room that day by any stretch of the imagination. So throughout the day, throughout the night, there was all kind of rumor and innuendo. Is Shawn going to do business? Is he going to do everything that he needs to do? And Taker just wanted to be there to confront him, I think, on the way back if Shawn didn't do exactly what Shawn was supposed to do that night.
Well, we're off to the races right away after WrestleMania.
But just to give you a sidebar,
yes, please.
Because when we're talking about this particular evening, this particular WrestleMania, and Pete Rose was the one cool thing that happened that night was Pete Rose sat next to me at Gorilla all night long, and funny motherfucker, man. He was absolutely hilarious, and he was just talking about the business and everything under the sun, to the point where, you know, how like remember how we were with Banya that day, where like after an hour we were best friends and had known each other for our entire life type thing.
Yes.
Well, that's the way it was that day with Pete Rose, and I remember looking at Pete at one point in the conversation, and we're sitting there, and I said, he asked me a very inside question, and I forget what it was, but it was kind of like one of those, so how do you do that type thing? And I said, well, I'll be happy to share that with you. Tell me something. Did you do it? And he looks at me, gets a little smile on his face. I said, you know, did you do it? Meaning,
did you bet on baseball?
Bet on baseball, and you know, during the thing. And he looked at me and he says, "You know what, Bruce? Because I didn't do anything that others weren't already doing, and I never, ever, ever bet against my team." So I thought that was cool, the way that he phrased it and everything. But it was just one of those candid moments for a minute where we were best buds and sharing things. So I'm like, yeah, okay, I'll go ahead and push my luck. But Pete was top notch, one of my favorite celebrities ever to work with.
Well, if I was with you at the next pay-per-view, I would say, Bruce, how do you do that? Because it's Unforgiven, and it's announced that it's going to be an Inferno match. So some of our younger listeners may not remember this concept. Tell everybody what a Inferno match is and how this concept was first pitched, because it's maybe one of the crazier ideas in wrestling history.
Well, good Lord, Kane's entire existence is based in fire. And the simple fact that he was maimed as a child in this horrible fire that was allegedly set by his big brother, the Undertaker, for God's sakes. So what better way to make his big brother pay for those sins than to actually scar his brother with the very flames that he had been scarred with? And when you're talking about different concepts and different matches and what can you do and things that had never been done before, you know, you come up with, what if the ring were surrounded by fire? You have cage matches, you have Hell in Cells, you can have goddamn Indian, whatever the hell, Punjabi prisons.
Yeah.
You can have everything under the sun. But man, an Inferno match, entire ring surrounded by a wall of flames. And the only way to win this match is to set your opponent on fire. Never been done.
Whose idea was it, bud?
Mm-hmm.
I think it's Russo. Is it yours?
You think it's Russo's?
I just assumed.
Okay.
It was yours?
Might have been.
And so did you ever ask anybody, hey, how do we pull this off? Or did you just sort of do your Royal Rumble 98 thing and say, oh, you know, like in the movies, I like big fire?
No, I look, and I think, I don't know that necessarily the Inferno match and the whole set your opponent on fire, that part, the idea stemmed from, what do you do? What if you surrounded the ring in fire? Okay. It was not my idea to set your opponent on fire. That kind of grew from there. My idea was basically like an old traditional cage match. No one in, no one out. Paul Bearer's not going to be able to interfere. Kane's not going to be able to run. You got to finish it in the ring. And one of the Vinces, I think, you know, was one that came back with, well, that's how you win the match. You got to set your opponent on fire. Then the question comes up, well, then how the fuck do you do that? Surrounding the ring in fire, that's not really Like, how do you do that? That's easy to do. Easy, I tell you, easy. Yeah, it's not that easy, but
I was going to say, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, do you run this past the talent at all? Or do they just show up and one day it's like, oh, hey, yeah, you're wrestling in a fire match at the pay-per-view. See you there.
No, they knew.
I mean, it is the obvious question. What's a fire match or an inferno match?
What's a wall of flame on all four sides of the ring?
And how do I win?
Keeps you inside.
When do you tell them, all right, now, remember how last week we said it was going to be like, nobody in, nobody out? Well, I've been talking to Caesar. He'd like to see us set you on fire.
Yeah, I think there was some point that it was kind of, yeah. They were like, okay, how the fuck do we do that? And again, to me, we killed the mystique of the match, in my opinion, by the way we did it, but we had to do it that way to set someone on fire safely. Is the guys got out. They got over the flames and they were outside and able to work outside of the ring. So that to me kind of killed the whole idea of the wall of flames surrounding the ring. And, again, you had to do that so that you could make sure that you set someone on fire safely.
It's an interesting point of view.
Isn't it though? I mean, you got to do what you got to do.
Let's talk about how we get there. There's a big show called Mayhem in Manchester over in England. That's a sellout, 18,514 fans. There's $158,000 gross, and it's the second biggest gross you guys have had over there since SummerSlam 92. And Taker's gear isn't there. So he and Kane only do 3.5 minutes before Taker pins Kane. We assume the airline lost his luggage.
That would be correct.
Yeah. I mean, how do you wrestle? I mean, how are you the Undertaker at this point? Sort of pre-biker gimmick without gear. This is worst case scenario, huh?
Not a good scenario, but who the hell checks their gear?
Oh, look at you calling Mr. Calloway out.
Well, damn it. Who checks their gear?
When you were Brother Love, you didn't check the suit?
Oh, hell no.
Okay. So all that
you don't check your gear.
All that was.
Did I ever lose my luggage in something to wrestle with shows?
No.
Did I ever show up without my gear?
Well, in fairness, that was mom jeans, a t-shirt, and a blazer from '97.
Did I ever show up without it?
No. Remember that dust?
Answer the question.
No, you were always prepared.
No, I didn't.
So you're saying you're twice the professional Undertaker was? Just say it in a loud, clear voice.
No, what I'm saying is that the airlines were less than professional by losing his shit.
Yeah, there you go. That's a way. I haven't seen somebody backpedal that fast since the combine. So on the way here, Kane and the Undertaker.
Combine?
It's a football.
Is that like
thing.
one of the windmill things?
Yes, it makes grain. Kane and the Undertaker are going to fight in a graveyard, and then Kane's going to light their parents' caskets on fire.
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you think?
What's wrong with that?
What do you think old Paul Bosch would have thought of this creative back in the day?
Yeah, well, hang on. Okay. Thank you for asking that.
Okay.
Do you know where the first coffin match was?
I'm going to guess it was somewhere in Texas.
It was in, fuck, oh shit. I tried to stand up and I got my earphones and my foot stepped on the cord and almost took my head off. The first coffin match was in Houston, Texas. You know who participated in that motherfucker?
Dusty Rhodes.
Dusty Rhodes was one of them. You know who his opponent was?
Ivan Koloff.
Oh, fuck you. You looked it up.
No, I knew that. I didn't look up anything.
Yeah, don't hold your hands up after you look at it.
No, how would I have looked it up? I just knew that. And I swear I knew that just because I was trying to find what boots Dusty was wearing there because I thought I may have had them once. That's the only reason I knew.
But how would you know that if you didn't look it up?
I looked it up back then. I didn't look it up now.
Back when?
Buddy, I guessed him.
So that was first. So Paul Bosch had the first casket match.
Yeah, I get it. But then when Dusty lost, did he go to like Ivan's house and set his parents' caskets on fire or
He tried to.
did he? Okay.
He tried to, but at the time, Russia wasn't allowing Americans into the country.
Now that makes sense.
Yeah. So there. And you want to hear a good story about that?
Not really.
So, okay. Well, good. You're going to. There's a pallbearer union.
What?
There's a pallbearer union.
There's no wrestler union, but there's a pallbearer.
You can't make this shit up.
The motherfucking pallbearers. Listen to you.
The fucking pallbearers union showed up and said that you couldn't have someone take the casket on or off without having like a pallbearer. This is like one of those antiquated fucking deals. Like, you couldn't buy a casket until like sometime in the 90s.
There's no pallbearers union. I ain't buying that.
There sure as fuck was in Texas.
I thought it was like a volunteer thing from people who knew him or whatever.
Thank you. So did I.
So, I mean,
you find this shit out when you have a goddamn coffin match.
Pallbearers union.
And you can't get a casket because they don't fucking sell them to private citizens. So you got to build a pine box.
Hang on. What is it? The Funeral Directors Association?
No, it was like a pallbearers union. These motherfuckers demanded that they had to walk the casket out because you can't do it and all this shit. And I'm like, what? Yeah.
Holy shit, dude. They have an annual convention for the Texas Funeral Directors Association. It's at the Sheraton, by the way, if you're curious, over in the eSports Stadium in Arlington.
See that?
So do we want to go? I mean, we could exhibit, we could attend, or we could be a sponsor.
Can you just be a spectator?
Oh yeah, we can attend.
Oh, does that mean be a spectator?
Yeah, that's what that means.
So they did it basically. Koloff like destroyed, when Dusty put him in the thing and closed the lid and gonna bear the big bad Russian bear, Ivan Koloff. We're gonna send him on his way, away from Texas, if you will. And then Koloff beat up that fucking coffin and he tore it all to pieces with his little red shovel all the way from Moscow. That Russian dude, whoever the fuck was running it at the time, had sent the Ivan to bear the American dream. Well, the American dream would not die. Would not be buried with his mama watching in Houston, Texas. Ain't gonna happen. Not on my watch.
Well, on your watch,
I tell you,
the WWF finally overtakes WCW in the ratings war, and you break the 83-week streak. How satisfying is this for you, for Vince, hell, for Undertaker? You guys have been there forever and ever. Nitro has been on quite a tear. When you finally win, is it high fives all around, or do you even take a moment to acknowledge it because it's on to next week?
It's on to next week, but at the same time, yeah, you're happy, you're celebrating. Fuck yeah. Little pissant Eric Bischoff down there fucking had his little 23-week run or whatever it was.
Listen to you. Let's go to the Inferno match. Unforgiven, Charlotte, North Kakalaki. It's a fire match, and it's not the main event. It goes 15 minutes and 57 seconds. It's on 6th. Meltzer would say, again, with the exception of one spectacular dive out of the ring by Undertaker, this wasn't much of a wrestling match, but it was an interesting spectacle to watch of two guys not doing much of anything in a ring surrounded by flames. And that, I guess, is what you had to be fearful of going in, right? It's not like
well, nobody knew how hot it was actually going to be.
Let me ask, I'm not saying this to be funny. Had you ever seen any footage like VHSs or whatever of what Onita was doing over in FMW when he would like douse the ropes in fire and shit like that? Because those were always a train wreck.
Yeah, they were horrible. That's not, and we weren't interested in doing that.
But this was different. How?
Because we controlled the flames. No, dude, they just wrapped the ropes and set them on fire.
I'm with you, but the point is,
there was nothing safe about what they did.
Now you can't.
We controlled everything.
But you still can't really run the ropes or do a regular wrestling match, right?
Yes, you could.
Okay.
No, you definitely could.
Is it true that there's some sort of story involving Kane and Paul Bearer? They were supposed to get there the night before to do a walkthrough, but they got a car service or something like that. What was that story?
The car went the wrong way.
What? Tell me like I'm an eighth grader.
So we put them on early in whatever town we were in the night before,
Right.
and sent a car service to pick them up and bring them to North Kakalaki. Had everything set up. And they're driving along. The guy rolls the window down and says, hey, guys, I'm sorry. Are we going to North Carolina? And it's like, yeah. And the guy had gone like about 70 miles the other way. So he had to backtrack another 70 miles. So, it was about 2 hours late. Because now they had to come back to the point that they were and then go to the building. So, yeah, it was a lot of fun waiting on them.
It's interesting, too, because the day before, you guys were in Fayetteville, North Carolina, and you're only going to Charlotte, which I realize if you're North Carolina challenged, you may not know how far away that is, but it's only like, 2.5 hours? But if you head the wrong direction, now it's a lot further.
Yeah.
So let's talk about
a building full of people waiting on you.
There is the big special effect where they're going to wrap up Kane's arm with some sort of protective sleeve under the ring while the crowd's distracted with the Undertaker brawling with Paul Bearer. And then, of course, Kane's ready for the stunt. Undertaker kicks Kane into the flames. He runs to the back. He's got an arm lit on fire. Meltzer would say kind of ECW style, and there was a lot of bad wrestling. But the well set up big spots of the match gave this or make the match more memorable.
Wait a minute. Meltzer said ECW was bad wrestling?
Yeah, he was pretty consistent about that.
Oh, wow.
You all agree on a lot of stuff. You just don't want to acknowledge it.
No, we don't agree on much of anything.
Well, you both like me and you both hated ECW. That's two things.
Who said I liked you?
Oh, that's fair.
Okay. ECW, I'll give you.
The next day,
he liked you?
Here comes, the story. The next day on Raw, Jerry Lawler and Paul Bearer having a conversation, and Paul Bearer says when he was 19, he was a virgin stud, and the Undertaker's mom was scantily clad, and she seduced him on the kitchen floor. Is this from your sick and twisted mind? And could you sort of lay the creative out to Bill Moody without laughing at the time?
I think I laughed the entire time.
And do you start with, now what if
again, this story has so many layers to it.
Now, here's my question though. Were you on some of that wacky tobacco with Briscoe when you thought of this and you started laughing and said, what if?
Okay. First of all, you've got to picture Paul Bearer as a virgin stud.
Yeah, well, yes.
In the funeral home.
Yes.
With Taker's mama.
Correct.
Who took advantage of him.
Right.
Because he was a virgin stud.
Well,
very studly, yet virgin-esque.
Which is complicated.
And then I started diddling Taker's mama. She was diddling my little tinky thing. Yeah. She took Paul Bearer's virginity.
My goodness.
And guess what came of that? Do you know? Kane! Oh, yes, Kane! He's my boy!
Who do you pitch on this idea first?
I'm pretty sure I pitched Vince first.
God damn, I love it. That's great shit, Bruce. Is that pretty much it?
Again, it gave more layers to the story. There were a lot of unanswered questions.
Of course, he's his daddy.
Taker's mom and dad were dead in this horrible fire that he set. And he thought he killed his brother. What if his brother was only his half brother? because that funeral director that was awful studly that Taker could remember as a young child had actually diddled his mama.
Chat me up. What did it sound like? What did Vince say when he pitched this idea?
He just fucking loved it. It was like, God damn. And then it grew from there because now everybody starts putting their 2 cents in and everything else. And yeah, what if we picked up a conversation?
Just hypothetically,
supposed to hear
your old great close personal friend who was screwed over by the unprofessional airlines, Mr. Mark Calloway. Does he come to you and say, "Really, Bruce? You got Paul Bearer banging my mama now?"
Yeah, but I do think he told his actual mother that it was my idea.
Yeah. Hey, Mama, just so
I
you
think
know,
she wanted to strangle me.
Yeah.
She's such a sweet lady, though. I felt like.
Did you call and apologize, like, Mrs. Taker? I'm very sorry.
Well, no, because Mrs. Taker was actually diddling Paul Bearer. Now, Mrs. Calloway, that's much respect and love for her.
Okay.
But Mrs. Taker, apparently, she was playing fast and loose that studly Paul Bearer.
Got it.
Virgin-esque.
So, this is a fun line from Meltzer. He says, apparently they're building up to a DNA testing of Kane and Bearer to prove that Paul is indeed the father, which means he did indeed sleep with the Undertaker's mother. There was some talk of Jerry Springer being on the show to reveal the results of the testing, but the belief is Springer will be held off to play a more prominent role on the SummerSlam pay-per-view. I realize in hindsight that seems sort of silly, but context is king. Jerry Springer's show was hot in this era, was it not?
Yeah, it was. But let me ask you this. Did any of that happen?
No.
Oh,
so you're saying it was never.
So Dave was
okay. Let's
wrong,
move on.
And Dave might have just made something up that was never discussed. That he just tried to play Booker and try to think like, oh, this is what they're going to do. And then when they don't do it because it was never discussed because it's a stupid fucking angle, well, they change their plans.
Well, then Dr. Charles Worsley revealed without a shadow of a doubt Paul Bearer is Kane's father. So you didn't use Springer, you used the doctor.
We used a doctor. Now, the question is, was that a legitimate doctor? Was that actually someone that Paul Bearer just got to say that he was the father of Kane? Dun, dun, dun. See, didn't think about that, did you? Did you? Yeah, I don't think so.
We should also mention it over the edge. Taker comes out to support his old pal, Stone Cold Steve Austin, in his defense against Dude Love. And Taker winds up chokeslamming Pat Patterson through a table when he tried to interfere. How much did Pat love taking an Undertaker chokeslam?
Oh, God. And he got up there for it, too. Not a face, it's a pig, gonna get it, the douchebag, it's a fuck it at your face.
So the next night on Raw, they do something kind of cool. Undertaker comes out and essentially no gimmick. It's Street Clothes Jones here, and he's going to beat up LOD, Draws, DOA, Val Venus, and Papi Chulo, until he gets Vince to come out. And the storyline here is that Undertaker has been used by Vince to beat all the wrestlers that Vince knew his handpicked champions could never beat. So without ever saying it, it feels like he's talking about Hulk Hogan or Bret Hart or Randy Savage. And he says that Vince never wanted him as champion to represent the company, and he always had short title reigns because of it. And he says then they all left for the money, but he stuck around because Vince gave him his big break. But Vince turns around and forces him to fight his brother and uses his own family tragedies to build TV ratings, even though he's never lost his smile. And instead, Austin rises to the top of the company and he wants a title shot. And of course, these are fair points. And Vince McMahon, being a fair boss, responds by saying Undertaker's mom's a whore.
His mother's a whore.
And if he can beat his brother, he'll get a title shot. This is a great Vince Russo booking moment, is it not? There's no way.
I believe so. Your mother's a whore.
Well, Mankind distracts Taker in the main event to help Kane win. And so that's how we start to set up King of the Ring 98. We should mention on the way here, Austin and Taker team up to take on Kane and Mankind in Madison Square Garden on June 5th. And it draws $391,575,000. Again, it's at Madison Square Garden, and it is the largest gate inside of the U.S. for a non-pay-per-view event ever. How remarkable is this to think that you're less than a year removed from where Vince had to sit down and tell Brett, I can't honor your contract. And now you're setting records left and right. That's motivation that a small adjustment and some persistence, it can change a lot very quickly. Can it not?
Yes, it can. Last time that me and Dusty were there with on top, I think we did a little bit more than that. They just don't want to give us credit.
So, Raw has a build for Taker and Austin against Kane and Mankind in a Hell in a Cell match, but it's not really much of a match. But Bear hits a gusher on his forehead. What do you remember about Paul Bearer bleeding like a stuck pig here?
Well, baby, the pig and he was stuck. So how exactly do you expect him to bleed? This was kind of during the era of, I think, throwing too much on Raw and without having a firm plan for the future and knowing, okay, we're going to do this here, we're going to do that there. This was kind of the era of, by God, put everything out there and go.
I want to mention too, disaster strikes right after this. Both Austin and the Undertaker are hurt, and as a result, the company has to cancel 3 live events. As a reminder, they're setting records in some markets, but now literally your top 2 acts are down and out. This is like worst case scenario, is it not?
Yeah, absolutely sucks. And it's just absolutely snake bitten.
What's interesting here is the Undertaker suffered an ankle injury. They think it's a cracked ankle with some bone chips doing an angle on June 16th in Austin, Texas. It was a location that was supposed to be Paul Bearer's house, and that's where he got hurt. Do you remember this injury where you're shooting some sort of outside on location footage and Undertaker gets hurt?
Yeah, he basically turned his ankle and came down and fucked it up.
So the next week on Raw, they're doing this angle, and Paul Bearer also suffers an ankle injury when Undertaker's throwing furniture around and something lands on him. Was there a backup plan for, King of the Ring 98 if Undertaker wasn't ready to go? Who would have been Mankind's opponent? Would it have still been a Hell in a Cell? What would you have done differently? I
don't know that we had a backup plan. And that was, again, you go off of prognosis and diagnosis from doctors and hope everybody does what they're supposed to do and they're going to be able to go. And if not, if you don't have a promising plan, you don't go there.
So they go on 8th. Everybody knows the match. It's the infamous Hell in a Cell from Pittsburgh, PA.
I don't remember that one. What happened?
4.5 stars. Good God Almighty, they killed him. Where were you during the match? How freaked out was Vince? What can you tell us? The little details maybe we haven't talked about before. Are you in Gorilla next to Vince, or what's that look like?
I was in Gorilla. I don't know where the hell Vince was. But I was at Gorilla for the whole thing because I remember distinctly looking for Pat Patterson for the match. So I knew what was coming up next, and I'm screaming for Pat. I'm all pissed off that he's not at Gorilla with me. And that's when I found out that Louis Dondero had passed, who was Pat's life partner.
Yeah.
And so now I'm watching the match through different eyes and just kind of like, holy shit. Obviously the same story has been told over and over again, from the cage up top, not breaking like it was supposed to. And as we were told it would, and Mankind, the worst bump was one from the top of the cage to the ring with the chair that came in and slid and knocked his teeth out and everything else. it was an amazing match. It was an amazing spectacle. But throughout it all, there's one of those moments where you are looking at someone like Mick and thinking, "Oh my God, it's gone too far," and you got to pull Mick back. You're thinking, okay, he's not going to admit, but then Mick is pleading and Mick is telling everyone, I'm fine, I'm going to go. And he goes back and gets in the match. I remember Terry Funk was not happy during that match, especially after the second bump and having to calm Terry down quite a bit. But yeah, it was one of those moments. Yes, you definitely remember where you were and what took place. And then after the match, Mick coming up and apologizing for not getting the thumbtack spot in, as he had thumbtacks sticking out of him all over the place.
So
and here's the funny thing: we were all worried about Taker's ankle going in, into this thing.
What do you remember talking to Undertaker before or after that match?
Yeah.
What do you remember his takeaway being from that silliness?
Well, like silliness, I think, was that they were trying to do something different, and Mick really wanted to take this one bump, and everything was kind of laid out, and it's unfortunate. Sometimes mistakes happen, and in this situation, mistake happened.
Dude, it's such a spectacle. I mean, do you think I think that's got to be top 5 most recognizable matches in WWE history. I mean, I'm not comparing it to Hogan Andre, obviously a different type of spectacle, but when people bring up like famous WWE matches, that's got to be top 5, right?
They bring up any with me?
I don't think so.
Are you sure?
That one time you beat that one guy with that Phenom Snavitz.
Yeah, but I reversed it.
You did the reverse double vert. Yeah, yes. I remember now.
The chase.
Yeah.
This is without doubt one of the biggest spectacles ever.
By the way, they're not done here. I think history sort of forgets that. Both Mankind and The Undertaker come out and involve themselves in the main event. And at this point, they're both super injured. This is a wild era, the wild, wild west almost, huh?
It definitely was. This was, kind of the beginning of anything goes. And Steve was red hot, and you kept on having to look at, how you're going to top this, how you're going to top that.
As a reminder, the creative in the main event is Undertaker is going to save his brother later on in the night from lighting himself on fire, and helps him win the title by hitting Steve Austin with a chair, and that causes him to bleed and lose. It's the first blood match. Austin did beat Kane the next night for the title, but it leads to Taker and Austin teaming up to face Kane and Mankind at Fully Loaded. Is the idea here in booking them in a tag match like this, hey, both of these guys are banged up, but we need them to sell pay-per-views. Let's put them in tag matches, and maybe the other guys can sort of fill in the blanks for them.
Yeah, hopefully. It's less work if you got a couple partners. It's. I'm sorry, I got to comment on the first blood match because I remember the particular incident, but I don't remember who the opponent was. I don't remember who it was, but Bill Watts had this finish one time and it's an old finish that had been used before, but where first blood match, the one guy is bleeding. Let's say the heel is bleeding, but the heel then takes the baby face's towel and wipes his blood on it and puts blood on the baby face and puts his blood on the towel. But in this particular instance, and God, I'm telling the story. I don't even know who the guys are that were in the match, but the heel was still bleeding. The babyface clearly wasn't bleeding, and Watts' excuse as to why because the babyface's towel was soaked with blood. So that it was the babyface's blood. But as a referee, you turn around and you look, and you see the babyface and his towel there, but then the heel's bleeding, but then you got to go, well, his towel's full of blood, so he must have bled first.
You hated that finish.
I hated that finish.
Yeah,
I could tell. So let's talk about the next Raw taping. It's to become the number one contender for SummerSlam. There's a 3-way match between Undertaker, Kane, and Mankind. Taker doesn't show up, and Kane destroys Mankind and pins him. And then he unmasked to reveal it was Undertaker all along. Really?
Bastard!
That's a pretty creative, badass finish. The first time we saw something like this done in the WWE in a long, long time. I guess it's almost like a Scooby-Doo finish, huh? Whose idea was this? Who deserves the credit? It was genius.
You're going to put it like that.
It was definitely you, right?
Oh, yeah, definitely. No, I want to say it was probably Vince Russo.
Well, it's fucking awesome. And I'm glad that you're giving him some credit for a great idea. I showed that to Eric Bischoff a few years ago, and he loved it. Anyway, the SummerSlam main event is set, but it's not one that goes on without debate. I think the expectation is probably, as hot as Austin is, that Undertaker was probably going to be the guy booed, but I mean, they're kind of both baby faces, right? I mean, this is in hindsight, we needed a clear cut heel baby face for SummerSlam 98. Did we not?
Yeah, I think you really did. And looking at it on paper, and not only looking at it on paper, looking at it on the chair and the artwork for that SummerSlam was absolutely incredible.
No, I mean, it looks phenomenal. Highway to Hell. You guys licensed the song. The creative is awesome. You do monster business on the Home Shopping Network after. It's New York City. It's two of the hottest wrestlers in the history of the company. It checks all the boxes, but then the match is just sort of, well, we'll get there. Here's the other thing I wanted to ask that I've always been really focused on. If you don't have confidence in Taker's ankle and you know he's hurt, why are you rolling the dice on Madison Square Garden main event, Steve Austin here?
Bro, anybody can work, bro.
Oh,
it's a work, right, bro? Need I say more?
Well, on the way there, Austin and Taker win the tag titles from Kane and Mankind at Fully Loaded. This feels like a classic Russo booking tool, enemies being tag partners who wind up being champions. Really well done here. I mean, you go back a few years prior, or I guess even the year prior, and we saw it happen with Shawn Michaels and Steve Austin. But I like that, right? You know, strange bedfellows. We hate each other, but we're forced to be in this tag spot together, and damn it, we're better than we thought together.
Yeah, you know, it's, but again, goddamn, man, that's a booking tool from a gazillion years,
right?
You know, before. I remember Wahoo McDaniel and Johnny Valentine had these classic battles in Houston, beat the living shit out of each other with Johnny as a heel and Wahoo as the ultimate babyface. But by God, when Chris Markoff and Bronco Lubitsch came in and hit Wahoo with the fucking tag team trophy, you know, the guy that Wahoo turned to be in his corner was the guy that he had gone to battle with more times than anybody in that Sam Houston Coliseum. That was Johnny Valentine.
Well, I'll be.
So yeah, it's a very effective booking tool. But yeah, one that had been done since forever that I can ever remember. It's beautiful. Who do you want to go into battle with? The guy that you've been in battle with that you know is tough, that can beat the shit out of you?
Sure.
So yeah, I thought it was tremendous.
Talk to me a little bit about Undertaker here winning the tag titles. Believe it or not, this is the first time that happens. Is that more because the Undertaker persona was just a solo act, or was he just one of those guys that you always would lean to and say, he didn't need the belts?
He didn't need the belts. They didn't. But it was, you know, it was a tool to become champions and then take it away from them to add even more fuel to the fire for their match, to try to make that match as personal as you possibly could.
Let's keep it moving here, and let's talk about the fact they're going to drop the tag straps, of course, back to Kane and Mankind on Raw, and that gets us closer to SummerSlam. Kane and Taker during this period start to act a little closer and closer. At this point, do you know that, hey, if we're going to wind up with them on the same side, why not just try Taker as a heel against Austin? Or
and I'm not saying this to be funny, did Undertaker just not want to be a heel here? I know that sounds crazy, but in this era, business is so hot, you're making huge money on merch, right? So if you turn, maybe some of that dries up.
Yeah, I don't know if Vince was really ready to turn the Undertaker yet, and I don't know that there was a lot of confidence that you could turn Undertaker at this time. Steve was still new, and Undertaker was just as hot. He was this hot baby face as well. So if you turn him, are you going to take a little bit away from that?
It's also,
but to your point, I think it would have been better to have turned Taker at that point.
It's easy for us to sort of armchair quarterback this and say creatively it could have been better, but business wise, couldn't have really been any better. You got over 19,000 fans paying $764,165. Third biggest gross in the United States behind WrestleMania and the Nitro where Goldberg beat Hogan. It also got 700,000 pay-per-view buys. 700,000. Woo. That's a lot of loot, dude.
That was a hell of an attraction.
Meltzer,
it was, you were really taking your two biggest stars in the company at the time and pitting them against one another in what, again, on paper, you would think people would want to see that, and they did want to see it. I just don't know that they were happy when they got it. If that makes any sense,
Yeah,
I was like, I want to see it, but when I see it, did I really want to see that?
is it kind of like when guys want to see it's the Battle of the Giants? I want the two biggest guys to fight. And then you get in there and you're like, well, that match wasn't very good. Really, it's the David and Goliath match that works out better, right?
Yeah, but also as long as you have someone, a strong protagonist and a strong antagonist, you need someone to cheer for.
Right.
And if your loyalty's divided,
right,
which I think in this case, a lot of people, Steve was walking on water and Taker had been the man.
Is it kind of like, a more modern version of WrestleMania VI with Hogan and Warrior?
In a lot of respects, yes. Yeah, because you had two guys. The only difference was neither one of these were going anywhere.
Right. It's just fascinating to me that this babyface main event, whether it's Hogan Warrior or it's Brett Shawn or it's Austin Undertaker, it just doesn't ever really click the way we hope it does. But the match isn't panned in the Observer. He gave it 3.5 stars. And they went 20 minutes and 52 seconds. Of course, Steve Austin won. After the match, Undertaker teases like he's going to hit Austin with the belt, but instead hands it to him. But I think the most famous story from this match, and I'm curious, did you see it when it happened? The guys bump heads and it is ugly. Like they're thrown for a loop. I think Austin specifically, right?
I think Austin was knocked out.
Yeah.
And it was early on.
Yes.
As I remember. But Steve was pretty much basically knocked out, for a few seconds there and was trying to get his bearings back. The two had chemistry, but I just don't think the story was really there for, me to love or hate someone.
The Taker Kane alliance would continue, but still without the full heel turn by Taker. We should go ahead and let everybody know that after the show, in character, of course, Vince is pissed that Taker and Kane didn't take the title off of Austin. So he makes a triple threat match for the next pay-per-view breakdown. And it's announced that Taker and Kane can only pin Austin, but Austin can pin either. And the match itself sort of is what it is. 22 minutes and 3 seconds. Meltzer would write, there was no winner in the main event, but one loser, Steve Austin against Undertaker and Kane in 22:03. The big spot came when Austin hit Kane with a chair, but Taker hit Austin with a chair and went to pin him, but Kane saved Austin. Then Kane went to pin Austin. Undertaker saved Austin. Taker and Kane start fighting, and Austin even helps Kane double on Undertaker. Finally, Austin tries a stunner on Kane, who blocks it, shoves Austin into the high kick of Undertaker, and both guys choke slam Austin and pin him at the same time. And then Vince gets the belt and runs away. jumping into a limo with the motor running, 2.25 stars. I mean, I guess in theory, the idea is we've got to find a way to get the belt off of Austin, but in hindsight, was this the best creative we ever had?
No, but it was fun. It left you asking a lot of questions and what are you going to do now? And gave you a reason to tune in to see, okay, now what next? Because is Undertaker the champion? Is Kane the champion? Or is Mr. McMahon the champion?
Do you feel like that's a pay-per-view finish or more of a TV finish? Like in my head, I feel like
depends on where, but see, it really depends on where you're at. And you look back at television and pay-per-views versus old school television and pay-per-views. When I say old school television and pay-per-views, let's go back to the 70s and 80s where most of our audience probably wasn't even born yet. And the idea was you get your talent over on television in squash matches, and then you go to the live event. And at the live event, you do a hot finish to bring people back the next week to the live event. Very seldom did you get a lot of just plain, clean, and simple finishes in your top stories. There's always somebody screwing somebody or somebody getting involved or what have you. So it's a little different philosophy in how you want to look at things. I think that if there's a good story, and especially for a pay-per-view to pay-per-view, yeah, man, if you do a screwy finish and you bring it back the next pay-per-view and you give them a finish, then eventually you got to give people a finish. I think if you give a finish every single time, then it kind of gets boring.
Right. Yeah, I could see that. You're breaking up the monotony, but I don't know. It does feel like a bit of a paradigm shift. Does it take Vince a while to come around to this sort of storytelling on pay-per-view? Historically, the TVs have been full of gaga and story, but the pay-per-views, hey man, this is the final resolution. But now that was, again, when it was quarterly. Now that it's monthly, does he come around to the idea?
Yeah, times are changing. And, with times changing, it becomes, you got to adapt to them. And maybe you don't, it wasn't hurting business.
Right. So
maybe that philosophy of leave them hanging on the pay-per-view and make them come back for more drives them to TV, then television drives them to the resolution on the next pay-per-view.
This is very much the era where Stone Cold has been using the Smoking Skull Championship. It's probably one of the first, I guess, besides the $1 Million Championship, and that was just a made-up title. But we're not using the traditional, Big Eagle or whatever they call it. It's a custom that is for the specific champion. What do you think of that? The Smoking Skull Championship.
I loved it in theory, and to make Steve stand out and be unique, I thought it was pure genius. The old school in me, was kind of like, there's a championship that everybody wants to vie for, and you want to hold that prize. You want to hold that trophy, that championship. So, a little old school in me that felt that way, but at the same time, I thought that the belt that was made for Steve was awesome.
How involved was the Undertaker and his creative in this point? I mean, we've heard stories before that Austin would sometimes say, he wouldn't say, "What about this?" He would just say, "Oh, that sucks. I don't like it," or whatever. I'm paraphrasing, but the idea being, he didn't always communicate what he would rather do, but he was pretty clear about, I like this, I don't like that. We've heard that pretty consistently. Was Undertaker like that at all? Did he have a voice in any of that? Or was it just, okay, that's what y'all want to do?
Yeah, no, Taker always had a voice, and Taker had an opinion. And a lot of times throughout the years, it would be, Bruce, go sell him. And I would be the one that would be charged with convincing the Undertaker to do something maybe that he wasn't completely enamored with, and be the go-between to bring things back and forth and try to come up with a compromise.
Do you remember any instance like that in '98 as we're sort of running through all that?
I remember a big one, but it was '99 really, was the Buried Alive match on SmackDown, like the second or third week. that Taker was just adamant about doing. He did not want to do it.
We'll get there. Let's
Yeah,
pause. We'll come
yeah.
to it.
So I mean, but that's the one that sticks out in my mind, that it was really contentious, but Tate did what he needed to do.
So on the heels of Breakdown, Undertaker is going to turn full-fledged heel. He attacks Vince McMahon after Vince announces the WWF title will be held up and a winner will be determined at Survivor Series. So Taker and Kane destroy Vince, including his ankle. And then Taker is on path to headline another pay-per-view. This time it's Judgment Day against Kane with Steve as the referee. So we just tried a babyface versus babyface pay-per-view main event. Now it's going to be heel versus heel. We're really trying some new things here. The guys go 17 minutes and 41 seconds. It's a no contest. Steve Austin is the referee. At first, Austin's not counting as Undertaker has Kane pinned, but when Kane has Undertaker pinned, Austin gives a fast count. So we're trying to be creative, but still it's not exactly maybe the best creative we ever saw. Eventually Paul Bearer comes out, asks Kane to step aside so he could hit Undertaker with a chair. And then he hits Kane with a chair, who no-sells the chair. Kane goes after Bearer. Undertaker clocks him with a chair. Austin recovers and refuses to count. Undertaker's arguing with Austin. Austin gives him a stunner and a chair shot and counts with both men laying on the mat, rules them both the loser, and announces he's the winner. And Austin says Vince doesn't have the balls to fire me. So of course Vince fires him. And, in the Observer, it got -half a star. This is now 2 pay-per-views in a row with some gaga instead of a traditional match. Continue. Sorry.
You're going to like this.
Okay.
You know, a lot of people love to knock Vince Russo. And we've had our fun with Vince Russo from time to time. But this is when Russo's voice was being heard.
Yeah.
You know, and it was a new voice giving, you know, some of these ideas, and his voice was being heard. I think that some of this shit was extremely creative and very, very good. It was outside the lines.
Yes.
And we were coloring outside the lines, and it was unpredictable, and it was doing things we had never done before. So to that, you know, hats off. And that's why I got, you know, I'm laughing at, what's his name's negative stars or whatever the hell he said. Because it was different. It was a good story. It kept people guessing. It was fun, and you couldn't call it. Now, some would argue you couldn't call it because it was illogical. But at the same time, yeah, it was logical. Vince, you don't have the balls to fire me? Oh, yeah, fuck you, you're fired. Now people, what? You know, they're not expecting that. They're expecting well, by God, I'll get you. So I thought it was some interesting storytelling and good storytelling.
So the next night on Raw is a pretty famous Raw. It's where Austin is going to hold Vince McMahon hostage. But what is really forgotten is Taker and Kane have a rematch in a casket match. And this kind of starts the Kane babyface run. And now Bear is with Taker, which leads to a promo before the match. Here's the recap from the Observer. Undertaker came out with Paul Bearer. They turned the guy so many times that nobody cares about him. He's got no cheers or boos. Now he's the one who set the fire after all. Although now the fire only deformed poor Kane, and the part about his parents dying in the fire has been forgotten. Undertaker's interview was almost as bad as the Warrior interview, as these storylines really make almost as little sense as WCW storylines. When did you sort of get loosey-goosey with what really happened? Or in your opinion, is it, well, no, he's a heel. He's lying about what happened. You got to see through that.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
But then again, do we really know what happened?
No, we don't know.
It'll Taker's mama.
Well, we feel pretty strongly about that.
War.
So,
and that, you know what, man, that funeral part where I heard was just pretty loosey-goosey.
Really?
Yeah, that's what I heard.
Okay. Well, the other thing,
Paul Bearer, young Studley, virgin-esque Paul Bearer. He held it all together.
The other thing that's loosey goosey is the casket in this casket match. The match is over when, the casket breaks, and that leads to the WWF tournament at Survivor Series. We're pretty excited about this, but it's reported in the dirt sheets, as you like to call them at the time, that the Undertaker's been dealing with back spasms, but he's really not missing any time, and he's making all the house shows. Is this more, hey, Vince really needs him to make the shots, or is the money so damn good he didn't want to dare miss it?
Taker is an old timer, man. He's going to make it no matter what. And guys were built differently then, and the business was different. You didn't have the same kind of medical facilities that we have now, and it was a different business. You're talking many, many years ago. It was a different business with a different type of talent that was like, if I can walk, I'm going to make the show. Even if I can't walk and I'm in a wheelchair, I'm going to make the show. If I'm advertised, I'm going to make the show.
I got to tell you, it freaking tickles me that you just said medical facility. Hey, I wanted to ask, in this era, there's so many licensing opportunities because the WWF is just white hot. The Undertaker gets a comic book, which I didn't even really remember, but I found it in my research. But boy, talk about bad timing. He gets a comic book right after he turned heel. Shit.
Yeah. I mean, it was, well, no, it wasn't just Taker. Like everybody, it was a comic book series that, everybody kind of had their own version of the comic books and stuff.
Let's get to Survivor.
Taker's was pretty damn cool though.
I'm sure we'll see some pictures on Twitter when our show goes up. Survivor Series Deadly Game. It's Taker versus Kane. They go 7 minutes and 16 seconds. Meltzer would say that Undertaker desperately needs time off. He's hurting here, and it's obvious. He gives it a dud rating, but Undertaker continues. But at this point, the physical limitations are on full display. In the second round, Rock is going to beat Undertaker by DQ, and Meltzer would say there's no heat. Kane ran in, confronts the Undertaker, then chokeslams Rock for the DQ, therefore eliminating the Undertaker. Undertaker hits Earl Hebner for making the call, and then they brawl into the crowd. A lot of protection for Taker here, trying to do what they can, but we're really transitioning towards a change for the Undertaker. When do you first remember the whole Ministry of Darkness version of the Undertaker being pitched or presented?
It was something just to, and I believe that was actually Taker's idea to want to become a little bit more demonic and more evil. Looking at the character, and we had taken care of that character for so many years that it was an opportunity to go on the dark side, if you will, and try to take it to the next level and be a different presentation of the Undertaker.
Well, how's this for a different presentation? Undertaker and Paul Bearer kidnap Stone Cold, and they go to embalm him in the run up to their Buried Alive match. Were you shooting this? Is this your?
I did not shoot that. No, I didn't.
Well, there's a infamous clip now where Bill Moody, AKA Paul Bearer, is just screwing around. And so as Austin is laying on the slab and they're pretending like they're about to embalm him, he says, "Let's start here," or whatever, and goes to pull down Austin's trunks. And Austin goes from playing like he's knocked out to wide awake. What the fuck are you doing? It's great stuff.
You got to have a little levity, a little ha-ha from time to time.
So I just need to hear, what does it sound like when you guys in a booking meeting are sitting around? What if we embalmed him?
Well, what would you do?
I mean,
of course you have to embalm. You got a goddamn pallbearer and a dead man. You got to embalm people.
Could you do it without the union being involved?
I don't know about the embalmers union, but
Okay.
I'll tell you what, you didn't notice there weren't any pallbearers involved. Well, there was Paul Bearer.
But that's more Bear, Paul than it is Paul Bear.
Right.
We should mention before we get too deep in this Ministry of the
It's
Darkness.
spelled differently.
Yeah, sure. A little bit. There's a U and whatnot. Austin, Hogan, Goldberg, and Undertaker, all on the covers of TV Guide. 2 WCW top guys, 2 WWF top guys. It makes a lot of sense. Austin, Hogan, Goldberg. Was it an obvious choice from the WWF side? We want the other one to be Taker. Was anyone else even considered?
I'm sure there were, probably Rock was considered. There are probably a lot of people considered, but this was, when you look at being on the newsstand with other guys, who would you want to pick? You'd want to pick somebody that's going to really grab their eye, and Taker was somebody that was just that.
Help me understand, the man behind the character, Mark Calloway. We always get the vibe as fans that, man, he's just too cool for school. Never too high, never too low, just always sort of cool hand Luke about everything. Does he view it as an accomplishment? Is he excited to be on the cover of TV Guide? Does he think that's cool? Does he go pick one up? Or is he like, don't be a Mark, Bruce. Who gives a shit?
Oh, I'm sure he definitely was extremely excited about it. That's a big deal, man.
Huge deal.
For those that don't know what TV Guide was, every single checkout counter at every single grocery store, convenience store, pharmacy, you name it, everywhere was TV Guide. So to be on the cover of TV Guide, you were seen by gazillions of people every day.
Well, from there, Taker starts speaking in tongues as part of his
I could never do that. That pissed me off.
You couldn't speak in tongues?
I couldn't speak in tongues.
Give it a shot right now.
Global nuts faces, meet my crotch, shut your face, set your case, step a day in my dick, what chase, okay.
I mean, I'm not sure if that was Nikolai Volkov singing or if it was Pat Patterson having a conversation, but together it kind of worked.
Well, yeah, they speak in tongues.
So from here, the focus goes back to Kane, where Bear and Taker get Kane committed to a mental hospital with a straitjacket and everything. Boy, we're knee deep in the story. And now it's time for one of the more controversial moments that you're going to yell and fuss and cuss about as we discuss it. But it's the infamous angle where the Undertaker puts Stone Cold Steve Austin on the cross.
It's a symbol.
And raises it to make him look like he's crucified, like Jesus.
Nobody wanted him to look like Jesus. Steve had no hair.
Will you stop? Serious business. We've talked about this before. I know you're going to just keep saying it's a symbol, it's a symbol, it's a symbol, but clearly we're looking for some symbolism, and I get it. I'm not upset about it. I wasn't offended. I want to know what you think Taker thought of the creative to do this.
I don't really remember, frankly. Obviously we did it and it was controversial, but I don't remember any pushback really.
Well, there was pushback online, famously Bob Ryder from OneWrestling.com, which was probably the premier wrestling website back then.
Like a couple hundred people were up in arms.
He called it Raw is porn. I'm sure you at least heard that. The sexual nature of the product with the suckets and the scantily clad women. But now I think it's the religious overtone here that maybe made a few people say, fuck man, is there no line? Did you think when you first saw it, before doors are open and you know what the creative is and you see it in real life, does any part of you, I'm not asking were you offended, I know the answer there. Does any part of you think, man, we might piss some people off kind of the wrong way with this? Maybe we shouldn't do that. Does that even cross your mind?
I think people ask that question. I didn't necessarily ask that question. I think that when it depends on how you view the product. If you view the product as entertainment, then it's entertainment, and you take it as entertainment and don't take it too seriously. So, those that had their beliefs had their beliefs. I don't particularly share those beliefs.
Do you remember any blowback or any discussion or any talent, or is there anything else you can tell me about the symbol?
Again, I don't remember anybody pushing back on it at all. I think that for the most part, it was what it was, and those that had their comments made their comments, but nobody came to me like, oh my God, this is terrible. That didn't happen.
Did you guys kind of agree, maybe we shouldn't do that again? Or I'm just wondering, did you ever find the line? I guess is what I'm trying to, cause listen, I'm a big stand-up comedy fan. And I think in comedy, there are no limits. So you just try things, and the rules don't apply in a comedy setting. And I kind of feel like you think that about pro wrestling. Like, hey, the rules don't apply in pro wrestling. Nothing's off limits.
That's not it. I think that there are certain aspects of entertainment that can be controversial, and depending upon your viewpoint, you may view it one way or the other. And that's provocative, and that will cause people to think and cause discussion and maybe get people engaged in a conversation about it, good and or bad. Not saying that it's something that is cut and dry, that this is good, this is bad. I think that it was provocative, and I think it was controversial. Those people that are going to take out of it are going to take out of it whatever they want to take out of it. Would you do it again? I mean, that's up for debate.
But you're okay with wrestling being a thought-provoking form of entertainment. It doesn't necessarily need to be sort of a lowbrow popcorn movie. Don't have to think about it. It's a fun escape, blah, 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 right?
Should be all of those things. It should be a fun escape, but it also should get people talking and hopefully, touch a button or two.
Right.
Hit the emotion button. Get someone mad, make someone happy. It's all those things.
In your opinion, is there something, does go away heat exist? Is there such thing as bad heat, or is all heat good heat?
No, I do think there's such thing as bad heat. And sometimes, it's again, that's something that, is subjective, and that's something that everybody is going to have their own opinion on.
Is there a place where we think we could draw the line between a fan hating a character for what, quote unquote, he did, versus we hate the company for what they did? Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. But it's also, I think that sometimes the media, the internet, the social media, what have you, have created a voice for about 8% of our population, where they can be loud and they can hide behind a keyboard, or they can hide behind a phone, or they don't have to actually get out and do anything and or face anything, that it's very easy to critique, and it's easy to blame, and it's easy to dissect and break it apart. But I think that it is all subjective, and there comes a point where it is, if it's something, that from my vantage point, you look at, especially when my kids were younger, if you have trouble explaining it to your kids, you probably shouldn't do it. But that's my compass. And I try to throw back to that, and I would ask myself that question.
Let's get to the last pay-per-view of 1998. It's Taker versus Austin in a buried alive match, just above Rock versus Mankind for the WWF title. So Austin's going to beat the Undertaker here in 21 minutes and 30 seconds. Meltzer would say this is one of those deals where anything that could go wrong did. Undertaker is already limited, as he's been working for months without a rest on a broken ankle. Austin was suffering from an intestinal virus and had barely eaten the previous week. To make things worse, early in the match, he took a bump on the uneven dirt mound on his shoulder, which tore his oblique or abdominal muscle on the right side. He worked the rest of the match, feeling as if he was being stabbed in his side every time he moved his torso. He went to the hospital after the match and actually missed the television tapings, which says something, since he even made TV the day after he was dropped on his head by Owen Hart. So he was not himself, particularly as the match progressed. Austin used the stunner and threw Taker into the grave, and then left to chase Paul Bearer. Taker sat up and got out, and then there was a big explosion coming from the grave, and out came Kane. Taker low-blowed him, went for the tombstone, but Kane got away and delivered a tombstone and threw Taker back into the grave. Austin then comes back out with a bulldozer. Somehow the bulldozer got stage fright and couldn't perform. Needed Blue Chew. While time stood still and Austin was looking totally pissed off. Austin started shoveling dirt into the grave, and eventually the bulldozer dumped one load of dirt into the grave, then didn't do a thing again for what seemed like an eternity. The whole scene was dead and took forever. Earl Hebner, I guess tired of waiting for a pop that wasn't going to come, raised Austin's hand, and the two shared a couple of beers. 3/4 of a star. You know, in the South, Bruce, there's a saying, this shit was snake bit. It felt like every time Undertaker wrestled Steve Austin, something bad happens. It never goes according to plan. It's not that they don't like each other or don't respect each other or aren't great performers. Fuck, man. If it wasn't for bad luck, they'd have no luck at all here. What do you remember of this shit show?
Horrible. Yeah, it's just from the entries, but I definitely remember the front loader just not working. And no matter what you do, man, at that point, it's like, holy shit, this sucks. And yeah, it just pretty much sucked. To the point of, as far as, and I don't remember at the time if we had the IFBs to the referee or not, but thank God that Earl did what he did when he did, to just at least let everybody signify, hey, this is over, folks. Time to cheer and go home. Thank you very much for coming. By the way, concessions available out in the front lobby. Get yours. So not good on so many levels. It was pretty rough.
Well, it's, yeah. When this bulldozer thing doesn't go according to plan, is there someone to blame, or is it just like, fuck, man, we had a bad night?
Basically, it's a bad night. It's a situation where, hey, everything worked great earlier, and
okay,
now for whatever reason, it didn't work. It's like the damn the time that the fucking ball wouldn't drop and the thing wouldn't go off in the bus for the DX bus or whatever it was. It was like, oh my God, this is terrible.
And Goldberg's car didn't start. And I mean, there's been a few times like that where it's just
there's reason for Goldberg's car not starting. Jeez, I can't even go there.
Because you smeared shit all over the business. That's what it was, right?
That's what I do.
Bruce, we're going to stop it right there. I feel like we should probably take a peek behind the curtain. I'm going out of town tomorrow for a rare vacation. And our plan was to tape not one, but 2 episodes today. And then we had to take a break right in the middle because you got a personal phone call about a friend who's in a bad spot, and it has not gone according to planned. And I don't know. I feel like maybe we should just acknowledge that as much as you and I enjoy doing the podcast, and as important as it is, when we're right in the middle of having fun and hamming it up and bullshitting and telling stories, getting a call like that will kind of take you out of the mood, won't it?
Yeah, sometimes life happens, man. And, yeah. Yes. I'm trying not to.
Just share your heart for a minute. I think, people think wrestling is real. And you know what I mean when I say that. I don't think a lot of our listeners are able to sometimes separate you, the entertainer, you, the writer of Raw, and you, the real dude, the father, the husband, the friend. And, I don't know. I'm going to call an audible, and we're going to take a pause here, but it just feels like it would be an okay time for you to just sort of talk.
Yeah, no, it's just, I'll say this. Out of the ones you love, and and just, let people know how much you appreciate them every chance you get. Hey, this is just a personal thing for me. Get vaccinated for yourself and others. We often go through this life so quickly, and you take for granted what's been in your life for a long time. And when those things get adjusted, or the potential of them, I don't know what I'm trying to say, man. Love your friends. Let them know you love them.
Before it's too late.
Before it's too late. And the folks that know, you know what I'm talking about. And BG, I love you, you fucker. And I just sometimes life happens, man, and you get hit, and it never happens when you, I don't know that you ever expect crappy news or things like that. But no one's dead. It's but it's still just friendships, and I hope that every one of you that is listening to my voice right now has the opportunity to have a friend for 50 plus years. And I hope that it's a lot longer, but I'm in a rough place. Just in general.
You don't have to be eloquent with your words, I
don't know. It's all fresh. And, I just, got a buddy that's sick, and I just want him to get better. That's it. Just want him to get better. And it hurts me that he's sick. So I want him to get better, and the fear inside of me of losing someone that has literally been my sounding board for every major decision I made in my life. I just want him to get better. I want him to be back to normal. I want him to be right. And that's it. Can't do anymore.
Boys and girls, hug them while you got them. Tell them how important they are to you. And let's all send a shout out to Bruce's friend and send some positive vibes Bruce's way and to his friend's way. And we're going to go ahead and wrap this episode up. Now, if you're wondering, yes, I promise we will get to Undertaker's 99. And I had notes ready today for King of the Ring 2001. We're going to get there. Unfortunately, I'll be out of the country for a week, so we will not have a normal Something to Wrestle next Friday. But Bruce, if you're,
I think they like the best ofs anyway, and the remixes.
Well, here's my commitment. As long as you're able, maybe we can try to put one in the can next Sunday, a couple days late, but we'll do our best based on your availability with your current circumstance. And I'll be back next Saturday night. So I'll be rip-roaring ready to go and ready for your call if and when you're ready, man.
All right, man. Love you. Thank you.
Boys and girls, I hope you enjoyed Undertaker 1998. 99 is coming your way soon, and so is King of the Ring 2001. And we'll be back with a bit of a bonus episode next weekend. Of course, you're going to get some sort of a remix or a best of next Friday, but at some point next weekend, if he's able, we're clicking record, and we're going to keep this Undertaker story going. We'll talk to you soon, right here on Something to Wrestle with Bruce Prichard.
Rock on.
Hey, it's Conrad Thompson, and you're listening to Something to Wrestle with Bruce Prichard. Bruce, what's going on, man? How are you?
Hey, Conrad Thomas, how the hell are you? How old are you?
39 years old, proud to say it.
Not for long.
Not for long, that's true. This coming Sunday is the big 4-0. This is the last time you and I will publish a broadcast where I'm 39 years old.
Damn.
You've known me for most of my 30s too. How about that?
That's kind of scary. You was just a young pup. There's a little young pup with his little paws that had like the big paws you had to grow into.
Okay, we'll go with that.
All right, and then like you start growing into your paws, and you were.
And look at me go now. Look at me go now. I'm all grown up.
Look at you now.
Got my gray beard like I like it. I'm all grown up.
Got your own bowl you can eat out of?
I do.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And chew on the big bones.
Well, let's just move along now. I'm excited that we're here to finish what we started 2 weeks ago.
I'm excited I'm here, just in general. I'm just saying, when I was 40, most people didn't think I'd make it. That was a long time ago, and I remember I'd made my pass through Alabama, and woo, what a time that was. It was roughly about 40, almost 41 years ago, not quite 41 years ago, about 40 years ago and maybe 9 months or something like that. I don't know.
Are you saying you are my motherfucker?
Hey, don't talk about your mama like that. Miss Deborah will whoop your ass.
If I tell Larry T what Bruce P said about Mama D, that's going to be your ASS.
Me and old Larry T go way back.
It's true.
I remember one night about 49 months years ago. Woo, what a night we had. You know Larry T?
I know old Larry T. I know that y'all drink the same kind of beers too, so y'all get along just fine.
Well, I'll tell you how the night started, Connie.
Oh, just like that.
Yeah.
Well, back then, cold beer was like one word, cold beer.
Well, see, there's a difference. Okay. We need to educate our audience.
Okay, let's do.
There's a difference between cold beer.
Yep.
And ice cold beer.
Oh yeah. You wanted ice cold beer. I got it.
Yes. I like ice cold beer because that's colder than just cold beers. Beer's beer on ice.
I agree.
Icy cold.
Beer on ice is better than regular refrigerated beer. We agree.
Yes. Kind of like the refrigerated air.
You do that too?
Well, then people how do you think you condition the air? You refrigerate that motherfucker.
Oh, I didn't know.
The microphone. I'm moving the whole thing here if I'm making noise.
You can't hide money. You got refrigerated air up there?
Oh, hell yeah.
Wow. What's inside of that box you just showed me that no one can actually see since this is an audio program?
Oh, well, I was just showing you.
Oh, I see. Now I know all about that.
Do you?
Yeah. 'Cause it's one of our great sponsors.
Yeah, it is. Should I try it now?
Yeah. Why not? Do it on the air. Tell everybody how you feel.
Well, I'll try it. I ain't scared.
I ain't scared either, but I understand that some of our listeners may have been scared of The Undertaker in 1999. Of course, we know that he's written off the show in 1998 as he's buried alive. Of course,
oh my goodness.
Let's run through that real fast. He started 98 being set ablaze by his own brother in a giant coffin in January, and he finishes the year being buried alive. But he returns in classic Undertaker fashion in your old stomping grounds of Houston, Texas on Monday Night Raw on January 11th. And he's going to kidnap your old pal Dennis Knight. And, unfortunately for him, he's going to sacrifice him. And when he does, now that he's dead, he's, transformed into Midian. So how does he do this? Well, simple. He starts his promo in tongues while Dennis is laid out in front of him, and Taker cuts his own wrist with a knife. And then you probably want to know what happens from there. Well,
hang on. Let me ask you a question.
The Undertaker slices open Dennis's chest. That's what he does. And look at you taking your medications.
I got that shit for a minute.
Well, while you do that, let me read this quote from the Observer. See if you can choke it up. The idea on paper is to take Bradshaw, Farouk, and Knight, none of whom are over, because the public doesn't want to see big guys who aren't pushed as monsters and aren't good workers. By hooking them in a group with a guy who is over, maybe they'll get the rub. And of course, the idea is this is the Ministry. It's going to end up being really a lot of the Undertaker's quote unquote boys, his longtime friends. Was that really a coincidence? Were you guys looking for something for these guys to do, or
when you had the idea, did Undertaker say, hey, what about this guy? What about that guy?
I think it was a group of guys that were being underutilized at the time, that being part of a group could give them the rub and could help get them over.
I'm not arguing
Different
that.
way of exposing people.
I'm just asking, was it his idea or y'all's idea to put these particular guys in the group?
I think it was a combination of both.
Okay. So it was just something everybody was all for.
It was looking at guys that needed a little something extra and talking to him about, hey, if we did this group, who would you suggest? And kind of both.
As we start to venture into this, for lack of a better word, occult-like gimmick, was there any trepidation by anyone in the organization? I mean, clearly it's no longer your daddy's WWF. It's no longer the golden era where we're strictly marketing lunch boxes and things like that to kids. We're still doing that, but we're also flipping people off and chugging beer and showing boobies and all that other stuff. So
show no boobies.
Yeah.
I mean, showed more boobie than had previously been boobed.
Well, hang on now. Are you forgetting once Miss Jackie had her top ripped off, and you even had a catchphrase here on this show years ago about that?
I don't know.
I'll stop citing examples that you can't comment on in 2021, and let's move along and ask, was there any hesitation in the occult type gimmick? Like, we're doing sacrifices, we're going to cut some motherfuckers. And once upon a time, the idea that you would show a guy cutting his own wrist or cutting a guy's chest open, even if it is entertainment, that would have never happened in the WWF. But now it's a different time. Was anybody sort of dragging their feet on that idea?
I think that there was, kind of like, well, shit. In that era, is this something that is believable? I want to say, but at the same time, it was a dark figure, and you look at some of the just imagery in general, I think was darker at that time. I think that, we were kind of in an era of anti-authority, and that authority in general was viewed as evil almost. It was kind of like, it was the evil empire. When you look at Star Wars, and good Lord, the evil empire and just the dark side. What is that dark side? And yeah, I was exploring it and getting out there a little bit, and the Undertaker character lent itself to that.
I'm curious.
Can you speak in tongues?
Sure. I speak with my tongue every day.
Cool. It was a simple question.
It was. So chat me up. Who's really sinking their teeth into this idea creatively? Like, who's the driving force? Is it, because it's hard for me to say, I can understand Vince saying, God damn, what if we sacrificed him? This feels like, and again, I'm not saying it's a bad idea, but it feels like these sort of extreme ideas more often than not are credited to Vince Russo. This is one that worked. We still get lots of questions about it. People really believed it and were really into this. Was this a Vince Russo initiative?
Yeah, I believe it was. I believe it was both, but also with the input of Taker. And just for the record, did I or did I not put over Russo's ideas last week on the show? We were talking about Taker.
Yeah, a lot.
Yeah. Okay.
It wasn't last week.
Just being clear.
It was 2 weeks ago, but still.
Well, yeah, Conrad, in my life.
That's sure. That was yesterday, damn it.
In my existence, it could have been 6 weeks ago. It could have been yesterday.
We get to the Royal Rumble where a sacrifice has been promised and kind of happens, I guess, after Mabel returns against Mankind and loses, and he's kidnapped and will eventually become Viscera. Why is Mabel the right guy? Is it more of, hey man, anybody who's not doing shit, who might be on the chopping block, let's just give them, as you like to say, a fresh painted coat, just try something else.
Yeah. And it was during the time where, with Undertaker being the leader of this group, I think the more the merrier, the uglier, the bigger, the monster, if you will. There were some big, mean, nasty guys as a part of that. So Mabel, looking at him at the time, it's like, okay, what are you going to do with Mabel? And again, the new paint a coat is to repackage him as Viscera. Give him a new name. Give him a whole new makeover. There's not a lot you can change with his body other than show more of it, which was frankly a positive, I think, for Mabel / Viscera, showing his body. And he was a big man and could, at times some bitch could move, kind of like you're showing your body right now.
There you go. Just for you. Hey,
all right.
So
thank you.
So Taker's doing house shows, but he's not wrestling at the Rumble. Is he still hurting? Is it not necessary for him to wrestle at this point? Because it does feel a little odd to leave one of your biggest stars off one of your biggest cards.
Well, Taker he did need some rest, and he did need some time off. So having a large group around him that could go out there and do the physicality and take the bumps and everything else, I think that was good for Take to get that rest.
Undertaker and Ministry begin feuding with the corporation, and Taker goes after Vince. So I gotta ask, who's the babyface in this situation? Or in this era, are we really just throwing out the rule book and we're just telling stories now? We don't have to paint by numbers anymore.
The rule book was definitely thrown out, and you just took strong characters and told stories around the strong characters that you really cared about. Hence, Undertaker and Mr. McMahon. Obviously, there was an end to that story that had the twist to it, and it all smashed the shit out of my finger. It all made sense in the end, but I think that so, you look at it, it was characters and story driven.
So Taker kidnaps Shane to deliver a letter to Vince. And with this directly involving Vince, this obviously has his approval. Hell, all the creative has his approval, but I'm curious, what does Vince think of this creative of involving his kids in this sort of angle? Is he gung ho? It feels like anytime we've mentioned, well, what if this guy did something? You always put over that Vince loved having his kids in these angles. Yeah, really get in there, pal. That type of stuff.
Well, this was also the first of that, really. We had seen Shane, whether it be a referee, and Shane had been a bit of a character, but you hadn't seen Stephanie yet. I think people knew she existed and what have you, but the family dynamic really hadn't been exploited fully yet. So there was that in the background, and there's Steph, who was became, good Lord, one of the strongest characters in the history. But it was new and it was different. And I think it had the reality to it that, wait a minute, those are Vince's kids. There is a reality. That's reality.
Right. Let's keep it going here and talk a little bit about the Inferno match on Raw. Yeah. An Inferno match, not on pay-per-view, which we talked about a couple of weeks ago, but an Inferno match on Raw. Of course, Taker gets the victory. Kane is a member of the corporation, for those of you who are trying to keep track at home. And this leads to the, I guess, infamous burning of the teddy bear.
Oh my God, no, the horror.
Chat me up about Stephanie. This is really going to be Stephanie's foray into television. We know she's going to go on to become quite a great television performer, much like her dad. Years later, people are going to say she might be the best heel on TV, just like her dad a generation before. But in this era, obviously, you're letting Shane do more and more. A couple of years from now, hell, we're going to be throwing Shane through glass with an Olympic gold medalist. But with Stephanie getting involved in the business, do you remember there being pushback or hesitation from either Vince or Linda?
No, I don't. I don't know behind the scenes if Linda was hesitant or not. Never really talked to her about it. But as far as Stephanie goes, she was there. She was learning the business. Steph was coming around. So I don't think that anybody doubted, it's in the blood. You know what I mean? The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. And there really wasn't much doubt that Steph was going to pull it off. There really wasn't. And I know that sounds weird because she was greener than goose shit, but it was, I don't know, she had it.
Talk to me a little bit about who would have been pushing for that. I think there's the story that someone backstage says, well, look at her. She's beautiful. We got to put her on TV. Who was that pushes for her? Is it Russo? Is it Hayes? As the legend goes, who was the person who really said, you got to put Stephanie on TV?
The first person that said it out loud that really was Jim Cornette.
Oh, there you go. Excellent.
Corny would ask the question, why in the hell isn't she on TV?
Right.
So, from that vantage point and from kind of introducing that, there was also the feeling of, you're a bit trepidatious of going too far to say, hey, why don't we put Shane on? Why don't we put Stephanie on to her father?
Right.
You don't know whether or not he wants that and or anything else. So it was a bit tricky, but at the same time, you look at it and it's a good story. So why not?
Let's,
she's a heel.
Did she have any, trepidation about doing it? I mean, it feels like, and this isn't fair, and I'm not saying it should be this way, but I think you can be honest and admit that sometimes there's a double standard. Like you would let your son Kane go do stuff that if your daughter Amber pitched it, you'd be like, hell no, you're not doing that. Well, that's not popular and that's not polite, but it's just the way dads think, right? We're all protective of our little girls. Do you think that Vince had any of that, or perhaps Stephanie had any of that of, I don't want to be a public figure. I don't want to be on TV. I mean, being a public figure on TV like this and being involved in the wrestling business comes with a certain amount of stuff you kind of got to deal with, right?
Yeah. I think that maybe internally they experience that, not externally.
Okay.
I don't know that was really ever brought up, at least to us, from a hesitation standpoint, if that makes any sense. It was like, let's do this. It makes sense. It's real. People can relate to it. Everybody has a mother and father. Family's easy to write about. Family is easy because everyone can identify good, bad, or indifferent.
So let's talk about what's next for the Undertaker. He's going to get arrested when he's attempting to sacrifice someone, but of course, as the handcuffs are put on, he lights the Taker symbol on fire. You guys are having a lot of fun. This feels like we veered out of, this is just Vince Russo's idea, to now Bruce is loving the magic. You've told us before you love that Papa Shango bullshit.
What do you mean bullshit?
What? I need more ooze. I mean, you love the voodoo doll and all those concepts we've talked about. I think it's super creative and super funny, but I'm just saying, I know what gets you going, and this sort of supernatural stuff you would love.
Well, and a lot of this is coming from Taker's head as well, and Russo's head. I think that, it was a collaborative effort of, let's get out there with this. You had eyeballs on it. It was unique. It was different, and damn, it was controversial too, because people were looking at it and here's your stalwart favorite in the Undertaker. That, man, that's my guy. I love the Undertaker. He's so cool. Well, now he's evil and he's doing things to people that I like and that I care about. As we get into Stone Cold and so on and so forth. But then you're conflicted when he's doing shit with the McMahons,
right? Because
I don't like Vince, but here's this innocent young lady that, well, she seems like a sweet young lady. Why would he do that to her?
Right.
So it was really messing with people's emotions, and I thought it was very well done.
Talk to me a little bit about, and I know this is random to bring up and ask, but I've heard Flair in interviews say, as my physical skills diminished, I had to up the comedy. So that's when he would do stuff like, oh, pull my trunks down. And then, we're going to do the whole pushing the referee spot, and I'll sell the big bump, and I'll fall face first, do the old Flair flop. He really tried to up the comedy when he felt like, man, I can't physically do maybe what I once could. And I'm curious, since he's not wrestling in the Rumble and he is banged up and he's hurting, it feels like we're overloading the gimmicks. We're in Inferno matches. We're sacrificing people. We're setting shit on fire. Is this a way to still make the most of the character, but limit the damage on the body at the time?
Well, it's definitely a way to give the body a rest.
Yes.
And after years of just, incredible just wear and tear on the body. Yeah. It's a way to give him a bit of a rest and allow him to regroup and recoup and let those muscles and those bones just kind of get back to life a little bit.
So talk to me a little bit about the magic. You've often talked about Richie Posner and the magic department in the WWE. Is he the guy who's helping you with some of this over the top, fantastic stuff, setting the symbol on fire and all that?
Yeah. Richie was heavily involved in a lot of that stuff and being able to produce and conceive a lot of that shit. So, very talented guy.
So he's having fun with all the magic stuff, and I'm sure this is really pushing him outside of the box. Eventually though, you do something that is even a little far-fetched for WWE. We're doing an angle where he being the Undertaker, supposedly, outside pronouns. He's supposedly outside of Vince's house trying to kidnap Stephanie, but of course he's actually at Raw because he's magical and stuff. Do you remember producing these? Were you the guy producing these skits or segments? Or are you back in Houston by this point?
No, it's probably, if it was at Raw, it was at TV.
Well, I just assume, Undertaker is at TV. So I guess what I'm asking is, A, was it really Vince's house where Undertaker's outside trying to kidnap Stephanie? B, were you the guy on location doing the shoot, or was it just an old pre-tape that you did earlier in the week?
Do you think that looked like a house Vince would live in?
If I'm honest, I don't remember, but I was sort of surprised when we watched SummerSlam 89 a few years ago, back before you moved and left us all behind, to see Stephanie jumping in a pool. And you were like, oh yeah, that's Vince's pool. That's where me and Pat used to book TV with Vince. I would have never guessed that's Vince's house. I wouldn't have guessed those old vignettes of Mr. Perfect playing pool, also Vince's house. So I don't know. And by the way, I assume
Lifestyles of the Rich and Famous for the $1 Million Man.
I assume Vince McMahon owns more than one house. So I don't know. That's my question. This is an on-site, on location. Hey, here's where we're doing Raw. Let's go find a house we can shoot shit at.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Wherever the hell we were. I think it was a house locally there the night before. I didn't do it. No, I did not. I did not do it. I watched it. It would have been much better if I had done it.
I was going to say, it feels like it has your fingerprints all over it. You love Taker, and we're going to kidnap a chick. You're into that.
Would you stop giving away all my secrets?
What?
It was just a run of about 6 months. It didn't,
She lived. It worked.
Back.
Yeah. At any point, was it discussed what the payoff for Vince and Taker was supposed to be? I mean, I know that sounds crazy, but was it ever discussed to put Linda with Taker to go against Vince and Shane, or at this point we just sort of doing it week to week? I know back in the day, you guys would sort of book 3 or 4 months out and almost work backwards. It feels like here at the height of the Monday Night War, and the height of the Attitude Era, we're just freestyling. We're changing some stuff on the fly, baby.
Yeah, it was pretty much week to week. And I think, there was always discussion as to, will Linda get involved? How far are we going to go with this stuff? And I don't think that at this point in the whole thing that there was a whole lot of thought about using Linda, because it's funny. Vince being the head of the company and the creative direction in so many ways, but Linda was the business end of the company.
Right.
And it was funny not to try to mix those that way. And I know it may not make sense to a lot of people, but that's the way that we looked at it. She was purely business and didn't want to mess with that.
Eventually he gets programmed with the Big Boss Man for WrestleMania. And I want to sort of walk through what his WrestleMania experience had been so far. In 91, he beat Jimmy Snuka. In 92, he beat Jake Roberts. In 93, you punished him and put him with Giant Gonzalez. He missed 94. He's back in time for 90.
It was a giant.
I mean, but check this out. His back-to-back WrestleMania appearances in 93 and 95, because he missed 94, are Giant Gonzalez and King Kong Bundy. But then we actually start working with some big guys who are going to be pretty big time players. Diesel, Psycho Sid, Kane, and now Big Boss Man. It just feels sort of,
it.
What's that?
Not it.
It feels thrown together. It doesn't feel like he's in a featured spot. Here he is kidnapping the boss's daughter and whatnot, but he's going to take on Boss Man. And Lord knows we've had a lot of fun talking about hanging Boss Man in our WrestleMania 15 episode in the archives over at somethingtowrestle.com. But was Undertaker, I mean, clearly everybody loves Ray Traylor, the real life Big Boss Man. I'm sure got along fabulously with the real life Mark Calloway. But in terms of where we are, he's got to be a little frustrated. Like, geez, I'm fucking kidnapping people and sacrificing people and I'm wrestling Boss Man.
Yeah. I don't think that anybody really got that too much. You know, it was part of the corporation, and Boss Man was a part of that. But I also think at this time that by the time we got there, that people were expecting a little more out of Boss Man on this run. And I don't know that he had delivered at that point.
I also want to mention too, I think you told me once before that this WrestleMania 99, WrestleMania 15, this is really sort of the first one where Vince was like, okay, Russo, let's see what we can do. And it had his fingerprints all over it in a major way, really for the first time, right?
Yeah, it did. And, you know, it was a lot of it was during a time too, where things were more last minute, where you didn't have an entire WrestleMania card, you know, a month out going into WrestleMania.
Right.
We were adding a lot of things, you know, as we got closer to it. And it was a different era and a different viewpoint on the business in general.
Is that match in particular one, you know, along with Kennel in a Cell, that you think, in hindsight, that probably hurt the Hell in a Cell brand a little bit?
At the time, yeah, I don't know if embarrassed is the right word, but yeah, it was
disappointed.
Yeah, just not good. Not good. Not good at all.
On Raw, the Ministry surrounds Vince's meal ticket, Sable, to coax Vince out of protecting Stephanie, who was backstage being guarded by Shane. Stephanie is kidnapped, but then thankfully returned. You know, this is the era where you got all these different coalitions and activist groups coming after you for some of your creative, and they're counting finger gestures and they're counting suck it references and all this stuff. And you also have them coming after you whenever little kids are trying these moves on each other. But now we just got full blown kidnappings every few weeks here on the show.
Well, again, you know, it comes back to the entertainment aspect of our business.
I agree.
And we are entertainment, and we do reflect, you know, whether it's CSI, crime drama, whatever the hell is on television, you know, we try to have a little bit of all of that, whether it's comedy and laughter and drama. But it's entertainment.
I want to be clear about this. I'm not saying that I had a problem with the creative. I just know that somebody somewhere corporately probably raised their hand and said, guys, we're getting beat up left and right for this and that, and we're going to do this on top. Like,
well, I don't think that it was necessarily, you know, that even. It was, this is entertainment. And if this is another avenue to let everyone else know, whether it be Madison Avenue or the Hollywood Reporter and everybody else know that, hey guys, this is entertainment. This is what we do. We run the gambit.
we try something and I know you're going to get fired up at the first half of this, but just hang tight. The Undertaker the following week is going to, by the way, he kidnaps Stephanie. He returns her, which is nice of him. He's a nice Undertaker. But then the next week he crucifies Ryan Shamrock, and that leads to a singles match between Taker and Ken Shamrock at Breakdown, which is the next pay-per-view. But what I wanted to bring up is the odd promo where Ken Shamrock challenges Mark. And of course, we know, listening to this, the Undertaker's real name is Mark Calloway, but it feels like it's being established that the Undertaker is a character created for TV. It's a persona that was created by Vince, but now perhaps Mark Calloway really believes he's the Undertaker. Is that what we're trying to do? That feels like another thing you would have an issue with. Once upon a time, you talked about the whole Diesel thing and that you didn't like when we started saying, well, he's really Kevin Nash, but this is that sort of worked shoot, bro. What'd you think of that creative where Ken Shamrock challenges Mark? He doesn't refer to him as the Undertaker.
I think it was an interesting way to tell the story, frankly.
Like, you've gone too far, damn it. That type deal. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. And I'm not fucking around now. I'm the real MMA fighter type shit, right?
Yes. And you get to the point of, wow, what was that real or was it Memorex?
Right. And
you have people that, still to this day, and you go back, I remember as a kid sitting in section 5, row 12, seats 6, 7, and 8. And the folks behind us in row 13, there was the riser section of ringside where the guys came out right on that aisle in Houston, Texas. And behind us sat Bubba and Old Joe. These are real names. Okay. And Stella was one of the ladies that was, I think, Joe's mom. Long and short of it is, these were fans that were there every single Friday night. And they yelled and they screamed and they wanted to get that bad guy, and they rooted for Wahoo, and by God, they rooted for Jose Lothario and all this shit. But they knew, well, hey, they really friends in the back. But I want to tell you something. When they fight for them gold belts,
that's real.
It's real.
Right.
And, Jose trained Gino. When Gino turned his back on him, Jose can't forgive that. He's going to teach this boy a lesson. So there's an acceptance of, hey, man, this is entertainment. This is we're entertaining you over here, and then there's this. Is this real? And no matter what anybody says, there's still that line, if you will. And this was crossing that line a little bit, but taking it right back. And for those that went, oh, hell, man, I tell you what. Now, I'm pretty sure that Undertaker, that boy's real name is Mark. And Shamrock slipped up because he's pretty pissed off this time because they done got his sister. It's taking the audience on a ride, man. And I love it when you can take the audience on a ride, let them in and have fun with the damn thing. Don't take it so seriously. Enjoy it. And if you don't enjoy it, don't watch it, but enjoy it. Have fun with it.
That works for me. Let's talk about the match itself. Oh, wait, you know what? We should mention something bad happens that is real life stuff. And it feels like this type of stuff has happened before with WWE. And we talked about the whole Muhammad Hassan thing where you're going a certain direction with a character, you try some things, real life sort of gets in the way. And it's like, whoa, too close to reality. Let's walk that back. We get to Breakdown, and there's an interesting wardrobe note for the time. The Undertaker does not come out in his trench coat robe like he had been, because we're fresh on the heels of the Columbine shooting that happened April 20th, 1999. This feels like a conscious effort to say, okay, this is a sore spot and it's totally unrelated, but let's just not. who would have been responsible for helping make that decision?
Well, it probably ultimately would have come from Vince, but at the same time, and people call bullshit on this. You can call bullshit all you want. It is what it is. Was also transitioning Taker to the cape gimmick and the evil thing. Coincidence, however, yes, there was a definite sensitivity to that because people had made that comparison.
Well, yeah. And listen, I realize now in hindsight, some people would say, oh, that's stupid, but you have to appreciate in the context of the time, this is something America was not used to. They had never happened before, a school shooting like this.
22 years ago. You think about that. That's a lifetime. That my kids are just now 22 years old and
right.
they're adults, but yet they didn't, it's a completely different time in America than where we are today. So when we talk about history, we talk about this in retrospect, we oftentimes look at it through the eyes of 2021.
Right.
And you can't judge it on 2021 values and 2021 society.
No, I totally agree, Bruce. I just wanted to add some context because Columbine was a major happening. Now it's become all too common. Let's talk about the show. Undertaker's going to pin Ken Shamrock. They get plenty of time, maybe too long. 18 minutes and 50 seconds. Meltzer would say the crowd was dead. This was actually a really great match had it been held in another place. The story of the match was that Shamrock continually made smooth moves into submissions on the leg to keep Undertaker on the ground. Shamrock used the belly to belly and went for a tombstone piledriver, but Undertaker reversed it for the pin and left him laying. Star and 3/4. We've talked a lot about Ken Shamrock. I've often sort of beat the drum and said, man, Ken Shamrock coulda, shoulda, woulda been a top guy, could have been a great contender for Steve Austin's world title. JR has been pretty candid in saying, well, Ken just wasn't reliable at the time. But there was no way this was going any other way than Undertaker pinning him, right?
Well, no. And I also think that it was a great match.
Yeah.
Frankly. And it was something that Taker really wanted to do, was to have that kind of a match with that kind of opponent, that being Ken Shamrock. So you look at it that way and it's kind of like, all right, they had a hell of a match. And I do, I think Ken was a top guy. I think that Ken was at the top of the card and was a hell of a talent.
I don't mean to cut you off, but I do want to ask, because we know eventually the real life Mark Calloway is going to get way into MMA. Do you think he was into it here in 99? I mean, in 99, it was very much in the embryo stage of the UFC. It wasn't a part of, the conversation the way it is now. But was he excited to quote unquote grapple with an MMA guy like this? I know it's an interest of his, 4 or 5 years later.
Yeah, I think, but you also have to understand, wrestling in general was a interest of Taker that he really enjoyed, wrestling and getting on the mat and doing that type of thing with the character of the Undertaker, and being as big as Undertaker is. For that character, you don't see that character, drop down, tackle, get it again.
Right.
You see him being the Undertaker. And this was an opportunity to show off some of those other skills. So yes, I mean, Undertaker was into it. I think we were all into it. At that point, the UFC was really no holds barred.
Right.
And, Ken had come from that world, but they were, hadn't reached the Zuffa stage yet. And they were still, Meyerowitz, and
they're trying to make money, and they're not quite there yet.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Let's talk a little bit about the end of the show, because this is a pretty iconic end, this breakdown pay-per-view. Stephanie gets into a limino, trying to escape the ministry.
That is a lemon limo.
There you go. It's been known to happen. So she hops in the back and she's running from the ministry. And of course, the little partition lowers. Where to, Stephanie? Happens. On the one hand, it's fucking super hokey and super cheesy. And on the other hand, it's fucking perfect. And I can't think of a lot of times like that it's happened in wrestling where you go, oh man, this is so cornball straight to DVD, but it was fucking awesome. What'd you think?
It was fucking awesome. It was a great cliffhanger to the show.
Totally agree.
And again, it was more of the theatrical, side of things. And so maybe to the purists that thought, oh my God, what are they doing? They're killing the business. Well, we've been killing the business for years at this point. So it's one more thing that, you can heap on to the sellout audiences we were playing to that did enjoy it.
Let's talk about the next night. It's the marriage of Stephanie McMahon and The Undertaker. I mean, really, in hindsight, the number of times Stephanie's had a wedding on Raw is pretty impressive.
Yeah. I mean,
Test, Undertaker,
what can you say?
Triple H. That's a lot.
Well, one stuck.
Austin makes the save. Now process that. Austin's biggest nemesis for years at this point is Vince McMahon. But Austin saves his daughter here. Stephanie gives him a hug, and now Steve Austin and Vince McMahon are on one side and Undertaker and his ministry are on the other. This, I have to admit, is some pretty great shit where two guys who don't like each other, one of the guys is like, okay, now damn it, that's too far. I got to step in. It really builds the character of Steve Austin. It makes Vince McMahon vulnerable. It's good stuff. Was this the plan all along?
It was a human moment for Stone Cold, in that all of a sudden he's like, all right, I got to do the right thing regardless of what I think of our old man. And again, that's something that people can relate to.
I know you said a minute ago that at this point we're kind of going week to week, but how far in advance would you have had something like this planned? Because the whole idea of the big reveal in the limo and then the next night, the Austin save, that really works well together. And that doesn't feel like something you just would have had a week heads up on, or was it?
Well, I think that, during this time, I think that Vince did have some of the bigger plot points. They did have them planned out.
Yeah.
And they did know, they had a good general idea of where they were going and how they were going to get there. So it was, look, man, it
was fantastic TV to see Steve Austin come save Vince McMahon's daughter.
Right.
Yeah.
And people want to knock Russo all the time. And again, that's why I made it a point. I don't think we knocked him last week. I don't think we've knocked him this week.
No.
I think that during this time that this was some extremely great creative that told some good stories. And it was very non-traditional. So therein is the knock.
Yeah. Outside of the box doesn't mean bad.
I expected.
Yeah. Yeah. Different doesn't mean bad though.
Right.
So there's a pilot for SmackDown that's taped, and Taker and Shane come together to form the corporate ministry. Shane doesn't care about his sister or his father, or so it seems. In your opinion, was that kind of lame, or is that cool?
Well, again, it kind of tells the family dynamic a little bit.
Sure.
And, you're sitting there and you think that, okay, the family's all back together now and going to unite against this evil, but then, damn it, the firstborn goes off and joins the damn evil ministry of darkness.
Austin finally winds up getting one over on Taker on an episode of Raw where he's going to get Taker on the symbol and he's going to crucify him. And of course, this is all leading to the Over the Edge show. Unfortunately, no one even talks about Austin Undertaker there because we only remember it because of Owen Hart's tragic accident. How tight were Taker and Owen? They were together for a long time here in the company.
Yeah. Owen was, you're not going to find anybody that really didn't like Owen, and Owen and Taker, I think, were very good friends. And that was an extremely, extremely hard day. And, it's just a horrible, horrible time, but yeah, they were good friends and had a lot of fun. When, here's the thing about there's guys that will travel and they can tell you what the building's like, what the hotel is, and if they have late night room service in the airport. And then there are guys that can tell you where the best place in town is to get a hot dog or a burger or the best steak. Or, oh my God, this one place is open till 3:00 in the morning, or what have you. And if there is something to be seen historically, for example, if you went to Rome, that would be out on the town all day long, touring the Colosseum and touring all the sites. that would be Taker and Owen. There were other guys, but there were guys that did that. And there were guys that like, oh my God, I'm going to go sleep or I'm just going to go work out. Owen was one that wanted to experience everything of every place he went. Life was an adventure to him. And, Taker was a lot like that. It's like, okay, we're going to go somewhere around the world that we haven't been. Let's see what there is. Let's go relive this history. So that's something that they definitely share together.
Let's talk about the match. Undertaker's going to win the WWF title from Steve Austin when Shane McMahon does the fast count on Austin in the main event. Meltzer would say, even the WWF recognizes at this point, by almost ignoring the mention of its own title change on its pay-per-view show the next night on Raw, that nobody was ready to care about pro wrestling angles just yet. And of course, the title has to be not there because the Undertaker doesn't appear on the episode after Owen's accident for obvious reasons. But I think that's sort of a weird criticism from Meltzer to say, well, clearly they don't even care since they didn't mention the title. But I mean, I think he's trying to say in a roundabout way that Owen was more important, but it just feels like a weird way to express that.
Yeah, well, I think he expresses himself in weird ways all the time.
Do you know what the original plan would have been? I know where we're going the following week because it's a wild show, but usually you have a hot angle after a big pay-per-view like that. We're setting up the next pay-per-view. Of course, plans change very quickly when Owen's accident happens. Do you have any inclination of what the original creative could have been? I
really think that it was just delayed a week. And then, the attempt to just get back on track.
So the next week, we finally learn who the higher power is. The higher power is finally going to appear to Austin's face, but not to the audience. And then the next week, Vince McMahon finally takes the hood off and screams, "It was me, Austin. It was me all along." JR has a fantastic call, but lots of rumor and innuendo about this higher power thing. I think you've mentioned over the years that one of the ideas Russo had was, what if it was Christopher Daniels? And lots of other people have their idea of who they think it was going to be. What can you tell us about the original concept for the higher power and how we landed on Vince?
Well, I think we landed on Vince just out of not having anybody strong enough to put in that position and bring it back to what worked and what people were comfortable with and what they knew. Was that the right decision? I think that will be left up to debate for everyone else to debate. I think that it was an opportunity to introduce someone new and something different. I wasn't a fan of the reveal. I wasn't a fan of it being Vince. It was kind of like, can we get beyond that?
Right.
And that was, I believe, the original intent. But then as you got there, you realize, well, it's not done yet. There's still more meat left on this bone. So let's go grab what we can grab with Vince. And Vince is a natural antagonist to Stone Cold Steve Austin. And to this day, it's people love that dynamic of Mr. McMahon and Stone Cold Steve Austin. It was a very natural rivalry and easy to relate to.
But it doesn't make any fucking sense long term. He kidnapped his own daughter.
Oh, there's holes big time. Oh, there's holes. What the fuck are you talking about? Wait a minute. Kidnapped his daughter, burnt the fucking teddy bear just to get Steve to save her and trust him and come on board just to say, okay, haha, I got you. Yeah, there I mean, there's definitely holes, but at the same time, I think that if it had been able to go on longer, of where you actually saw Vince and Austin together a little bit longer and really believe that trust,
that's better.
Then you would have had me hooked.
That's better. Yeah.
But it was just so fast, and let's get to it. Let's get over, and frankly, I do think that was an original plan, that the higher power would be somebody, but yet there would be the evil emperor above the higher power.
So it is exciting for me to think about as the wrestling fan. Oh man, Christopher Daniels could have been in, but at the same time, as much of a Christopher Daniels fan as I am, it is hard for me to imagine that he would have been immediately programmed with Austin in 1999, because I think when the higher power is revealed, if it's another wrestler, well, that's got to mean him and Austin are off to the races. Do you remember there being any other names seriously considered?
Brother Love, no. There were other names. I mean, God, I even think that at one point, was it Dr. Death? Was it different names and different shit that you could throw out there? Don't everybody go, oh my God, Dr. Death was going to be the higher power. No, that was never like a serious thing. I'm just saying that there were a lot of other names that, or who could the higher power be? And again, I think that you could have had somebody come in there, be the higher power, and allow Vince and Austin to finally work together, be successful together, to where now it's like, God damn it, Vince saw the light. And now Vince is my guy. He's the boss. He's got his champion. He's got his guy, Stone Cold. And together, by God, they're going to get rid of all of the fucking bad guys. But we went bam, bam, bam. Too quick. My opinion.
I agree. It was too quick. Vince loved the idea of it being him though, didn't he? Or did he feel like it was a concession too?
I think Vince felt like it was a concession too. I think Vince was looking
sold
to elevate someone else.
Did he get sold? I mean, why not just drag it out until the answer revealed itself?
I think it had been drug out. The higher power reveal had already been drug out too long.
Okay.
The story could have been drug out once the higher power was revealed, because now you have Taker and the Ministry and all this shit and a higher power against Vince and Austin. It now evens it up a little bit and gives Austin and Vince something to fight against and overcome, instead of, okay, well, now, no, it's me. It was me. It was me. La, la, la.
I know this sounds super silly, but I got to ask, was there anyone even considered from ECW or WCW? Like when you start this whole concept of who is the higher power, and you don't really have an answer. It feels a little bit like the Black Scorpion storyline from WCW, where they didn't
100%.
But I guess my point is, were you thinking at the time, is this one of those where, well, we're flirting with Sting, maybe we could get him, or we're flirting with this guy in ECW, maybe, I don't know who that would be. I'm just saying, was there someone that you hoped maybe contract negotiations were possible for besides a Christopher Daniels or a Dr. Death or, someone like that?
Not that I remember. I'll tell you, when you look back, hindsight being 2020, if it had been a little bit later, good Lord, the Big Show would have been awesome.
Yeah.
In that role.
Yes. Yes.
Just because it would have been new and it would have been a cool way to bring him in. I thought, going back, I don't know how the fuck we're getting off on this, but even Big Show's debut and everything was rushed.
Yeah. But that was February of this same year. So to your point, you could have pushed it back a few months and been okay.
Right. Yeah.
But I just know, and I forget the timeline, but I know you've recently revealed that, oh yeah, we were talking to Sting and so, and I didn't know, hey, was that a possibility where it's fucking Sting? But Sting as a heel wouldn't have really made sense either.
Yeah. And I don't think that was even ever a possibility.
So let's keep it going. Big Show and Taker are going to be main eventing the same Raw for the WWF title, and Big Show is going to choke slam the Undertaker through the ring. And, of course, online, a lot of people were saying, oh, they're just ripping off ECW because they had just done something the prior year with Bigelow and Taz through the ring. But I like the whole through the ring concept. Maybe it gets overdone a little bit in more recent years, but back in the day, the first time you see it, what a fucking visual.
Yeah, and you know what? People, I guess, remember that because it was something that they saw on television and what have you. And, you know, for the people that watch ECW, ooh, that. Um, you know, the first time I saw somebody go through the ring
Houston,
was Harley
Texas,
Race and
19.
Wahoo McDaniel.
I knew you were going to say that. Yeah.
Yeah, but that was real.
Right.
And they went through the ring, and it was just such a incredible, destructive sight, you know, that come on. It was a cool visual with two big guys and a way to get Big Show over.
Super cool visual. No argument for me. The Observer would write in mid-June, The Undertaker has been bothered even more by an arthritic hip and his back cramping, and we know that eventually he's going to get that hip replaced. And we watched all about that last year on the WWE Network. But you got to feel for the guy. I mean, here he is arguably at the hottest point in his career, making the most money of his career, and his body's breaking down on him. Was there ever any serious consideration to him saying, man, maybe I should hang it up and transition? I realize that sounds funny because he made it another 20 fucking years or something. But before Brett left the company, he was saying, oh yeah, Undertaker's telling me he's only got a year or two left, because he was already hurting in 97 in a major way. Was it even talked about, or was the money so good there's no way he's leaving?
Look, man, I think everybody talks about, man, I got one more year in me, and then we're gonna hang it up.
Yeah.
And then you get to that year, and man, that was the best year of my career. Maybe I could do that over again. And then you keep going. There was always talk of that, and especially with Taker. You know, Taker had a lot of wear and tear, man. Had a lot of nagging injuries that would continually creep up on him. And as you said, shit, I can go back so many years of Taker. Like, this has got one more left in me.
Yeah.
And you talk about a stud. Taker's a stud.
Well, let's talk about King of the Ring. He's in there with another stud, The Rock, but they're not in the main event, which kind of feels weird since it's for the title. As a reminder, Undertaker's the champ, Rock is challenging, but they don't go on last. In fact, X-Pac and Road Dogg go on after them, and Austin versus the McMahons in a ladder match goes on last. I understand the need to have a quote unquote let me up match between them, but the Austin McMahon thing has been so hot for so long, it kind of has to go last regardless of who has the title, right?
Yeah, it depends on the story. And again, I take, it's the right word I'm looking for. I won't say I want to take exception, but the main event going on last, it's all interpretation. And again, I think that we've changed that. And even then was a way to change it. When you look back at the old Madison Square Garden shows back in the 70s, for fuck's sake, the main event went on before intermission.
Right.
So you can sell tickets. So it's just trying to put together the best show and the best presentation.
Well, here's the match that night. Again, Undertaker and Rock go on 8th. They have 19 minutes and 10 seconds. Undertaker's going to get the win and retain the championship. It's written here, Triple H ran in and gave The Rock a pedigree and sort of put Taker on top. Ref came to and Rock kicked out. However, Taker then used the tombstone for the pin, 1.5 stars. It's worth mentioning, there's not a ref bump in this match. There's not 2. There's not 3 ref bumps. There's not 4 ref bumps. There's not 5 ref bumps. There are 6 ref bumps in this match. Lots of smoke and mirrors here. Was the Undertaker just that beat where he needed lots of, I think Pat used to call it gaga?
Why you gotta steal my shit?
Well, you just say it.
You need the gaga and the bases of the referee and the pig and the fucking on the ass, and then another one come in and oh, 30 days. Repeat that 3 fucking times.
And then how do they lay there? They lay there like what?
Like a douchebag.
So the next night on Raw, Steve Austin is going to regain the WWF title from The Undertaker, this time in Charlotte. Taker's going to bloody him up afterwards to set the stage for a first blood match at Fully Loaded. This was a different time. You're getting a lot of title changes on free TV, and you're even getting blood. It's all about selling the pay-per-views. I mean, this is before television rights were what they are and streaming wasn't what it is. It's a pay-per-view business, right?
It is a pay-per-view business. However, at the same time, it was, I think at this time more so than its history would show. It was also a time of ratings and getting the ratings up as much as you possibly could.
I want to mention, WCW goes off the air that night at 10:57 PM, and an unbelievable 10 million people wind up watching The Undertaker lose his championship to Steve Austin. It becomes the most watched match in cable history at that point. What an unbelievable audience. I realize that people are consuming things differently, and television ratings, not just in wrestling, but all television is way down. But 10 million folks watching TV, this is the height of the business, is it not?
It's a very good time in the business, and for another time, maybe Eric Bischoff and I can one day talk about how we viewed those ratings and whether or not there was actually that many, or was it a crossover and accumulation of viewers over
a period
of.
Let me tag in. I think what you're saying is if 5 million people were watching Raw and 5 million people were watching Nitro, you're suggesting, and I just made those numbers up, that there's really probably not 10 million people. Some people are being counted twice. But what I'm saying is 10 million individual motherfuckers watched the main event because Nitro's off. So when they go off those last few minutes, more people had seen that
Again,
moment.
I need to look at it and see, and just see where it was. Cause again, you have to consider the source and
I got you. Well, let's just keep going.
What it is and how it is.
I'm trying to put you over and compliment you.
I know. And look, without a doubt, it was fucking awesome and great. And a lot of people, I just always, there's that part of me that likes to clarify, put a little asterisk there sometimes.
No, you don't. You're on here bragging about being a 5-time karate black belt Hall of Famer or whatever the fuck.
4-time, and I'm the only 4-time black belt Hall of Famer in the history of the black belt Hall of Fame.
But you got no problem with that. But what I just said was you had 10 million people watching. It's the equivalent.
I think it was 15.
It's the equivalent of me saying, hey, some lady told me you had a 10-inch wang, and you were like, it's because she measured at the asshole. It's probably way less. Like, wait a minute. I'm complimenting you.
What the fuck are you saying right now?
I'm trying to lighten the mood. I can tell you're not in a good mood today.
That's not true.
You look stressed. You look sleepy. You look tired.
No, I'm focused.
No, don't plug it. We'll wait and plug it. Okay. Oh my gosh. The Undertaker and Kane are put back together as
feels better.
There you go. Undertaker and Kane are put back together. We're trying to, build up Taker bloodying Austin on a pretty consistent basis to prove that Austin is in fact the underdog for this first blood match here at Fully Loaded. What's the thinking of putting Taker and Kane back together again? Is it just to take some of the load off of the Undertaker since he's pretty banged up?
Yeah. I also think that, Undertaker and Kane are better together.
Yeah.
Than they are against each other.
The steps for this match at Fully Loaded, on top of it being a first blood match, are if Austin doesn't win, he must disappear from the WWF. And if Taker doesn't win, Vince McMahon disappears from the WWF. Does anybody watching at home actually think either one of those steps are going to be lived up to?
Sure.
Okay. On the pre-show at Fully Loaded, Taker's going to attack Austin, and Austin's already bleeding. So we've set the stage. There's, I guess I should ask, is there some sort of fear when you've got all this physicality with two big, badass, motivated, testosterone filled dudes out there? Hey, shit, what if somebody accidentally gets busted open?
Absolutely.
Yeah. You have a backup
and then
plan?
It is what it is.
So there's no contingency plan. It's just, fuck it. You're the champ now. Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
Shit happens. You got to call it.
During the show, Taker comes out and turns on his brother Kane and joins up with the Big Show. So it's his 100th face heel turn since joining the company. And you put them together just to break them back up right away. But let's talk about.
Yeah, you can't ask me that question. You got to ask the other guy.
Got it. Let's talk about the match.
There we go. See, like that?
Yeah.
I go nicey nice, and they go, yeah.
Steve Austin retains in a first blood match, 15 and a half minutes. McMahon's going to come out to do commentary, and Meltzer would say this was a really good brawl. In particular, the work by Steve Austin. Since it was first blood, they worked a style mainly on punching the head and trying to rip at cuts. Hebner took a bump. Undertaker's tied up in the ropes. Austin grabs a chair, but Shane does a run in and takes a hard chair shot to the head. Undertaker comes back with a high kick and a low kick, as in low, not leg. Undertaker did the undid the padding on the turnbuckle, but before he could put Austin's head in it, Austin nails the stunner. Austin then punches Vince McMahon when he gets up and tries to interfere. So now Undertaker hits Austin on the back with a chair shot. X-Pac does a run in and does a Van Daminator type of move, kicking the chair into Undertaker's face, and now he's opened up. Austin then hits Undertaker with a TV camera. Austin has fell victim to a tombstone, but instead Hebner sees the cut and signals for the bell. Austin's the winner. And afterwards, he gives everybody stunners, including Undertaker and Vince McMahon. Helmsley does a run in. He starts beating on Austin, who's going to rip tape off of his forehead and, quote, did a world-class job of bleeding all over the place. Rock ran in. Austin and Undertaker continue to brawl. Undertaker at one point hit Shane McMahon as well. Quote, it was a real wild finish with Austin and Undertaker both soaked in blood by this point, brawling to the back. Austin came back, went to shake Vince's hand, then gave him another stunner as the show went off the air. Really good post-match that brought the show to a strong finish, 3 3/4 stars. So he loved the big brawl, but now you've got everybody involved, not just Vince, Undertaker, Austin, and Shane, but Rock and Triple H too. We're really, going off with a hot finish. This is well done.
Yeah, it was. You know, I'm not a big fan of the first blood matches, for a variety of reasons, but I thought that this was pretty good. It was a lot of gaga, a lot of smoke and mirrors and gaga and shit, and it delivered, you know, what was promised.
So as the stipulation goes, Vince has to disappear. Was Vince at this point saying, you know what, this whole higher power thing, and I've been on screen for too long. For years, he didn't really want to be an on-screen character, but it just hit. Was he tired of doing it? Was he ready to not do it? Did he think it was time for a break?
Yeah, Vince, I think, you know, from day one, I go back to 1987, Vince wanting to get off the air doing play-by-play. And probably, you know, from 98, Vince wanted to get off the air being Mr. McMahon. So, you know, he was always looking to try to put somebody else in that role. And when you look at it, Vince is a hell of a character. And if you have access to that character, why not use it?
Right. Let's talk a little bit about, the next night on Raw. We've got Taker and Show against Kane in a handicap match. And that match, believe it or not, is going to set a record for head-to-head ratings against Nitro. It does a 7.81 quarter hour with almost 6 million homes watching. It's an amazing run here that the Undertaker's having. Cause again, Vince is not on that segment. Austin's not on that segment. It's Undertaker, Show, and Kane. Eventually though, on this show, we see the corporate ministry disband when Vince is fired, which I guess is just time. Meltzer would have a comment here about the whole Big Show thing. He says, Big Show's being put with Undertaker as a tag team to advance his learning and understanding and maybe have some dedication rub off on him, similar to how a decade ago they put Lex Luger in the Horseman, hoping that some of Flair's attributes would rub off on him. It didn't work then, and it's up to Paul White if it works this time. His legit body weight is in the 440 range, and they want him down to 400. He peaked at around 505 with WCW. Is this an accurate assessment that you were hoping that, man, if we put Big Show and Taker together, maybe we can bring Show along a little bit?
Yeah, I think from the point of view of anybody that you put with Taker is going to enhance what they do. And Big Show was a huge talent that we had a lot of aspirations for. It's like, you know, here's a guy that 7 foot tall. He's a giant, and I don't know that he'd really realized his potential yet. So what better way to teach him than put him with another giant who has reached his potential?
So we get to SummerSlam, where Taker and Show are taking on X-Pac and Kane for the WWF Tag Team titles. And here's the quote from the Observer. Undertaker and Big Show won the WWF Tag titles from X-Pac and Kane in 12 minutes and 1 second. The Bronco Buster spot was set up. X-Pac did it the first time to Show, but the second time Show caught him and chokeslammed him. Show put his foot on X-Pac's chest for the pin, but X-Pac kicked out. Undertaker gets mad at Show for the arrogant cover, tags in, tombstones X-Pac and gets the pin, and they're teasing that there's problems with the champs after this match. What do you think of this tag team and the story that we're telling here, that maybe Big Show is not taking things seriously and Undertaker's trying to bring him along? It almost feels like it's art imitating life based on the way.
Yeah, it was a shoot.
Yeah.
So, it was Big Brother taking little brother along, and little brother screwing up, and Big Brother having to go in and beat the guy's ass for him. So yeah, it was art imitating life.
Let's also mention that the tag titles feel like almost like a backdrop. It doesn't feel like it's necessary for these guys to be the tag champs. And once upon a time you said, oh, Taker didn't need the belt. Why did they need the belt here? Just to solidify them that, hey, they really are a tag team. This isn't going to be the old Big Show's a heel or a baby for 6 days and then back the other way.
I don't know if they did need them. Frankly, I don't know that they did need the titles. I think that they were one of those teams that were an attraction that you wanted to see. So they didn't need the titles, in my opinion.
Well, it becomes an uphill battle for Big Show at this point, because if the Undertaker, if it weren't for bad luck, he'd have no luck at all. He's going to injure his groin around this time, and he's immediately taken out of the ring, and he's doing commentary. Where does that leave the tag straps? Big Show's defending them in handicap matches. Do you remember anything about his groin injury? I mean, I guess it's important to keep him on TV. He's a top guy. He's a ratings getter. People love the storyline, but usually when a guy's injured like this and he can't work, we just take him off TV. We work an injury angle, but we don't do that here. We try him on commentary. What's the thought process?
Well, how do I say this tactfully? Taker was hurt. Taker needed time off. And I think that, there was something that, oh, well, as long as he doesn't work, it'll be fine. And I don't know that all of that got back to Vince McMahon as far as how badly Undertaker was injured. Again, it was a different time and a different place where you didn't have the medical and the wellness and everything that's available today. And it was a different breed. The Taker's going to keep going if he feels that he needs to keep going. That's what he did. That's just the kind of guy that he is.
Right.
He's not going to stop, and he's not going to give up.
Let's talk about what's next, because it is another major happening in the World Wrestling Federation. Taker and Show are going to drop these tag straps to two other performers maybe you've heard of, Mankind and The Rock. And it happens without Taker ever tagging in. In fact, he leaves ringside when Paul Bearer shows him something in his pocket. And you would think that Big Show would be pissed off about this, right? But I guess we'll never know, because it's never followed up on. What in the world did Undertaker see out of Paul Bearer's pocket that made him just walk away? I know you don't remember. Make something up. Make it entertaining.
Could it be this? Yeah. Ooh.
This is an audio show. You have to explain.
Oh, shit. Okay. I think it was his mama's stockings. Oh yes, remember these?
It's one of those questions though. Like, people always ask, hey, who was lowering the briefcase at that pay-per-view? And then they want to know, what did he show him? And then, the whole baby doll Dusty Photos thing. What were And nobody ever had a plan. It was just some shit we did to get us to the next week, and it's never followed up on. So just
it's kind of like when you used to go into your trunks. Baron Cicluna would go into his trunks and come out, and by God, he went into his trunks. He's got to have something in his hand, and then nail the guy, and then go back into his trunks. He's got something in his trunks. I saw it. Theater of the mind. Oh yes, pictures of your mama.
I love that the whole takeaway of this whole thing is, oh, there were holes, but the shit was entertaining.
Yeah, there were some fucking holes.
Is that sort of the story of 99 though? Man, we had a lot of shit that hit. Some of it didn't make any sense, but I mean,
yeah,
people dug it.
Yeah. I mean, it was off the wall. It was crazy. People wonder what the fuck are they going to do next, but it didn't make any sense.
Is there something to, in sports, people say, oh, momentum's on their side. The idea being, if you've got one team and everything's just clicking, it feels like the momentum's on their side. They can't do any wrong. And then the other team, boy, God bless their souls, they can't make a basket for nothing. There's just no momentum there. Does that exist in promoting like this, where fuck, when you're hot, you're hot? We could have just thrown spaghetti against the wall to see if it sticks. And right now in 99, we're so hot, it's all fucking sticking.
It was a good time. Yeah, it was definitely a good time. And it was a period where everyone, casual diehards, they were into what it was that we were doing.
It's interesting too, that the whole Rock and Sock connection, their tag team title run here really is born out of the Undertaker not being able to defend the titles when he's teaming with Big Show. Two sort of thrown together tag teams, but it worked. And then there's an episode of SmackDown where a tag team has a buried alive match. And of course it's Taker and Big Show against Mankind and The Rock, and Taker and Show actually win. 2 weeks later though, Show and Taker are going to drop the belts again, back to Rock and Sock connection. This time it's a Dark Side Rules match. And I know what you're wondering, what the fuck is a Dark Side Rules match? Well, let me explain. Mideon and Viscera are going to replace the Undertaker to tag with the Big Show and still lose the titles. So the Undertaker is not going to be involved when he loses the tag titles. Instead, he just says, hey, let Mideon and Viscera do it. This is like a new version of the Freebird rule right here, is it not? Like, yeah, fuck it. It's these guys now.
It's Dead Man Rules.
Dead Man Rules. There we go.
Yeah.
So the SmackDown after this, the Undertaker flat out refuses to wrestle Triple H in a casket match, and Vince, who's already returned, even though he would never appear on WWE programming again. That was last month. This is this month. And Vince tells the Undertaker he has to. So the Undertaker quits. The reality is the Undertaker is banged up really bad, needs some time off, needs to heal up, and he's out of here. But it's not just him who's out of here. It's Vince Russo too. What were Undertaker's thoughts on Russo, and was he upset to see him go? Because he did have quite a creative little run here with Vince Russo's ideas.
Yeah, he did. And it was a damn good run, as a matter of fact. So, but I don't think that, especially towards the end, that there was a lot of sadness.
Elaborate. I mean, this is the end of the ministry.
I think that, there were periods where, for example, the injuries and things like that, there was an attitude sometimes of, well, it's a work, so just work around it.
Right.
And, not always a favorable attitude from the talent. So I think that there was that feeling of that attitude prevalent.
Where does the ministry version of the Undertaker fall for you? Because we don't see the Undertaker again until he reemerges in May of 2000 as the American Badass. We've covered that. That's a story for another day. But the ministry version of Taker, where is that in your rankings?
Okay, well, see, I have to rank obviously the debut,
right,
and the first run of Taker and the last run of Taker, because those were pure Takers to me.
Okay.
is like number 1, and then American Badass number 2, and probably Ministry number 3. And then kind of in the middle, I'll do the pirate descending from the heavens. That's number 4. When he had the black teardrop and shit.
Oh yeah.
That's got to be number 4.
Well, let's jump into some questions. We've got a handful here. There's no way we'll get to them all, though. I know we're running short on time. We've kept you for a while today. Brian wants to know, was there a concern that Taker was perhaps going too satanic, or because of the edginess and entertainment in the late 90s, like Howard Stern or Jerry Springer? Was that never even really brought up?
He was going dark. If you want to call it satanic, but it was dark, and there was awareness, put it that way.
Let's do another one here from Greg. Why did the corporate ministry angle just sort of fizzle out when everyone was going their own way? The ministry sort of blow off. I mean, it does just sort of disappear. And I understand a lot of that is because, if there's no Flair, there's no Horseman. Well, if there's no Undertaker, cause he's got to go home and heal, then I guess there's no ministry. Is that as simple as that? Or was there a consideration to, hey, maybe we could do something?
Yeah, I think that, Taker goes away, there really is no more ministry. So it's difficult to continue that. So it's just, you look at, okay, what do you have? And without Taker, you really don't have any more ministry.
So as we're winding things up here, talking about the Ministry of Darkness version of the Undertaker, Mark wants to know, can Bruce recite the chant that's at the start of the Undertaker's theme when he was the leader of the ministry?
Come, Roger, I don't fucking. I can't. I told you I can't speak in tongues.
That's tongues right there.
I don't know. Every day.
I drowned you out. Say again.
I said you speak with your tongue. You told me that. You do it every day.
I do. Let's do a lighthearted question. Keith wants to know, any fun wrestlers court stories involving yourself and the Undertaker? You ever go to wrestlers court?
Hell no.
Okay.
I don't violate the law, Conrad. I'm straight and narrow.
Adrian Finn wants to know, were you ever concerned that he jumped to WCW in the summer of '99 when allegedly his contract was coming due?
I was not at all. There were moments and there were times that I think it might have, been an issue to discuss, but I don't think that, there was ever that concern.
Here's one from Lindsay. Did you get any heat for the speaking in tongues routine?
Just from me, because I couldn't do it.
Anything else we can put a bow on here with this Ministry of Darkness? We didn't really talk about the acolytes too much. I mean, we know that we mentioned Justin Hawk Bradshaw had been a little bit of everything at this point. He's kind of floundering. He becomes an acolyte, then he becomes APA, then it becomes JBL. He's off to the races. I think it could be argued that this acolyte tag team maybe saved both, or not saved, but extended both his and Ron's WWE run. Would you agree with that?
I certainly would, and it gave him the spotlight and opportunity to excel and or fail. You look at it, and in what came out of that, really the APA is what came out of that Ministry of Darkness, because Big Vis, beyond that, came Big Daddy V, Midian got naked.
Yes, he did.
And there you go.
The shit
but he's a hell of a chef.
The shit they used to paint on their chest. You got any jokes? You got any stories? Can you tell us?
I have no idea. I don't think they knew. They just painted shit on their chest. There was no rhyme or reason to anything. Well, this looks cool. Okay, fine. Paint a design.
Can you just, for once, you haven't done anything today, can you give me a voice? Can you give me an impression?
I did give, that's bullshit. I gave you Vince. I gave you the higher power. Look, I'm not just a trained chimp on the corner that you put a quarter in my fucking can and I do a goddamn ha-ha. The fuck do you think I am?
An entertainer, I hoped. Maybe I had you pegged wrong.
I'm not a whore.
Well, we're going to try to whore it out next week. We're going to be talking about.
Listen, I'm going to tell you a little something, baby. Because the hoe gets paid.
Okay.
Sometimes you can be a little slutty. That means you're a little loose, if you will. But you ain't in business if you're just a little slutty. But if you're a hoe makes money, baby. You put a price tag on it. You want some, I give you some, but you're going to pay me, if you will.
I mean, I was hoping to talk about chest paintings, but I'll take a Dusty every day. Next week, we're talking about King of the Ring 2001. It's a triple threat main event for the World Championship with Stone Cold Steve Austin, Chris Benoit, and Chris Jericho. The famous street fight with Kurt Angle and Shane McMahon. Jeff Hardy working with X-Pac for the light heavyweight championship. That's a real thing. Edge is also going to be wrestling Kurt Angle, and so is Rhino. Rhino's going to be wrestling Edge, and Kurt Angle's going to be wrestling Christian. A lot of team wreck on this one. Yeah, there you go. And we've got a tag title match we're going to get to as well. The Dudley Boys taking on Kane and Spike Dudley. Should be a fun time, man. I'm looking forward to this one. And we know at the very end of this thing, we're going to have a new King of the Ring and maybe a new champion. No, probably not. You already know. But I do have a question though, Bruce, as we're winding things up and we're getting ready for King of the Ring next week. You've been fidgeting and playing with something. Get your mind out of the gutter the entire time we've been talking. And I need you to explain what's in your hand. What are you doing? This is an audio show and you've been playing with this gimmick. What is it?
What do you think it is? You can see a picture of it right now, right? You folks, I'm holding this up in front of the camera for Conrad to take a look at. I'll show you both ends of it so you can see.
It looks like
my fingers.
It looks like it's like a fancy toothpick. Hillbilly toothpick.
You fucking ignorant hillbilly.
Or is it like a bird's claw?
No.
Is it some sort of little tool to do embossing?
No.
Are you going to tell me what it is? Cause this is not very compelling audio.
I will. I will.
I'm ready.
So when, I received all of the items from Paul Bosch's personal office.
Okay.
On his ceiling were a bunch of spears.
Okay.
From his trip to New Guinea.
Okay.
In like the 40s or 50s, I believe. I want to say it's late 40s from the pictures, but these were hand carved by natives of New Guinea. And I've got all the spears. And so while I moved things around on my desk to put the microphone over here and get ready to pod this here podcast. And I found this fucking thing. Now the spears are over there, like in a vase, like where they can be displayed and you can see all the spears. But what this tells me is that either someone in my household or the damn maid like broke one of my spears and put the little broken piece of the spear, because this used to be on the top of one of them their spears over there.
And you somehow thought I would know what that was?
I would think everybody would know. I mean, I showed it to you.
Hey, do you want to see something cool? Since you showed me something, I'll show you something cool.
Yeah.
How about that?
Oh, butterflies.
That? Yeah. A little black and white and silver butterfly. How about that?
Well, okay.
So I'm just saying, I think my robe's cooler than your little spear.
Yeah, I don't think so, because I got other cooler spears over there.
That's not what you showed me.
This is just like this is the deadly tip of the spear.
Oh,
but when you look at the craftsmanship on this shit, it's pretty fucking amazing.
It's not as good as Olivia Walker.
You don't know that.
You know, I like this.
You hadn't played with my spears.
From what I hear, nobody's played with your spear in a long time. I'm of the opinion that we should do a Something to Wrestle show and tell one day.
No.
Why not?
It's mine. It's mine.
Well, you showed me. Why don't you want to show other people?
It's mine.
You got any melted candles back there?
Maybe.
We'll have to see it next week, right here on Something to Wrestle With. Bruce Prichard.
Rock on. God, did you hear that phone go off right at the right time?
Yeah, you know what
That's
that means?
amazing.
WrestleMania just became 3 days. We'll see you next week here on Something to Wrestle.
Hey, it's Conrad Thompson. Thanks for checking out the podcast here on YouTube. Be sure to hit the subscribe button and the notifications bell so you get a notice anytime we upload some new content. And go save yourself some money right now. If you're in a 30-year loan or you have credit card debt, it's not a matter of if I can save you money. It's a matter of how much. Find out right now for free at SaveWithConrad.com.